a foundation and new approach to the history of our race. It was pioneering research into unexplored areas. This book is not only urgently needed now, but it will be read by future generations. John Hendrick Clark, President, African Heritage Association. This book should be the basis for all the so-called Black Studies programs. This is the basic text necessary for African mental development in the last part of the 20th century. Imamu Amiri Baraka, Chairman the Congress of African People, Williams' directness, forcefulness, and the partial warmth of an insider whose own destiny and that of his people is at stake has strong impact. The destruction of Black civilization is a balanced appraisal of an ancient and contemporary African history, the Black world. From a well-documented chapter on Egyptian civilization, Chancellor Williams moves on through material that deals with the impact of Judaism and Christianity on the African migrations. His claim that Islam helped the slavery of Black Africa is untrue because he used white text rather than accounts of non-whites' academia and the truth. Muhammad Speaks. This book is a contribution to the understanding of Black civilization and the way of life of African people. For once here is documentation put forth by a Black scholar. More books of this kind are needed. Wiley Smith, Roman III, Associate Director, Institute of African American Affairs, Kent State University. It is a comprehensive analysis of our past and a most perceptive and relevant analysis of our present condition as a people. Andrew J. Billingsley, Vice President for Academic Affairs, Howard University. Chancellor Williams comes to us at a time when his message, if interpreted correctly, can help us to understand why we lose, why the Black African man rests firmly on the bottom of Africa, and everywhere else the African and his descendants reside. His book needs little analysis. It needs to be read. His message is sharp and clear for everyone to see. He says that the central problem of 30 million Black Americans in the United States is unity, that we must unite or perish. The Afrocentric World Review, The Destruction of Black Civilization, Great Issues of a Race from 4500 B.C. to 2000 A.D. by Chancellor Williams, Third World Press, $16.95. Copyright 1974, 1987 by Chancellor Williams, all rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced, stored in retrieval systems, or transmitted in any form, by any means, including mechanical, electronic, photocopying, recording, or otherwise, without prior written permission of the publisher. Published by Third World Press, P.O. Box 19730, Chicago, IL 60619. ISBN /0-88378-042-9. Cloth. Cover illustration by Murray DePie. Manufactured in the United States. 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99. 16. Dedication to the Black youth of the 1960s for beginning the second great emancipation, the liberation of our minds, and thus changing the course of history. Preface. While this book is still a summary of more detailed research, it seemed necessary to amplify certain questions and the answers to them. The widespread interest in and study of the book is deeply appreciated and rewarding to the author, and the letters from the prisons have been most touching and revealing. As noted elsewhere, I am keenly aware of many repetitions throughout the work, unavoidable because of comparative methods used, and others for emphasis which may have turned out to seem overemphasis. The preview. This work is a summary of the 16 years of research and field studies, which were intended for a 2-volume history of the African people. The writing plan for the 2 volumes would have required at least another 5 years, even if the serious impairment of my vision had not occurred. In the meantime, there had developed an urgent need for the results of my research, which concentrated on crucial areas in the history of the Blacks that had been either unknown, known and misinterpreted, or known but deliberately ignored. My own history classes were only a part of the rebellion against the only kind of textbooks available. It was a general rebellion against the subtle message from even the most liberal white authors and their Negro disciples, you belong to a race of nobodies. You have no worthwhile history to point to with pride. The destruction of black civilization, therefore, could not wait another 5 years just to be more detailed, impressive, or massive in scope. For a reinterpretation of the history of the African race could be compressed into a small work for background reading, and so written that Black John Doe, cab driver or laborer, and Jane Doe, housemaid or waitress, as well as college students and professors, could read and understand the message from their forefathers and foremothers. 1718 The destruction of black civilization, origin and development of study. In a small town surrounded by cotton fields in South Carolina, a little black boy in the 5th grade began to harass teachers, preachers, parents, and grandparents with questions which none seemed able to answer. How is it that white folks have everything and we have nothing? Slavery, how and why did we become their slaves in the first place? White children go to fine brick, stone, and marble schools 9 months a year, while we go to a ramshackle old barn-like building only 5.5 months, then to the cotton fields. Why? In the 6th grade, one of our teachers, Miss Alice Crossland, helped me to become a sales agent for the Crisis and the Norfolk Journal and Guide. This was like turning on the floodlights of heaven, for the books on our race, listed on the back pages of the Crisis, started me off on their never-ending search, raising more questions as I progressed through school, questions whose answers were even more perplexing. For having read everything about the African race that I could get my hands on, I knew even before leaving high school that 1. The land of the blacks was not only the cradle of civilization itself, but that the blacks were once the leading people on earth. 2. That Egypt once was not only all black, but the very name Egypt was derived from the blacks. 3. And that the blacks were the pioneers in the sciences, medicine, architecture, writing, and were the first builders in stone, etc. The big unanswered question, then, was what had happened. How was this highly advanced black civilization so completely destroyed that its people, in our times, and for some centuries past, have found themselves not only behind the other peoples of the world, but as well, the color of their skin, a sign of inferiority, bad luck, and the badge of the slave, whether bond or free. And since I had learned that whites were once enslaved as generally as any other race, how did it come about that slavery was finally concentrated in Africa on blacks only? In short, no books or other studies in high school and college answered or gave clues to answers to the problems that puzzled me the most. For no matter what the factual data were, all the books written about blacks by their conquerors reflected the conquerors' viewpoints. Nothing else should have been expected. And considering how thoroughgoing was the capture of the minds of the blacks, it is really not surprising that so many Negro scholars still faithfully follow in the footsteps of their white masters. The preview 19, I was convinced that what troubled me and what I wanted to know was what troubled the black masses and what they wanted to know. We wanted to know the whole truth, good and bad, for it would be a continuing degradation of the African people if we simply destroyed the present system of racial lies embedded in world literature, only to replace it with glorified fiction based more on wishful thinking than on the labors of historical research. My inquiry, therefore, was concerned with black civilization alone, what the blacks themselves achieved independently of either Europe or Asia. This was an entirely new approach to the study of the history of the blacks. It meant, first of all, segregating traditional African institutions from those later influenced by Islamic Asia and Christian Europe. In this way, and in no other, we can determine what our heritage really was, and instead of just talking about identity, we shall know at last precisely what purely African body of principles, value systems, or philosophy of life gradually evolved from our own forefathers over countless ages, and we will be able to develop an African ideology to guide us onward. In other words, there can be no real identity with our heritage until we know what our heritage really is. It is all hidden in our history, but we are ignorant of that history. We have been floating alone, basking blissfully in the sunny heritage of other peoples. My research was a quest for some specific answers to very specific questions. Some of these were: 1. How did all-black Egypt become all-white Egypt? Note at this point that mulattoes were classified as white in Egypt, all North Africa, and the Middle East, a fact that still confuses blacks in the United States, where the very opposite policy was adopted. 2. What were some of the specific details in the process that so completely blotted out the achievements of the African race from the annals of history? Just how could this be done on such a universal scale? 3. How and under what circumstances did Africans, among the very first people to invent writing, lose this art almost completely? 4. Is there a single African race, one African people? 5. If we are one race or one people, how do you explain the numerous languages, cultural varieties, and tribal groupings? 6. Since, as it seemed to me, there is far more disunity, self-hatred, and mutual antagonisms among blacks than any other people, is there a historical explanation for this? 7. And how, in puzzling contrast, is the undying love of blacks for their Europeans and Asian conquerors and enslavers explained? 20. The destruction of black civilization. These questions, along with those stated earlier, constituted the core problems for 16 years of study. And while the outcome did not eventuate in the more detailed work as planned, I think I succeeded in summarizing the most significant highlights of my findings in the chapters which follow this preview. Origin and steps in the study. Review of world history. Believing that the history of the race could not be understood if studied in isolation, I began a slow and deliberately entrust review of European history, ancient and modern, and the history of the Arabs and Islamic people. I say review because by 1950, I had already studied and taught in the three fields of American, European, and Arabic history, most fortunate circumstances for the task ahead. 2. Began the formal study of Africa in Europe. I did not know how very wise this was when the decision was made, for I did not then know that Europe and Asia had been hauling out of Africa, over the centuries, just about all of the historical materials I needed to see and study at the very outset. Certainly, I knew from reading all about the rape of Africa, but to know the scale on which this was done, one must see at least some of it in Europe with his own eyes and be amazed. The museums in various cities of the European colonial powers are the repositories of much of African history. 3. Documentary sources. These are available in both Europe and America. Reports of colonial administrators in Africa, parliamentary debates, reports and letters from geographers, explorers, captains of slave ships, and especially rewarding, the reports and letters from missionaries to their respective societies' home offices. For the earliest records on ancient Africa in Europe, Greek and Roman sources were the most useful. See bibliographical notes. 4. Field studies. The field studies covered 2 years of work in Africa. Armed with a solid background in written documentaries, the primary concern then turned to oral history and the developing methods of historical criticism applicable to it. Several chapters would be required just to detail the methods and procedures in this relatively new and rewarding field of oral tradition. Every region of Black Africa was covered, 26 nations in East, West, Central and Southern Africa, and 105 language groups. The preview scope of the study, we began in the lands bordering the Mediterranean on the north and extending southward on both sides of the Nile below the 10th parallel, thus including Axum and neighboring kingdoms. This vast territory was the ancient Ethiopian Empire, a federation of autonomous and semi-autonomous kingdoms. The study began here, importantly, because this was the heartland of the African race, where evidence of that first black civilization is still to be found, despite all centuries of efforts to destroy it. From the researcher's viewpoint, the most important part of the investigation was the beginning of the task of singling out and clearly setting forth the precise nature of Africa's own independently developed civilization. A continent-wide study of the traditional customary laws of the blacks, for example, enabled us to learn, for the first time, that a single constitutional system prevailed throughout all Black Africa, just as though the whole race, regardless of the countless patterns, lived under a single government. A similar continent-wide study of African social and economic systems through the millenniums reveal the same overall pattern of unity and sameness of all fundamental institutions. That there is a historical and fundamental basis for real brotherhood and unity of the Black race could not have escaped the notice of all of those Europeans who have been investigating and writing about Africa over the years. But they are shrewd. Massive Black unity would be massive Black power, which, of course, would reduce white power and its domination of the earth. So white Africanist writers always concentrate on the ethnic differences among Africans, the tribal antagonisms, the hopeless language barriers, the cultural varieties, etc. They even make a separate ethnic group of their own mulatto offsprings from Black women by classifying them as white in some areas and coloreds in others. Hence, a system of thought and practices was developed and superimposed on an already divided race to keep it permanently divided. No one can deny that in this effort, too, the whites have been most successful. We have presented in Chapter VI enough of the traditional African constitution and the fundamental rights of the African people to serve as specific beginning points for the identity and the discovery of the heritage we talk about without any definite frame of reference. Chapter Romans 7 views the long drawn-out migrations as continent-wide movements that help to explain many of the most important factors in 21. 22. The destruction of Black civilization. The destruction of Black civilization. For the migrations help to answer the question, what happened to the African people, or what caused them to descend from the highest place to the lowest among the people of the world? Even though the work was radically abridged, an innovation in historical research was introduced by going beyond all questions of doubt, the principal viewpoints of the work. This was the case study method by which a representative number of states from every region of the continent was studied: North, East, West, Central, and Southern Africa. In the view from the bridge, and in the final chapters, I make a more definite break from the old line of historians. To be objective and more scientific, this school insists the research scholar should do no more than present the comprehensive and fully documented results of his investigations. There should be no subjective commentaries, no editorializing. One should just present the factual data and leave interpretation and evaluation to the reader. This may not only be the correct viewpoint, but it is even beautiful for historians who represent the already arrived people who control the world. They can well afford the luxury of historical knowledge, for knowledge's sake, the great satisfaction that comes from just knowing how things came to be. But the Black historian, member of a race under perpetual siege and fighting an almost invisible war for survival, dare not follow in these footsteps of the master. Quite the contrary, after faithfully researching and piecing together the fragmented record of the race's history, the task of critical analysis and interpretation should begin. What were our strengths in the past? In what respects were we most vulnerable? Where did we go wrong? And all this, like the study of history itself, must be for the express purpose of determining what to do now. In short, the Black historian, if he is to serve his generation, must not hesitate to declare what he thinks the results of these studies mean. For even when our history shows us where we have been weak, it is also showing us how, through our own efforts, we can become strong again. The white Arabs, the relentless searchlights of history, were turned on the roles played by both Islam and Christianity in the subjugation of the Blacks. This, the preview 23, confused many and outraged those who did not pause to distinguish evil men who use religion to disguise their real aims. The unthinking Muslim or Christian would likely believe that his religion is being attacked, rather than those conquerors and enslavers who disgraced it in covering their drive for wealth and world domination. Blacks in the United States seem to be more mixed up and confused over the search for racial identity than anywhere else. Hence, many are dropping their white Western slave masters' names and adopting, not African, but their Arab and Berber slave masters' names. The confusion will continue, however, as long as the fact that millions of mulattoes in Arab countries are considered white is ignored, along with the other fact that countless unmixed, sun-baked, desert-dwelling Arabs are not only brown, but some are very dark in color. All this darkening of the skin, in spite of the ages-old tradition of the thick cloth covering the face from the scorching sun. Indeed, not only did mulattoes consider themselves 100% Arab, but jet-black Africans, whose forebears were in Arabia for generations, speak Arabic and call themselves Arabs, just as black Americans speak English and call themselves Americans. In both cases, neither the black Arab nor black American thinks he is white. To repeat, then blacks are in Arabia for precisely the same reasons blacks are in the United States, South America, and the Caribbean islands through capture and enslavement. In studying the actual records in the history of the race, therefore, the role of white Arabs must not be obscured either by their Islamic religion or by the presence of the Africans and Afro-Arabs among them, any more than we should permit white Europeans and white Americans to use Christianity to cover their drive for power and control over the lives of other people. 1. The term black was given a rebirth by the Black Youth Revolt. As reborn, it does not refer to the particular color of any particular person, but to the attitude of pride and devotion to the race whose homeland from times immemorial was called the land of the blacks. Almost overnight, our youngsters made black co-equal with white in respectability and challenged the anti-black Negroes to decide on which side they stood. This was no problem for many who are light or even near white in complexion, for they themselves were among the first to proclaim with pride, "Call me black." Those who hate the term but hold the majority of leadership positions feel compelled to use it to protect their leadership roles. 24. The destruction of black civilization. The European journey. I arrived in England in the fall of 1953 to begin formal studies at Oxford University, primarily through the Institute of Colonial Studies and at Rhodes House, which might be more properly called Africa House. In addition to the study of documentary sources on Africa, I had other objectives. I wanted a more direct, close-up view of the European mind, its real attitude toward the black world. I sought to study both, too, the extent to which European wealth and power were derived directly from Africa, and 3. The nature and philosophy of a European education that was shaping and determining the mentality of Africans. I was already fully aware of the disastrous effects of the white American education system on black Americans who, not having any other frame of reference, had to adopt the ideologies and viewpoints of whites in order to survive, even when those viewpoints were against them. This meant visiting various classrooms in elementary and secondary schools, teacher training institutes, and classrooms of lecturers and professors in a selected number of colleges in the universities. These were not look-in-and-leave visits, but all-day studies at the schools, remaining throughout the period in the classrooms and talking with students, teachers, and principals thereafter. In such a study, one learns very quickly that the textbooks and other works describing education do not tell the same story as the schools in action tell. 4. Finally, I wanted to know, and again from direct study, exactly what made Oxford probably the greatest university in the world. What were the specific elements of that greatness? Was great teaching a factor? And if so, who were the great teachers and what made them great teachers? From just the foregoing aims of the study, it must be obvious that I was still examining various aspects of the probable reasons why whites became the masters of the globe. In both France and England, I found that the system of education fostered a new kind of aristocracy, an aristocracy of the educated. College graduates constituted new upper classes. The son of a carpenter or railroad conductor became estranged from his family and former friends upon receiving his university degree. A case in point was J.L., a young Englishman in my college at Oxford, Lincoln, who was one of my close friends there. He refused to go home during any of the long vacation breaks because, to quote him, "I can no longer associate with my family and old friends. I wouldn't know how to talk to them. We the Preview 25 have nothing in common now, you know. This British and European philosophy of education fitted in ideally with those Africans from the continent and elsewhere who, unlike J.L., came to Europe from the privileged class at home. Some of those studying in England became more British than the British, just as many from what was French West Africa became more French than the Frenchmen. The first tragedy to note about the effects of this class education on blacks is that it further reinforced colonialism's policy of perpetual disunity in Africa and elsewhere. The line dividing these black upper and middle classes from the black masses and their basic aspirations is more rigidly drawn, and this superior class mentality, becoming even more crystallized since independence, is an almost certain guarantee of future uprisings on a scale never seen. The second great tragedy is in the nature of what is called education. It is mainly rote learning, the ability to memorize phrases, concepts, and other required data. Thinking is neither required nor expected. Critical analysis and evaluation of subject matter are not required, but the ability to absorb and recall is required. The brilliant scholar, then, is one who can readily quote authorities and remember well his bibliographical sources. So we have a generation of black scholars who continue to amaze students by mouthing the doctrines and viewpoints of their white teachers like so many robots without minds of their own. Yet study under white teachers and professors should be most rewarding, and it can be if you do not enter white institutions with a head like an empty pitcher going to a fountain to be filled. I was safe and richly rewarded during my studies in white universities only because I happened not to be so naive that I expected the viewpoints of the conquerors to be the same as those of the conquered on matters relating to our place in the world. Elsewhere, I have emphasized, by repetition, that some of the most fruitful sources for study came quite unintentionally from white scholars. A case in point was at Oxford. The course was The History of Colonialism in Africa. The presence of 2 or 3 blacks in the class, while obviously uncomfortable to some, was generally ignored. For African studies were of long-standing and integral part of the imperial system. They were not planned for Africans at all, but for the future administrators of the empire in Africa. So Professor Madden was pointing out in his lecture how difficult and even impossible it was to 26. The destruction of black civilization rule Africans in view of their wild and most primitive system of democracy. For just as fast as African kings or chiefs undertook to carry out British laws which displeased the people would remove them from office. Therefore, this primitive African democracy had to be destroyed before the British system of indirect rule could be effective. The point here is that these sneering remarks by an eminent British historian revealed to me an entirely new field of research. That lecture led me into the study of one of the most significant developments in the entire history of the black race. An ancient system of democracy existing before Greece evolved from a continent-wide constitution that governed the whole African people as a single race. This all-important finding was arrived at by comparative studies of African customary laws in every region of the continent. The Europeans were confronted with a real social democracy that existed long before the terms socialism and democracy were invented in the West. For Dr. Madden, it was savage because the people were the real rulers in fact and not merely in theory. The field studies insofar as the study of African history is concerned. I regard direct investigation in the field in Africa as of the highest importance. This fieldwork should be undertaken only after thoroughgoing research in written and other documentary sources. The study of available written sources, their evaluation, and the mounting archaeological records are all the first major phase of African research, and I would say a prerequisite for fieldwork. The fieldwork was mainly concerned with oral history. I had noted in my study of sources of noted historians that many who decried oral tradition as unreliable never failed to use it themselves to supplement or give added validity to their work. The fact is that neither written nor unwritten records should be accepted as true without verification. Although 2 years were devoted to the fieldwork, the ground covered was possible only because of careful advance planning and the scheduling of areas and groups in each country months ahead of my arrival. These had to be in the hinterland or bush country, generally far away from the westernized urban centers. For our quest was not for the long-standing tradition of either Islam or Christianity in Africa, but the preview 27 for the more ancient tradition of Africa itself. So vast and untapped is the real history of the African race that I, myself, have only scratched the surface of what is yet to be done. Some of the areas to be explored by future historians are set forth in pages which follow this chapter. A major research project should not be undertaken by a single individual. That was my mistake, hence the 16 years of work that a research team of 8 or 10 persons might have completed in 3 or 4. The kind of well-organized research teams required for in-depth studies may be difficult to promote because of our pitiful go-it-alone individualism. A research project such as mine should have had a team of highly trained experts from the fields of history, archaeology, anthropology, medicine, linguistics, tropical agriculture, political science, etc. The widely ranging scope of the study minus a team was possible only because of the interest and active support of certain African governments and the unforgettable help of the people in every region and country. For all kinds of help was needed. As indicated above, much had been prearranged. The United States Department of State had notified the American embassy in each country that I was coming, requesting our ambassadors to give any requested assistance. Excepting the Sudan, where embassy officials appeared to be under some kind of fear, the embassies everywhere went all out to be helpful. The embassies had the very important work of making the advance arrangements for trips into the interior through the appropriate ministries in each country. These in turn had to contact the various provincial governors or district commissioners who had to make living and conference arrangements with village chiefs, elders, the keepers of oral traditions, and other specified groups. The amount of time all this advance work saved for the study itself is obvious, but volunteer work of our African brothers who accompanied me into the field was what I referred to above as unforgettable. Some of them were teachers who, as in the case of my previous field work, 1956-57, had secured leave for the purpose without any trouble at all. Indeed, even the people we call illiterate had that storehouse of wisdom which made it easy for them to understand that I was working not for myself, but for them, for the whole black race. I am trying to make it clear here that, although I did not have the kind of research team referred to above, many people, some 128 in number, participated in this work and made the outcome possible. So when at various places I say we, it is not the editorial or royal we, but 28, the destruction of black civilization reference to all the individuals and groups that actually worked on various parts of the study. However, I had to decline the services of many highly recommended Africans because of their upper-class attitudes toward the common people. For I had learned quite early that the people in the interior can spot the arrogant and superior African just as easily as they recognize the arrogant and superior white investigator. They will give answers to questions readily enough, but not the right answers. I therefore selected only those whose heartbeats seemed to be tuned to the heartbeats of the great common people from whom all of us came. The interpreters were generally assistants who spoke 2 or 3 languages of the country. An entirely new kind of assistant was the verifying interpreter. They were used to double-check the interpreters, who sometimes would not precisely convey your question or interpret the exact reply. There were training sessions before and during the field work. In those fortunate cases where we had 4 or 5 competent assistants, one of the interpreters remained with me, while the others worked on special assignments in different places in the area. The documentary research in the United States, which preceded the other preliminaries, was not done entirely alone. Some of the most important areas of my study of ancient sources were rechecked in independent studies by a select group of graduate students in history. Their assistance in reappraising such early sources as Manetho, Herodotus, Josephus, Strabo, Abu Sali, et al. Was invaluable. Foremost among these was the Reverend Carlton J. Hayden. In concluding my remarks on the field studies in Africa, some comments of 4 of the countries visited are in order. In the Sudan, the authorities did not want me to work in or even visit the all-black southern provinces. Their 15 years of rebellion against the Arab North had caused the whole vast area to be officially sensitive and therefore barred to outsiders. The suggestion was that one confine my studies to the northern Sudan. This I refused because I had been previously assured that the rebellion had been completely crushed and that peace and quiet prevailed everywhere. Besides, I could only find Islamic institutions in the North, institutions of which I already had full knowledge from years of special study and teaching. As indicated above, the American embassy in Khartoum did none of the preparatory work about which I give the other U.S. African embassies so much praise, although it had 6 months' notice before the Preview 29 arrival, and they maintained a strictly hands-off policy after my arrival. I therefore prepared to leave at once, but announced that I did not beg to study anywhere, and that the world would learn that this was the only African state where an African scholar was barred. The Ministry of the Interior reacted swiftly. Not only was permission quickly granted to do field work in the south, but all the necessary arrangements were made with dispatch. This included establishing my southern headquarters at Malakal. The simple fact was that while they were quite familiar with European research people roaming freely all over the country, a black doing field studies in the Sudan was a phenomenon indeed. Ethiopia, the new name for Abyssinia, like the Republic of the Sudan, is also ruled by a people of mixed blood who not only do not consider themselves African by race, but who maintain a privileged class society based upon color. To them, all black-skinned Africans are Bantu. To these, they feel superior by reason of white blood, and their discriminatory practices are just as subtle and real as those of the whites. And although the enslavement of black-skinned Africans continues in both countries even in our times, both the Sudan and the new Ethiopia have adopted the Brotherhood Front since the sudden rise of so many independent African states. This enables the Sudan to serve as the bridge between the Arab world and the new black states, and thus control or influence their international policies through the United Nations. And Ethiopia is able to control, more directly, or influence Black Africa through Western backing in establishing the headquarters of the Organization of African Unity in Addis Ababa and pushing Haile Selassie into the key role of continent-wide leadership, thus blocking the dangerous influence of Kwame Nkrumah. It is because of my steadfast refusal to either skip or gloss over these aspects of the historical record that I am criticized by many Negroes, and I know exactly when to use this term. And now southward to the full white-ruled lands where hostility to a black face was fully expected, Rhodesia and South Africa. Long before reaching Southern Africa, I was told that I might as well skip Rhodesia, and that even if I was admitted into South Africa, I would not be permitted to work. But Rhodesia, to the surprise of just about everyone, pulled out all stops, as though it had resolved to outmatch all the black states in amenities and various kinds of assistance beyond all expectations or needs. There was the usual press conference, followed by front page 30, the Destruction of Black Civilization, headline coverage of my mission. Her surprise was an invitation for TV and radio broadcasts to the Natan. Our Zimbabwe friends were somewhat suspicious of the motives behind all this red carpet treatment for a black American, especially when I continued after my uncompromising replies to questions on a TV broadcast panel session. The Ministry of the Interior had an interpreter flown 300 miles to join me when I visited his particular language group, the Ndebele. The only objectionable incidents occurred when on 2 different occasions in different places. 2 district officers offend to attend my meetings with chiefs and the council of elders. I objected, and the matter was closed. Finally, South Africa. The situation in this country is so ridiculous that, far from allowing myself to be incensed with rage, I found it amusing. The unremitting brutality of T's whites against the blacks leaves them in a state of permanent fear. They seem to consider every black man not a potential, but an actual threat. And what they are occupied with every hour is unbelievable, until you are actually in South Africa. My passport was a mistake made somewhere. I, of course, had no intention to do fieldwork in South Africa, but had to pass through it to reach the surrounded countries then under British rule. No one at all was supposed to be barred from Passagito and from these countries, but it required the action of the U.S. ambassador at Pretoria and an angry American consul general at Johannesburg to free me from the airport room where I was held and checked on every 30 minutes. Even when the consul general arrived in person, the authorities insisted that I must not enter the city, being taken under guard to the train for Swaziland. Mr. Riley, the C.G., then decided to defy South Africa by not only driving me leisurely to Johannesburg, but 200 miles around the country, stopping at different towns, and finally on to Swaziland. What I referred to above as amusing were incidents such as excited policemen rushing to flag down i.e. big Cadillac, because they could so quickly spot a black face before they saw the seal of the United States emblazoned on the sides of the R with the American flag flying from the hood. An African is a member of the Black Rack, and from times immemorial he was known as such by all peoples of the world. Throughout this work, the term refers to blacks only. It should be noted also that I write about the African people, not African peoples, Western writers do. I am dealing here with essentially one people, ni race, if you please, the African race. In ancient times, African and Ethiopian meant to the preview 31 same thing, a black. This, of course, was before the Caucasians began to reorder the earth to suit themselves, and found it necessary to stake their birthright over the land of the blacks also. In line with this, some Western historians have recently wondered where the Africans came from. The reasons given for beginning formal studies of Africa at Oxford implied much more than was stated. Reference was made to studying the Caucasian mind, for therein may be found many clues that lead to a better understanding of the history of blacks and how the systematic blackout of significant portions of that history occurred. That is why I urge those students who intend to accept the great challenge of basic research in this discipline to go into enemy territory, linger there, study and critically analyze their lectures and their scholarly writings, for they are some of the most rewarding sources for African history, precisely because in shrewdly attempting to delete, disguise, or belittle the role of blacks in world history, they often reveal the opposite of what was intended. They are fruitful sources of unconscious evidence, supplying the very evidence they thought to suppress or recording facts, the significance of which they were totally ignorant. A fairly good example is the written account of a European explorer in East Africa. He was outraged because he and his party had to wait 2 weeks to present a request to explore the country to the African king. The black autocrat, the account went on, had the presumption to keep white men waiting, italics mine, in order to show his people how high and mighty he was. The whites were denied even a brief audience, while the king would quickly receive any black that wandered in from the countryside. Now the explorer, without knowing it, was actually reporting how African democracy worked, and how it had been working before there was an Athens or Greece, where Westerners think democracy was born. The explorer would have been surprised to know that 1. King in Africa meant something entirely different from what it meant in Europe and Asia. 2. That this black king, far from putting on airs, did not have the right to receive them, even socially, without the presence of at least 3 senior elders. 3. That to consider a petition to conduct explorations in the country, the full Council of State had to be called, and that this could not be done by the king without the advice of the first minister, who happened to be on tour when the explorers arrived to the capital. And that he old blacks they saw wandering in from the countryside and immediately given audience were the 32, the destruction of black civilization counselors who had been summoned, some from distant provinces, to pass on their request to explore. They were the direct representatives of the people. The voice of the king was in fact the voice of the people, without which he could not act on any matter of importance or even talk alone with strangers. It should be clear, therefore, that our guidelines for research must lead to a critical analysis of all sources, whether original, secondary, or oral. In particular, we should seek out those works with the special mission to prove the superiority of whites by proving the inferiority of black soul in language so subtle, scholarly, and scientific that to the uncritical mind their truths seem self-evident. But it is also noteworthy that, while the most hostile racist writers usually prove the very opposite of what they intended, their works inevitably contain useful factual data that must be accepted. Indeed, it is doubtful whether anyone, even a devil, could write a book completely devoid of truth. Research in African history is more tedious, laborious, and time-consuming than that in other unsuppressed fields. For in developing the underdeveloped history of the blacks, one has to explore the most unlikely sources for a fragment here and a fragment there, and in works in no way concerned with African history, and just as often without any kind of history. Sometimes it is a paragraph or two in an explorer's account. At other times, significant items may be found in the numerous missionary reports to the Home Office, explaining the mission's tasks, but also the native institutions to be overcome. All of these may be valuable and most valid sources precisely because they were not intended to be such at all. The writers were detailing bigger European interests. Any references to Africans were merely incidental to larger purposes. Just piecing all these fragments together could be a research field by itself. In my work in European and American history, I ran into no such problems, and the research tasks were easier. In Egyptian history, to give a final example of Caucasian roadblocks to be overcome, one has the extra, time-consuming job of identifying the numerous black giants of history who have been classified and effectively disguised as Caucasians over the centuries. First of all, one must know the various names that referred exclusively to blacks, and by which they were known throughout the ancient world. For in addition to the more widely used African and Ethiopian, they were also known as Thebans, Libyans, Thinnites, Nubians, Cushites, Memphites, Numidians, etc. Even before white Asians gained the ascendancy in any of these areas, their very presence in relatively small numbers was sufficient to identify them as the leaders and achievers of whatever attracted the attention of the world. Another trick, the very opposite of the American law and practice, was to classify Africans with Caucasian blood as Caucasians. If any of those so classified turned out to be notorious characters, pro-African or anti-white, they were loudly proclaimed and contemptuously called half-breeds. The millions of early blacks who were forced, either by circumstances or expediency, to replace their own names with Asian and European names only added to the problems of historical identification. Far from becoming baffled and discouraged by the more painstaking basic research required, the student of African history must accept the challenge as a 20th century mandate that is essential to the salvation of the race in the most literal sense. They will need the active support of black governments and predominantly black institutions of learning. These should be actively sponsoring 1. Comprehensive, basic research programs, 2. Research teams for field studies, especially in history and archaeology, and 3. A thoroughgoing teacher training program for history and other related disciplines. What, indeed, are black institutions of learning waiting for? The young people to show the way. The simple truth is that what is needed first is active pioneering initiative. Financial assistance would then be forthcoming even from unexpected sources. Black inertia is the main problem. There is still too much dependence on white scholars to do our work for us. I have written elsewhere that as long as we rely on white historians to write black history for us, we should keep silent about what they produce. They form the Caucasian viewpoint, and we are naive, indeed, if we expect them to do otherwise, all the ballyhoo about their scientific objectivity to the contrary notwithstanding. Theoretical framework. Over the years of studying African history, certain propositions and theories evolved quite naturally as guiding headlights in the explorations. A few of them are set forth here, some previously stated or implied. 1. That Africa, all Africa, is the native homeland of the blacks, and that the Asiatic peoples who occupy North and Eastern Africa, even though they may have been there for centuries, are no more native Africans than are the Dutch and British, who likewise occupy, and the preview 33. 34. Destruction of black civilization, control the southern regions of th continent. The question of where the homelands are from which of these invaders came is not debatable. 2. Blacks were among the very earliest builders of a great civilization on this planet, including the development of writing, sciences, engineering, medicine, architecture, ion, and the fine arts. 3. The story of how such an advanced civilization was lost is one of the greatest and most tragic in the history of mankind, and should be the main focus of research studies in Akan history. 4. Asian imperialism, though rarely ever mentioned, was, and still is even more devastating for the African people than that of either Europe or America. The Arabs' white superiority complex is not one whit less than that of Europe or America, all through their strategy of brotherhood deceives naive blacks. 5. The forces behind the continuous splintering of small groups and even the breaking up of kingdoms and empires, followed by the equally endless migrations, included steadily increasing death of the soil and the advance of the deserts, the drying up of lakes and rivers, along with the attending change of heat climate, and the always certain internal strifefall, combined with evasions and famine, to become a way of life. 6. The strength and greatness of African people can be measured by how, in the face of what at times seemed to be all the forces of hell, they fought through it all to survive and rebuild kingdoms and empires, some of which endured 1,000 years. 7. Within the framework of events' smallest surviving states, the basic principles of the traditional Afghan constitution were adhered to and kept alive throughout all the paving centuries as the fundamental elements of ancient democratic, social, political, and economic systems all over the continent. Later, Africa was the cradle of a religious civilization based on the conception of one supreme God, creator of the universe. This belief in one supreme being antedated off the Jews by several thousand years before Abraham, and the role of the numerous subdeities on 2. An important fact that should be well known is that all unmixed Africans are not jet black, for we, the great majority, are black-skinned. Countless thousands who lived for centuries in cool areas have lighter complexion and no Caucasian blood at all. 35, whom Western writers dwell, was exactly the same as that of patron saints in the Christian world. I advance further the theory that the early wandering Hebrews, so numerous in Africa, received many of their religious ideas in Africa. For there it was that Abraham sojourned, Moses was born, Joseph lived, and some of the early years of Jesus Christ were spent. There is no question that even centuries after mulattoes and Asians emerged as the only Egyptians, they still regarded Black Africa as the chief source of the spiritual, the land of the gods, or the land of the spirits. 9. Notwithstanding the remarkable civilization they developed even millenniums before Christ, and the amazing rebuilding of empires in spite of the great dispersions, notwithstanding all of this, African people fell far behind in the forward march of the rest of mankind because, in addition to the destructive forces of nature on the continent and the hostile force from without, they, the African people, further enshackled themselves with their own hands through certain aspects of their social institutions and beliefs that stood as roadblocks to progress even where conditions were favorable. The scholars WAR on the blacks. This work begins where the history of the blacks began, in Egypt, northern Ethiopia, and the Sudan, southern Ethiopia. Thus, at the very outset, I clash head-on with the Caucasian version of African history. My focus, then, is on the great issues in the history of the blacks that emerge from this confrontation with white scholarship. For while I have covered much of the same ground explored by scholars before me, I have generally reached different conclusions than theirs, and from the same body of facts. Let us pause for a moment at this point. I have made a blanket indictment of white Western scholarship on Africa. If it cannot be sustained, it should never have been made. They are brought under fire at various points throughout this work. The kind of work, as I also had stated, should be absolutely needless in the closing years of the 20th century. The case against Western Africanists is rather fully set forth in the work itself, but may be outlined here as follows. First of all, they are not ignorant of the true history of the blacks, including their achievements as builders of one of the first great civilizations on this earth. Ancient writers say it was the very first, and they, the 36, the destruction of black civilization. Western scholars know all about the authentic early and modern sources. They simply ignore and refuse to publish any facts of African history that upset or even tend to upset their racial philosophy that rests so solidly on premises sanctified by time that they no longer need to be openly proclaimed. 2. They are unwittingly promoting the steady march toward a world conflict between the races. Yet they are doing what they feel they must do in faithful obedience to their Caucasian culture, the racial pattern of which emerged in the 17th century. The steady conquest and enslavement of a whole people made it imperative to create both a religious and a scientific doctrine to assuage the white conscience. Their phenomenal success in the industrial world at once supports and justifies their philosophy, the supremacy of the fittest. The danger now arises from an entirely new and unexpected development, a sleeping and submissive non-white world, while all this white power was being amassed, is no longer either sleeping or submissive. 3. Even the African revolt against colonialism and the worldwide challenge to white domination of the entire earth, even these signals of change do not disturb these scholars of imperialism. They represent the lords of the earth, controlling all levels of education, science, and research. They control the education of blacks throughout the world. Therefore, they see no need, even in the 1980s, to take a new look at the history of blacks from its beginning and start the work of restoring the pages they had either deleted or ignored. They are doing the very opposite. Their histories and other scientific studies of the blacks are presented just as they have been for 300 years. With the rise and spread of independent African states and the Black Revolution in the United States, these scholarly representatives of white supremacy quickly reformed their techniques of mind control. They set up in Europe and America highly financed African studies associations, societies, institutes, history journals, and African periodicals of various kinds, all under complete white control and direction. Their African studies programs were pushed in the colleges and universities far ahead of the general demand by black youth for black studies. As the latter demands developed, black youth discovered that white professors not only bade the field occupied, but were still teaching their traditional viewpoint on race. In the continuing crusade to control the minds of blacks through the nature of their education, American and British scholars lead. They are 37, as ruthless and aggressive in their scholarly pursuits on races as their co-partners in seizing and controlling the wealth and peoples of other lands. Having established strong national and international African associations and journals that attempt to control research activities on Africa, they proceeded to flood the world with hastily thrown together African histories, pamphlets, and publications on just about every subject that could stand a black title. 4. From their all-powerful position of strength, they continue to arrange and rearrange the world as it pleases them, naming and classifying people, places, and things as they will. In the United States, whites known to have any amount of Negro blood, no matter how small, are classified as Negroes. In Africa, North Africa in particular, they do the very opposite. Blacks with any amount of Caucasian blood are classified as white. This scheme was rigorously applied in the history of Egypt, for example, where even unmixed black pharaohs became white, and the original black population was never referred to as Egyptian at all. The black kings who founded and ruled from the first dynasty are disguised as such, while the Sate kings, white, of the small areas of Lower Egypt are presented as the pharaohs of all Egypt, even when African pharaohs were on the throne of Upper Egypt. Blotting the blacks out of history included replacing African names of persons, place, and things with Arabic and European names. One wave of the master's magic wand, and black Hamites and even Cushites, like their early Egyptian brothers, are no longer Africans. 5-7 Air periodization of African history is carefully arranged in such a way that the history becomes the history of Arabs and Europeans in Africa, and not the history of Africans. In African history, a recent publication of the American Historical Association as a guide to teaching, their purpose becomes clear in the arrangement itself. First period is from the fall of the Roman Empire to 700 A.D., the Arab invasions. The second period of African history is the period of Islamic civilization, 700 A.D., to the coming of the Europeans in 1500. The European period, from 1500 to 1960, is subdivided at 1880 to mark the period colonialism. There is no period of black civilization in black Africa. Such is the Caucasian viewpoint that is almost a religion. Their very first period eliminates 4,000 years of black civilization and the very greatest periods of African achievements. Their second period is devoted to the Arabs and Berbers in Africa, and in their third period, the focus is on European civilization. And it is all done under the heading of African history. 38 The destruction of black civilization, where it is impossible to deny black achievements equal to and often above the whites. Such achievements were attributed to some kind of Caucasian influence, even if imaginary. Yet the AHA publication number 56 uses the same strategy that makes Western scholarship so very triumphant. The main thrusts of its racist presuppositions are, for the unwary, completely hidden by much highly welcomed factual materials. But what is certain to disarm almost everyone is racism's forthright attacks on racism throughout the publication. I suppose no one is expected to notice the implied incapacity of black historians to deal with African history objectively. They are not referred to as historians, of course, they are. Some modern African intellectuals who have tried to show great civilizations in the past, grander than anything that ever existed. As a direct result of this continued universal enslavement through education, black youth are in revolt. That revolt will become increasingly dangerous as they begin to realize how completely they are blocked from self-realization in the very institutions that should further it. How difficult it is to find suitable textbooks in black history or even Negro teachers who do not limit themselves to the viewpoints of the white masters who trained them. The frustrations become more intolerable as the young find themselves between two fires: the white racists who determine the very nature of their education, and the Negro educators who also see the world through the blue eyes of the Saxons. In short, they are forced to turn to their own devices because they find so many of their own race, who should be working with them, in the camps of the enemy. Insofar as periodization is concerned, no one should be so naive as to expect a proper division of African history while the field is almost completely preempted by the enemies of that history. A proper division would tend to encourage a more all-inclusive research and a less biased interpretation of the results. Neither will happen until a new generation of black research scholars and historians take to the field, becoming the foremost authorities in their own right black historians, not a single one of whom will fall in Professor Philip D. Curtin's category of black intellectuals who try to show great civilizations in the past, grander than anything that ever existed. The new research efforts call for black experts not only in the field of history, but also in the allied fields from which African history must heavily draw: archaeology, anthropology, linguistics, etc. The NEW approach the first period would begin with prehistory, primarily because one of the oldest cities on Earth was begun by blacks before recorded history. Another important reason is that the Canaanites and Asians had invaded the Nile Delta and established a stronghold in Lower Egypt, then northeastern Ethiopia or Kem in prehistoric times. This early concentration of whites along the seacoasts of the land of the blacks is a circumstance of crucial importance in black history, because it was exactly from this development that the achievements of the blacks were overshadowed by later writers or blotted out entirely. The call is for black specialists for one period in one area. What, for example, was the actual influence of the white Asians, rigidly held back for centuries in the lower 1/4 of the country, upon the blacks who held the 3/4 that came to be known as Upper Egypt? Review and in-depth studies of this period are required. The general historian is out. The best general histories, region by region, can be written only after the work of the specialists is done. The second period might well be from the conquest of Lower Egypt by the Ethiopian leader Menes in 3100 B.C. to the end of the 6th dynasty, 2181, also the end of the Old Kingdom. This was the period that gave birth to Egypt, and before which there was no Egypt. It was the period during which black kings united the two lands, started the dynastic lineage system, and began the building of the greatest civilization. The greatest in-depth review and concentration of research should be focused on this second period. It was, in fact, the golden age in the history of the blacks, the age in which they reached the pinnacle of a glory so dazzling in achievements that Western and Arab writers felt compelled to erase it by the sheer power of their position. Beginning black history over 3,000 years later and limiting it such as they allowed to Africa south of the Sahara. The third period of black history in Egypt should begin with the 7th dynasty, 2181 B.C., and subdivided into the tragic periods of internal turmoil and white invasions. The first subdivision would be from 2181 B.C. to 2040 B.C., covering the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th dynasties. Thereafter, strict chronology should be ignored in 3. Earlier dates, such as 4500 B.C., are also given and accepted by many authorities, for conflicting dates do appear in ancient records. I do not debate the point. 40. The destruction of black civilization, order to focus on a single issue: the role of invasions and conquests in the destruction of black civilization, with the resulting ethnic transformation of Egypt from black to brown, Afro-Asian and Afro-European to white. This means that the second subdivision would bypass the restoration period of the great 11th and 12th dynasties for the next period of invasion and conquest, the Hebrew Hyksos rule 1645–1567 B.C. Again, bypassing the new empire, the other subdivisions would study the periods of Assyrian, Persian, Greek, Roman, and Arab invasions, and the impact of their conquests and rule on the blacks. The fourth major division would begin with the skipped-over 11th and 12th dynasties, 1786–1233 B.C., the Great 18th, 1567–1320, and then continue from the age of Ramses to the end of the 24th dynasty, 1330–730. The fifth period should be from the last of the black pharaohs to the destruction of the remaining southern division of the Ethiopian Empire below the First Cataract, 730 B.C. to the 5th century A.D. The sixth period from the re-emergence of successor black states in the 5th century AD to their final destruction by the Arabs in the 13th century. The 7th period, like the 2nd, should not be a time division of neat and largely irrelevant chronological sequences. It is a study of migrations of the blacks that covered many centuries, but which became more widespread and desperate after the Arab conquest of the original center of black civilization in the Sudan. The long periods of wandering all over the continent, often aimlessly, comprised the great historic race of the blacks for survival, a race that tried to outdistance famine, disease, slavery, and death. The period that deserves more intense study and critical analysis extends from the 13th century to colonialism in the 19th. Elsewhere, I have posed the most perplexing question. If the blacks were among the very first builders of civilization, and their land the birthplace of civilization, what has happened to them that has left them since then at the bottom of world society? Precisely what happened? The Caucasian answer is simple and well known. The blacks have always been at the bottom. This answer is clear even in the histories and other educational material which whites so busily prepare for blacks. Almost all of the true answers will be found in the study of the causes of the migrations and the tragic results stemming directly from those seemingly endless movements of fragmented peoples. 41. How was the art of writing lost by one of the first peoples to invent it? Study the migrations. How and why did a once great people with a common origin splinter off into countless little independent societies and chiefdoms from which 2,000 different languages and dialects developed? Study the migrations. What caused the brother against brother internecine wars, hatreds, slavery, and mutual suspicion among the various black societies? Again, study the migrations. There would be several subdivisions of great importance. Slavery and the slave trade, for example, would include Africa, Asia, and the Americas. This would be the background for later periods covering black history in the United States, South America, and the Caribbean areas. The 8th division is the re-emergence of African kingdoms and empires by regions between the 10th and 19th centuries. This was the period during which there were attempts in every region of Africa to restore the glory that was Ethiopia's. It is doubtful if any of these black states realized that they were being slowly but steadily surrounded and hemmed in from all directions by invaders from the seacoasts and across the Sahara. The ultimate fall of the black states, first under Islamic and then under European Christian blows, closed this period with the triumph of colonialism. The final period is the Black Revolution that ended political colonialism with the rise of politically independent states. This would take us from 1950 to the present and should be subdivided for the developments in Black America, South America, and the islands of the seas. From the new approach and plan for research, study, and development of African history presented above, periodization, while recognized as highly important, is not allowed to so fragment a great movement or development covering many periods and millenniums that their real significance is lost. Examples are the ethnic transformation of Egypt from black to brown to white, and the long centuries of the Great Migrations. These defied periodization in any meaningful sense. I only made passing reference in the work to blacks scattered outside of Africa over the world, not from the slave trade, but from dispersions that began in prehistory. This fact alone indicates the great tasks of future scholarship on the real history of the race. We are actually just on the threshold, gathering up some important missing fragments. The biggest jobs are still ahead. 42. The destruction of black civilization. Ancient China and the Far East, for example, must be a special area of African research. How do we explain such a large population of blacks in southern China, powerful enough to form a kingdom of their own? Or the black people of Formosa, Australia, the Malay Peninsula, Indochina, the Andaman, and numerous other islands. The heavy concentration of Africans in India, and the evidence that the earliest Aryan chiefs were black, which will make Hitler rise from his grave, opens still another interesting field for investigation. Even the Negroid finds in early Europe appear not to be as challenging as the black population centers in Asia. For again, reference is not made to small groups which may have wandered anywhere over the earth. Rather, our concern is with great and dominant populations. These are the blacks who have so puzzled Western scholars that some theorize that Asia or Europe may be the homeland of Africans after all. The African populations in Palestine, Arabia, and Mesopotamia are better known, although the many centuries of black rule over Palestine, South Arabia, and in Mesopotamia should be studied and elaborated in more detail. All of this will call for a new kind of scholarship, a scholarship without any mission other than the discovery of truth, and one that will not tremble with fear when that truth is contrary to what one prefers to believe. Nothing is clearer than the tragic fact that Africa, like the rest of the black world, has only the illusion of being free and independent. It is only about 1/3 free. It is still as economically enshackled as it ever was, in some respects more so. The study of this period and the conditions it presents will confront the blacks of the world with the final challenge. The response to that challenge will be the test of the genius of the race. The outcome, and indeed the whole future of the race, depends upon the extent to which we have become intellectually emancipated and decucationized enough to pioneer in original thinking. Those who do become free, in fact, will no longer readily grab the white man's ideologies and systems, whether capitalism, the Western version of democracy, or communism, without a critical review and analysis to determine whether Africa's own traditional system, when updated, may not be truly superior and best fitted to meet the aspirations of the black world. This last period, then, is the time of great decisions. It may well be the black race's last chance for a rebirth and salvation. The division proposed above for a new approach in the research, teaching, and study of African history will outrage most Western and Arab scholars, along with their subservient Negro followers, because I, the preview 43b of have shifted the main focus from the history of Arabs and Europeans in Africa to the Africans themselves, a history of the blacks that is a history lax. They will be coming back, center stage, into their own history at last, but to what end? Will it be just for the intellectual satisfaction of knowing our true history? Knowing it, but so what? The answer is nothing, unless from history we learn what our strengths were, and especially in what particular aspect we are weak and vulnerable. Our history can then become at once the foundation and guiding light for united efforts in serious planning what we should be about now. Chapter I. The overview. The land of the blacks was a vast land, a big world unto itself, covering 12,000,000 square miles. From its northernmost point, in what is now Tunisia, to Cape Equal is approximately 5,000 miles, and in its widest extent from east to west, it is 4,600 miles. The whole of this second largest continent was once billed as Sudan, the land of the blacks, and not just the southern region to which they had been steadily pushed from the north. After Asian, Greek, and Roman occupations, the term Sudan came to indicate the areas not yet taken from the blacks, and was coextensive with the Ethiopian Empire. For the Ethiopian Empire once extended from the Mediterranean north and southward to the source of the Nile in the country Abyssinia, which recently reverted to the ancient name of the Ethiopian Empire, of which in earlier times it formed its southeastern provinces. Even as late as the times of Menes, 300 B.C., Ethiopia still included 3/4 of Egypt, or up to 29 degrees north parallel. The Asians held the Delta region, hence the two lands well known to all historians but never fully explained. To explain the two lands, of course, would blast the myth about the builders of Egyptian civilization. It was pointed out that the study of the blacks must begin in Egypt because most of their indestructible monuments are there, and further, because many of the artifacts archaeologists have been uncovering during the past 75 years as Egyptian are in fact African. Yet the very heartland of the race and the cradle of civilization were actually further south, below the First Cataract. Centered around the 44, the overview 45 capital cities of Napata and Meroe. From there, black civilization spread north, reaching its most spectacular achievements in what became known as Egyptian civilization. The general condition of vast stretches of uninhabited and uninhabitable land over the continent seemed to support the Western thesis that Africans never developed any worthwhile civilization with a notable historic past. The more charitable might add that, in the very nature of their situation, it could not have been otherwise. Samuel Baker went far in promoting the idea of African innate inferiority, even if he had to use the most forbidding area in Africa to do it, the terrible swamplands of the Sud, an area south of Khartoum, that, in its full extent, is as big as England. No one would claim that any kind of society, civilized or savage, could exist in the Sud swamplands, probably the largest in the world, for it was neither all land nor water, but a seemingly endless mass of rotting vegetation, interwoven tree-like vines, steaming heat, swarming man-killing mosquitoes, crocodiles, hippos, and other unknown forms of tropical life. The conclusion of Baker and others was that they were in a land where time had stood still since its beginning, where life never advanced, and the human species had simply rotated in aimless cycles like the animal life in the Sud. As late as the 1840s and 50s, these explorers, even the most ignorant, should have known that in the same vast continent of wastelands, tropical rainforests and swamplands, there were also areas of arable land and civilized states. But they wrote about what they saw the most of: vast stretches of wasteland and secluded groups of strange people. But as we shall see, some of the great kingdoms and empire builders in Africa seem not to have known the meaning of failure, or to have any ideas about surrendering to fate. Ejected here, they led the people there and began to build again. Wherever the splintered-off refugee groups found a place where the soil seemed favorable for cultivation, and the land unoccupied by preceding migrants, they settled and began to build villages again. A sense of relative security was a necessary factor in deciding where to begin a new settlement. A crucial question was how many miles had they put between the slave hunters and themselves. For the kind of houses and community buildings they would erect depended directly on the probability of permanent settlement or sudden flight again. In short, they could build large, sturdy, and attractive compound homes and temples of worship, or easily demolished huts. 46. The destruction of black civilization. It was for reasons of security that so many of these groups, later called tribes or societies, sought the most hidden and isolated areas they could find. This permanent separation from their kinsmen in other groups was generally quite contrary to their heart's desires. The original splintering off and parting was often done in tears, but breaking up into smaller units seemed to be the only route to survival in a permanent crisis situation, apparently permanent, since the movement of people over the continent had been going on so far beyond the memory of each generation that migrations and temporary settlements were among the most significant facts in the oral tradition of each society. Fragmentation and isolation had two momentous consequences. The first was that the isolation of various groups led to the development of over 2,000 different dialects and languages. The second fateful outcome was that the rise of all these tongues widened the gulf between the blacks that territorial distances had already achieved. One should pause here for reflection if there is any serious attempt to really understand what happened to the African people and why. For even without the aid of Western writers in emphasizing the language differences and the cultural variations and attempting to show how unrelated the blacks were, they, in time, came to consider themselves unique, with each society not only independent of the other, but independent of its enemy, if only potentially. Disunity and mutual suspicion became an African way of life. Small chiefdoms sprang up everywhere, often no more than a village of 100 or 200 people. Africa, therefore, presented itself to Asia and Europe as the ideal land for exploitation, enslavement, and conquest. The history is complex and many-sided, and would be so if we were discussing just one nation and not an entire continent. THS is why our focus must be on the main lines of development, the African-wide aspects, and the unmistakable common origin and continent-wide sameness of basic institutions which these universal aspects reflect. There were, then, different outcomes for different societies. Some perished even to the last member from disease, starvation, or warfare. Others, despairing of ever again being able to have a fixed abode, became nomads. Some, although isolated so long that they had developed different languages and customs, had nevertheless decided that salvation required a union with other groups. These were the tribes that merged with other tribes, lost their separate identity and languages, and who evolved from this process a single common language, larger the overview 47, and larger chiefdoms, kingdoms, and finally empires that began the rebirth of their long-lost civilization. The fiercest wars between the blacks occurred in the founding and expansion of new kingdoms and empires. For while the core groups were voluntary confederations, expansion of an empire required the conquest of neighboring states, usually small, independent chiefdoms that preferred to maintain their absolute sovereignty. The repercussions from this forced unity by conquest were to shake the continent from end to end centuries later, when European political rule ended. Modern Africans and students of Africa have tended to emphasize the destructive impact of European imperialism in Africa, while ignoring the most damaging developments from the Arab impact before the general European takeover in the last quarter of the 19th century, a relatively recent period. This point is important, for one of the most remarkable chapters in the history of the blacks is that dealing with those dauntless leaders and people who, having lost one state after another, along with 3/4 of their kinsmen, nevertheless overrode all the forces of destruction and death, and began to build, always once again, still another state. From the earliest times, the elimination of these states as independent African sovereignties had been an Asian objective, stepped up by Muslim onslaughts after the 7th century A.D. So the re-established black states were still being conquered and Islamized when Europeans began to arrive in great numbers to impose their rule over both Asians and Africans. The big thing that happened here, to repeat, is generally glossed over, ignored, or forgotten. The last being a pretension, since a historical development of this magnitude could hardly be forgotten by serious writers on Africa. For what happened, very simply, was that European imperialism in Africa checked and replaced Arab imperialism. The Arab screams against Western imperialism are the screams of outrage against Western imperialists for checking and subduing Eastern imperialists in the very midst of the blacks they had conquered. There are still countless thousands of blacks who are naive enough to believe that the Arabs' bitter attack on Western colonialism show their common cause with black Africa. 48. The destruction of black civilization insofar as those who were fortunate enough to find promising areas for settlement are concerned. The picture was generally one of state building and the revival of basic African institutions which, though not forgotten, could neither be maintained nor developed by any people forever on the move. But what about the countless societies fleeing before the conquering hordes and the enslavers, as well as famine and the deaths which were their daily companion? What about those who found no promised land anywhere? For quite unlike the societies I mentioned that could settle down and had the opportunity to start and develop civilizations comparable to any elsewhere in the world at the time, these people could neither settle down nor, therefore, develop a civilization. What they suffered from year to year as they wandered over the continent is almost beyond both description and belief. In fact, while the story is well known, few writers would want to go into its awful details. Suffice to say at this point that here then were numerous societies of Africans that were virtually sentenced either to death from starvation or enslavement by Arabs. I am still in the pre-European period, or barbarism and savagery, and in many cases, even cannibalism. Under such conditions, I would defend not only the retrogression of these people to barbarism, but to cannibalism itself. The defense of the latter is easy, since it has been well established that other supposedly highly civilized men will revert to savagery and cannibalism under prolonged conditions of extreme hunger and thirst, when survival itself was the only question that dominates the human mind. This phenomenon of reverting to a state of savagery and even cannibalism under extreme conditions of starvation is known to occur universally among various peoples: white, black, brown, red, or yellow. The facts we have then show that after they lost Egypt and the Eastern Sudan, some Africans, overriding all adverse conditions, grouped themselves to form nations and developed a high order of civilization independent of any external influences. Others never settled anywhere long enough to develop anything notable, but seemed to remain in a state of lethargy or suspended animation. They had surrendered to fate and became too weak to fight back. They descended to a state of semi-barbarism. Descended because most of these societies had known better times and a higher order of life. Some in more favorable circumstances, nevertheless, failed to advance. Still others were in the class discussed in connection with cannibalism, hunger-crazed people, who they overview 49 had sunk to the lowest levels of dog-eat-dog existence. These last are the people about whom European and American authors delight to write. No cartoons are better known than those showing a sweating white man, usually an explorer or missionary, being cooked in a huge black pot, while black savages dance around with human bones decorating their heads or stuck through pierced noses. The idea these experts on Africa have been planting, and still actively plant, in the minds of the peoples of the world is that this is Africa, and these are the savages who are now clamoring for independence. Nature joins the attack. The question of physiology, vegetation, climate, water, and soil are all more crucial in the history of the blacks than they are in the case of any other people. For here a whole continent is involved, and on that continent a people who, in one period of time, were among the foremost people on earth, and in a later period, the farthest behind. Nature itself set an environmental stage in a manner, and under conditions which appear to have been designed to test to the utmost one race's moral, intellectual, and physical powers, to override all obstacles to survival. The slow but relentlessly steady withdrawal of inhabitable land over the centuries eventually left Africa a land of desolation, a wasteland, the greater part of which was desert and treeless grassland, with only a fractional part, about 10%, with the much-needed forests and thickets. Even the continental land configuration was against its native inhabitants. Like a vast inclined plane, the highlands, beginning in Central Africa at 3,000 feet above sea level, rose southward to higher and higher levels, reaching the highest level of 15,000 feet in the southeastern provinces of the ancient Ethiopian Empire. This caused Africa to slope northward and its principal, the Nile in particular, to flow in the same direction. This single circumstance caused the blacks to lose the very earliest centers of their civilization and the heartland of the race, Egypt, and the southern area that was later called the Sudan, or Land of the Blacks, just as though Egypt itself was not also formerly the land of the blacks. For the greatest of their rivers, the Nile, played still another tragic joke on its people. This river, the longest in the world, flows 127 miles across Africa from Lake Nyanza to the Mediterranean. Yet not until it reaches Aswan, and begins its last stretch of 750 miles to 50, the destruction of black civilization, the sea, does it overflow to further enrich 500 square miles of already fertile soil in Egypt. For its 377 miles through the heart of Black Africa, the Nile sank as it cut deep canyons in its soft limestone floor, leaving cliffs at places from a few hundred to 1,000 feet high. What this means is that for over 3,000 miles through the eastern side of the continent, the Nile was collecting the rich soil carried to it by the heavy rains and 1,000 tributary streams. These flow into the mother of rivers and add to the enrichment of its waters flowing northward, guarded all the way by her deep channels until it reaches the hard sandstone bottom above Asuan, and then begins its periodic overflow the rest of the way to the sea. Here, a natural phenomenon cheated the Africans in a big way that was to have dire consequences. There could be no black daughter of the Nile, observed Parsons in his streams of history. For the Nile, in making up Ethiopia, Egypt, so rich in food production that it became world famous not only as the bread basket of the world, but also for its highly advanced civilization, stirred the envy of Asia and Europe, from which continents migrants began to settle. Even in this, the physical geography of Africa was favorable to the peaceful settlers who later were to become its conquerors and rulers. For the seacoast is lowland everywhere, not more than 500 feet above sea level, and remains lowland 500 miles inland. Asian and European occupation of the seacoasts of North Africa and East Africa was, therefore, relatively easy, and probably even welcomed at first by the blacks as co-partners in world trade. But the poor and hungry nomads from the vast desert areas of the Middle East poured into the most fertile and easily accessible areas of this other land of deserts, that is North Africa. There were several consequences of the greatest historical importance, which are generally not sufficiently stressed. The first was that both the Saharan transformation and the steady incursion of Asians pressured more and more blacks back into the interior to concentrate in the already limited survival areas, where just to subsist was a daily struggle. The second important result was the widespread amalgamation of the races. For the weaker, more submissive blacks remained in Asian-occupied territory to become slave laborers and slave soldiers, and to witness a ruthless sexual traffic in black women that gave rise to a new breed of Afro-Asians. These were classed as Caucasians or Asians. They themselves bitterly objected to being identified with the race of the Overview 51, their mothers African. When these later became known as Egyptians in Egypt, Moors in Morocco, and Mauritanians or Carthaginians in Carthage, Tunis, great care was taken to distinguish them from Africans in daily intercourse, in paintings, and in documentary literature. This new breed, half African, was to join with their Asian fathers and forefathers in the wars and enslaving raids against the blacks that went on century after century until all North Africa was eventually taken. Still another fateful geographical factor that favored the invaders has been implied or partly stated in the foregoing observations. Aside from the easy occupation of the lowlands of the seacoast and the gradual taking over of the rich lands of the Nile Valley and its ancient civilization, both Asians and Europeans found the highlands of southern and eastern Africa more pleasant and healthy for Caucasian settlement. This meant that even after nature had dammed 3/4 of the continent's land mass as impossible to support human life, the Asians and Europeans came in to seize and hold the best of the 1/4 that was left. The blacks found themselves cut off from all seacoasts that then mattered, hemmed in from all directions, and confined within narrower and narrower limits. Thus they became a wandering people, forever migrating in their own vast homeland, fragmenting from great united nations into countless little splinter societies, becoming so isolated from each other that each formed a new language of its own, considering themselves quite different from their original brothers, who were then regarded as strangers and enemies in the endless tribal wars that ensued over the inhabitable land. The land over which these struggles took place varied in different regions. So did the climate that so greatly affected it. The people, and even some of their institutions, varied under environmental influences. The land mass in the eastern regions, for example, has been undergoing a vertical movement of elevation, a sinking and leveling process occasioned by the atmosphere and weathering since Miocene times. Geologists trace the elevation of the mountains in the area, including Kilimanjaro, and the faulting and fracturing that created the Great Rift, to early volcanic activity. In the arid and semi-arid regions, there are vast stretches of desolate land, which were not made so by nature alone. For like the Sahara itself, much of it was once woodland, where animal life flourished and streams flowed. Man played the leading role in this destruction by the use of fire in his shifting farm methods. Animals also helped in the process. The relation of green grass and forest to climate and climate to rainfall seems. 52. The destruction of black civilization not to have been known or fully appreciated. In treeless and grassless areas, the periodic rains evaporate into non-water-holding earth. One may travel hundreds of miles over regions of this kind without finding a single stream. All rivers and streams have disappeared like the rain drops in the sand. Because of the same physical characteristics of the land previously discussed, irrigation was extremely difficult and in most places impossible outside of Egypt. We have spoken so much about African deserts of sand and rocks that one might be misled into thinking that it was this kind of land alone that could not support a population. But there were vast non-desert areas of hard red and red-brown soil that had been leached by heavy rainfall, robbed of its essential elements for vegetation, such as calcium and phosphorus, and of course, its once rich humus of topsoil. This continuous weathering was obviously destructive. The soil problem was further aggravated by having underneath floors of hard laterite elements, just as though there was a master plan to guarantee that this soil would not hold any water. Therefore, the problem involved far more than restoring topsoil and a land conservation program to prevent erosion, because the hard floor underneath drained away the rainfall as fast as it reached that level. No corner or scrap of land in Africa has escaped hunger, says Josu de Castro in his Geography of Hunger. This is a continent of the starving, all of it. And in hunger and chronic malnutrition may he found one of the most decisive reasons for the backwardness of Africa, for the relative stagnation and lassitude of the greater part of its people. But the Garden of Eden areas must not be overlooked when we are considering the general, overall conditions. These are areas which, while not comparable to the rich floodplains of the Nile Valley and Delta, have unfertilized soil that nevertheless produce a surprisingly rapid growth of abundant vegetation and a heavy concentration of animal and bird life. These are the areas where fruits and nuts of many varieties grow in abundance without the aid of man. Without these areas of salvation here and there over the continent, along with pastoral grazing land, the blacks as a race would have doubtlessly perished from the earth. They almost did. The trend once seemed to be definitely in the direction of extinction. Even if we dismiss accounts of planned mass extermination by their enemies as unreliable, too many other threats to survival remain to darken every ray of hope. Disease was the overview. 53. Everywhere the offspring of distress, privation, hunger, and malnutrition. It spread over the land as advance scouts for death. Over half of Africa's babies were either born dead or died soon after birth. Old age was between 40 and 50 years. 3/4 of the people, as even today, are still weakened by malnutrition and malarial water, and a number of diseases that are largely traceable to these two causes: beriberi, pellagra, scurvy, and even leprosy. The scourge of childhood is kwashiorkor, or malignant malnutrition. This accelerated depopulation of the black man's countries resulting from the nature of soil and climate, mass enslavement, deaths in resisting slavery, wars of conquest, intertribal conflicts, exhaustions from endless flights and migrations, and ever-present disease. All this reduced the black population by 3/4. Under reasonable, favorable conditions, the African population today would be 4 times its present number. And when it is pointed out that 3/4 of the people today are still weakened by malaria and malnutrition, reference is made to the 1/4 of the people who survived in spite of it all. How then were the blacks able to battle invading enemies from one end of the continent to the other for several thousand years? True, they were overcome in the end, but what sustained them through all those centuries of struggle on so many different fronts and against so many different kinds of enemies? Weakened so generally by both disease and what became perpetual hunger, whence came their strength and courage to carry on? It may well be that the answers lie in the death-defying pyramids they built in Egypt when the land was theirs. Preconditions for progress. There must be a number of preconditions, without which the genius of any people for thinking, inventing, discovering, and building will be inhibited or eventually die under extreme circumstances. A few of these preconditions for progress are: 1. The people must become famine-free and able to settle down and end their perennial roaming from place to place in search of food and water. 2. Finding suitable territory, the leaders must proceed, through negotiations with other neighboring societies and fragmented groups, to nation building. 3. A crucial precondition, there must be developed a sense of 54. The destruction of black civilization national community among the various language groups that make up the country. This is so important that it cannot be left to wishful thinking or chance. It must be programmed in such a way that a sense of loyalty and of being an important part of a great united brother-sisterhood, which is the nation itself, will develop naturally and allow 4. A strong army for defense, and 5. The reign of law and justice to apply equally to all classes in the society. The people must feel absolutely secure as individuals, that in their country there is equal justice for all. In short, certain conditions in a country can bring about that internal peace, stability, and confidence which unshackle the mind. There is now time to think. No more trekking with bleeding feet for hundreds of miles across rocky deserts. No more seeing your kinsmen fall out to welcome death along the way. A home at last, better farms, plenty of food. And now, time to think. There is nothing mystical about the reasons why one group of people can easily become physically and mentally strong, while another becomes physically weak and less mentally alert. An abundance of nutritious food and pure drinking water may spell the difference between advance and decay. The number of death-dealing diseases developing from malnutrition alone is alarming. But what should be stressed above everything else is that millions of babies may become both physically and mentally retarded by disease, while in their mother's wombs, which is another way of saying that a people wholly ignorant or indifferent to basic health can themselves become inferior in fact. But even this central fact, when fully realized, will still remain in the field of mere discussion until blacks everywhere begin mass organization for mass education for the masses. The system is so structured worldwide that blacks are forced into conditions that can even lead to genetic inferiority. There must be a breakthrough, or there will be gradual extinction. This is the final precondition for survival and advancement. Your attention is called again to the map of Africa, for it is very significant where the earliest invaders entered and permanently settled. They took over the areas of trade that allowed easy contact with their homeland and the other nations of Tiri world. This is a point that simply cannot be overstressed in considering the plight of the African people. In the north, they settled around the Mediterranean, thereby maintaining contact with Europe and Asia. In the northeast, east, and south, they settled along the Red Sea and the Indian Ocean, thereby the overview 55 keeping in touch with their homeland and the trade countries farther away. Black Africa was thus hemmed in and effectively cut off, commercially and otherwise, from the rest of the world. The techniques of penetration and dominance were varied. Some came as peaceful traders, and doubtless, trade was all that was intended by many. Africans were always eager traders. The main attraction of foreign traders was that they brought in many new kinds of commodity ties. These traders had little or no trouble in gaining coastal footholds as trading posts. The land was not sold, but leased. However, the blacks had what the world wanted most: gold, diamonds, ivory, copper, iron ore, and themselves. The trading posts soon became strong fortifications around which villages and towns sprang up as settlers from Asia poured in and armed forces became organized. The Africans watched these developments with increasing apprehension, for the traders were often armed with superior and different types of weapons of war, and spent much time in training recruits, including Africans. Indeed, in some areas, a definite pattern emerged: an all-African army under Asian officers, a pattern to be followed later by the Europeans. This was easy enough for the Arabs. They owned the captured Africans who made up their fighting forces. The Africans could blame only themselves for this. Here, as in certain other things, they were still engaged in practices which, while once universal, had long since been dying out or generally abandoned by the rest of the world. This one was the enslavement of captured prisoners of war. When African chiefs and kings began to sell these to slave-hungry Arabs, they set in motion a chain of events that was to undermine the civilizations of the most advanced societies on the continent, further checking their progress and degrading their whole race for another 2,000 years. When the sale of their fellows became the chief source of wealth, African leaders became increasingly estranged from the finest thing in African life, the sense of community and of kinship with all who would be friends. When freed severed the traditional ties of brotherhood, the gradual movement of the invaders from the coastal areas inland became relatively easy. Blacks against blacks with increasing suspicion and hatred may be traced to the Africans' own slave raids. The inland raids for slaves were resisted by some chiefs, and the raiders were attacked. But this opposition, 56, the destruction of black civilization, was not always due to any opposition to slavery, but to this kind of direct action which bypassed the chiefs and thereby eliminated their profits. The conquest of the blacks by religion, other invaders found penetration easy under the banners of religion. Full advantage was taken of the fact that Africans are a very religious people. First came the crescent flag of the Prophet. The Islamic advance was three-pronged: proselytizing missions claiming one brotherhood, widespread intermarriages, and concubinage with African women due to the Muslim system of polygamy, and forceful conversions at sword point. The cross of Jesus Christ followed the Muslim crescent. The cloak of Christianity was a most convenient hiding place for those who had other designs. Hence the drive to convert. Conversion here meant far more than conversion to Christianity. As in the case of Islam, it meant change into the white man's image, his ideas and value system. The real object of worship turned out to be neither Jesus Christ nor his Father, God, but Western man and Western civilization. Christian brotherhood. Well, yes, in principle, or to be practical, you blacks can have all the Christian brotherhood you desire among yourselves. Apartheid was Africa-wide under colonialism, and not a peculiarity of the South African system, as so many are led to think. But what happened in the process of converting the blacks to Islam and Christianity was the supreme triumph of the white world over the black. Millions of Africans became non-Africans. Africans who were neither Muslims nor Christians were classed as pagans, and therefore required to disavow their whole culture and to regard practically all African institutions as backward or savage. The blacks in their own right became non-persons, members of a race of nobodies, so hopeless that self-realization as personalities, even in a subordinate status, could only be achieved by becoming Muslims or Christians. Indeed, in order to destroy completely not only their African heritage, but also their very one. There were, however, numerous chiefs who not only opposed slavery, but fought against it to the death equals literally. Some were encircled, and with their whole people died fighting the enslaver to the end. 2. The pattern of continent-wide segregated communities can be seen even today in independent African states. The overview 57, African identity psychologically, they were forced to change their names to Arabic and Christian names. Henceforth, if these black Emils, Johns, Mohammeds, Samuels, and Abdullahs happened to achieve greatness in some field, the assumption would be that it was Caucasian achievement, unless a special effort was made to identify the race of the persons in question. Blacks at home in Africa and blacks scattered over the world bore the names of their enslavers and oppressors, the ultimate in self-effacement that promoted a self-hatred which made pride in the race difficult. That these psychological shackles still handicap not only the rebirth of modern African states, but also blacks everywhere, should be obvious to all. Finally, there were the invaders who apparently disdained the cloak of deception and came in fighting. They had no problems. They knew in advance that they would find the Africans almost everywhere, unprepared to defend themselves against a well-organized, well-trained body of men, no matter how small. This situation developed as splinter, independent little states became more and more numerous. The use of secret agents seems to be as old as organized states, for the practice of sending spies as goodwill ambassadors, traders, etc., well in advance into a country to be invaded, goes far back into antiquity. Those sent into Africa from various lands could report back that 1. The Africans were largely a peaceful people engaged in agriculture, mining trades, fishing, the arts, crafts of various kinds, and manufacturing such things as pottery, furniture, building materials, boats, weapons of war, etc. 2. These settled states, and their generally highly developed social and political systems, indicate their advanced civilization. 3. But they were ill-prepared for war, except against their neighbors, who also used the kind of spears, bows, and arrows which we had abandoned long since. 4. In general, they have no swiftly moving, mounted soldiers. 100 of our dashing cavalrymen with firepower could put 10,000 of them to flight. 5. They are a secretive people, for while they are fully aware of the great mineral wealth of the continent, they use it in a very limited way, mainly for personal adornment, and have no desire to open up to foreigners for world commerce that would greatly benefit them. Accordingly, they rigidly limit their trading activities, but mainly because 58. The destruction of black civilization. Asians hold all of their seacoasts and have them cut off from the world and its trade. 6. Finally, the whole of Africa could, with a few exceptions, be progressively taken over simply by picking off one small state after another. For the overall pattern of the continent is one of countless small independent groups, each for itself and itself alone. There is no unity among them, even for a common defense. Since it is the first duty of each chief to protect his people, all seem to be too proud to seek unity with other chiefs, thinking this might indicate a sign of weakness and itself invite attack. Therefore, it could have been truthfully reported to either Asia or Europe any time during the last 1,000 years that the widespread segmentation and attending disunity among the Africans made them easy to conquer and dominate. Some of these 6 hypothetical items would be valid as conclusions regarding a general situation only after the widespread collapse of strong African states, when small splinter states spread over the continent like an epidemic. But as we shall see, the united resistance of the blacks to white Asian invasions had been going on before recorded history began. And despite all the segmentations and endless invasions from the north, south, east, and west, there were black nations that kept up the resistance of 5,000 years right down into the 20th century. We shall review some of these in the chapters which follow. Chapter Roman 2, Ethiopia's oldest daughter. Egypt, the Great Deception. Egypt, as pointed out before, was the northeastern region of ancient Ethiopia. The 6 cataracts of the Nile were the great watermarks in the heartland of the blacks, from whence African cultures spread over the continent, but nowhere was it pronounced as in Egypt. This northern sector of the Ethiopian Empire had been the object of world attention from the earliest times. The fact was that it was in the center of the crossroads from all directions leading into Africa from Asia and Europe. This also explains how the Asians came to occupy and control a fourth of Egypt, Lower Egypt, before the unification of the 2 lands in the 3rd millennium B.C. With the relentless spread of the desert and the attending scarcity of arable land, there was a heavier concentration of Africans in the Nile Delta and Valley, the areas with the richest soil in the empire. The great agricultural system that was developed along the overflowing Nile was one of the sources of the wealth to support the great cultural advances. The other was the gold mines below the first cataract. This was also the magnet that drew Caucasian peoples from many lands. As these increased in number and variety, the undermining of black power was accelerated. The melting pot of the races began around the northern perimeter. The end result was always the same. the blacks were pushed to the bottom of the social, economic, and political ladder whenever and wherever the Asians and their mulatto offsprings gained control. This 59, Northern Kem, Lower Egypt, after 3100 B.C. Memphis Kem, Northern Ethiopia, Upper Egypt after 3100 B.C. Thebes, Nekheb, the Ethiopian Empire, before the unification of the two lands legend. Ethiopia's borders circa 3500 B.C. New Ethiopian border after the loss of Egypt white power centers in Lower Egypt capital cities of the Black cities after Kem became Egypt 30 degrees 20 Ethiopia's oldest daughter. Egypt 61 scheme of weakening the blacks by turning their half-white brothers against them cannot be overemphasized because it began in the early times and it became the universal practice of whites and is still one of the cornerstones in the edifice of white power. The white Asians were generally very proud of their sons by black women, but these black mothers remained slaves while their mulatto sons and daughters were born free and moreover classified as white. As such, they formed a social class that, while never recognized as equal with the real whites, had just about all the other privileges of free men. The picture was generally the same from about 4000 B.C. onward. In the Asian-held areas in the north, the blacks had hard choices to make. As elsewhere on the continent, they had the choice of remaining in their homeland and being reduced to the status of servants and slaves, or if they were well-to-do members of the professional classes, architects, engineers, or skilled craftsmen, they could remain, become integrated in Asian society, be classified as white, and even hold high positions. Or finally, they could reject integration into Asian culture and migrate southwards. This the great majority did. It is therefore not without significance that even today, a number of African tribes 4,000 miles south from Egypt still claim it as their ancestral homeland. There were blacks who neither fled before the Asian advance nor submitted to enslavement. These, also rejecting amalgamation as the process of transforming the race, stood their ground fighting back and were generally wiped out. In short, the Africans held Upper Egypt south, while the Asiatics held Lower Egypt north. Kurt Seth, in attempting to reconstruct the prehistory of Egypt, concluded that the division of the country between Africans in the south and Asiatics in the north was due mostly to a split over religion. According to this view, the Africans refused to accept the cult of Horus that dominated the Nile Delta. They therefore formed a second nation in Upper Egypt and established their national religious shrines at Atamnos, Thebes, Thines, and Napata. Other scholars insisted that the two lands meant that the Africans had simply separated themselves from the Asians. These, unlike Seth, do not inquire about the reasons. 1. Note that throughout this work, I refer to time spans of 6,000 years, 5,000 years, 4,000 years, 3,000, etc. The variations depend on the time span of the developments under discussion. 0. Ethiopia's oldest daughter, Egypt 63. What actually happened in prehistoric times, however, was on such a grand scale over long periods of time that even patterns of unwritten history became clear and understandable. The Asians and Europeans were entering in increasing numbers and pushing the Africans farther and farther away from the Mediterranean, pushing them farther and farther towards what became Africa south of the Sahara. But the Africans had taken their first firm stand within their Egypt, making it two lands, exactly as the Sudan is two lands today with the Arabs and colored Arabs in the north and Africans in the south. And 3, also for exactly the same reason, to escape white oppression. And the Sudanese blacks concentrated in the south for the same ancient reason, to escape white and colored oppression. We are in the period of ancient history. The records of the times are unmistakable, and the evidence is clear only when the archaeologists have done their work well. In no area of the world have they been more successful than in Egypt. It was the science of archaeology, along with ancient historical records, that supported my viewpoint that the Africans, while being either subjugated or pushed southwards, fought back in a century-long series of wars to regain their ancient homeland along the Mediterranean. As early as the end of the 4th millennium B.C. and R, even before the first dynasty in Egypt, there are records of a great African victory over the Asians in the north. 3. The blacks had established their Egyptian capital at Nekheb. The royal palace was just across the river at Nekheb. Thebes and Napata continued to be the cultural centers of the black world. As the historic period opened in Egypt, it appeared that the Africans were retaking the whole of their country. The Palermo stone records victory after victory over the Asians. Finally, the great triumph came when African King Menes defeated the Asians decisively and united all Egypt under African rule again, beginning the historic First Dynasty. 3 historians of ancient Egypt would do well to pause and ponder longer over the question of the two lands. Those who are interested in the truth about the black man's history would be compelled to do so. For the most significant part of the black African's history developed in Egypt, too. Reference is made to the palettes and maceheads found at Hierakonpolis. 3. There was in fact no Egypt before Menes built Memphis. 64. The destruction of black civilization and the division of the country into 2 lands, one predominantly Asian, and the other African, marked the first great stage of the unending pressures that steadily forced the blacks from the northern areas. But for countless centuries, the greater region was held by the blacks. This was the southern region called Upper Egypt. It seems quite clear that this seesaw conflict between Africans and Asians covered centuries back into prehistory, just as it was to continue intermittently for nearly 5,000 years after Menes. Indeed, the Zanzibar Revolution and the purely racial conflict in the Sudan are simply a present-day continuity of the ancient struggle between the invaders and the invaded. After the Asian north was subdued, the African capital city was moved from Nekheb in the south to the north, where the 2 lands met. Here, astride what had been the boundary, the eternal city of Memphis was built, named for the king, and like Thebes, became the focal point of black power and one of the chief centers of African civilization. In completing the building of Memphis, Menes's nephew apparently believed that he was making the final settlement of the Asian problem, and that this capital city would stand forever. The massive fortification system built to control the Asians stood for centuries. The Africans' literal belief in immortality was reflected in their building and burial arrangements. The early 3-chambered brick mastabas foreshadowed the later pyramids that were to surround the city like watchmen and form a line of march from there into the Giza Desert. During one of the longest reigns in history, Menes brought about the kind of stability and innovations in administration that not only provided a solid foundation for a first dynasty, but also the economic and social conditions necessary for the more uniform expansion of religion, the arts, crafts, and the mathematical sciences. Here too is where Mesopotamia, Palestine, and Greece, although not as advanced, may have made cultural contributions to the Africans and received much from them in return. The external influence, the Greek contribution was the greatest. It was accidental, one of those accidents of history that turns out to be highly important. In this case, the Greeks unwittingly applied the second name of the city of Menes, Memphis, Aegyptos, to the whole country. For Memphis was Ethiopia's oldest daughter, Egypt 65, also called Hiccupta, or the mansion of the soul of Ptah, the god protector of the city. From the Greek Aegyptos, Memphis became Egypt, and Egypt became the name of the 2 lands, extending from the Mediterranean to the First Cataract. There was no Egypt before the Black King, from whose name it was indirectly derived. Before that, the country was called Kem or Kemi, another name indicating its black inhabitants, and not the color of the soil, as some writers have needlessly strained themselves in asserting. Indeed, the strong predilection of both Europeans and white Asians to replace the names of other peoples and places with their own terminologies, was at once a blessing and a curse in the history of the blacks. Not knowing the racist twist that modern history was to take, these early historians, geographers, and travelers reported what they found and described peoples in their own terms of speech. In doing so, they established beyond question that the blacks were the first Egyptians and the builders of that ancient civilization. For it was these early writers, and not the blacks, who made it clear that although the invading Euro-Askans had firmly established themselves in about 1/4 of northern Ethiopia, Lower Egypt, as early as the 4th millennium B.C., the blacks with equal firmness held all the rest from the 29th north parallel to the 10th south. It was the whites, not the blacks, who called Africa the land of the blacks, until Asian and European invasions made it expedient to change this to mean African countries not yet taken over by Caucasians, and later to Africa south of the Sahara. Even this has to be qualified now as the whites dominate South Africa. The early whites again, not the blacks, not only defined all Upper Egypt as black to distinguish it from predominantly white Lower Egypt, but they settled the matter for posterity by calling Egypt the Theheld and the blacks Thebans, because Thebes, was the oldest and greatest center of black civilization. The curse referred to above concerns the amazing success of modern writers in so blotting out, obscuring, or reinterpreting the earlier writers on Africa so that the actual role of the blacks in their own land was practically erased from memory. Their strategy of silence worked, and it must have worked more successfully than they could have dreamed. The Great Silence even fell over the monumental fact that the blacks themselves started the whole dynastic system in Egypt about 3100 B, and that the great civilization of world acclaim developed after these black regimes began. Greek and Arabic names, and the 66, the destruction of black civilization, accepted Caucasoid features in the conventional style of royal portraits, all furthered the great deception. There was also the external influence on early African speech and writing in Egypt. As more and more Asians moved into Upper Egypt after the unification of the two lands, the mingling of the two peoples not only produced a new breed of Egyptians, but also an increasingly Afro-Asian language and writing system that differed markedly from the original African writing as it was developed below the First Cataract. Developments in Asia and Europe, 1,000 and 2,000 years after the golden age of black civilization, helped to obscure that civilization or paint it over as an entirely Euro-Asian achievement. Our task is to begin the removal of this false encrustation, hardened as it is by 2,000 years of unchallenged growth. The time continuum in the history of the blacks is highly important in reference to the state of civilization in the lands from which the invading groups came during the first 1,000 years of black ascendancy in Egypt and southern Ethiopia, the Sudan. The record is quite clear that the enuissive groups were largely tent-dwelling nomads. They had no tradition of great cities with imposing temples, obelisks, pyramids, or indeed stone masonry at all. In particular, one should note the number of centuries after Thebes and Memphis before their ancient cities were founded. Thebes, prehistory Memphis 3100 B.C. Rome village 1000 B.C. Rome town 250 B.C. Athens village 1200 B.C. Athens city 360 B.C. Antioch 400 B.C. Jerusalem 1400 B.C. Babylon 2100 B.C. In short, what great contributions did these roaming nomads have to make to an already highly developed black civilization? Since even Jerusalem was not in existence, what people in Lower Egypt came from a country with a city as great as Thebes or Memphis. Ethiopia's oldest daughter, Egypt 67, it was the beginning of a new era in the history of the blacks, when an Ethiopian king turned the course of the Nile River by building a great dam at the border between Upper and Lower Egypt for the site of the new capital that was to bear his name. For generations, Memphis was almost entirely an all-African city, with white Asian villages slowly growing up around the outskirts. For the Asians were a very smart and very cunning people. Once conquered, they feigned complete and humble acceptance of African rule. Far from showing the slightest signs of any feeling of racial superiority, they were such masters of the art of dissembling that they could hoodwink the Africans, often under the guise of brotherhood, by capitalizing on their often dark complexions, similar institutions, intermarriages, and mixing with the black population, generally as far as possible. That all this was the direct route to repeated Asian ascendancy on the continent few Africans seemed to see, for they were, as a race, too ready to forgive and forget past evils committed by foreigners, whereas, on the other hand, a fellow African tribe could easily become a traditional enemy and continue as such for so many generations that no one could remember what the original quarrel was all about. The blacks, then, were apparently unconcerned about the Asian villages springing up just outside of Memphis, the largest one rapidly developing across the river on the right bank. This community was to become the Asian city of Fastnet that would challenge the supremacy of the capital city and eventually help to change its African character and cause its final destruction. Yet what I have just stated so briefly occurred only after nearly 3,000 years of glorious history. It remained the capital and one of the greatest cities of Egypt and the world, from the 1st to the 20th dynasty, when it yielded to Thebes again. But it was still a great city when Alexander the Great arrived in 332 B.C. Its death knell was sounded only when Arab tribes overran the land, and Cairo rose to overshadow it. The 2nd and 3rd dynasties were also African. Most writers will not flatly state this. They generally designate these dynasties as Thinite, Memphite, or followers of Seth. One has to know that the first dynasty was African and Memphite, or Thinite, so called after the name of their sacred city Thinis, and the cults of Seth and Ammon were African. Tai, the 4th dynasty, was indigenous, is equally clear. These were the chief pyramid builders, the Great Pyramid being the largest. The Arabs settled in a tiny village called Fastet on the outskirts of the great city of Memphis, the pride of the black world. From little Fastet, now behold the Arab city of Cairo, where ancient city of Memphis once stood. Ethiopia's oldest daughter, Egypt's 69 and tallest building on earth until modern times. It was built during the reign of Khufu, 2590-67 B.C. Khufu's nephew, Khafa, carried on and built the second Great Pyramid. But he went farther. He built the Great Sphinx, and as though he intended to settle the question of his racial identity for all ages to come, he had his African features so boldly and clearly carved into a portrait statue that not even a fool could seriously doubt that his mighty monarch was a Negro. He was therefore among the first to break with the classical Caucasoid stereotypes in Egyptian portraits. Having determined what periods Africans were referred to as Thinites, Memphites, Thebans, Cushites, Libyans, Ethiopians, Nubians, etc., a major problem in African history was near solution. Some of the disguising masks were thus removed, but much still remained to be done in developing guidelines to identification, because the work of effacing the black man's role in world history was so thoroughly done over for so many centuries that it is amazing how so universal a consensus was reached by Caucasian writers in almost every age. Yet it should have occurred to some of these writers that painstaking research would later reveal all that they had tried to conceal about black civilization builders. I must repeatedly point out that some of the bias is not deliberate, but often so deeply rooted that the white scholar is totally unaware of it. One of these, for example, was Sir Flinders W.M. Petrie, one of the greatest archaeologist historians of Egypt. He tried so hard to be scientifically objective, yet when he unearthed a famous king or queen who was unmistakably Negro, he seemed to be quite puzzled. But like most of his fellow investigators, some of his best thinking was set in motion for a rational explanation. Thus the find of Snefru's Black Queen, Murditifs, indicated that the royal wife might be of an inferior race and not of the high type. But the guilder lines I found useful in identifying who was Hua, 1. Knowing the terms used when referring to early Africans. 2. Noting rulers whom the writers concede to be Africans or persons with marked Negroid features, and tracing this line to succeeding dynasties, i.e., the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, etc. 3. Noting what kings or queens in later dynasties claimed an African ruler of an earlier period as their ancestor, and accordingly venerated and worshipped. 4. Similarly, what kings and queens okay the name of ancient black rulers and built temples and monuments to perpetuate their memory. 5. Noting the evidence in the pyramids of Giza by the 4th dynasty, the blacks, who were the first brick and stone masons on earth, had begun to build at Giza the same style of pyramid building that had been characteristic of southern Ethiopia from the earliest times. The Great Pyramid remained the tallest building in the world for over 4,000 years. Ethiopia's oldest daughter, Egypt 71 stone, inscriptions on monuments and steel of various kinds. 6. Noting to what race did the invading rulers from the south belong, and over what kind of people did they rule below the first cataract. 7. And finally, noting the unearthed statues and portraits of kings and queens of Egypt who were pure Africans, unless physical anthropologists now wish to change their criteria for determining race. These are a few guidelines to trace early Egyptians as black Africans. The fact of black rulers, however, is not as important as the fact of an indigenous black population from which they sprang. For these early blacks were themselves a great people, excelling on many fronts from a line of builders so distant in the past that it seems to have extended into the Stone Ages. It was a society of scientists, scholars, organized religions with organized priesthoods, mathematicians, scribes, architects, engineers, standing armies and generals, stone and brick masons, carpenters, artists, sculptors, cloth makers, slaves, farmers, teachers, gold and silversmiths, blacksmiths, and so on, through the widest spectrum of an advanced society. Africa, as the cradle of civilization, meant exactly that. These blacks developed one of the oldest written languages. The Egyptian language was an African language with later Asiatic influence, similar to that of Arabic or the African language known as Swahili. And it was as totally destroyed and replaced by a non-indigenous tongue as were other African creations. Nothing better marked the increasing cleavage between the blacks and their half-brothers beyond the cataracts than this linguistic nationalism, the refusal of the retreating blacks to use the Assyrianized Egyptian tongue. The mulatto problem, the recent revival of black is beautiful, is no more than that, a revival. The great majority of ancient blacks took great pride in their color, and their resistance to amalgamation may be so interpreted. For one thing they had observed in Egypt was that a dynasty, beginning as all black, could remain unbroken over generations and still in the end become near white in color with not a black face in the royal lineage. This two-way process of intermingling and direct aggression meant victory for the white Asians in the end. They were already within the country as Egyptians when the conquering hordes from their various. Why the Great Sphinx, the portrait statue of the black pharaoh Khafu, African identity, generally disguised by historians with the name Sephron. He was the first ruler to break from the classical tradition of portraying all important blacks with pronounced Caucasoid features. Acting as though he foresaw what the trend of history would be, Khafu had his racial identity carved in this solid rock for the ages. Note, however, the long and arduous labor that was required for them to chip away that massive flat nose. Ethiopia's oldest daughter, Egypt's 73 homelands swept in. Many were nationalistic Egyptians, and as such, fought the invaders along with the Africans. Others, though born in Egypt also, were loyal to their fathers' native countries and sided with their armies. Since the first to be called Egyptians exclusively were half African and half Asian, their general hostility to their mother's race was a social phenomenon that should not be passed over lightly, even though that development followed a universal pattern and therefore was not peculiar to the Egyptians. Its nature is essentially opportunist, a quest for security, recognition, and advancement by identifying with and becoming a part of the new power elite of the conquerors. The invading conquerors, not only capture and control all political and economic power by military might, but even though they might be nomadic barbarians, they generally claim to be from a higher civilization, and therefore reinforce the myth of being superior in fact, and not just because of military conquests. Even if no such claim is made, the new ruling classes and all members of their race are superior vis-à-vis the indigenous or conquered people. Expediency and survival itself dictates loyalty and faithful service to the Asian masters in the regions over which they had gained control. First, in northern Egypt. This meant that even in the beginning, siding with the Asians was not solely determined by whether one was a half-breed or a full-blooded African. Blacks who did not choose to flee south but remained under Asian rule, even if enslaved, worked harder to gain recognition and acceptance than any other group. Indeed, so anxious were some of these early blacks for integration with the Asians that they themselves did most in creating the new breed of Egyptians who were to become their mortal enemies. For in an all-out effort to appease the invaders, they freely gave their daughters and other desirable females as gifts to become concubines, thus speeding up the reproduction processes on an ever-widening scale. Nor did this lessen the wholesale capture of women in raids on African villages for the same purpose, and for export to Asia. Reference was made to the race of the Egyptians' mothers, for in Egypt, as elsewhere, it was a one-way sexual process. The master race always kept its own women sacred and secluded behind the walls of their homes. They were not allowed to go outside except under guard. African women had no such restrictions or protection. They were fair game for the men of all races, and for them it was always open season. 74. The destruction of black civilization. Many black women preferred death by suicide. Of these, too, history does not sing. The master race, then, while loudly proclaiming a strange doctrine of racial purity for itself, has been the world's leader in bastardizing other peoples. And it has been done on a grand scale in the United States, in South America, in East and South Africa. And so it was in Egypt. The evolution of the Egyptians as a nationality group is as interesting as their anti-African attitude, although the latter differs not at all from that of many mixed breeds with African blood elsewhere. It has been stated that the original Egyptians were black, half African, and half Asian. This general racial pattern changed, however, as the centuries passed along and more white conquerors, their followers and the other whites, were attracted to the breadbasket on the Nile: Jews, Syrians, Hittites, Persians, Babylonians, Assyrians, Greeks, Turks, Arabs, Romans, et al. Intermarriages between conquerors and conquered continued, along with concubinage, as a national institution. The direct result was that more and more Egyptians became lighter and near white in complexion. In short, they did, in fact, become more Asian in blood than African. Yet this upper ruling class of near whites was at no time more than a fourth of the population. For until the Islamic flood, which began in the middle of the 7th century AD, the vast majority of the Egyptians were what modern scholars like to characterize as Negroid. But what has been referred to as a social phenomenon was in fact a development among the half-breeds everywhere that ran counter to what would be normally expected, if not contrary to nature itself. This was the outright rejection of one's mother and her people, and a cleaving to the father and his people. While I do not know whether the overwhelming love which Africans generally have for their mothers is any greater than that among other peoples, it is certainly so marked that it has been a matter of comment by many writers. Some of the principal reasons why the half-breeds turned against the blacks and sought integration with the Asians have been pointed out. These applied to the blacks as well as to the new breed. All sought security, advancement. For the unmixed blacks in Egypt, I am still designating as African. The mulattoes, then as now, generally objected to being called Africans. Ethiopia's oldest daughter, Egypt 75, and social prestige by ingratiating themselves with the current ruling classes. But the half-breeds had the inside track and all of the advantages. First of all, They were mainly the sons and daughters of white and European Asian fathers. These fathers recognized them as such, and, in general, proudly. And since they claimed superiority over the Africans, their half-African offsprings considered themselves to be a superior breed also. These Afro-Asian offsprings were given preferential treatment, positions of authority, wealth according to the status of their patrilineal family, and an education that could draw on Asian culture, as well as the highly advanced African civilization in Upper Egypt and southwards to the land of the gods. Another situation that was a most potent factor in the half-breeds' attitude towards their mother's race was that, more often than not, their mothers were concubinary slaves. This meant that the half-breed was introduced into the lowest level of African life, even from birth. Concubinage was so general that it overshadowed the smaller number of African women who were the legitimate wives of Asians. These African wives were the exception, generally coming as they did from powerful upper classes, the noble or royal families. In such cases, it did not seem to matter at all how black they were. But since most of the new Egyptians were originally sons and daughters of slave mothers and upper-class fathers, they tended to be ashamed of their mothers and sought self-realization on their father's side. Furthermore, the slave mother had no claim on the children she bore. They belonged to the Asian father, who could and generally did consider them as freeborn due to their Asian blood. To prove how truly Asian they were, the mixed Egyptians made hatred of Africans a ritual and tried to surpass the whites in raiding for the slaves in all African areas. Various Afro-Eurasians who became Egyptian kings declared eternal warfare against the blacks and vowed to enslave the entire race. Hope in this connection could have developed from the fact that while many races were represented among captured slaves, the Africans constituted the largest number. Relying wholly on the emerging concept of innate superiority of Europeans and Asians, these people everywhere created a class system that made their bastard offspring superior to all blacks, and in status next below themselves. 76. The destruction of black civilization. The system operated in the 20th century the same as it did in earlier times. The Afro-Dutch coloreds of South Africa fully illustrate most of the points made about Egyptians. The coloreds' hatred of Africans seems to be even more thoroughgoing than that of the whites in South Africa. Because of their Dutch blood, they too had been given special privileges, a higher social and economic status than the blacks, and a completely separate society. Education and civil rights denied the blacks were theirs. The best available jobs for non-whites were theirs. But above all, they had the magic of the half-white skin that, in itself, automatically put them above the blacks. Some of these coloreds become hysterical if reminded of their Bantu, of Kaffir blood. The lightest ones simply deny having any African blood. Yet sometimes nature itself, as though disgusted with these ridiculous pretensions, plays a joke on some of the very lightest husbands and wives by presenting them with a black baby, a throwback from black ancestors. The most charitable thing that can be said about the racism of the Dutch Boers and their Cape-colored offsprings is that they were ignorant of even the names of great African leaders, not to mention the great civilization they had built just north of where the Dutch first landed. But the Assyrians, Hebrews, Greeks, and Romans could make no such claim to support the myth of Caucasian superiority. For nothing seems clearer from ancient records than that the whole ancient world knew of nothing more ancient than the black man's civilization. The real challenge was standing there in monuments of stone, which the blacks had built on a scale that had withstood all passing ages. To meet this challenge, the Asians and their Afro-Asian offsprings set about to do three main things. 1. They destroyed everything left by the Africans that indicated African superiority. 2. Where the temples, monuments, etc. were of such beauty and durability that destruction was less desirable than claiming the achievements as their own, African inscriptions were systematically erased and replaced with Asian and new Egyptian inscriptions that gave to themselves the credit for whatever achievements there were. Sometimes the inscriptions were so deeply engraved that effacement was impossible, so the workmen would have to conceal these by building stone casings around them. The early African builders had been most exasperating, leaving their statues everywhere, flat noses, thick lips, and all. Hundreds of statuettes, Ethiopia's oldest daughter, Egypt 77, were carved in various dynasties. These could be thrown away, but what to do with the huge, monumental statues that were lined up outside of the most famous temples? The problem was solved by passing those Egyptian rulers who merely had Negroid features. Many of those with all-African faces simply had their heads knocked off, all to no lasting avail. The facts of history could not be completely changed. One troublesome fact was that most of the greatest kings and queens of Egypt were black Africans, so great, indeed, that their names were richly spread over pages that glorified the Egyptian past their names, but not their African identity. In history, these blacks are simply Egyptians, and not Cushites, Ethiopians, or Nubians. This is still another technique for deliberately losing track of African history. But the archaeologist Spades just kept turning up statuettes and some remarkable portraits that frustrated some scholars, while others felt challenged and replied with a heavy artillery of misleading words and phrases. Regardless of what the field investigators found, the main work of reconstructing African history in the 20th century is still in the hands of those who degraded it, white hands who still have the power to shape it as they will. 3. Finally, the great revolt of white slaves, Mamelukes, in 1250 AD, and their murderous onslaughts against their Turk and Arab masters ended forever the general enslavement of whites, and thereafter led to a concentration on the enslavement of only blacks. This changed the course of history and came to make the myth of racial superiority-inferiority, master and slave, appear to be a visible reality. Could there be any question about it? Even the slaves would realize that their actual situation was one of inferiority. And after centuries of bondage, the slaves generally came to believe that they were, in fact, inferior beings, and that their masters, by the very arrangements of life, were superior. For whether in Asia, Europe, South America, the United States, or the West Indies, the story was the same. The essential links with their past were broken. All knowledge of former greatness was lost. Even their kinship and family relationships were destroyed along with their true names. They were not regarded as human beings. They became a race of outcasts, hating themselves for being alive. The Caucasian triumph was complete. In the course of time, the Egyptians became more and more conscious of their separate national and non-Asian identity as Egyptians. The term Asian, of course, covered numerous white nationality and ethnic. 78. The destruction of black civilization groups. Asian blood had no specific meaning. It might be Hebrew, Mongolian, Arabic, Persian, Indian, and so on. Egyptian nationalism, with its sense of independence, could evolve all the more easily because of this lack of exclusive identity with any one of their kindred nationality ties. Another important factor was the relatively unmixed Asians and a sprinkling of Europeans who had been living in the country for so many generations that they regarded themselves as Egyptians, owing no loyalty to their native lands, but ready to fight as Egyptians when Egypt was attacked or herself went to war. Here again we see additional reasons why the Egyptians felt more Asian than African. They become even clearer if we keep in mind that during all the centuries of Egyptian evolution to a separate identity and nationhood, relentless warfare with the Africans continued. As long as the Africans seemed resolved to retake Egypt, no pharaoh could rest easily. From the record, extending over several thousand years, it seems that the blacks intended to reconquer Egypt as means had done or fight on forever. They seemed to take their most devastating defeats as mere temporary setbacks, and always invaded or attempted to invade Egypt again and again, and again. Note the very different Western version. Is this one of the principal reasons the Egyptians hated them so much? Was the mass enslavement of Africans a part of a scheme to break the power and end the eternal threat from the now southern land of the blacks? I am, of course, fully aware that the same ancient records may be read and interpreted in such a way that one would think that most of the invasions were one way from Egypt into the all-black countries below the First Cataract, and that indeed the Africans were no match for the mighty Egyptian armies, but generally turned tail and fled. In this and 100 other instances, I simply read the record differently. The great chain of defense fortifications the Egyptians built facing south at the First Cataract were hardly built to prevent themselves from invading the Black Empire. As late as the 12th dynasty, records still refer to wars against the Asian invaders and to defense measures such as building walls on the eastern frontier. They had been expelled en masse from the rich Delta Ethiopia's oldest daughter, Egypt's 79 region in 2040 B.C. 5, but they always returned, if not as conquering warriors, then as peaceful traders or friendly migrants seeking a home. It should also be remembered that Egypt was not always the innocent object of aggression, but was herself often the invading aggressor in Asia. She also enslaved many Asians and marched them back to Egypt, men, women, and children. It can be said with certainty, therefore, that some of the many invasions of Egypt were invited or provoked by Egypt's own imperialistic adventures. Yet they may well have been counter-moves to check the constant invasions from these regions. The African masses caught it from all directions as their own leaders progressively became Caucasian Hamites and Semites, and as many who were unmistakably full-blooded Africans became as predatory as were their known enemies. 6. It appears that from time immemorial, stark greed, the desire for wealth, has overridden all humane considerations. Greed has served as a kind of anesthesia, deadening humane sentiments and breaking the bonds of affection that relates man to man. Greed was triumphant in Egypt from ancient times down into our own century. Egypt was the major slave exchange center in Africa. Nubia, the northern Sudan, was not only the chief source of supply for slaves who were marched up the Second Cataract, but it was also the main source of gold, ivory, ostrich feathers, precious stones of many kinds, ebony and animal skins. These goods enriched Egypt in her expanding international trade. A hostile Egypt now stood between the black world and international commerce. But all had not been going well in the land. There had been civil wars, redivision of the country, reunification again, decentralization, a breakup into autonomous monarchies, and back to unification once more. These ups and downs seem to be according to the strength or weakness of the leadership in any given period, or the role played by the conquerors in unifying or failing to unify the country. 5. This is the generally accepted view. I note elsewhere that it was not a mass expulsion of Asians. 6. One lesson of history is quite clear. One's own leaders may be as unjust, inhuman, and as brutal as strangers, often more so. 80. The destruction of black civilization, Black Egypt turning brown and white, the long stretch of the centuries into millenniums made it easy to delete some of the most significant developments in those early ages in Egypt. The emergence of great leaders and long periods of remarkable achievements were followed by weak leaders and long periods of national disorganization and chaos in such amazing cycles that it seems that some relentless socio-political law was operating in the land. Centralized government, first instituted by means, always collapsed as civil war spread over the provinces and constituent kingdoms. One of the worst and most fateful periods of crisis was during the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th dynasties, 2181–2040 B.C. What happened during this period of political anarchy is typical of the unproclaimed processes that slowly but steadily changed both the political and ethnic character of Egypt, and in the end, that of the all-black Sudan as well. During this period, as in many others, the blacks played a leading role in expediting their own downfall, a fact as important in their history as anything else. In Egypt, it was an almost endless power struggle, both within the royal lineages, on the national and provincial levels, and between the various provinces. The civil strife became more intense and bitter as the largest and strongest provinces such as Thebes, tried to force the others back into a state of national unity. The trouble was that too many nomarchs, chiefs, were trying to do the same thing, each ambitious to become the pharaoh of all Egypt at the very least, and all Ethiopia, if possible, Egypt, and the Sudan. Hell reigned in the center of the empire, Upper Egypt, for 141 years, 141 years of retrogression and destruction. Both ends of the empire broke away from the center. The northern end, white Lower Egypt, became independent again, and more whites spread over Upper Egypt, taking full advantage of the general upheaval and promoting it by forming alliances with various provincial chiefs in the warfare against others. Since Lower Egypt also had internal strife among its now independent provinces, Delta chiefs did not hesitate in accepting the invitations of black princes to form alliances and lead troops into Upper Egypt. Asians also marched across the desert from Libya, where they had also replaced the indigenous blacks and were now the dominant population. The steady transformation from black to brown to white becomes even clearer if it is remembered that after the unification of the two Ethiopia's oldest daughter, Egypt 81 lands, the whites of Lower Egypt had every legal right to travel and settle in black Upper Egypt. And while there was always a general opposition, there had been a steady infiltration from the beginning. They, like their Libyan kinsmen, always came in a manner that never caused immediate alarm, small numbers spreading out, and then gradually forming separate communities next to an African village, town, or city. They became an integral part of life in the provinces, actively supporting the local chiefs, nomarchs, marrying into their families, and by so doing, in time becoming legitimate chiefs themselves. The Asian power base was thus firmly established in provinces, and established so slowly and without fanfare that it appeared to be an imperceptible development. The same changes had been taking place on the national level in some of the royal families, but the biggest changes in the racial character of Egypt always occurred during the crisis periods of political decentralization and civil disorder, when the whites came in hordes and spread over the country. The already established Asian communities served as magnets, but the overflow of settlers caused the building of numerous new communities. They could now move in unchallenged. They came in not only from the Delta and Libya, but from Asia also. These were not military invasions, but invading settlers. They were like John the Baptist, the forerunners. They prepared the way and made it easy for all the invading armies that came later from Asia and Europe. These could now count on cooperation and welcome from the white population already in Egypt. A century and a half of this followed. A pause and reflection are required here if the full significance of what has been set forth above is to be grasped. Yet the picture need not be as confusing as many writers have made it by the simple expedient of omitting salient facts. Among these are the following. 1. The collapse of centralized authority from Memphis not only enabled Lower Egypt to become independent again, but it also meant that this predominantly Asian region was in the same state of disruption as the rest of the country. 2. Kings in Lower Egypt, ruling from avarice or size, often claimed to be kings or pharaohs of all Egypt without having gained control of the whole country, just as kings in Upper Egypt, ruling from Thebes or Memphis, made similar claims during the same period without having gained control over the whole country or even all of Upper Egypt. This point is highly important, for what it means is that there were periods when both white and black aspirants claimed to be pharaohs of Egypt at the same time when none. 82. The destruction of black civilization actually had effective control over the nation. 3 writers, knowing this well enough, have nevertheless generally presented the whites and Afro-Asians, classified as white, as the Egyptian pharaohs, while ignoring the African pharaohs altogether. Their defense, when pressed, is that the African pharaohs are indicated as Thebans, Memphites, etc. Satisfied, as previously pointed out, that the use of these terms is a part of the blackout of black history. 4. The periods during which the Asian incursions were greatest, such as 2181–2040 B, C should be stressed because these population pressures caused a steady withdrawal of non-integrating blacks southward below the First Cataract. 5. To overlook this early separatist movement among the blacks is to neglect one of the most important keys to the fuller understanding of Black Egyptian history. But just as the blacks had withdrawn in large numbers from Lower Egypt as it became more and more white and began to settle beyond what became the border between Lower and Upper Egypt, so now they had been moving from place to place in Upper Egypt in a futile effort to escape from the ever-pressing whites. These were the blacks who finally joined others in the south, Nubia. Nubia, therefore, revolted and became independent during the same period of general collapse at the center. But the compelling reasons, as stated elsewhere, appear to have been resistance not only to the increasing Asian power in Upper Egypt, but also to the African and Afro-Asian pharaohs whose integration policies promoted the spread of this foreign power in what had been an important region of their homeland. It was black separatism and racism without apology. It was even something more than a resistance movement against the political domination of foreigners and the social degradation of the blacks that always followed. But it was a stubborn resistance to the extinction of the race itself through amalgamation. These were the first of the race for whom black was in fact beautiful and not just a catching slogan of the day. The expansion of white power from the Delta into Upper Egypt had been going on slowly long before the age of weak kings. They had been appointed as ministers, court officials of various kinds, trade commissioners, army officers, and soldiers. The 90-year reign of Pepi XI, the longest in history, was in their favor. For while Pepi had been a strong leader and a mighty king during the first 50 years of his reign, the general upheaval began when he had become too old to govern or Ethiopia's oldest daughter, Egypt 83, even know what was going on in the country. This uncommonly long reign made the 6th dynasty the introduction to the era of chaos. This was the period of simultaneous dynasties of Asian, Libyan, and Theban pharaohs, and several different capitals. There were so many kings during the 8th, 9th, and 10th dynasties with very short reigns that many of their names are unknown. Finally, the line of African kings ruling from Thebes first overcame the other powerful Asian dynasty in Upper Egypt that was centered at Heracleopolis, and proceeded with the awful task of uniting the empire again. Strong rulers had begun to emerge again in 2133 B.C. So the 11th dynasty of the great Mentuhotups began 93 years before the 10th dynasty ended, a further illustration of points previously made. Mentuhotep Roman II was probably the greatest of 11th dynasty kings. It was he who undertook to settle the white Asian problem forever by reversing the policy of integration and expelling them from Lower Egypt. Historians of the period write that he did expel the Asians from the Delta in 2040 B.C. This, too, is misleading. While he did indeed conquer Lower Egypt again, and probably believed that reunification with the Black South would be easier if he first drove the Asians out, he was now 1,000 years too late for such a task. The Asians could not be expelled en masse in any event, for all Lower Egypt was overwhelmingly an Asian population and had been so for centuries beyond record. Nobody knows at what point in time they became the dominant people there. What Mentuhotep did was to put the government to flight, along with its army and other known supporters. Besides, the Asians were now dispersed all through the provinces of Upper Egypt. The compelling reason for the reconquest of the Delta was always economic. In fact, race itself was an economic factor. When Asians controlled, a commercial blockade kept blacks from direct world trade and international relations in general. Therefore, the second reunification in 2040 B.C. ushered in another golden age in black history. African ships of commerce sailed the seas again, nationwide reconstruction was pushed, and the revival of learning, science, the arts and crafts marked the 11th and 12th dynasties. The most important lesson the black world could learn from its history is that there was an economic development base for each and every advance. Meanwhile, the blacks concentrated in the south had firmly fixed the dividing line between themselves and their brothers in Upper Egypt at the First Cataract. This too meant war, because the south was the 84, the destruction of black civilization, richest region in mineral resources. The long war against Nubia began during the 11th dynasty and went on year after year without success. A very real problem now was the attitude of the black troops from Thebes toward a war against their brothers in the south. In any event, no progress in overcoming the south was made at all until the power center at Thebes was moved to Al-Fayyum in the 12th dynasty. Even then, the war dragged on for another 50 years before the region bordering on Egypt, called Lower Nubia, was brought under control. Henceforth, the country from the First Cataract to the Mediterranean was definitely called Egypt, and the country from the First Cataract southward was definitely called Ethiopia, Nubia, Kush, etc. The end of the 12th dynasty in 1786 B.C. ended nearly 3½ centuries of great leaders, and therefore great progress. Yet once again, the cycle of disaster returned with the 13th dynasty. Mental pygmies sat on the thrones once occupied by giants. Nearly 2 centuries of internal strife and decay followed. Lower Egypt, of course, had quickly become independent again for the 3rd time. This meant an increased and unrestricted flow of Asians into the country. A period of turmoil was also the opportune time for great armed invasions. Among these invaders were the Hyksos, the children of Israel, according to the historian Josephus. This invasion of Egypt in 1720 B.C. was ruthless and aimed at nothing less than the extermination of the Egyptian people and their replacement by the Israelites. They did not succeed in this, but settled down to rule the country as the 13th and 16th dynasties and stayed on as a powerful influence for over 400 years. The important point here is that Semites poured into Egypt following its conquest by fellow tribesmen, and that this still further advanced the Asiatic character of the Egyptians. Hyksos' power was broken during the 18th dynasty, and many were expelled en masse. They returned to Palestine and founded Jerusalem. Meanwhile, some writers say that they were Arabs, and that their rule lasted about 250 years. Ethiopia's oldest daughter, Egypt was developing into the new empire, and during the same dynasty in which the Hyksos had been expelled, she struck back by conquering both the Hyksos' homeland and Syria and extending those conquests to the Euphrates. It should be noted that the greatest Hebrew invasion of Egypt occurred about 600 years before Moses and the captivity. One reason why the great issues in African history must be both reviewed and expanded is that anyone who dares to challenge the prevailing and widely held viewpoints is in a position far more precarious than that of little David facing the towering and mightily armed Goliath. Here an almost universal army of giants standing steadfastly in defense of the Africanist ideologies they have developed must be combated. To this end, I review positions already stated in order to be crystal clear, and I expand by introducing additional facts on the same subject. Indeed, I might be properly accused of overemphasizing one point on which most scholars are already agreed: the great antiquity of African civilization. But the greatest of all issues lies here in the general agreement that at the very earliest period known to mankind, an African civilization in the areas later called the Sudan and Egypt was fully developed, with all the arts of civilized life already matured, its beginning being placed so far into the early history of the world that it is beyond the reach of man. Since the most compelling evidence forced scholars to these conclusions in recent times, the prevailing racist theories of history created a very real dilemma. How, in view of civilizations beginning in the land of the blacks, can one explain their role in world history? Having successfully degraded the black race throughout the world and supported the degradation with their science and religion, how may one explain that this same black race was the first builder of the very civilization of which the Caucasians themselves are heirs. White scholarship solves such problems very neatly and without a blink of an eye. In this case, they very simply put the white man in Africa before the black man. And apparently not feeling secure enough with this, they overrode geography itself and took Egypt out of Africa, making it a part of the Asian Middle East. Laughter and tragedy. For of course, a racism so extreme that it becomes ridiculous also becomes 85. 86. The destruction of black civilization amusing, even though it is at the same time the tragedy of an unabated 20th century assault on the blacks. The discovery that the earliest civilization, and therefore the most advanced nation, was in Africa led white scholars to do a quick turnabout. Going far beyond transforming the indigenous people into whites, they made Africa the birthplace of the entire human race, and to please God, rushed back to Noah's sons again for a theory of racial origins and dispersions, but now from Africa over the earth. Western scholars, in the absence of solid facts, do not hesitate to use myths and legends if these serve their purposes. So in addition to the legend of how the different races came to be and then migrated, we also have quoted the Egyptian legend of how the god Turn assigned colors to the various groups. Sir Gardner, in his 3 volumes on ancient Egypt, follows the same well-known line about Egyptians as Caucasians. In this, he is quite in step with most Western and Asian writers on the subject. Indeed, in addition to the evidence cited above, he relies also on Caucasian features in certain Egyptian monuments, portraits, etc. The head carvings, pictures, and other representations of people are quite true, depending on the period in which the work was done. Was it done during the long era of classical representations, when all portraits were of standardized form? The subject was idealized in an artistic attempt to make him look quite different than he actually was. In fact, a true representation of the individual was considered vulgar. The complementary question is, were the wall paintings and similar depictions done during the periods of Caucasian ascendancy, Asian and Afro-Asian? For during these periods, both African and Afro-Asian ruling and upper classes were classed as Asians or Caucasians, and a sharp distinction was made between themselves and the non-integrating blacks. The stylized paintings also show the blacks in the same unvarying patterns. The first known revolt against this ancient system of classical art came during Akhenaten's religious reforms in the 15th century B.C. 8. Anyone examining these early paintings will readily see why African history is so confused and so often misleading. One example is a wall 8. Khafre actually broke the tradition in the 4th dynasty, but the Negroid features in the Sphinx did not change the classical style. Ethiopia's oldest daughter, Egypt 87, painting in a tomb at Thebes, the oldest city of the blacks. The picture shows Negroes presenting tribute to the chief minister of Thutmose Roman III. If one did not know that all the Thutmoses were of an African lineage, he would naturally conclude that Egyptian civilization was in fact a Caucasian civilization, and the blacks, where they appear on the scene at all, were in a distinctly inferior role. Were not the paintings conclusive evidence of this? Look at their scanty, almost barbarous attire. The city of 100 gates references have been made to Thebes, and they may have seemed to be almost passing references. Yet Thebes was the most important single city in the entire history of the black people. The whole series of lectures could be properly based on Thebes. The history of black Africa might well begin at Thebes, for this was truly the eternal city of the blacks that presented the most compelling evidence that they were the builders of the earliest civilization in Kem, later called Egypt, as well as the great civilization in the south. The foundation of Thebes, like the black state of which it was the center, goes back so far in prehistory that not even a general Stone Age period can be suggested. This city is another example of what was meant when I suggested earlier that research workers should not shun the enemy authorities because they themselves inevitably present factual data that contravene positions previously taken. I am not speaking about those scholars who present the various conflicting theories and viewpoints of the different schools of thought. It should be needless to say that this is desirable, or that reference is not made to such writers, but reference was made to those historians who espoused such doctrines as that of an indigenous white African society before the arrival of the blacks in Africa, while, later on, unwittingly showing that such could not have been the case. So almost all are forced by the evidence to concede in one place or another, and often in very guarded or ambiguous language, that 1. The blacks were also called Thebans because 2. All Upper Egypt was for centuries called the Thebold after its greatest city, Thebes, and its people, the Black Thebans. 3. That the Thebold also referred to the city itself as the intellectual center of Black Africa, the chief seat of learning, of science, religion, engineering, and the arts. Thebold. 88. The destruction of black civilization, therefore, could mean the whole of Black Egypt or the university city, depending on the inflection of the voice. 4. That the Asian whites were held rather firmly in the Delta region they occupied in Lower Egypt until the unification of the two lands under Menes. And 5. That the much heralded Egyptian dynasties were African founded and were nothing more nor less than the African traditional lineage system, matrilineal in character, except when it was made patrilineal after Asian conquests or the Great Egyptian Transformation. I have said that the confusion in African history did not develop accidentally or because of a long series of unfortunate circumstances. The confusion seems to have been deliberately contrived. All specialists on ancient Egypt whose works we have examined were quite familiar with all the facts presented here. I present nothing here that would be new to them, for so much of it is their own findings. Consider how much confusion and misinterpretations would have been avoided if they had stated the well-established fact that the Ethiopian Empire still included most of Egypt even after the Asian occupation of the Delta, that it extended southward over northern Abyssinia, present-day Ethiopia, and that states such as Wawat, Nubia, Kush, etc. were, like Egypt, lesser divisions of that vast empire. Even in the works where this is presented in various and sundry ways, you will not find a single map showing the extent of the Ethiopian Empire. To present maps of ancient Ethiopia, of course, would have defeated all major efforts to destroy or disguise the most significant aspects of African history. All honors must go to the ancient Greek and Roman historians who did not seem to know what racism is, certainly not as it developed in modern white civilization. They, in dealing with Africa, simply told it like it was. Pliny, Herodotus, Diodorus, Eratosthenes, Plutarch, et al., along with the Bible, all refute the interpretations of African history by modern Caucasians. They eagerly quote the ancient historians as first-line authorities, but attack them whenever and wherever their records upset the premises upon which modern racism is built. In such cases, the Western scholar feels so absolute and infallible in his wealth-centered power and control over science and education that on those points he does not choose to accept, he will dismiss the father of history with "Here Herodotus must be read with caution. He is known to have made errors. He did not travel very much in Africa," or "It is very likely that Diodorus was relying on oral tradition here," or "They may have confused the Greek Ethiopia, which Ethiopia's oldest daughter, Egypt 89, means the Black Land, with Chem, Egypt, which also means the Black Land, for Pliny suggests that in the case of Egypt, black refers to the soil rather than the people, and so it goes. Throughout the study of the black man's history, we may find ourselves constantly misled or puzzled if we forget that practically all the names and terms in use are not African names and terms, but Greek, Roman, Arabic, Anglo-Saxon, etc. Some of the more recent pre-European and pre-Asian African names, however, have been rediscovered. One of these earlier names for Thebes was the Na-Ammon of the Bible and ancient Hebrew writers. But the African name was Was, and like the Greek Thebold, referred to all Upper Ethiopia or Upper Egypt. The blacks also made the distinction between Was, the Thebold, and No, Thebes, the university city. Another point of the highest importance here is that the African name for Thebes not only comes from the south, as Nims points out, but the name itself is the name of the imperial scepter of Ethiopia, a golden staff ribboned with ostrich feathers at the top. Here then is a single name that, all by itself, gives far-reaching insights into the history of the blacks. And this is why I have urged that, high up on the list of research fields yet to be explored, there should be one devoted to the rediscovery of African names and their meaning. For obviously, much of the African past was rather effectively blotted out by blotting out African names along with other indexes to black achievements. The determination of ancient African names and their meaning will spearhead a real black revolution, because it will lead directly to the emancipation of our still enslaved minds. It will be the great intellectual reawakening of a people whose world outlook through Caucasian eyes has been dimmed. I cannot now, for example, switch to the use of the African names I know in this discussion. I must continue to say Thebes, not was or no. The reasons are obvious, but if the kind of suggested research is done, the next generation of black writers will be using African terms freely and understandably, and with maps redrawn to show places with their own original names. But let us never forget the central fact about Thebes, not even for a moment. For if the blacks had never left a single written record of their past greatness, that record would still stand, defying time, in the deathless stones of Thebes, of her fallen columns from temples, monuments, and her pyramids. A city more eternal than Rome, because its foundation was laid before the dawn of history, and its plan was that. Roman 290, the destruction of black civilization copied by other cities of the world. If the blacks of today want to measure the distance to the heights from which they have fallen, they need go no farther than know Thebes. Thebes and the role of religion, the mother of cities, as it was called, was one of the chief centers of religion in Africa. The blacks were a very religious people and had quite a number of religious cities, each one under the special patronage of a god, goddess, or any number of deities. The gods and goddesses of Thebes were among the most important because their city was so important. Because religion to the Africans was far more than ritual reflecting beliefs, but a reality reflected in their actual way of life, religion from the earliest times became the dynamic force in the development of all the major aspects of black civilization. The belief in immortality was a simple matter of course, and beyond the realm of debate. This belief in life after death was the great inspiration for building on so grand a scale, attempting to erect structures that would stand forever. Necessity, therefore, gave birth to the mathematical sciences required for building the amazing pyramids and the architectural designs for the most elaborate system of temple building the world has ever known. As the city of Ammon, the king of the gods, and of his wife, the great goddess Mut, the temples and monuments to them alone had to be on a massive scale. There was also the war god of Thebes, the source of the power of the mightiest armies, the proudest and most fearless warriors. From this center of the empire alone, 20,000 war chariots could be put into the field. The hierarchy of deities not only included numerous lesser gods and goddesses, but also a long line of venerated former kings, queens, and ancestors. All of this not only inspired endless temple building at Thebes, but also a concentration on attaining the highest standards of excellence. This in turn called for reflective thinking, invention, and discovery. Many of the temples were what we would call colleges, as the different fields of study were temple-centered. Here scholars from foreign lands came to study, and from here, religious ideas and architectural designs spread abroad. The early Greeks and Romans eagerly copied from both, reshaped them, and made them integral parts of an original Western culture. During periods of decline or conquests, Ethiopia's oldest daughter, Egypt 91, Europe, and Asia seized and transported from Africa as much of the artifacts of its civilization as they could. Cambyses, for example, as early as the 6th century B.C., hauled away over $100,000 of precious historical materials from Thebes alone. Cambyses was only one of countless thousands who invaded the tomb repositories of Black history during each of the many periods of foreign invasions and foreign rule. For these tombs not only contained valuable historical records in different forms, but also great treasures in gold and precious stones. In these cases, the historical records were generally destroyed incidentally and not deliberately. The raids on graves and the great tombs were for the great treasures to be found there. But the stolen gold and other treasures were of no importance when compared with the mass of priceless historical materials that are scattered over Europe and Asia, some in museums, some destroyed or thrown away, all from the heartland of Black civilization. Today, the descendants of the robbers still smugly declare the Blacks never had any worthwhile history. If so, where are their records? The still interesting fact about Thebes is that many of its formerly great temples were prehistoric ruins even 5,000 years ago. The most ancient temple at Karnak, for example, in what was the center of No, goes back beyond the reach of man's records. No other city on Earth ever had so many temples, and even today there are more ruins of temples there than anywhere in the world. Because of the splendor of their architectural designs and the colossal size of the structures, they, like the pyramids, became wonders of the world. Religion was not only the immediate occasion for the development of art and architecture, but it also inspired the drive for bigness, the grand design on a scale as huge as human skill and effort could achieve. Nothing less was befitting of the gods. The keepers of the temples of Thebes and elsewhere became a powerful priesthood, thus indirectly reducing the power and influence of chiefs and kings who, in traditional Africa, derived their real powers as the official intermediaries between the gods, sainted ancestors, and the people. If an African king or chief had any real political power, it was acquired either by virtue of his religious functions or because of the prestige of being a great general and victorious warrior. Otherwise, the council was the constitutional center of power. Moreover, religion became the basis of political power in a subtle and much more far-reaching sense. For back behind the impenetrable 92, the destruction of Black civilization curtains of time, shrewd leaders saw the overriding mystery of religion as a controlling force in the lives of men. It appears that in almost all societies religion was recognized not only as the principal means of social control, but the equally certain source of economic wealth and political authority. From the chieftain's role of offering prayers and sacrifices to the gods, the steps to his own claim of kinship with the deities were easy enough. For who can gainsay one who is in exclusive communication with the Almighty? Although divine kinship was never widespread over the continent, it seems to be true that the ideas and practices of the divine despots of the Orient did penetrate and influence a number of African kingdoms. The point of all this is that religion made the people submissive and obedient, all the more so if their ruler was given a superhuman role such as kinship with the gods and the protecting ancestors. For did this not mean then that rulers held all the keys to heaven? Indeed, the chiefs and kings had evolved into the very instruments of the people's salvation. The state's income from religion stemmed from the requirement of sacrificial offerings from the people. This might be from 10 to 50% of what each individual produced or earned. But where the traditional constitutional law of the Blacks prevailed, the people willingly contributed from their means for a quite non-religious reason. The central treasury belonged to the people and was maintained for the people's welfare, not only for public projects, but for the relief of each and every individual in distress whose needs could not be met by his family or clan. However, African constitutional law received its first blow in Egypt in the wake of numerous invasions and foreign rule, followed later by its almost complete destruction by Muslim and European conquests. The ancient religion that gave birth to science and learning, art, engineering, architecture, the resources for a national economy and political control, that same religion was the mother of history, writing, music, the healing art, the song and the dance. The first historians were the professional storytellers and traveling singers. Both recounted the deeds of leaders, important events such as wars and migrations, and how and by whom the society or state was founded. Poetry and music were the sirations of the people in general, and like the dance, came so easily that they seemed to be a natural heritage of everyone. As the various musical instruments and singing Ethiopia's oldest daughter, Egypt 93 told a story, the dance also recorded a message, appealed for spiritual aid from God and ancestors, expressed joy for successful harvest, hunting, victories in war, or forms of prayer to ward off the evil spirits that always sought to overcome the good. Sickness is one of these evils, hence the association of medicine with the spiritual forces for good. The ritual for appealing to a power beyond man is called magic by Westerners, that is, if they are discussing Africa. Exactly the same belief and practice are called divine healing in Christendom. The great civilization of the blacks, which for countless ages was centered around Thebes, did not just happen. Progress does not happen automatically. Every forward step made by these early blacks was made, you might even say forced, by the imperatives of what had to be done to survive. Bear in mind that spiritual survival was more important than physical, a concept the modern world is not expected to understand at all. The development of writing is not explained by the simple statement of a need to communicate. The idea of permanence seemed to motivate the drawing of pictures and symbols, which were man's first step toward the art of writing. Significantly, the scribes arose in the holy temples, and this is why so many inscriptions of historical importance have been found there, on walls, altars, and on colonnades. The world's oldest city, with the greatest number of temples that were also the oldest, must have been the place where the largest mass of historical data would have been found, had not the plunderers from different countries destroyed, stolen, and carried away so much of it. Here we need not be as much concerned with further testimony, such as that of Diodorus affirming that the Thebans were the oldest, first, men on earth, according to their tradition, and that they also originated the systems of philosophy and astrology. We need not be as much concerned about their antiquity, which was already well established, as we are about the loss of so much of the additional evidence concerning the development of philosophy and the beginning of the space science of astrology. Ancient Greek scholars, through Herodotus, referred to the completion of their education in Ethiopia with pride, and it appears as a matter of course. So much has been built up against the black race since those faraway times that it will be difficult for many people of today to realize that whites of the ancient world did not seem to regard the question of Ethiopia as the principal center of learning as even debatable. 94. The destruction of black civilization, but we have to remind ourselves constantly, racism, as we know it today, was practically non-existent. When an ancient people boasted of their superiority over another nationality group, the terms of reference were conquest, political rule, and some kind of myth to legitimize that rule. When the fortunes of war enabled one white nation to enslave the entire population of another white state, no one believed that the conquered people were actually, that is, innately inferior to the conquerors. Neither did the relatively backward Asian whites who invaded Egypt consider themselves superior to the black builders of the civilization they found there. The emphasis has been on the Thebaid as all Upper Egypt as Upper Ethiopia, and Thebes, as its most ancient city and one of the very earliest centers of black civilization. We have said that the ancient whites so regarded it. The Greek historian Eratosthenes refers to Menes as the Theban and first king of Thebes, meaning the Thebaid or Upper Egypt when it was united with Lower Egypt, and the beginning of the first dynasty, 3100 B.C. The same historian noted that Menes' reign of 62 years was one of the longest in history, and that of his nephew, Atathones, ran a close second, 59 years. During this early period, before Memphis was founded, the city of 100 gates spread 6 square miles over both sides of the Nile. It was also the city beautiful, being called by more different glorifying names than any city known to the ancient world. Its widest avenues, lined with sphinxes, temples, palaces, and monuments, could accommodate an array of colorful chariots, 20 abreast. It was also the two cities, or the city of the living and the city of the dead. One was on the east side of the river, and the other was on the west side. Each vied with the other in a race for magnificence. Palaces and mansions were largely concentrated on the east bank. Temples, being everywhere, were about as numerous in the city of the living as in the city of the dead on the west bank, where the mortuary temples of kings and queens were located, along with the various religious cults and houses of priests, craftsmen, soldiers, and the masses. The West Bank was such a beehive of industrial, commercial, and religious activities, that city of the dead, even though it refers to its famous burial places, is nevertheless a very misleading name. Thebes' status as the capital city and center of imperial activities rose and declined, with few exceptions, according to the race or nationality of the Ethiopia's oldest daughter, Egypt 95 ruling dynasty at that time. Being the center of black power, it was a main object for destruction by non-African invaders, and after they had achieved control, they established new capitals elsewhere. The importance of the city that had been the envy of the world was ignored, and many of its cultural activities were transferred elsewhere. No white pharaoh could feel either comfortable or safe in the center of one of the most heavily populated areas of blacks in the empire. The colored Egyptians generally felt the same way. Thebes was also eclipsed at times by the building programs of black kings in their drive to advance from the very old to the very new, and also for the purpose of securing a more effective centralized administration. The building of Memphis was for this purpose. On the other hand, Payenki and his successors in the 25th dynasty apparently preferred the capital city of Napata in the deep south over both Thebes and Memphis. Was this because the holy city of Napata was like Meroe, the one great all-black city that had never been defiled by the conqueror's hands? We may so speculate. It is clear, however, that Thebes reflected the shifts in power more directly, whether or not the shifts were occasioned by internal or external forces. It declined as Memphis rose during the dynasties I, Roman II, Roman III, Roman IV, and V. 3100-2345 B.C. These were the first 5 African lineages to rule after the reunification. There was a further decline of Thebes after the 5th dynasty, and again for internal reasons of a quite different nature. Suffice it to say that after the period during which there was an active policy of integrating Africans and Asians through the Memphis capital on their dividing line, the border between Upper and Lower Egypt, native kings generally sought to restore to its ancient glory the city so dear to the hearts of the blacks. Chapter Roman III Egypt. The rise and fall of black civilization. We may now review and sum up this long period, beginning with an outline of some important developments that highlight factors in the rise and fall of the blacks, and a further discussion of those factors. Let us therefore begin at the beginning, where some of those misinterpretations were simply due to ignorance. This takes us back to the predynastic period of about 4500 B.C., certainly not the beginning, but quite far enough. Many writers refer to the kingless periods before centralized states as the rule of nobles, oligarchies, or hierarchies, etc. From the beginning, therefore, the Westerners applied Western concepts to quite different African institutions. Later they described the same kind of societies as chiefless, or worse, stateless. They did not understand the African constitutional system of real self-government by the people through their representatives, the Council of Elders. Nor did they seem to understand that the chief elder or chief was also the chief priest, or that the other elders also had religious functions in connection with their respective clans. During the predynastic period under discussion, they were neither oligarchies nor hierarchies, as these terms are understood in the West. In fact, the Western conception of kingship was foreign to traditional Africa. What the West called king was, in Africa, the same senior elder who had to be elected and presided at the Council of Elders. And then, only if he had had the honor of belonging to a family whose ancestors had either founded the state or had been the most outstanding in 96. 98, the destruction of black civilization, promoting the welfare of the whole people. To such a family, the Africans gave permanent leadership status as long as descendant candidates qualified for it. Westerners called this the royal family. But again, the royal family concept was unknown to traditional Africa, where the chief or king was the chief representative of the people before God and man, and at once the personifications of the people's dignity and the instrument for carrying out their will. Much confusion and trouble developed, and still exist, all over the continent, because Africans generally accepted Western and Asian expressions without accepting their underlying ideas. Hence, an African king who attempted to be an absolute monarch or Oriental dictator generally found himself in trouble rather quickly. The blackout, in review, the conversion of names in Egypt, was on such a universal scale that its African origin and character were changed as much as it was humanly possible to do. Small political units or states, which Europeans styled as chiefdoms in other parts of Africa, became nomarchies in Egypt. Since Asians and some Europeans were heavily concentrated in Lower Egypt, it became relatively easy for them to appropriate exclusive life for themselves, not only the name Egyptian, but also all achievements by the blacks in Upper Egypt and the rest of the Ethiopian Empire. Holding the seacoasts and thus blocking African contact with the rest of the world, these white Egyptians were able to perpetuate the myth so successfully that even today many remarkable achievements by blacks elsewhere over the continent are attributed to Egyptian influence. There is something amusing here too, for when they refer to Egyptian influence on African institutions, they are in fact pointing out black influence on black institutions throughout Africa. No one but a fool would deny Asian and European influence in Egypt and elsewhere in Africa. This is a fact that is obvious, but not more obvious than the nature of that influence as it was discussed in part before. It can be singled out and separated from the basic institutions of the blacks as easily as we can separate Islam and Christianity form the traditional African religion. Another preternastic situation to keep in mind concerns government in the two lands. All Asians had their kings in Lower Egypt, and the blacks had their kings in Upper Egypt. The long drawn-out wars Egypt, the rise and fall 99 between the two races were over the unification and control of the two lands. These struggles apparently had been going on since the Asian incursions began in prehistoric times. And it was not just the control of all Egypt to the first cataract that was involved, but unification and rule of the whole Ethiopian empire from the Mediterranean Sea to the very source of the Nile. This great design and all-consuming objective throughout the history of Africa must be understood if, for example, one is to understand why even black pharaohs of Egypt carried the wars into the heartland of their own race, trying to subdue a rebellious Nubia, Wawat, or Kush. Southern separatist movements and rebellions spread as Asian influence and integration spread in the north. Viewing the outcome from the long perspective of history means great victory over the Asians, the union of the white and black lands, and the subsequent policy of trying to promote brotherhood through integration. All this turned out to be not a victory for the blacks, but the beginning of their ultimate downfall and almost permanent degradation as a people. It has been pointed out that up to the time of Mean's victory over them, the Asians were rather firmly held behind a border line along the 29th parallel. Few were allowed in the all-black regions of Upper Egypt. With unification, the situation radically changed in that the gates to the south were now open to people who already held a fourth of the country. The black masses were therefore apprehensive about the new unification policies, and the general hostility to the Asians checked any immediate and widespread infiltrations southward. But time was on the side of the whites, whose most commendable attributes are tactful persistence when overt. Aggressive action is for the moment inexpedient, and their careful planning for their future generations with what appears to be more interest in the future welfare of their descendants than they are in the living. In Lower Egypt, they could bide their time and overcome the triumphant blacks in many ways. Asian kings in Lower Egypt, now dethroned, still had a direct power over the blacks through the new brotherhood of integration and amalgamation. The African matrilineal system made the Asian route to the African throne easy when compared with the generally patrilineal system of the whites. All the Asian kings had to do, whether in Lower Egypt or on the Asian continent, was to promote the marriage of royal males to the oldest sisters of African kings. The firstborn male in such a carriage, though Afro-Asian, would be the #1 candidate for the throne. 100. The destruction of black civilization. The other event to be awaited with patience was the passing of so many great African leaders and the coming of weaker ones. This was an historic certainty unless cycles of past developments were to be no more. But time seemed slower and longer during the first 5 dynasties, each of which was characterized by great leaders, a period of 755 years. The roll call brings forth names that still resound through the corridors of time: Menes, Atharths, Peribsen, Karsekhem, Imhotep, Zoser, Sneferu, Khufu, Kaffa, Userkaf, Neferefa, and others who re-established Ethiopian power as a united empire and held it without a serious challenge for almost 1,000 years. During this period, active foreign trade and expanded contacts with other countries were now possible. Internal stability was achieved through a process of increased centralization of power at Memphis and the perfection of the bureaucracy of the vast imperial administration. The state became the chief promoter and inspirer of progress on all fronts: agriculture, industrial development, science, the arts, engineering, massive building programs, mining and shipbuilding. The rapid rise and expansion of numerous crafts, each an organized secret society, stimulated the remarkable industrial and building developments. Internal peace and stability provided the opportunity for the outpouring of much dormant native genius, and religion was the chief motivating source. Every craft society had its own patron subgod, not to be confused with the supreme god. It was during this same period that stone was first used in building, hieroglyphic writing was first invented, the great pyramids were built, stone quarrying perfected and expanded, and Imhotep became the world's greatest architect and the father of scientific medicine. It was 7.5 centuries of the most glorious pages in the history of the Black world. There was a concentration of some of the greatest leaders in the 4th dynasty, 2613–2494 B.C. Thereafter, fewer and fewer of the great kings appeared to stem the disorganization that was clearly developing near the close of the 6th dynasty. The most notable achievement was doubtless the compilation of the Palermo Stone Annals, a work of great historical importance. The Old Kingdom ended with this dynasty. The great wealth of the nation, continued international commerce, and internal progress overshadowed the accelerating disintegration in the country. Conflicts between the religious cults battling for more and more political power. Egypt. The rise and fall 101 expanded. Rebellions of various chiefdoms seeking independence from weak and weaker rulers at Memphis also spread. Decentralization became the order of the day for which the Asians had been patiently waiting so long. Under weak rulers at Memphis and the breaking up of the country into small independent areas, nomarchies, Asian penetration and expansion in the Black Land became the norm. Earlier, I referred to the African failure to employ the essentials of real nation building and proposed certain criteria they generally fail to use. When this is done, our Black students often protest that the same is also true of many non-African peoples. They would like to take comfort in this fact, for it is a fact, and forget the whole thing. But I am not now dealing with these other peoples. I am concerned here only with African life and history. The failures of one people should serve as a warning of what to avoid, and not as a justification for similar failures by another. The glaring weakness in the unification of the Ethiopian Empire was the absence of any national program for the development of a national solidarity and a sense of national community and belonging that aimed at overcoming the greater local or tribal loyalties. To begin with, there were too many tributary states within the empire. Their very reason for being a part of the empire was mainly for tribute, their regular contributions to the imperial treasury. Such states did not, and indeed, could not feel themselves to be integral parts of the empire. Blinded by the wealth that was pouring into the national treasury, the empire builders were unable to see or understand the requirements of the human heart and spirit for the formation of attitudes of love and devotion toward a national citizenship. We shall be discussing the traditional African constitution later, because every expanding African kingdom and empire already had the guidelines which the leaders thought applied only to small states, or they felt themselves to be so rich and powerful that the traditional constitutional safeguards could be safely ignored. In the smaller states or tribal societies, the African constitutional system operated to promote and support equal justice, individual and group welfare or social security, and an undying loyalty to the group. The very scheme of social organization assured all this. Group solidarity became a natural development. An almost fierce spirit of brotherhood and sisterhood prevailed in all tribal states. The work of expanding this spirit as the nation expanded was rarely undertaken. 102. The destruction of black civilization. Since there was no such program in the best of times, the every province for itself spirit was chaff before the storms of invasions. The invaders had found it easy to establish another Asian capital, even at Heracleopolis. This move, in view of the general trend throughout Ethiopia, was thought to be taken at the most propitious time, when the empire was falling apart and no one was in command. But Asian assumption of imperial power and the establishment of their capital in the center of the black world aroused the disorganized and leaderless people to fury. And the Asians apparently had not taken into account Thebes, the seat of the blacks' war god, and the place from where the mightiest African armies always came. Of course, even with this knowledge, neither the Asians or anyone else would expect any threat from Thebes in the present state of national chaos. But the blacks had always looked to Thebes in times of crisis, leaders or no leaders. They did so now. Theban leaders emerged, and with them fighting men arose to battle the Asians again. Heracleopolis fell to the blacks, but Asian kings were able to hold Lower Egypt again and re-establish dynasties there under Khedi I and his successors. Western historians refer to this period as the First Intermediate Period, 2181-2040 B.C., and further confused an already too confused situation by mixing the Asian rulers of Lower Egypt with the African rulers of Upper Egypt, and then listing all the dynasties sequentially so that from such an arrangement one could not distinguish the white Asian dynasties, kings, or pharaohs from the black. So the 11 Asian kings of Lower Egypt who followed Khedi I appeared as kings of Egypt. We should pause at the beginning of the Middle Kingdom, 2133 B.C., because during the long 500 years covered by my brief summary, one of the most unusual socio-political phenomena occurred. It has been referred to numerous times before in terms of its development, but now the unexpected had happened. At this point, we have passed 15 centuries of African-Asian amalgamation, at first largely in Lower Egypt, but afterward more and more in Black Upper Egypt. The Afro-Asian offsprings were called the new breed, the distinguishing characteristics of which were devotion to Asians and hatred of Africans. Unless this point is grasped, we may as well drop the study of African history insofar as understanding fully the internal troubles of this race. First, the Afro-Asians, or coloreds, had far outnumbered the Asians in the northern population during the past 500 years. Second, the coloreds had become sensitively aware that they were suspended Egypt, the rise and fall 103 between two worlds, the black and the white, and that they were not fully accepted in either. Nowhere did their Asian fathers and other white kinsmen regard or accept them as equals, while the blacks had come to hate them as much as they hated the blacks. Third, out of this situation developed a passionate and defiant nationalism that restricted the term Egyptian to mulattoes alone. Henceforth, neither Asians or Africans were to be called Egyptians. Indeed, the new breed began to treat Asians as strangers and no longer welcomed them en masse, even in Lower Egypt. The Afro-Asians had apparently resolved that since they could not belong to either the black or white race, they would be a race by themselves, and in their own right the Egyptian race. It worked. Asians, if unmixed, were now called Asians, and Africans, if unmixed, were called Africans or Ethiopians. They alone, the new breed, would be called Egyptians, and the writers of the world would follow this classification from Homer's time to this day. I shall use the terms in the same way in all subsequent references. In the earliest period, Egyptian would have meant the blacks. Later on, it would have meant blacks and Afro-Asians. The white Asians were never called Egyptians, even when they ruled all Egypt. Even the present-day rulers of the land are unhappy with the term and much prefer to be called what they are, Arabs. Hence, the change of the official name of the country from Egypt to the United Arab Republic. However, the increasing hostility to the Asians was due to their offspring's resentment over being rejected as equals and having a lower status in the society whenever white Asians were in control. Their hostility to the Africans had been nurtured from birth and remained the same. Yet they never failed to seek alliances with the blacks when it suited their purposes, just as they do today through OAU, or to marry into ruling African families to enhance and perpetuate their rule. The 11th dynasty was started with stronger black rulers, beginning with Mentuhotep and followed by 3 kings of the same name. Their rule was again limited to Upper Egypt, since the Asians had re-established their rule in Lower Egypt during the period of nationwide turmoil and rebellions. Mentuhotep II, after restoring order in Upper Egypt and promoting a rapid economic program, had turned north to repeat, means great fear of conquering Lower Egypt again. 104. The destruction of black civilization Ethiopia south, but Ethiopia below the First Cataract did not return to the reunited imperial fold in the north. As we have seen, the southern kingdoms did not intend to return. Their defections had been going on, one right after another, long before the general disorganization and rebellions during the 6th and 7th dynasties. Hostility to the Asian invasions was always greatest in the southern regions. Many of the people claimed the Asian-held areas as their ancestral home. They wanted Lower Egypt conquered and the Asians driven out. Means had achieved the great victory, but the integration policies that followed were regarded as a betrayal of the blacks. They had lost faith in the black kings ruling from Memphis, who not only favored integration, but promoted it. The steady movement of the whites from the Delta into Upper Egypt itself was proof enough for southern blacks that the Asian aim was nothing less than ultimate control of all Ethiopia. As the Asian presence and influence spread in Upper Egypt, the withdrawal to the southern kingdoms appeared to keep pace. But why were the blacks farthest away from the Asian threat so much more concerned, or appeared to be, than those who still lived next door to the enemy in Upper Egypt? Even the larger number of refugees from Lower Egypt must have settled in Upper Egypt, because the biggest concentration of blacks was there. This would have been the situation around 2400 B.C. The answer may be that since Napata was regarded as the unchanging capital and center of the black world, and not know Thebes of glorious memory, any threat to this sacred area, land of the gods, was a threat to the survival of the race itself. The first great southern division of the Ethiopian Empire was the Kingdom of Wawat, and below that was the far greater Kingdom of Nubia which, like many other vast areas, while nominally a part of the empire, was at various times independent. The age-old dream of all the great kings black, white, or mixed, was the consolidation of the northern and southern regions. Hence, the constant wars against Lower Egypt, and now again Mentuhotep's war against Nubia. In both cases, that of the Asians in the far north and the blacks in the far south, economics was the driving force. The hold on the seacoasts not only blocked the Africans from world trade, but that fact enabled the Asians and coloreds to control the domestic economy indirectly as well. The record shows that every time this Asian stranglehold was broken, African foreign trade again flourished and national prosperity began to Egypt. The rise and fall 105 rise. On the other hand, no matter how black the pharaohs were, if only for economic reasons, southern Ethiopia, Nubia or Kush or Abyssinia had to be more firmly integrated with the north. The south was the real source of Egypt's wealth, as it had been for Egypt's civilization. The south actually had all Egypt at its mercy. The gold mines were there, and it was where the vast stone quarrying, copper, and tin mining were conducted. From the south came most of the papyrus plants from which the blacks invented paper and built the first and finest boats from the same tough leaves. The south had all the ivory, and at that time was the only source of the highly prized ostrich feathers, etc. In short, Egyptian foreign trade depended almost entirely on southern Ethiopia. Added to these economic imperatives, there was an even greater danger felt in the north. This was the control of the Nile, almost all of which, over 3,000 miles, flowed through southern Ethiopia. Black Upper Egypt, being in the middle, was forced by circumstances to play the leading role in the wars for unification in both directions, and, considering the many centuries over which they were intermittently waged, they seemed destined to go on forever. It is noteworthy that all these long drawn-out efforts at unification of an empire under a centralized government were confined to the directly indispensable economic regions which were contiguous to each other. Other members of the empire, even those who had long since stopped paying tribute, were not disturbed. In fact, as I have been indicating, Ethiopian empire was often merely a geographical expression insofar as effective rule over all of its supposed parts was concerned. To keep the picture as clear as possible, we have to keep on remembering that at various periods in ancient times, the land of the blacks meant all Ethiopia meant all Africa, and all blacks were Africans or Ethiopians or Thebans, etc. There were numerous independent states in the western land of the blacks, Western Sudan, that may have claimed a membership alliance with the Ethiopian Empire as an expression of pride, nothing more than a symbolic gesture to the great state that was the mother of the race, and which bore the race's name, Ethiopian. In any event, the extent of the one. It is well known, of course, that Ethiopian is the Greek rendering of black or the sunburnt people. 106. The destruction of black civilization territory claimed at times for the empire was so vast that even if there had been efforts to consolidate states other than those directly north and south, it would have been impossible in the absence of administrative and communication systems for the task. The war to bring Nubia under control started near the end of the 11th dynasty and went on for over 400 years, ending in defeat for southern blacks in the next dynasty, 1991-1786 B.C. This period was notable for the further expansion of foreign trade, especially in Palestine, Syria, and Punt, the golden age of the arts and crafts, a vast program of land reclamation and marked improvements in irrigation. By repetition, one of the greatest of the great issues stands out. With each and every mass invasion of the whites, the physical characteristics of the Egyptian people change more and more, becoming more and more Caucasoid as more and more blacks tended to move southward. When the white dynasties continued for several centuries, as in the case of the children of Israel, Semitic Caucasianization was accelerated on an ever-widening scale. One of the significant ethnic changes was that the only people then recognized as Egyptians, the Afro-Asians, became more Asian white in color language, and culture. Upper Egypt was becoming less Black Egypt. Thebes, under white rule, was becoming a museum center for European and Asian collectors. So by the time Herodotus and other Greek historians arrived, Ethiopia, as an empire, extended only up to the First Cataract, the third period of great rulers, but that time was still far away when Kamose, the last Theban king in the 17th dynasty, 1645–1567 B.C., opened a full-scale war of liberation against the Hebrews and the greatest of the dynasties since the fourth had now arrived. This was the remarkable 18th dynasty, with a line of kings and queens who became immortal: Ahmose I, Nefertari, Amenhotep XI, Thutmose I, Thutmose XI, Queen Hatshepsut the Great, Amenhotep 111, Akhenaten, the Great Reformer, and Tutankhamun. It was called the New Empire, and so it was in fact. The Hyksos' rule was broken, and they were expelled. This, however, could only apply to the rulers and their immediate followers. The Hyksos masses were scattered over the country and permanently settled as Egyptians. They had become integrated into Egyptian Egypt, the Rise and Fall 107 society. Contributing to its development on all fronts, they were not disturbed when their leaders were expelled. There was the usual revival of domestic industry, agriculture, and foreign trade, along with the expansions of imperial rule in Palestine and Syria to the Euphrates in Mesopotamia. This expansion of empire and its promise of great wealth from the accompanying expansion of trade meant renewal of the wars against their black brothers, holding the economically indispensable South. This time, the new and most powerful central government was able to extend its rule farther south than ever, that is, to the Fourth Cataract, almost to the holy city of Napata itself. For Western writers to state that obvious truth that the black rulers of Egypt did not hesitate to wage wars against the black rulers of southern Ethiopia, to state this would have destroyed their biggest myth that the Egyptians, white Asians, or coloreds, were always the conquering heroes over the blacks in the south. In short, as previously stated, these wars did not always follow a racial pattern. As would be expected under black rulers, Thebes was again reorganized under the 18th dynasty, and much of its ancient grandeur restored. Temple building in the grand style was resumed. The 18th, like some of the previous African dynasties, was well integrated with loyal Asians. For there were, it should be needless to say, countless thousands of Asians who were wholeheartedly devoted to the blacks, just as there were thousands of Afro-Asians, Egyptians, as loyal to the black race as any black could possibly be. Therefore, when an overall picture is presented, such as in my discussion of the attitudes of Asians, Afro-Asians, and Africans toward each other, one should keep the always big exceptions in mind. Nothing is ever all white, all black, or, in this case, all half-white. In the case of the half-whites, the record overflows with those who, contrary to the rule, hated the fact of their white blood and stuck to the blacks and their cause all the more tenaciously. These are the kinds of outcomes that reflect the complexities and variations of the human mind, and that make generalizations about a whole people, if anything, ridiculous. The Great 18th had begun under the most favorable circumstances, for one of the great black queens of Egypt, Nefertari, and her equally famous husband, Ahmose I, headed the dynasty. As was the custom, she had been named after some of the distinguished queens of similar name who had preceded her. None of them, however, ranked near Nefertari of the 18th in active participation and leadership in Queen Hatshepsut, the greatest woman pharaoh of Black Egypt. 18th Dynasty, Egypt, the Rise and Fall 109 National Affairs. She helped her son, Amenhotep, in the great work of national reconstruction. If she did not reach the heights of the greatest black queen of Egypt, Hatshepsut, it was only because the latter was a queen absolute, ruling along as a king. To emphasize the point, she often dressed in royal male attire, including the false beard and wig. But the comparison is hardly fair because each was great in her field of work, and that work was largely predetermined, and the role to be played by each was clear. And that was why, in the end, Both Nefertari and Amenhotep I were deified as the founders of one of the world's greatest line of rulers, and some of the finest monuments were erected to their memory. Had the people forgotten Ahmose, her husband, who was the true founder? Queen Hatshepsut, daughter of Thutmose I, was indeed a man in many of her aggressive and unyielding characteristics as a ruler. As regent for Thutmose 111, she tended to be an absolute ruler, and by expertly relying on her feminine charms, she was able to have her own way without a real check by the council, something few African kings could do successfully. But it was not all due to feminine charms, perhaps not at all. For Hatshepsut was, in fact, one of the most brilliant minds that ever ascended the throne of a nation. Her reign was in two parts, one as regent and the other as reigning queen in her own right. There was actually no difference, for Thutmose III was too young to count. Even before becoming legal ruler, therefore, she was actively pushing the things dearest to the hearts of all great African leaders: the expansion of foreign trade, international diplomatic relations, perfection of national defenses, vast public building programs, securing the South and the North through either peace or war, and one of her pet projects, building a great navy for both commerce and war. Her success on most of these fronts made her one of the giants of the race. Meanwhile, the next Thutmose was waiting with increasing impatience and frustration to succeed a woman who, to him at least, seemed destined to live forever. The fact that his wife was the queen's daughter only increased the really morbid hatred of his royal mother-in-law. Consequently, when he finally became King Thutmose III at last, he himself did what Asians and Europeans were to do on a scale so grand that the history of ancient Egypt, as essentially black history, was almost completely obliterated. He undertook to erase her name from all the monuments and temples she had built, destroying all documents bearing her name, and smashing all sculptured likenesses, paintings, and indeed, 110, the destruction of black civilization, anything that might indicate that Hatshepsut ever lived. Also, as later Europeans and Asians were to do to all inscriptions reflecting the blacks, Thutmose III had his own name and that of his brother engraved where Hatshepsut's had been chiseled out, thus taking credit for all of her achievements in addition to his own outstanding works. These were many, and need not be detailed since so much of it repeats the works of great leaders already discussed. Queen T was also one of Egypt's remarkable queens. Amenhotep III and Queen T gave a son to Egypt who was destined to be one of the greats in the Black world. This was Amenhotep IV, known to fame as Akhenaten. He was different from all of his predecessors. He was more preacher than king, and the greatest single spiritual force to appear in the history of the blacks. His great religious reform movement aimed at a greater focus on the one and only Almighty God, creator of the universe. The numerous lesser gods had overshadowed the Almighty in involving people by causing them to worship the gods through the endless number of competing cults, all served by a too self-serving priesthood. Such an unheard-of stand by the leader of the nation meant revolution and certain rebellion by the powerful priesthoods all over the land. Yet the new doctrine did not reach the masses, and the non-spiritual demands for leadership on pressing earthly fronts put the king in an unhappy situation. One was the continued Asian harassments on the eastern borders. Akhenaten grew more indifferent as his religious movement declined. After 17 years of heroic efforts, he passed in 1362 B.C., leaving the reins to Tutankhamun. This stepson's efforts to carry on the work of his father had only limited success. The old-time religions still prevailed. Akhenaten V's impact on the nation, however, was everlasting. His proposed reforms had more to do with a shift in emphasis than in faith. But even this seems to have been regarded as a direct threat to the powerful priesthood that, no matter how much divided into numerous cults, could unite in a common cause. The power of the priesthood rose as the kings of Egypt became more preoccupied with secular affairs than with their religious role as high priest of the Most High. It has been pointed out that the ruler's political influence stemmed not from the constitution, but from his close relationship with the gods. The priests themselves had promoted the evolution of an idea of the ruler's role as chief priest and intermediary with the ancestral dead and the gods, to the idea of the ruler's kinship with the gods, thereby becoming divine himself, the son or daughter of a god, and finally, a god himself. Egypt, the rise and fall 111, as custodians of the temples, the priests were promoting and making their own positions more powerful and secure by promoting the divine kingship idea. It meant that each king would try to outdo his predecessors in building more bigger and finer temples and colossal burial structures. The pyramids for the royal saints and the sons and daughters of Ammon, Horus, Set, etc. The priests were in the most strategic positions to acquire great economic and political power for themselves quite naturally, and without any particular efforts to do so. They were the first men of learning, scribes, historians, scientists, architects, physicians, artists, mathematicians, astrologers, and especially chemists. Many temples, therefore, were colleges as well as places of worship. The temples were also places through which flowed much of the national revenue. We could go on, indicating how and why priests became so politically powerful in Egyptian life that even a great king like Akhenaten could not overcome their opposition. It was too late for him to escape from the now traditional status of being divine. One might say it was the price a god has to pay for god-makers. In 1320 B.C., the age of the Ramses began. This time, a line of great leaders was not followed by a line of weaklings. This was the 19th dynasty, 1320–1200 B.C. And while it did not equal the glorious 18th, the Ramses kings stamped their periods as one of the most outstanding in the long history of the country. It was only near its end that the usual phenomenon of weakness and decline in the cycle began to set in as general social, economic, and political disorganization. The Ramses rule continued through the 20th dynasty, 1200–1085 B.C. The 21st, 22nd, and 23rd periods, 1085–730 B.C., again illustrated, as I had stated before, the fallacy of trying to chronicle African history in Egypt by dynasties. I had pointed out that at various times, during the long struggles for power, we find several different dynasties ruling at the same time from their respective capitals in various parts of the country. Every period of weak kings at Memphis or Thebes was a general breakdown during which exactly the same happened over and over again. The Asian Lower Egypt became independent again, and from its capital at Avaris or Sais pushed the expansion of Asian power in Upper Egypt. By 1085 B.C., the Asian population was so vast there that new Asian dynasties were relatively easy to establish almost anywhere north of the First Cataract. During one of these periods, 70 kings in 70 days was reported. 112, the destruction of black civilization. The picture now was one of those confused scenes of black dynasties, Asian dynasties, Egyptian dynasties, Afro-Asian, combination Dina's ties, those formed by alliances between two of the above groups, all ruling simultaneously in Egypt from various capitals. Many historians were further misled by the fact that while some of these so-called dynasties claimed to be the imperial government of all Egypt, others made no such claim and confined themselves to their local chiefdoms or nomarchies. Significantly, many of the latter were headed by priests. Our references to dynasties formed by alliances between two groups against a third could misleading to those who failed to grasp what had been said about the changing ethnic character of the dynasties over many centuries. From the 5th and 6th dynasties on, we have pointed out, Asian penetration through the royal marriage route caused the succeeding dynasties, with few exceptions, to become increasingly mixed. Often they were only predominantly black, half-black, less than half-black, or predominantly Asian or Egyptian, Afro-Asian. The founders of the 18th dynasty, like many similar instances, illustrate the reality of the process. For it is well known that the famous Queen Nefertari was all black, while her equally great husband, Amos I, was mulatto Egyptian. So that the 18th, like the great 19th dynasty of the Ramses, was predominantly black, not all black. On the other hand, the long periods of all-white Asian and European dynasties were emphasized and had to be emphasized to set the record straight. There were also, for still another example, Libyan dynasties, indicated by the Libyan names of the rulers. But who now were the Libyans? They were first of all Western Ethiopians, then heavily Berber, Mongolian, Arab, a sprinkling of Hebrews and other Asiatic peoples, and then, of course, the resulting Afro-Asians. The ethnic composition of Libya was about the same as that of early Egypt, with the exception that there were fewer Europeans and more Mongolians. Libya was once so nearly all black that to be called a Libyan meant that one was black. So the Libyan dynasties during this period could have been predominantly white, black, Afro-Asian, or a combination of all three, depending upon what faction was in the ascendancy at the time. It is also worth noting that not only the whites of Lower Egypt took advantage of every breakdown in the center, Upper Egypt, declaring its independence and attempting to extend their rule over the whole Egypt. The Rise and Fall 113 land, southern Ethiopia, tried to do exactly the same thing. The truth is that the millenniums of contests over Egypt were never really over unification per se, but rather who should rule the land after unification was completed: the whites of the Delta or the blacks of southern Ethiopia, particularly those south of the First Cataract. Indeed, as the Assyrianization of Upper Egypt increased, migrations of the blacks southward increased, hostility toward the north increased, and the resolve of the blacks to reconquer all of their land all the way to the Mediterranean was renewed once more. The southern region, therefore, generally became independent as soon as Lower Egypt became independent. It began to threaten Upper Egypt at the same time the Asian threat was spreading. The southern Ethiopians were even more bitter because they had to fight the integrationist blacks of Egypt just as hard as they had to fight the whites from Lower Egypt and Libya. The South was no more prepared to accept all-white rule. If anything, they trusted the mixed breeds less because of their ability to play either the white or black role as it suited their purposes. This may also be the reason so many blacks opposed large-scale amalgamation. It appeared as one of the white man's most effective weapons for the domination of the race, while at the same time slowly removing it from the face of the earth. As proof, the Ethiopians could ask, from whence came our worst enemies, the Egyptians? Are they not half Ethiopian? And do they not now scorn the very Ethiopian name itself, proclaiming themselves to be white? The Ethiopians, therefore, followed all developments to the north, northeast, and west with the closest attention. The activities of the probably Libyan king of the 22nd dynasty, Sheshonq I, did not escape their notice and appraisal. From his capital at Bubastes in Lower Egypt, he pushed affairs on a number of fronts, including the usual strategy of marriage alliances of black ruling families with white males. These alliances, after worming their way to power through the African inheritance through female line system, matrilineal, could then change to the Asian and Western patrilineal system. This invidious scheme for achieving power over the blacks through the blacks did not escape those on alert. The move of Sheshonq I to negotiate a marriage with the daughter of a king and gain legitimate control of Thebes fitted the well-known pattern of expanding Caucasian power, never failed to create Anoth degrees R stir in the still all-black areas. To make matters worse from the viewpoint of the blacks, Sheshonq had another son made high. 114, the destruction of black civilization priest of the African god, Ammon. The significance of this should be obvious. The whites were systematically preempting the whole of Egypt, even adopting, as their own, black institutions they could not easily destroy. And they were wise enough to gain control of the African religion. So now, as the whites became priests and worshippers of the supreme god and lesser gods of the blacks in Egypt, the success of erasing every vestige of early African civilization was moving toward the absolute. As the white priesthoods became stronger and more widespread, they were not only able to secure control of Thebes, the most powerful stronghold of the blacks in Egypt, but of equal importance, they were then in a position to gain followers in the rebelling nomarchies and persuade dissident chiefs to acknowledge the overlordship of Asian kings in various parts of the country. In short, they took over Africa's gods as their own, as a means of taking over Africa as their own. There was nothing sudden or new about this. The process was as long and leisurely as Egyptian history itself, gaining rapid momentum only during the often repeated decades of internal strife. Lower Egypt was always the area from which internal strife in Black Upper Egypt was planned and promoted. Secret agents, as mentioned earlier, are not new inventions of modern states. The only thing new about Tefnak's penetrations of Upper Egypt between 730 and 715 B.C. was that this time an Asian king, Libyan from his delta capital, now at Sais, had so inflamed southern Ethiopia that all-out war was declared against both Asians and Egyptians, Afro-Asians, and the 21-year-old king, Payenki, was given supreme command of the black armies. Ethiopia recaptures Egypt in view of the extent of the expansion of Asian power in Upper Egypt. The Ethiopians' age-old dream of recovering their northern homelands now seemed to be, in the very truth, an impossible dream. In 715 B.C., the strong situation of the Asians was such that the idea of the blacks repeating Mean's feat of 23 centuries before, that of once again expanding the Ethiopian empire northward to the Mediterranean, now seemed fantastic. Both Asian kings, Tefnak and Bikoria, were themselves great leaders and field commanders. And of all things, they had already taken Thebes, and practically had all Egypt under Asian control. Some writers put it the other way and say Egypt, the rise and fall 115, they had control of the Thebaid, another name for Upper Egypt. The great city of Heracleopolis alone held out until the arrival of Ethiopian forces. The immediate objective of Payenki and the Ethiopian generals was the recapture of Thebes. Supported by his naval forces moving down the Nile and the thousands of black fighters who flocked to his standard as he moved northward through Upper Egypt, Payenki's armies drove the Asians out of Thebes, re-established it as the capital city of the north, put Tefnakhet and his court to flight, and apparently using tactics of means, pressed on to capture the once all-black capital city of Memphis. The rightful rulers of our land have returned, the oppressed blacks cried as they flocked to his standard. Payenki returned to the capital city of Napata in the heartland before Lower Egypt was brought under control again. The task of reuniting the country under Ethiopian rule was left for his great successor, Shabaka. Shabaka firmly established the 25th dynasty, the only one Western writers generally recognized as black. This dynasty, however, should be of special significance for the black world, not because it was African from the beginning, but because the end of this period, 730-656 B.C., marked the end of all-out efforts by the blacks to retake Egypt. The African victory over the Asians did not lessen the danger from them, for they always had the advantage of striking either from within or from Asia itself. Now the new threat came from Asia. Assyria was fighting its way toward Egypt. The pathways had been made easy because the previous Egyptian conquest of Palestine and Syria had made these countries bastions of defense as long as they were properly governed. The later Egypt had been unable to do this, so Palestine and Syria, like Egypt itself, had become weak from internal disorganization. At first, the Assyrian advance seemed to be concerned only with Syria and Palestine, not Egypt. Uneasiness spread as the Assyrian hosts approached the borders of Egypt. However, Shabaka first followed the pattern of modern diplomacy by loudly professing one thing while actively doing the very opposite. In this case, Shabaka, while actively cultivating the friendship of the Assyrian king, Sargon XI, was just as active in supporting the armies of the Syrians and Palestinians. Modern, I say, because it was exactly the same kind of commitment and special interests policy that the United States maintains in East Asia and other places around the world. In 671 B.C., Esarhaddon led his Assyrian forces to victory near the Egyptian border and moved on to capture the city of Memphis, retaken. War council at Napata, Payenki, Shabaka and generals planned for Third Great War against Asian invaders and the reconquest of all Egypt. They began the 25th dynasty and were the last of the all-black pharaohs to rule the United Empire from the Mediterranean to the highlands of Abyssinia. Egypt, the rise and fall 117 from one army of Asians, only to be lost to another. Esarhaddon seemed to have thought that he had conquered Egypt when he took the ancient capital. He retired after appointing local princes to collect the usual tribute. Shabaka's nephew, Tarharka, promptly marched up from the south again and massacred all of the Assyrian garrisons. Esarhaddon died, leading a second expedition of vengeance in 699 B.C. His son, Ashurbanipal, assumed the leadership, invaded Egypt, and put Taharka to flight. The Egyptian governors were reinstated under a governor-general named Necho, also Egyptian. As was to be expected, the blacks of Upper Egypt remained loyal to the African line. They shouted loud enough for posterity to hear that the blacks were the rightful rulers of Egypt. Taharka was succeeded by his nephew, Tanurman. He renewed the war against the Assyrians and the Egyptians, the latter preferring, as usual, to support the Asians against native Africans. Tanurman recaptured Memphis again, during which battle the Egyptian governor-general Necho was slain. This placed the Africans in a dominant position in northern Egypt once again. But in 661 B.C., the outraged Ashurbanipal drove the African armed forces out of northern Egypt. He pursued them up the Nile and burned their ancient city of Thebes, the stronghold of black power from times immemorial. The Africans, eventually barred from further rule in Egypt, continued Payenki's line first from the capital at Napata and then at Meroe, where they promoted a broad reconstruction program. There the remarkable 25th dynasty ended in 656 B.C. The line of kings from Payenki to Tanurman were all buried in the Great Pyramids they and their ancestors had built at Napata. Let us follow the blacks from Egypt to there. Chapter IV. The First Cataract, the Black World's new borderline. Having lost both Upper and Lower Egypt, Ethiopia's northern border had been pushed to the First Cataract at Assuan, and Necho Roman II eventually became king of Egypt, beginning the 26th dynasty, 665–525 B.C. The Egyptian armies were increasingly made up of foreigners and enslaved blacks. It was during this dynasty that the Assyrians were expelled again, this time by nationalistic Egyptians. The blacks' loss of their beloved Memphis, Thebes, and even their Egyptian name now seemed to be final. Other invasions came. The Persians under Darius the Great took over, and their domination of Egypt lasted from 525 to 404 B.C., with the assistance of Greek mercenaries. They returned in 343 B.C. to re-establish their rule, but again, for only a relatively short duration. Alexander reached Egypt in 332 B.C. on his world-conquering rampage. But one of the greatest generals in the ancient world was also the Empress of Ethiopia. This was the formidable Black Queen Candace, world-famous as a military tactician and field commander. Legend has it that Alexander could not entertain even the possibility of having his world fame, an unbroken chain of victories marred by risking a defeat, at last, by a woman. He halted his armies at the borders of Ethiopia and did not invade to meet the waiting black armies with their queen in personal command. Upon his death, one of his most outstanding generals became pharaoh as Ptolemy I, thus beginning 300 years of Macedonian Greek rule. Toward the end of Greek domination, the 118 Queen Candace, Empress of Ethiopia and General-in-Chief of its armies, waiting for Alexander the Great to cross the new borderline at the First Cataract. Alexander, having conquered Egypt easily, decided against the invasion of the ancient center of black power and halted his army at the First Cataract, 332 B.C. 120, the destruction of black civilization expansion of the Roman Empire had transferred the real center of power to Rome. Assyria, Persia, Greece, Rome, the continuing process of transforming a black civilization into a near-white civilization long before the Christian era. The Ptolemaic period had been largely one of confusion. The division of power among the Greeks, Macedonians, and Egyptians, and intermarriages with the latter, joint rule, etc., made the Ptolemies, at times, merely nominal rulers. There were times when a native Afro-Asian ruler gained the center of the stage as the star attraction, as in the case of Cleopatra. Upon her death in 30 B.C., Romans assumed direct control, ruling the country for 7 centuries, beginning their reign 30 years before Jesus Christ would be born in the same Palestine where blacks had lived and ruled so long. After this long period of domination, the Arab general Amr ibn al-As entered Alexandria in 642 AD. With only 4,000 men, the conquest of Egypt by the Muslim armies, which had reached Pelusium 2 years earlier, was not only to change the character of Egyptian civilization radically, but it was to have a disastrous impact on the dignity and destiny of Africans as a people. The Arab conquest had opened the floodgates wider and Arabs poured in. Colonization and Islamization progressed. As Egypt became a main center of Arab power, this fact found concrete expression in Arab Islamic expansion over North Africa into Spain, and southward into what remained as the land of the blacks. The NEW borderline of the blacks, we have traced the ancient struggles between Africans, mulattoes, and Asians, where the Africans sought not only to resist conquest, but to retake the whole of Egypt. They succeeded at times, but finally lost all of Egypt, as we have seen. Ethiopia now began at the First Cataract in the north and extended south into present-day Ethiopia. It was now bounded by Upper Egypt, the Red Sea, and the Libyan Desert. These are rather general geographical designations without any precise meaning, for ancient Ethiopia had no precise southern boundaries. Ancient Ethiopians would say that their land included Egypt and was in fact without boundaries in Africa insofar as non-Africans were concerned. All of the European and Asian Egypt, the rise and fall 121 doctrines about unoccupied regions of Africa at any given period in history are quite meaningless and unacceptable to Africans. For to them, it is just as senseless as it would be to say to a farmer anywhere, "See here now, there are large sections of your land unoccupied and untended, so we'll just come in and take it." The Africans' area of great concentration was ancient Nubia between the First and the Sixth Cataracts. It was the land where they had developed the great civilization, which they had extended over Egypt. Their work had been appropriated by the invaders as their own. The geography of Nubia is the geography of much of present-day Sudan and beyond. The Nile flows through its sand and rock deserts with a series of falls and a number of rapids. The country is almost rainless. It is the land of the great Nubian desert. West of the Nile towards the Red Sea was the mining area, rich in gold. It was, even within the concept of these geographical boundaries, the heartland of the Black world. Already pushed by the invaders from the Mediterranean areas in the north, northeast, and northwest, the Africans were to be further hedged in from the east and southeast as the Asian hordes continued to stream across the Red Sea and the Indian Ocean, and much later, as the Dutch Boers poured in from the southernmost tip of the continent. Scraps from prehistory, the Stone Age Africans lived about the same as Stone Age peoples all over the world. They were hunters, fishermen, and craftsmen. Archaeologists have dug up some of their tools and other artifacts at Wadi Haifa, Wawa, Sai Island, Wadi Hudi, the Selima Oasis, Tangasi, Tajia, and other places. These areas are between the Second and Fourth Cataracts. Our discussion of specific, concrete evidence of early Black civilization up to this point has been confined to the Egyptian north. Most notable among the Neolithic finds in the south with a beautiful, highly burnished, black-topped, and red pottery bowls, jars, etc. The pottery was artistically decorated in wavy ripples or squares. Their earliest writing was in pictures. So many hundreds of these rock messages were found along the Nile through Nubialand that one may well wonder if these prehistoric historians had posterity in mind. While many of the pictures portrayed wildlife and other objects of interest in the environment, others went beyond this role of the artist. 122. The destruction of black civilization, and recorded such historic facts as the conquest of northern Nubia by the Nubian pharaoh of the Old Kingdom, Sneferu, in 2730 B.C. This war left a vast wasteland and practically wiped out a civilization that had been developing before Neolithic times. The children of the sun, for one thing, the land to the south of Egypt had developed a strong economy that was continuously enriched by a thriving export trade in paper, from papyrus, ivory, gold, ebony, emeralds, copper, incense, ostrich feathers, always greatly in demand, and its famous decorated earthenware. A strong economy also meant a strong Ethiopian army, posing a threat even to an African-ruled Egypt. From the Egyptian viewpoint, the land of the blacks was a threefold threat. Historically, the blacks who had fled below the first cataract to escape the various conquests never seemed to accept those conquests as final, and attempted to retake Egypt from time to time. These repetitions are deliberate because nowhere in history is this very important fact clearly stated. But it is clear that, having reconquered the Asian-dominated Lower Egypt, the black pharaohs sought integration with the Asians instead of driving them out of the country. This policy of moderation and accommodation was apparently anathema to the extremist Ethiopians, proud blacks for whom the prospects of having their children come into the world with a color distinctly different from their own was at once an insult to their watching ancestors and an offense to the gods themselves. This attitude might also explain the hostility of the southern blacks toward the Afro-Asian. The latter were not true Africans because they were becoming Egyptians, a mixed breed of many races. They were therefore traitors in the eyes of true Africans whose badge of eternal honor was the blackness of their skin. This was color racism, deeply rooted, for it sprang from religion. They were children of the sun, blessed with blackness by the sun god himself, and thus protected one. There was a previous reference to Sneferu's scorched earth war in his own home to further illustrate the extreme southern opposition to integration with the Asians even under black kings. The first cataract, 123, from his fiery rays. They were his children. Their very blackness, therefore, was religious, a blessing and an honor. The second already stated threat was economic. Egypt's own flour-ishing export trade, both by sea and caravans, depended heavily on her imports from the south. To cut these off would mean economic panic in an otherwise prosperous land. The third great fear concerned the mighty Nile River. Suppose the Ethiopians decided to bring Egypt to her knees and starve her to death by diverting the waters of the Nile. Belief in this possibility was ancient and ran deep. The Egyptian conquest of Nubia, therefore, might remove the military and economic threats, but insofar as the Nile was concerned, it would settle nothing. Besides, these blacks seemed to be unconquerable. A Sneferu might attempt total extermination of the population, burning every town and village, destroying farms and cattle, leaving the land in utter ruin. Yet, as soon as the armies of destruction withdrew, the surviving Africans would come out from their hiding places and began to rebuild once again. Like Upper Egypt, this was a land of cities and towns, of temples and pyramids. Africans were the great pyramid builders, the temple builders. They had built the great pyramids of Egypt during their rule. Renewed activity in temple building came after Nubia was reoccupied by the 18th dynasty rulers. All this renewed zeal in building new towns and temples in the south was reconstruction. The Old Kingdom raiders could not destroy all of the temples and other monuments. The returning Egyptians, therefore, had found many fine temples still in use, others in ruins. All Ethiopian inscriptions on the temples and monuments were erased, and Egyptian inscriptions substituted. All outstanding African creations that could not be converted and claimed as the work of Egyptians were destroyed. For now, Egyptian meant white, Asian, or European. This was done to promote national unity. Ethiopian inscriptions, of course, recorded victories over Egypt. The Arabs were to carry out the work of eradication in a far more thoroughgoing manner at a later time. All of the South was never completely conquered. The reconquest we are now discussing extended 40 or 50 miles below Abu Hamd. History continued to repeat itself. Below the area of conquest, the Africans continued to rebuild, reorganizing their fighting forces, and watching an overextended Egypt become weaker and weaker under weak pharaohs who were unable to. Meroe, one of 25 major cities in the heartland of Black civilization, where the first pyramids were built, still standing after over 6,000 years. The Blacks carried these and other advanced ideas as they spread over Egypt, then northern Ethiopia. The first cataract 125 cope with the interminable struggle for power among the Asians, Egyptians, and other incursive groups. In these cycles of consolidation, followed by fragmentation into numerous chiefdoms and principalities, Egypt mirrored the results of the human power craze not only in Africa, but generally throughout the world. Yet in the long view of her history, Egypt's overall record was one of consolidation and unity that, at times, was not seriously broken for 1,000 years. Napata was a beautiful city that was favored by surroundings that helped to make it so. It was located below the fourth cataract above the Great Curve, where the Nile had turned southward, and as though changing its mind, turned north again. An imposing hill, the throne of the sun god, was the site of temples. The city itself was regarded as the Holy of Holies, the capital of what the Egyptians called the land of the gods. But Napata referred not only to this central city, but included what today we would call a metropolitan area that covered towns and villages for miles in all directions from the present-day town of Karima. It was to this area that African leaders, including priests of the various cults, retreated when things got too hot in Egypt. Here also, certain African kings preferred to stay even when their position and power in Egypt were unchallenged. Most of the royal burials in pyramids were at Kuru. The largest pyramid in Ethiopia is that of King Taharka at Nuri. After the Assyrian-Greek invasion in 590 B.C., the city was again almost completely destroyed. The capital was moved to the other side of the river to Meroe, the historic industrial center. The Blacks apparently had been more concerned with the development of their copper industry than with iron. Iron ore was in abundance. The earlier failure to exploit it, especially for military weapons, was the reason Assyrians, with their superior iron weapons, were able to sweep the Blacks out of Egypt, invading the heartland and destroying the holy city of Napata. The Africans had long since learned the use of iron. They knew all about the smelting process. Why did they allow the Assyrians to get ahead of them? Granting that the ancients kept their military development secret, as nations try to do today, it was also true that spies, including Africans, were active everywhere. The question is interesting because we are not discussing the period when the African 126, the destruction of Black civilization, had ultimately surrendered to despair and retrogression, but a period of African power, high civilization, and a greatness respected and feared by the ancient world. Even after the onslaught by the Assyrians and their allies, the Africans were to rebuild, from the new capital city of Meroe, a civilization greater than the one just destroyed. There were many lesser states and countless small chiefdoms in the vast land mass that began where the effective control by Ethiopia ended. Through all these millenniums of ups and downs, of trials and errors, of great victories and disastrous defeats, through it all the central drive of this once black land was in the direction of consolidation and progress. Tribes were united into one nation either voluntarily or, that failing, by force. Strong armies were maintained to protect and expand their civilization. The retaking of that part of the homeland that extended north along the Nile to the Mediterranean was at once the deathless dream, the impassioned goal, and the cornerstone of their foreign policy. These Africans battled the invading Asians decade after decade and century after century, until their resistance to conquest and enslavement extended over 4,000 years. From ancient days, therefore, the Africans had, in the very center of the heartland on the continent, a history from which their posterity could learn how unity alone provided the condition for strength and progress, and that each one of 1,000 little independent chiefdoms were but a standing invitation to the aggressors and the ultimate domination of all. Why did the Africans fail to take this message of salvation as a revealed truth from their own history? What dimmed civilization's light on Barkle Hill and caused an ultimate withdrawal to the bush and the scattering of people hither and yon like hunted beasts? Why did Africans begin to retire from the race with other advancing peoples and fall so far behind that even the memory of former greatness could not inspire a revival, because that memory had been almost completely blotted out? I have been detailing some of the answers throughout, and in later chapters we shall explore further answers to questions raised. We now cross to the west bank of the Nile and journey farther south to the city of Meroe. It is the 8th century B.C., and the move to Meroe was simply a move to what was already the southern capital, only now, instead of having 2 capital cities in the south, there would be only one. The First Cataract 127, the development of writing a distinguished line of leaders, followed Tanurman to the throne in 653 B.C. Atlanasa, Senkamansekan, Anlaman, Espalta, Amtorka, and Mailnakan Palace, temple, and pyramid builders all. 2 of the greatest temples were built by King Espalta at Meroe, the Sun Temple and the Temple of Ammon. 2, the imposing pyramids and rows of huge royal statues added to the majesty and magnificence of Meroe. The royal tombs, as in Egypt, were the repositories of the nation's history. From them, archaeologists were able to determine a line of 41 rulers after the conquest of Lower Nubia. These monuments were not only sources of early African history from within, but of the highest importance. They were elaborately decorated outside, with both the first form of writing, hieroglyphics, and the more advanced African inscriptions in their own invented writing. For the Africans themselves had invented writing, and all attempts to connect this ancient achievement with Egyptian or Asiatic influence have failed. Here the external influence school has suffered a major defeat, because the written records found on statues, altars, tombstones, graffiti, etc., were so distinctly African that their native origin could not be successfully disputed. Moreover, the African system of writing was very different from the Egyptian. It was simpler and had vowels, whereas Egyptian had none. There were 23 characters or letters in the African alphabet, 4 vowel signs, 17 consonants, and 2 signs of the syllable. New concepts and new or special words could be easily introduced by the old picture system. Clarity and easy reading was assured by measured spacing between words. A system of numerical symbols for mathematics was developed. The African inscriptions on monuments and such records as those found in royal tombs were in a special category. General writing was done on tablets of wood and skins prepared for that purpose. Such things as rocks, walls, vases, and broken bits and pieces of earthenware comprised other artifacts where ancient African writing was found. Again, how and why did all this disappear? How and why was it blotted out or hidden so completely for 2,000 years that an ignorant world, with unprecedented research facilities in its universities, too? It is believed that the temple to Ammon was not completed during Espalta's lifetime, but by his successors. Sketch based on detail of the statue of Espalta, king of Kush, 593-568 B.C., found in the temple at Jebel Barkal in Kush. Museum of Fine Arts, Boston. The First Cataract 129 still believes, teaches, and proclaims that the black man had never developed a civilization of his own. It has been noted that the attractions of Ethiopia, the land of the gods, were great not only because the Egyptians regarded it as the main source of their religion, but also because of its socio-political, economic, and strategic importance. When African kings reconquered Egypt and became Egyptian pharaohs, they still longed for the motherland to the south, desiring to unite the whole of it with Egypt into one vast empire. They would often retire there, some wanting their final resting place to be in a pyramid below the first cataract. To the south rested their ancestors, whose company they were to join. Here was the capital city of both the black man's world and that of his heaven as well, the holy city of Napata. During the different periods in which Napata came under a foreign yoke, the capital city of Meroe had to become somewhat holy in its own right, and many of the kings, queens, and other leaders were buried in pyramids there. These were constructed of stone outside of the city proper, sometimes at a visible distance of 2 or more miles. They were built to stand forever, an attempt that stemmed from the Africans' actual belief in immortality. This is why their faith included the natural assumption that those who had passed on, their ancestors, were living in the great beyond, and were therefore in the most favorable position to represent the interests of their kinsmen below, or, in short, to serve as mediators between God and man. The pyramids ringing the city not only added to the physical beauty of the surroundings, but they were also the silent sentinels, the ever-watchful ancestral presence from which might come either a benediction or a curse. Earlier, you may recall, I was unsparing in my criticism of those African societies which seemed to be governed by fatalism and failed to counterattack against their natural and human enemies. As I read the record, it seemed to me that these groups did not try to meet the awful challenges which confronted them. They gave up too readily and refused to ignore tribal lines or to unite for common survival strategies. They remained scattered here and there, like hunted animals, moving into barbarism and savagery. Such were my strictures, and obviously I did not give the whole story, even about these groups. Now, however, and by a glorious contrast, we are in the midst of blacks, the core group of all Africa, who met the challenge on all fronts. Roman II, the Queen of Ethiopia at Paenki, following Kashta in 720 B.C., began what was quickly to become again one of the greatest world powers of the time. Ethiopia was united with Afro-Asian Egypt under a single imperial rule that extended from the Mediterranean in the north to an undefined boundary in the south. Also unknown was how far its eastern boundary extended southward along the Indian Ocean coastland, how much of Uganda Meroe c. 4th century B.C., and from every direction, and who fought on and on through the centuries against the forces of man and nature until they themselves were completely overwhelmed. 3,000 years ago, the desert, while slowly moving in on Africa, had not advanced to where it is today. There was more arable land in Ethiopia, although its agriculture did not match that of the rich delta region of Egypt. The blacks were, however, mainly agriculturists like other Africans. Even with their remarkable industrial development, farming went on both sides, where the two Niles met in their land, before continuing as one great river through Egypt to the Mediterranean Sea. Nor should the importance of the Atbara River be overlooked. Even though the surrounding deserts were a problem insofar as agricultural expansion was desired, the more immediate problem was famine from drought. There were years during which no rain fell at all, and not a hopeful cloud appeared in the sky. The Afrians met the challenge by constructing a national system of reservoirs. These were strategically located around the capital, at Musawarat, Naga, Horden, Uzuda, in the Jazira region, at Duanib, Bassa, and doubtlessly at other sites not yet excavated. This master plan to defeat drought and famine by a system of reservoirs was more important than all of the architectural art that found expression in their beautiful statues, temples, palaces, columns, and pyramids. The reservoirs were more significant than the monuments, important as these were in hiding the black man's intellectual achievements in the invention of riding deep under the sands. I rate the reservoirs as the supreme achievement because they reflect the real measure of African man as he met the challenge to survival head-on, with a constructive counterattack against the adverse forces of earth, sun, and sky. The irrigation system, made reasonably effective with their oxen-powered wheels, was a part of this challenge to adverse circumstances. Roman 2132, the destruction of black civilization and Abyssinia was included, or how far westward the empire extended. 3. All this is not so important as the point that during this period of triumph, world fame, fear, and an unprecedented prosperity from a flourishing trade with about one-half of the world, African rulers continued to neglect the updating of their military and naval defenses. Iron was the basis of the technological revolution in warfare. That the Assyrians, Hittites, Persians, and other Asiatic nations were equipping their armies with new types of iron weapons, and that these were devastatingly more effective than stone and copper weapons had to be well known to the Africans. It was not news. As was mentioned before, they not only knew about the use of iron, but they had long since developed the iron smelting processes. The trouble was the highly secretive royal monopoly. No secret was more zealously guarded than the smelting of iron. This meant rigidly limited production. Here was fear outmatching both reason and the most elementary common sense. This over-secretiveness, which inhibited the expansion of iron production, was to contribute mightily to the success of Assyrian arms over them. Prosperity, too, may have blurred the Africans' vision. Too much success can be dangerous. In this case, so much wealth was piled up from foreign trade, especially in gold, ivory, and copper, that the question of iron, if raised, may have been dismissed as economically unsound. Whatever the reasons were, the fact is that the great iron industries which had developed in this center, spreading over Africa, could have started centuries before. Even as early as 300 B.C., when iron smelting was employed for more useful purposes than ornaments, the royal monopoly still prevented widespread use. That they knew of the importance of iron is shown by the fact that kings and high priests were often heads of the guild, and the chief iron master would often gain the status of what a prime minister is today. Regardless of the delay, iron smelting and tool-making got underway on a vast scale in Ethiopia at a most crucial period for Africa. Its center was Meroe, and it appears that the biggest ironworks were in and around this capital city. This development was at a crucial period because it was the period of increasing migrations from the three. This whole period of black achievement is minimized by writers who substitute Meroe, the city, for Ethiopia, the empire. Ethiopian writing then becomes some Meroitic inscriptions, etc. The First Cataract, 133 Heartland, and the scattering of groups all over Africa. They carried their knowledge of this great technological revolution wherever they went, and they began the use of iron and the development of iron industries wherever they had had the opportunity to settle in iron ore areas and remain settled long enough to create a stable society. This spread of ironworking from the cradle of black civilization is just another example of how other fundamental African institutions spread over the continent, north as well as south, and remained basically unchanged down through the centuries, no matter how numerous were the groups into which the original society became fragmented, or how countless were the various languages and dialects that resulted from that segmentation. There were, as a matter of course, many variations and modifications by different survival groups. The most remarkable of the facts was that even those groups that were pushed back into a state of barbarism still held on, God only knows how, to some of the basic institutions of the society from which they descended from 1 to 2,000 years before. Neither Christian Europe or Muslim Asia were able to completely destroy those institutions, even in the vast regions over which both had supreme control. And this is why, in a previous discussion, I had suggested a smile of compassion when you read or hear about Egyptian influence on this or that black society, because in general, all that could possibly be meant is the influence of early black civilization on subsequent black societies. The expansion of the iron culture, however, was a revolution in technology that ushered in a new age and gave new hope to a despairing people. It meant the use of new instruments of production in agriculture and the industrial crafts, and, of great importance for a refugee people, for a new kind of military organization and defense. It can be seen, then, that the motherland of the blacks, centered on the Nile around the cataracts, provided her wandering sons and daughters with the instruments of survival, a knowledge that still served them well centuries after the Arabs and Turks had overran that motherland. The memory of many things had been lost, however. Who remembered Thebes, Napata, Memphis, Elephantine, Heracleopolis, or Nekheb? Indeed, who remembered even Meroe, the most advanced center not only of the African age, but also of writing? And what of the other important towns and cities in southern Ethiopia? Nubia, Kush, Musawarat, Nuri, Panopolis, Kerma, Asuan, Soleb, Abu Simbel, Kurasku, Samna, Falah, Kawa, Dongola, etc. Our constant references. 134. The destruction of black civilization to Napata and Meroe might lead those who do not look at the map to think that there were only two important cities in the land. Forgetting the names of ancient centers of importance was nothing compared to the tragedy of the blacks in almost completely forgetting the very art of writing which they themselves invented. This was one of the most tragic losses, to repeat, that was ever suffered by a whole people. And in view of the anti-black course of subsequent history, the blacks needed their written language and records more than any other people. Just how and why this people discontinued the use of writing has been set forth, rather clearly and in some detail, in the foregoing pages. However, the matter is of such transcendent importance that I hope some black scholar will devote an entire book detailing this one episode in the long history of Africans. The story would cover the periods of migrations and dispersions when writing was needless, if not impossible, to the general loss of the art itself. I say general loss again because, of course, some African societies did not completely lose the art of writing even under conditions where its use seemed utterly futile. The most important fact to keep in mind, however, is that we are considering the early age when relatively few people could write. A small professional class, the scribes. All books, scrolls, inscriptions, letters, etc. were written by them. Therefore, in any society where the scribes were either captured or, for whatever reason, disappeared, the art of writing in that society died. In view of the developments in Black Africa, the disappearance of writing is not a mystery at all. Conquest and domination tended to check migrations and bring a larger measure of iron-ruled stability to the invaded region. An integral part of that iron rule was the introduction of the conqueror's speech and writing, the first step in the process of conquering the soul and minds of the blacks, along with their bodies. This was easy because the knowledge-starved key people among the blacks eagerly grasped Arabic, French, Portuguese, English, or German as the best route to status in a new civilization. Most of this developed later than the period we have been summarizing, the 1,000 years in Ethiopia after its last success in retaking Egypt and its defeat and withdrawal with the fall of the 25th dynasty. Here we speak of the period from 6th century B.C. to the 4th century of the Christian Church in Ethiopia. The first cataract, 135 Christian Africa, was naturally among the first areas to which Christianity spread. It was next door to Palestine, and from the earliest times there had been the closest relations between the Jews and the blacks, both friendly and hostile. The exchange of pre-Christian religious concepts took place easily, and due to the residence of so many ancient Jewish leaders in Ethiopia, Abraham, Joseph and his brothers, Mary and Jesus. The great lawgiver, Moses, was not only born in Africa, but he was also married to the daughter of an African priest. For the pathway for the early Christian church in the land of the blacks had been made smooth many centuries before. In a different work, I suggested that a major reason why so many later Christian missionaries failed in Africa was because they were bringing refurbished religious doctrines that came from Africa in the first place. The religious belief in sacrifice for the remission of sins was an African belief and practice at least 2,000 years before Abraham. The results of a comparative study of the African, Jewish, and Christian religions have amazed many who have undertaken the task. Practically all of the 10 Commandments were embedded in the African constitution ages before Moses went up Mt. Sinai in Africa in 1491 B.C., a rather late date in African history. We do not know how much significance should be read into the fact that Christianity began to spread in Ethiopia, Nubia, or Kush only after the destruction of the Central Empire with the fall of Meroe. However, the most important development after the empire passed was not the rise of Christianity, but the rise of the 2 black states that picked up the mantle and staff of Ethiopia to carry on. These 2 states were Makuria and Alwa. For many accounts refer only to his marriage to the daughter of a Midianite priest. However, Aaron and his wife rebuked Moses for marrying a black woman. Chapter V, the 2 that carried on from the early African viewpoint, there was nothing earth-shaking or extraordinary about the establishment of still another cult, the cult of Christian churches. The only unusual thing about the new cults of Christians was that while they disclaimed being of the Jewish faith, they worshipped the Jewish tribal God, the God of Israel. The Christians seemed to be expanding the role of a God who had been concerned only with the Jews as his chosen people to a God of the universe, the Sun God. The Christians were not really different even in the central religious beliefs of the Africans and Jews of the period in sacrificing sheep, goats, bulls, and sometimes humans for the remission of sins. For while the Christians had given up the slaughtering of animals for offerings, the very cornerstone of their faith was that Jesus Christ, the Son of God, was sacrificed for the sins of man, and that his blood was shed for this purpose alone. Drinking of the blood, wine, and eating of the body, bread, are all fundamental aspects of man's most ancient religion. The spread of Christianity in the land below the First Cataract gained momentum after the destruction of Ethiopia as an empire, and its world-famous capital, the city of Meroe. Such a decline and fall of a nation, empire, or civilization is never as short or sudden as the date given for the event suggested, in this case, 350 AD. Many factors and forces operated over a long period of time before what can be called the Great Age of Black Civilization came to a close. How the Black world was being adversely affected by both Asia and Europe may be better understood by a flashback to events following the 136, the 2 who carried on 137 end of Black rule over Egypt, with the close of the 25th dynasty in 656 BC. The victorious Assyrians, you may recall, made Necho, a king from Sais in Lower Egypt, the governor-general, supported by Assyrian garrisons. This Necho was an Asian, but by this time, the practice of calling all non-African residents Egyptians had been so firmly established that it had the weight of customary law. The Afro-Asians had failed to win recognition as the only Egyptians. Whites of all nationalities, though a minority, were often the dominant groups, ruling from their power base in Lower Egypt. Hence the continuing crises between the white Egyptians and the now more populous, colored Egyptians. The Black Egyptians no longer counted as a power group north of the First Cataract. When the Assyrians were finally expelled during the 26th dynasty, 664-525 B.C., the foundations for permanent white Asian rule in Egypt had been firmly laid. From this period on, the wars for the control of Egypt were primarily wars of whites against whites. The internal corruption, jockeying for position compounded by the various partisan groups, reflected the weakness of the country in employing more and more foreign mercenary troops, especially Greeks. These large incursions of Greeks and their allies formed the same kind of advance base for a future Greek hegemony as did previous Asiatic peoples. The time was not yet, but it was the opportune time for the Persians to invade this much-invaded land and begin a rule in 525 B.C. That was to last 21 years. Since the administration of a conquered country by absentee kings is generally weak and open to revolt, the very long Persian rule in Egypt was doubtless due to an extraordinary line of strong kings and imperial administrators Cambyses, Darius the Great and Darius XI. The end of Persian rule came in 404 B.C., when the Egyptian Greeks joined with the Egyptian nationalists in a war of liberation. The victory was short-lived. The Egyptians were in power only 5 years before the rebellion and independence were broken, and Persian rule re-established for another 64 years. 1. The same development is now taking place in South Africa, where the coloreds, once fanatically devoted to the whites, are now bitterly resentful because their privileged status vis-a-vis the blacks is being steadily reduced. Roman 3:138, the destruction of black civilization in 332, Alexander the Great arrived, and having broken the imperial power of Persia elsewhere, had no trouble taking over Egypt. A Greek was crowned pharaoh in 334 B.C. as Ptolemy. The Greeks ruled Egypt for almost 31 years before the expansion of the Roman Empire into Egypt ended their dominion in 30 B.C. This was our flashback point of departure, but before returning to the Ethiopian churches, the significance of what we have been reviewing as flashbacks should again be emphasized as a great issue. For we have been reviewing the last phase of the processes of Caucasianization in Egypt that was so thoroughgoing that both the blacks and their history were erased from memory. The Jewish rule, 500 years. The Assyrian interludes, the Persians, 185 years, the Greeks, 274 years, the Romans, 700 years, the Arabs, 327 years. The long struggle to take from the blacks whatever they had of human worth, their land and all their wealth therein, their bodies, their souls, and their minds, was a process of steady depersonalization, dehumanization. Yet Greece and Rome, having made the exclusion of the blacks from Egypt permanent, appeared to have no conquest ambitions in the black country to the south. And Pax Romani checked the constant warfare between the two regions. The great wealth-producing trade with Ethiopia was promoted, and what appeared to be a general détente prevailed. Indeed, whoever held the seacoasts, whether Asian, European, or Egyptian, controlled world trade and put Ethiopia in a state of economic dependence, no matter how vast the flow of goods was from the south. Egypt was the middleman, with the greater control over both volume and prices. Both the Greek and Roman rulers of Egypt left Ethiopia to play its own role. And we have seen what that role was during 1,000 years of unbroken progress directed from Meroe. The Semitic storm from Axum, yet a storm cloud was threatening farther south, as the Roman legions withdrew from Egypt to help check the erosion of an overextended world empire. We have noted that the Ethiopian Empire at the height of its greatness extended southward into Abyssinia, present-day Ethiopia, and further, that as time passed, the blacks were being hemmed in from almost all directions essential for survival. Now for the two who carried on 139 some centuries, Arabs and Jews, the latter called Solomonids by most historians, had been swarming into this southeastern region, pushing through the middle in such a way that even in Abyssinia, the blacks were pressed southward, always southward. Egyptian history was repeating itself. The Asians and mulattoes held northern Abyssinia, with the center of power in the strategic kingdom of Axum. From Axum, the Arabs prepared their forces for the destruction of a now weakening Ethiopian empire. The weakness, as usual, came from separatist movements struggling for power. It was the old-time factional fights among leaders who felt they must rule or ruin, a drive so well known that is needless to recount. But it was the situation for which the Axumite Arabs and their colored and Jewish allies were waiting. In 350 AD, their armies destroyed Meroe and an epoch in history ended. Ethiopia was now split into 3 major states: Nobody, bordering Egypt at the First Cataract; Makuria, the more powerful kingdom in the middle with its capital at Dongola, and Alwa, another strong state south of Makuria or between Makuria and Axum. After the collapse of the Central Black Empire in the 4th century, the Christian churches spread more rapidly through the now independent kingdoms. Even in the division of Ethiopia into smaller states, the process of ethnic transformation was obvious as it pressed southward from Egypt. Greek and Roman presence had been heavy and marked in Nobody. Since no one now questioned that Nobody, Nubia, was Ethiopian, the mixed breed could not be called Egyptian, as was the previous case of First Cataract. The population in this kingdom, bordering Caucasianized Egypt, was now predominantly Afro-European and Afro-Asian. The problem was solved very neatly by calling them the Red Noba, and the Africans were called Black Noba. The other two kingdoms were all black and presented no classification problems. The churches seemed to be firmly rooted in Alwa and Makuria. Churches seemed to be everywhere. There were several in every large town, one in just about every small village, some in rural areas away from villages, and churches scattered over large urban centers, along with those of greater splendor in the cathedral cities, the seats of bishops. White administration and control of African Christianity was assured by establishing the head of the church in Lower Egypt, the Patriarch of Alexandria, with power to appoint all bishops in Africa. The bishops appointed were always white or near white, until token appointments of blacks to lesser posts, such as deacons, had to be made. 140. The destruction of black civilization following protests by black church leaders, supported by their kings. And while the red men of Nobody, caught in the middle, tended to identify with the blacks of Makuria and Alwa, the split between the Western and Eastern churches over doctrine was reflected in the three Ethiopian kingdoms. This meant that the religious strife tended to alienate monophysite Nobody from Orthodox Makuria. This competition for ascendancy may have had a great deal to do with the expansion of churches in Egypt and the former Ethiopian Empire in the south. The growth of states, these southern kingdoms, also carried on much of the old Ethiopian tradition of rapid reconstruction after destruction. They continued the expansion of caravan routes for external trade across the Sahara to the Western Black World to offset the Egyptian seacoast monopoly. They replaced the vast temple-building programs with equally vast church-building programs, and they continued the development of the iron industries and better-equipped armies. Egyptian, Asian, Greek, and Roman influence was as marked on African institutions in Nobody as it was on the complexion of most of the people living in this fringe kingdom. Nobody, then, is a classic example of external influence on African institutions, just as it had been on Egypt. It is an influence that could be praised to high heaven as the eclectic process of civilization itself, had not the Caucasians resorted to thefts and lies in their vain and ignoble attempts to preempt the whole field of human progress as being theirs and theirs alone. In the 4th century AD, the areas of black power had been pushed out of Egypt down to where the kingdom of Makuria formed its borders with Nobody. Here the concentration of blacks began, just as though a southward movement of the race was a decree of providence. Here once again they took their stand. Here again, even in the lands which were officially Christian, black battle lines had to be formed again for defense. The Axumite-colored Solomonids and Arabs had retired after the destruction of the Black Empire. The more immediate danger was still Egypt. This was true also from the viewpoint of Christendom, for white, Egyptian control over the churches reflected the same policies that were to follow through the centuries into our own times. No church-sponsored theological schools for the training of African, the two who carried on 141 clergy. By thus preventing educational opportunities, they could always maintain that the blacks were simply not qualified for this or that high post. In religion, as in every other field, the system deliberately prevented qualification in order to declare the lack of qualification on the part of blacks in all regions under white control or in all institutions, in this case the church, over which white power prevailed. There were situations, however, in which some blacks overrode the obstacles to become bishops in either all-black or predominantly black countries. In discussing mass migration from Egypt, I hope no one has forgotten the countless thousands of blacks left behind in both Upper and Lower Egypt. Not only then, they are present there today, but as a submerged group. That there were exceptions to this general status has also been emphasized. The people who accepted a slave or inferior status as their lot in the society were the kind Aristotle had in mind when he referred to men who were born to be slaves. On the other hand, those blacks who migrated or fought to the death rather than accept slavery were those who were born to be free. The most important point missed by many quoting this most quoted passage from Aristotle. It was these born to be free blacks who, as we have seen, not only beat back the enslaving invaders over and over again, but just as many times either conquered their would-be enslavers or drove them back into Asia. The fall of the Black Empire did not mean that the blacks had surrendered. The fragmented kingdoms were still to carry the fight to the enemy, and they were still to fight their way again across Egypt as far as to where their ancient city of Memphis once stood. Still others remained in the conquered regions simply because they refused to leave their ancestral homes, come what may. By the 7th century, the blacks had achieved a major goal by incorporating Nobody with Makuria, and thus re-establishing what had become the recognized boundary between Ethiopia and Egypt at the First Cataract. The precise manner of this amazing achievement is unknown. Did the Black Noba of Makuria overrun the Red Noba of Nobody, or was it a union of kingdoms by agreement? We do not know. What we do know is that the black kingdoms of Alwa and Makuria were stronger than ever since the fall of Napata and Meroe. 142, the destruction of black civilization, a decisive battle of history. Egypt, on the other hand, was undergoing one of her periodic convulsions from an invasion, the most fateful one to which we have already referred as the Muslim invasion of 639–42 AD. This conquest, as was usually the case, had been made easier by still a previous Persian invasion, 619–629 AD. Some sources suggest that the new wave of Persian invasions that began in 619 AD determined the course of the blacks in conquering Nobody and re-establishing their frontier at the great system of fortifications at the First Cataract. From there, the blacks had been raiding various areas in Egypt and attacking garrisons throughout the 10 years of the last Persian occupation. In this and other similar instances, the picture that emerges clearly is that the blacks, even after being pushed out of Egypt, were more upset by foreign invasions and resisted them more courageously than the new Egyptians who, by comparison, appeared to be an easily conquered and rather cowardly lot. Otherwise, how could Amr ibn Alas, the Muslim general, conquer all Egypt so easily with only 4,000 men? The conquering Arab general apparently knew the difference between the fighting qualities of the blacks in the south and those of the Egyptians and their mercenary troops, for despite the continued raids by the blacks, he chose not to extend his operations into their land. But not so disposed was Abdullah, the new Arab governor-general, viceroy of Egypt. The year following the complete takeover by the Muslims, 643 AD, he decided to bring the whole heartland of the blacks under Muslim control at once. He knew, however, that this would really be a war, not like the easy conquest of Egypt with an army of only 4,000 men. With a larger and better equipped army, the Arab expedition invaded the Black Country with a confidence that was heightened by what appeared to be hasty and confused retreats by frightened warriors. This Ethiopian strategy of pretended fright and wild retreat was so well known in Egypt that it is difficult to understand how it could have been unknown to Abdullah and his generals. Or had this too, like everything else that was African, been blotted from memory? If so, for once, they were going to pay dearly for ignoring an African invention. They were allowed to advance deeply into black territory before 100,000, retreating and frightened blacks turned in frontal and flanking onslaughts that almost completely wiped out the entire Arab Sea. 000 degrees UWOC 430 R1CZE cents 0OC plus 0 VG U degrees O cents MOCZD R cents DW00CZNX as a UUMC. 144. The destruction of Black Civilization Army. An Arab historian of the period felt compelled to admit that it was the most devastating defeat ever suffered by an Arab army. There were other eyewitness reports from the scene of battle dealing with the remarkable training and dashing courage of the black forces, with the King of Makuria in personal command. Those were the days when king meant leader. The leader led from the front, and not from some hill miles away from the fighting. This immediate presence of their leader in the midst of danger with them may have had much to do with the courage and expertise of the African soldiers. The units that amazed the ancient world that memorable day between the First and Second Cataracts were the bow and arrow corps. These were so skillfully trained that they could aim their arrows at the eyes of the enemy and shoot with unbelievable accuracy. For reasons which by now must be obvious, this battle not only does not appear as one of the decisive battles of history in any of your history books, but it is not even mentioned. Yet it was in fact one of the decisive battles of the world. The defeat of the hitherto undefeated Arab forces was so disastrous that it took them 8 years to recover, reorganize, and regain the necessary courage to attack the blacks again, and thereby avenge that awful defeat and near annihilation on the plains of Makuria in 643 AD. This African victory, furthermore, delayed the Arab conquests in the Black South and spurred the development of subsequent events in both of the southern kingdoms. In 651 AD, the Arab viceroy of Egypt decided that he had the unbeatable armed might and was ready to avenge the disaster 8 years before and bring the blacks to their knees in the process. The Arab generals proceeded boldly but cautiously in order to avoid the traps and surprise tactics of the black generals, which arrogance probably caused them to ignore before. Yet the same African strategy was used. They were allowed to invade the Nobadine state in depth, with only token opposition. Hell broke loose only when they crossed the former Makurian border, before the union of the two kingdoms, and headed for the capital of Dongola. However, the Arabs captured it and destroyed all of the principal public buildings, including the great cathedral. They had brought along huge catapults for the express purpose of raising all brick and stone edifices that were the pride and glory of black civilization. With the fall of their capital city, the seat of government, the blacks were expected to surrender. But King Calidosos, the African leader, and his generals had no thought about surrendering, or the two, who carried on 145, any doubt that they could defeat the Arabs again. The spirit of their decisive victory over the Arabs in 643 AD still fired the black armies. The king withdrew from his burning capital only to regroup and plan strategies for a no-surrender war. As the fighting continued with increased fury on both sides, it became clear to the Arab generals that victory over the blacks could never be won on the field of battle. Again, their previous defeat by the blacks was still playing a determining role in Arab-African relations. An armistice was declared, and a treaty of peace was signed by the now undefeated equals, Abdullah for Muslim Egypt and Calidosos for the Christian kingdoms of Ethiopia, Makuria, and Calidosos for the Christian kingdoms of Ethiopia, Makuria, and Alwa. The Arabs had in fact lost the war, for with carefully trained and overwhelming forces filled with vengeance for the previous disaster, they were still unable to defeat the blacks and bring their country under Muslim control. The historic significance is twofold. 1. The psychological effects of being defeated by the blacks twice on broad national fronts caused the Arabs to adopt a peaceful relationship with these countries that lasted 600 years. 2. The treaty included provisions that were the basis for the expansion of slavery and the peaceful conquest of the Sudan. Goals which could not be achieved directly on the battlefield were to be achieved indirectly by Arab traders and Muslim missionary brotherhoods. In a previous discussion, I wondered out loud whether the black race is lacking in one quality that seems to distinguish Caucasians and explain the reason for their long domination of the earth: their deep concern about their posterity, the future role and welfare of their white offsprings to the farthest generation. Their plans and policies for today's world are often based on expected outcomes centuries hence. The blacks as a race, on the other hand, have been so split up and preoccupied with current problems that they seem to have lost this deep concern about the future of their descendants. This matter calls for serious reflection, particularly on the part of blacks in their relations with long-range planning whites. For from the earliest times, and in almost every period of history, we find the whites carefully developing plans for future results, which none expect to see realized in their lifetime. And so it was here in the Sudan in 652 AD, when the peace treaty between Arabs and blacks was signed. First, the Arabs had to make their failure appear to the world as a victory of some sort. An annual tribute. 146. The destruction of black civilization the conquerors backed became an important provision in the treaty. The terms called for the annual delivery of 360 slaves near the frontier and 40 extra slaves as a gift to the Egyptian viceroy. In order to induce the Ethiopians to accept what at first appeared to be a tribute, in fact, the Arab leaders presented it as a treaty of trade and commerce, agreeing to pay in exchange wheat, barley, and wine at a value in excess of the gifts by the Africans. More important than this, however, was the provision for building a great mosque in the restored Dongola and allowing Arab traders in only as traders, not settlers. Since it was a treaty between equals, the provisions of the treaty were reciprocal. Black traders could operate in Egypt and have a church on the same terms. Even if the Africans had not known that the Arabs in Egypt were busily converting churches and temples into Muslim mosques, there would still be no occasion for building a church for their traders in Egypt. They had no long-range plans for the eventual control of Egypt through the trade and religion routes. But the Arabs did have such a plan for the eventual conquest of the Sudan through mosques and traders. The Caucasians, unable to conquer the blacks directly, were contented when they had set in motion the process of gradual infiltration and expansion that would eventuate in victory, even though it was to take 600 years. I am saying that the blacks seem not only to have lost the grand vision of the future, but also what should have been the unforgettable lessons of their past. The pattern of Caucasian conquest had been cut out and made clear through 37 centuries of their history. After they had allowed the Asians first to infiltrate and then to overrun all Lower Egypt, the blacks drew a firm boundary line between the two lands beyond which the whites were not allowed to settle. Those were the days when the Africans were not so trusting that they were unable to perceive that the Caucasians were eternally restless unless they were the masters in every situation whatsoever. They were therefore barred from settlement in Black Upper Egypt until Narmer and Menes united the Lower and Upper Egypts. If there was ever a Pyrrhic victory in history, it could not have been more disastrous than that of Menes over two. A slave was a captured prisoner of war, and in early history the term was no more degrading than that of prisoner of war today. The two who carried on 147 the Asians in 3100 B.C. for the decline of black civilization, not only in Egypt but throughout Africa, can be traced to that period, despite all of its monumental achievements afterwards. The termites of its destruction, slow but steady, had been let in under the laudable dream of black-white brotherhood. The long, drawn-out process of penetration and eventual domination was both visible and invisible. Yet from these tiny footholds, the Asian population grew and grew until the blacks were not only outnumbered by Asians, but overwhelmed. Substantially, the same scheme was followed in every black city, town, and village throughout Egypt. The record of the 5,000 years that ended with the European conquest of the whole continent in the 19th century shows that every African state remained relatively secure and independent as long as it maintained a strict policy of excluding foreigners from settlement within its borders. That same record makes clear that wherever this policy was abandoned, and whites were admitted under any pretext whatsoever, the eventual doom of that state was certain. The single point that is being made here is that King Calidosos and the other black leaders already had, as early as 652 AD, 37 centuries of this record before them, when they allowed the Arabs to establish a permanent base of operations in their land. They ignored the record, as other black leaders were to continue to do until Muslim Asia and Christian Europe swept the continent and left the whole black world prostrate at their feet. In the 7th century, this tragic outcome was still far away. The fall of Meroe and the breakup of the Ethiopian Empire into kingdoms did not check the flowering of black civilization in these states. Indeed, Makuria and Ulwa seemed determined not only to maintain the ancient tradition of progress, but to overcome the imperial breakdown by pushing forward more aggressively than ever on all fronts. The 600-year détente with the Arabs in Egypt was a period of such reconstruction and progress that the criticism made regarding the leadership above would seem to be unjustified unless viewed from the long backward perspective of history. Even church and cathedral building expanded from this center of black culture over the western regions of Chad and adjoining states. The limited excavations have revealed this much. Future archaeological work may reveal whether the Ethiopian Empire in its heyday extended westward to the Atlantic Ocean and the Gulf of 148, the destruction of black civilization Guinea. It was a great surprise recently to find buried structures in the Chad region similar to those in the heart of the empire along the Nile. Black Makuria between 700 and 1200 AD. Makuria was more empire than kingdom. It was organized into 13 major states with a sub-king over each and the king of kings over all. The traditional African council was the final authority, no matter how powerful the king might seem to be. The great and colorful parasol of the king of kings had to be wider than those of the divisional kings, and theirs was larger than any lesser officials. Syriacus was king of kings in 745, when Omar, the governor of Egypt, stepped up the persecution of Christians in Egypt in what amounted to a Muslim holy war, destroying churches or converting them into mosques, and even putting the patriarch in prison. Since the patriarch in Egypt was the head of all Christian churches in Africa, the Africans regarded this latest onslaught against the churches as an insult, as well as a breach of the peace treaty, now almost 100 years old. Strangely, the Muslims made Lower Egypt the area of greatest church destruction. When the arrogant Omar ignored all protests and pleas, the African king headed an army of 100,000 men and marched on the Arab center of power in Lower Egypt. The governor of Egypt quickly freed the patriarch and promised to leave the Christians and their churches alone. Syriacus accepted these assurances and withdrew his army from Egpet. It was during this period that an extensive body of church literature developed in the African language, and the remarkable pottery industries were expanded. Painting, like writing, was stimulated by the church, just as had been the case in temple art. Mining was a principal source of wealth, but agriculture was the basic national activity, and there is evidence of the people's battles with the encroaching deserts. They followed the system of the Mother Empire and overcame certain arid areas by developing the system of terrace farming that was irrigated by water wheels constructed for high places. They were successful enough to produce a surplus of agricultural commodities for export trade. Cotton had been produced from ancient times, and cloth making and other weaving arts were among the oldest crafts. That glass was made is the two who carried on 149 certain, but the extent of this enterprise is not indicated by the archaeological findings. The reports of Arab scholars on the cities of the blacks during these early centuries are significant for two important reasons. The first is that, like the European explorers, geographers, and others referred to earlier, They were not concerned with writing African history, and nothing could have been farther from their intentions than glorifying the achievements of the blacks. But their mission was to make factual reports on the conditions and exploitable possibilities of Africa to their home countries. Such reports would be the basis for future penetration, exploitation, and conquest. The second highly significant fact about the accounts of Abu Salih, Ibn Salim, and other scholars between the 7th and 15th centuries A.D. is that, unlike the case of Egypt, none questioned either the greatness or the origin of this black civilization. It was so clearly all African that it did not seem to occur to these Arab writers that any other position was tenable. Those familiar with the traditional African religion might question whether Christianity was in fact external to Africa. In any case, the beautiful churches they saw spread over the land of the black gods had become almost completely Africanized for those gods. The prosperity the Arab visitors reported, the magnificent stone and brick palaces, temples, churches, cathedrals, wide avenues lined with palm trees, government buildings, public baths, water supply systems, beautiful gardens, countless craft industries, huge farms with extensive pastures where camels, horses, oxen, cows, sheep, goats, and pigs could be seen grazing lazily. All this was reported as messages with an unwritten message, such as this black paradise. Brothers of Islam, come! The prosperity in this center of the black world represented one of the last great epochs in the history of the blacks. If near the final, it was also one of their finest hours on the stage of human progress. Here the measure of a people's genius could be taken without speculation. Here the message of who blacks were was wrought in stone and iron for the succeeding generations of blacks who were to lose their very identity in the blood and tears of unbroken oppression. The Arab scholars were properly amazed at a way of life so superior to that of their own homeland. It was something to be amazed about, for there were not only public baths, but public latrines, drainage, and central water systems, but the most remarkable evidence of prosperity. 150, the destruction of black civilization and progress was reflected in the advanced standard of living among the masses. The massive brickmaking industry had led to homes of brick and stone in cities, towns and villages, brick houses, and larger houses for the great common people. In the 8th century, this was something for the visiting Arab scholars to write home about. It would be something to write about anywhere in this last part of the 20th century. The Arab hordes, however, they really did not need to report all this, so well was it already generally known. The treaty barring Arab settlement in the all-black countries had been ignored almost from the beginning, and certainly treated as non-existing after the death of Calidosos. The Arabs came in steady streams year after year, but in an inch-by-inch system over widely scattered areas that appeared not to cause immediate concern. But they came in unchecked and alarming waves when the great schisms in Islam led to bloody wars in the Arab world. The character of the refugee movements out of Arabia and other Arab centers of power depended upon what sect had captured the caliphate. Let the record show, therefore, that all the Arabs that swarmed into Africa across the Red Sea and Indian Ocean were not bent on either conquest or domination. Countless thousands were fleeing there for refuge, fleeing for their very lives. Once settled there, however, they formed the ever-increasing population base for the Muslim leaders whose aim was to establish Islamic rule over the whole black world. They were to follow the Christian strategy of concentrating on the conversion of African kings and leaders in the belief that as the king goes, so goes the nation, a theory that did not work in Africa, except in a superficial way for expediency. However, the black kings were already dropping their African names for Christian names, the first step towards self-effacement. So as early as the 9th century, 831 AD, King Zachariah, alarmed at great incursions of Arabs into the Sudan, sent a delegation headed by his nephew, heir to the throne, to the caliph at Baghdad, asking that the Treaty of 652 be respected and Arab migrations halted. This meant that a weak black king now held the destiny of the race in his hands. That he was so naive as to suppose that the caliph could stop the Arab hordes, even if he desired to do so, was itself a sign of incompetence. The two who carried on 151, the highest ranking of the 13 kings under the King of Kings, was the Eparch of Faris, Lord of the Mountain. He was the commander of the frontier forces at the Egyptian border, and his special mission was to bar Arab migration and settlement in the land of the blacks. Only the limited number of traders were permitted to pass, and the time limit for their stay was fixed. The Eparch, therefore, had indeed been the most important official next to the King of Kings, for he was directly responsible for the security and independence of the nation. Under strong kings and strong eparchs, the mission was carried out and Arab incursions southward were checked. That was now long ago. The Arabs had been passing the Lord of the Mountain and his garrisons for so many decades that by the 9th century, Arabic was generally spoken below the First Cataract. How slavery came to be confined to blacks alone in the latter part of the 13th century, David, king of Makuria, seeing no other way to forestall Arab occupation of his country, stepped up his raids in Upper Egypt. The raids were easier to carry out because of the chaos that followed the triumphs of the Mamelukes in Egypt. But in 1272, the blacks, in what I have attacked as the pattern of their own self-destruction, made the first major step to that end. The usual impatience of heirs to the throne soon enough found full expression in Shakandu, the king's nephew. He hastened to the Sultan of Egypt to secure an alliance and plan an invasion of his country that would assure his ascendancy to the throne. The Sultan had every reason to grasp this wonderful opportunity handed to him through the blacks themselves. Not only would he be able to even scores with them, but he would also be able to create conditions for Mameluke hegemony over their land. Moreover, the African king had not only been raiding Egypt with impunity, but he had denounced the Treaty of 652 and refused to pay the backed. Sultan Baybars, therefore, did not hesitate. He organized a strong invading expedition with Shakandu at its head and entered the three. Because of the repeated emphasis on the fact, it should be quite clear now that reference to Egyptian, Asian, or Arab invasions always include black slave armies, as well as mulattoes classified as white. 152. The destruction of black civilization, black land. The struggle was long and bitter, as the Sultan's strategy in using his black army, along with Shakandu's own followers, made it appear to be civil war between blacks. In the end, the Sultan won through the black heir to the throne and allowed him to be crowned king as his protege. The dismemberment of the black kingdoms in the Sudan had begun. Now a rival tribute was exacted and almost doubled without any pretense of being an agreement of mutual exchange. The tribute exacted was harsh, and the blacks were promised nothing. The kingdom was then divided into two parts, the Sultan taking the northern region as his personal fief. Muslim rule now extended over Egypt and into the Sudan. The pattern was set that was to continue into our times and probably beyond. The Arabs in the northern Sudan, while the blacks were pressured into smaller and smaller areas in the southern Sudan. Once again, learning nothing from even just yesterday, the black leadership paved the way for further Arab advances into their country. The black leadership's struggle for personal power, and above all, their own personal security and welfare, precluded their concern for the welfare and future of their people. They were quite willing and ready to welcome the Arabs arid to surrender their people to them in exchange for high office and limited consideration. The days of the black immortals seemed to have passed forever. Mental pygmies again occupied the throne once held by Means, Payenki, Shabaka, and Calidosos. In 1304, still another self-seeking black leader journeyed to Cairo to have himself crowned as the servant king of the blacks by the Sultan al-Nasir. The Sultan sent an expedition to Dongola, task now easier than before, and his new servant was crowned as King Amai. It should be noted here that the Mameluke ruler's effective power was confined to Lower Egypt and that independent Arab tribes, of which the Bani Kants were the most powerful, held all Upper Egypt. They were only nominally the sultans. In order to put an end to the endless coups and counter-coups among the blacks, the decision was reached to overwhelm the south with united armies from both Upper and Lower Egypt, and step up the Islamization of the blacks, putting Muslim kings on the throne. In 1316 AD, the objectives were realized when Dongola was again raised for the 5th time and Kerems, the last black Christian king, was put to flight. A black Muslim, Abdullah, was made king temporarily while awaiting the pleasure, not of the sultan, but of the powerful chief, the two who carried on 153 Kants, ad-Dawla of the Bani Kants Arab tribe. His pleasure was to put the black Muslim king to death and assume the kingship over the blacks himself. Over the blacks, this statement is misleading. This was no longer the land of the blacks. White and colored Arabs now constituted the majority. Without this population base, the triumph of the Arabs in the Sudan could not have happened. Yet the Arab chieftain's rule as king was short-lived, because the Mameluke rulers played one group off against the other in an effort to defeat Arab objectives in one way or another. For one thing, they had been unable to break the autonomy of the Arab tribes in Upper Egypt, and these tribes were spreading over the Sudan and setting up their own kings. This was a further challenge to Mameluke rule in Egypt. Who then were the Mamelukes? The Mamelukes were the whites who had been enslaved by the Arabs in their wild and amazing sweep out of their desert homeland to conquer all adjacent countries and establish a world empire with a speed that shocked the world. Theirs was the original blitz, the enslavement of prisoners of war, which was the way general slavery began, was the order of the day. Race had no bearing on the matter then. Whites, blacks, browns, or yellows all were made slaves if captured. The Arabs also made a practice of creating strong slave armies. The white slave armies were the Mamelukes. These, when stationed in Egypt, revolted, overthrew the government, and established their own line of ruling sultans. For this, they were hated by the Arabs and looked upon with scorn, even though they had been converted to Islam. The white ex-slaves hated their former masters even more. This white slave revolt and its historical significance are underplayed, yet its impact was such that it influenced the course of modern history in black-white relations. The effect of that revolt on the black world was tragic, for the murderous onslaughts of the white slaves against their erstwhile masters so shocked the white world that the general enslavement of whites ended forever. On this, the record is clear. White slavery ended after the Mameluke Rebellion. Thereafter, Black Africa became the exclusive hunting ground for slaves, a situation made easy by the developments outlined in this work. All the theories of inherent black inferiority stemmed from the urgently felt need to justify the success in confining slavery to the African race. The answer to the riddle of the centuries can be traced right here, for that great change in human history when only blacks were enslaved led. 154. The destruction of black civilization to the general degradation of a whole people. The way was now open and easy for all the relevant branches of science and scholarship to proclaim theories on the inherent inferiority of blacks. Far worse than this, since black populations were everywhere under white control, they could actually be forced into inferiority by a dehumanizing program silently structured in all institutions and phases of white national life. The blacks were the immediate victims of those diseases born of poverty and planned deprivation. Undernourished and diseased mothers carried and brought babies into the world who were both physically and mentally handicapped even before birth. The Mameluke Sultan sent another expedition in 1323 to put the African king, Kerems, on the throne, again after his brother himself had deposed the Arab king only to die a few days later. The coups and counter-coups still seem to be endless, and not at all the presupposed political phenomena characteristically confined to the blacks. Therefore, as soon as the Mameluke forces withdrew from the south, Kants al-Dawla returned, overthrew Kerems a second time, and became king again. Meanwhile, another strong Arab tribe, the Guhena, had been pouring into the Sudan in such great waves that they rapidly became the dominant Arab group below the Second Cataract. The kingdom known to history as Makuria was no more. It was the kingdom that, together with its more southern neighbor, battled to maintain and expand the glorious civilization of the motherland for another 1,000 years after the fall of the imperial city of Meroe. That was why it was close to the 15th century before an Ibn Khaldun or anyone else could report that the Guhena Arabs were the complete masters of the land of the blacks, from the First Cataract to the highlands of Abyssinia. The history of Black Egypt had been repeated in the Black South. The coming of the Caucasian, whether from Asia or Europe, or whether in the name of peace, trade, and integrated society, or in the name of the Allah of the Arabs, or the God and Jesus Christ of the Jews and Christians, no matter under what pretext they came, it meant the destruction of the highly advanced civilization of the blacks and their total degradation as a people. And the same ethnic phenomenon that accelerated the process of racial disintegration in Egypt also operated in the Sudan. This was, simply stated, the widespread sexual activities on the part of Arab men and black slave girls, the outcome of which was a new breed of Afro-Arabs, the same sexual process that produced Egyptians as a nationality group neither Asian nor African. In the two who carried on 155 Sudan Arabization and Islamization had another outcome. Not only did the Afro-Arabs consider themselves Arabs and bitterly resented being called Sudanese, black, but thousands of the jet black, unmixed Africans insisted on being classed as Arabs. They still do. This fact was settled beyond question during my field studies in the Sudan in 1964. This fact also confuses and frustrates the black world, both in and outside of Africa. For who now are our African brothers? And now Alwa, with the capture and control of the biggest remaining kingdom of the Ethiopian Empire, completed through peaceful infiltration of waves of Arab refugees over centuries, the triumphant Arabs were not disposed to follow the same long drawn-out procedure in taking over the last key kingdom of the formerly Black Empire. This was Alwa. The Arabs decided on a full-scale war against this last citadel of black power in the southern Sudan. Although Makuria was most in the spotlight of the wars against the Arab incursions, she was ably supported by Alwa. Makuria had to carry the brunt of the burden because it was right next door to the enemy, and it alone had the awesome responsibility of holding the floodgates above the First Cataract through which the Arab tides ebbed and flowed. Meanwhile, Alwa, with ruins of the imperial cities of Napata and Meroe in its very midst, had a more direct responsibility for restoring and maintaining the glories of a black civilization that had refused to die with the fall of the Ethiopian Empire 1,000 years before. Alwa had replaced Meroe with its beautiful capital city of Soba, and had developed its other towns and cities along such advanced lines that foreign writers could never fail to comment on the architectural designs, the wide streets lined with palm trees, the spacious homes, and in fact, all of the things they had observed in Makuria, the thriving industrial crafts, large-scale cattle raising, a surplus-producing agriculture that kept alive an export trade in dates, wheat and garri, cotton fabrics, and other produce not easily perishable, and an efficient administration, a strong army headed by formidable cavalry regiments. Alwa had made its defense system more secure by maintaining more walled towns and cities than Makuria. These walled places were rebuilt primarily as centers of refuge against the constant Arab slave raids. Now they were to serve as freedom's final bastions of defense against local enslavement. Alwa was ready for what everyone knew was its last war as a nation. 156. The destruction of black civilization for the Arabs had formed a great confederation of its feuding tribes. These, while perpetually at war among themselves, could always be counted on to unite quickly against non-Arab and non-Muslim peoples. Before the united Arab armies entered Alwa, the black leadership had ordered a general evacuation of the country by all women and children and the aged. The men, warriors all, remained to face the foe. It is not known whether the traditional Black Women's Army Corps existed in Alwa. In any event, the Arabs did not find, and indeed did not expect the conquest to be easy. They knew well the courage of the blacks in battle and their unwillingness to surrender even when defeated. They had to take Alwa city by city, town by town, hill by hill, and bush by bush. The blacks were dying and fighting for the high order of life they had built. They fought nobly on the plains of Alwa in 1504, while their people, some never to be seen again, joined other countless thousands in the great migrations toward East, West, Central, and Southern Africa. The Surprise Kingdom, during the same period, these two black states were being destroyed. The history of the rebirth of destroyed African states was being repeated just beyond their borders by migrating Africans who had decided to make another stand in the midst of death and danger. These blacks were called the Funge people. They gathered in strength and with consummate daring quickly formed a new nation the very year Alwa passed from the scene as a state. Under the leadership of the strong king, general and statesman Amara Dunkers, they established their capital at Sennar on the Blue Nile, and at the very outset they assumed an aggressive stance that put the world on notice that black power in Africa had not yet been completely destroyed, that another fighting state had emerged from the ashes of those which had been destroyed. Indeed, the Funge state arose with such suddenness, and with policies and programs so daring, that it shocked both the Arabs and the now encroaching Ottoman Turks. The latter, after overthrowing Mameluke rule and taking Tilda over Egypt, quickly built and expanded defensive fortifications against possible Funge invasions. For these blacks had turned the tables of history by annexing and bringing under control the Arab tribal states in the Lower Jazira region and the areas around the present Khartoum. The Funge king appointed an Arab as his governor over Arab provinces, emphasizing the Arab status of tributary vassals by giving the office of governor an African title. All this proved to be just the two who carried on 157 much for our Western historians. Characteristically, and even today, they refer to the Funge as a mysterious people and wonder from whence they came. They debate, with the usual air of deep scholarship, whether or not these blacks of the Funge kingdom were really blacks. When it is suggested that they probably came from the East, it is a repeat of the overworked canard that plants the idea that all such people must have come from Asia. In his recent Modern History of the Sudan, P.M. Holt concludes that a rigorous investigation of the problem of Funge origins has yet to be made. Why is there a problem? And what is the problem, if there is one? Both questions are integral parts of the great issues in this work. They have been rather fully answered in different contexts. As to this particular case, therefore, the problem of Funge origins is a problem for Caucasians only, with the possible exception of those Negro scholars whose skewed vision of reality is through eyes of blue. People not concerned with the distortions of history, but desiring the truth about the past as honestly as it can be determined, will have no difficulty in understanding that the people who were called Funge were one of the uprooted and countless groups we have been describing, driven from one place and reorganizing to settle in another until uprooted again and again, and resettling and rebuilding again and again, on and on, until the Europeans swept the whole continent. And then, afterwards, some wandered to the utmost parts, as stated before, and some, like the Shillaks who built the Funge kingdom, did not leave their general region. If they came from the east, it was from the east bank of the Nile. In the interest of trade and foreign commerce, Funge kings, as many African kings were to do later, began to accept Islam and take the Arabic title of sultans. Thereafter, writers called the kingdom the Funge Sultanate. In this matter of commercial activities, it should be specially noted that in early times the blacks equaled the Semitic peoples in their interest and drive in the fields of finance, industry, and foreign trade. All over Africa, there were whole societies that were distinguished, enjoying fame for their skill and success in one of these business areas. That interest and drive in large-scale economic endeavors were generally lost, along with other institutions, that had been the basis of their advanced culture. This was the major tragedy in the history of the blacks, and one about which they have not even yet been fully awakened. Funj or shilluk traders roamed far and wide in the great game of buying and selling. The continued prosperity of the country depended. 158. The destruction of black civilization largely on their selling activities in neighboring states, in Egypt, and over the all-important caravan trade routes to distant lands. This trade was the forceful stimulus that kept the people at home, busy and happy, producing the necessary surplus in agriculture, mining, and in the craft industries of various kinds. Having become Muslims, if only in name, the Funj merchants were readily received everywhere in the increasingly Islamized world in Africa and Asia. The fact that they came from a proud and warlike state may have had more to do with the deference shown them than the fact of their being Muslims. Non-Muslim Makuria and Alwa had a most flourishing trade with the Muslim world. Their traders had also been received with respect and honor by the Arabs. It is ironic that one has to be a fighter to command greater respect. Unlike Makuria and Alwa, the Funj kingdom did not resist Islamization, but welcomed it. Yet its African nationalism clearly transcended Islam. The number of sultans and notables who rejected Arabic names is impressive and significant. Their open-door policies, however, were to speed up the pace of Arabization, not only in the Funj kingdom, but all over the Sudan. And as Arabization spread among the blacks, so did slavery and slave raiding. The Arabs' insatiable and perpetual demands for slaves had long since changed slavery from an institution that signaled a military victory by the number of captured prisoners, to an institution that provoked warfare expressly for the enslavement of men, women, and children for sale and resale. Human beings had now openly become very profitable articles of trade, and the slave dealers had found shorter routes to quicker riches. The Funj, like many other black states then and since, found added wealth in the slave trade, and a new reason for waging war on their neighbors for prisoners of war to further the trade. Today it is difficult to find even a small region that does not have a history of intertribal conflicts, stemming directly from one group's raiding another for slaves, or attempting to either conquer another group, annex it, or enslave the whole society that was overrun. The Funj, then, become just another example of a role played by the blacks that not only guaranteed their own damnation, but also made their reunification for nationhood or anything else a most difficult undertaking. One account states that the Funj kingdom joined Arabs in the destruction of Alwa. This too is possible. The two who carried on 159 difficulty becomes impossible for solution when, as soon as the yoke of white oppression had been removed, the descendants of former black oppressors come forth as the rightful rulers as before, just as though nothing at all had happened to change the overlord status of their proud slave-selling ancestors. The Funj kingdom, because of its Muslim shield and war-making machine, survived as a black state in what otherwise would have been an impossible environment for 300 years. These centuries were characterized by all the ups and downs, internal power struggles, coups and counter-coups that beset other states. Sometimes an Arab dynasty ruled, sometimes it was an Afro-Arab line, and at other times, most often it was a black dynasty, or what the Arabs called the Hamaji. The end came at the beginning of the 19th century when the Ottoman Turks began their reign of terror in the Sudan with the seizure of Sennar by Muhammad Ali, the same Muhammad Ali who was the greatest murderer of blacks that ever set foot on the African continent. His massacre of men, women, and children was on such a scale that even the white world protested. A brief summary of the history of the three black states we have mentioned would be much longer than what we have said about Makuria, Alwa, and Funj. Recounting the details of their history was not intended. Rather, the case study approach is being used, as announced in the preview. Each of the states represents additional concrete documentation of the positions I have taken, often in what might appear to be overly generalized declarations. In each case, beginning with Egypt, the main focus was on the significant data on the history of the black people, and not on the great masses of equally interesting details. A few more states will be presented as further illustrations of all that is being said in connection with the history of the African people. We started in the heartland of the race, where its history clearly extended from the Sudan over Egypt. The antiquity of black civilization, the amazing heights it reached before recorded history, the early problems of Asian invasions, amalgamation, and the new breed, the colored Egyptians. Caucasian penetration into royal black lineages, the increasing pressures on the blacks and their southward migrations, the Afro-Asian wars, the black out of black history in Egypt, the long drawn-out process of Caucasianization of Egypt as it was de-Africanized, the withdrawal of the Ethiopian border to the First Cataract, the concentration of blacks below that line. 160. The destruction of black civilization, the confusion of black history through the confusion of names, color, and dynasties, integration and amalgamation as brotherhood myths, the great black migrations, the splitting up of states and languages, and their role in the decline of black African civilization. All of these historical factors were set forth before the final collapse of the Ethiopian Empire in the 4th century A.D. Before we began the analyses of the 3 children states that were born as their imperial mother passed, bequeathing to them her own deathless spirit to carry on. The main characteristics of the history of the blacks are reflected in those states, building an advanced system of life, then having it destroyed, building again, destruction again, migrating and building somewhere else, only to be sought out and destroyed again, moving, always moving, rebuilding and moving, again and again, countless thousands giving up the struggle as utterly hopeless. Internal strife increased as external pressures and threats to existence increased, an every man for himself philosophy replacing that of eternal brotherhood in some societies, and it all, new states forming even during the most destructive centuries, when death seemed to be a rider on every stream and passing breeze, new states trying to restore, yet, once again their lost civilization, their written languages, their forgotten arts and sciences, the organization and study of their oral history that had come down unbroken in its main outlines from generation to generation, and the chance to remain in one area long enough to live again under an African constitutional system that is unrivaled by that of any people. These efforts were still being pushed in every region of the African continent long after the undermining operation had been set in motion to pave the way for the conquests by Europe. The Africans were still rebuilding their own civilization when that of Asia and Europe was imposed. When, if ever, black people actually organize as a race in their various population centers, they will find that the basic and guiding ideology they now seek, and so much need, is embedded in their own traditional philosophy and constitutional system, simply waiting to be extracted and set forth. And while the work in this field has yet to be advanced further, some of the most fundamental principles of African political science and philosophy of life are to be found in the pages which follow. Chapter VI, The African Constitution, Birth of Democracy. In our introductory preview of African history, references were made to the common origin of the people the white world prefers to call Negro, that we are here studying a single race, not races, and a single people, not peoples, is a major theory and fact of black history and one of our principal guidelines. We are therefore primarily concerned only with those things which were characteristically African, practically universal among them from one end of the continent to the other, and which thereby indicated an ancient common culture in a common center of black civilization. On this we stand. In this light, the African Constitution is discussed as a body of fundamental theories, principles and practices drawn from the customary laws that governed black African societies from the earliest times. The first task was to divorce traditional African institutions from those influenced by later Asian and European incursions, to determine what is truly African in origin and what is in fact either Asian or European or a reflection of any other external influence. Another task was to determine whether an institution called African was in fact African in the sense of being universal among the blacks, a continent-wide institution in contradistinction to something peculiar to one or more tribes. 161. 162. The destruction of black civilization nations or African regions. This distinction is important here, for too often things are characterized as African, which apply only to certain societies. These represent the development of the whole complex of cultural variations about which Western writers declaim in emphasizing the great ethnic differences among the people. This is not accidental or without design. Caucasian fears about the possibility of blacks developing a sense of oneness and unity of action is deep and centuries old. Many subtle schemes are used to maintain divisiveness, and with success. A student of comparative history can see without difficulty that various peoples scattered all over the world often develop similar institutions without ever having had any contacts whatsoever. This is equally true of the most isolated groups. Similar circumstances may produce similar ideas and culture patterns, all of which may confirm the Cartesian theory about the equal distribution of common sense among all mankind. By simply doing what comes naturally, one society may evolve a life system not unlike another society 10,000 miles away across distant oceans. Therefore, neither the external influence theory nor that of the common origin of a widely segmented people should be hastily affirmed. We hold this to be true even in the study of one race in the generally same environment of one continent. The evidence must still be conclusive. Origin of African democracy. The foregoing observations suggest that the constitution of any people or nation, written or unwritten, derives from its customary rules of life, and that what we now call democracy was generally the earliest system among various peoples throughout the ancient world. What was a relatively new development was absolute monarchy. Among the blacks, democratic institutions evolved and functioned in a socio-economic and political system which Western writers call stateless societies or societies without chiefs. When these societies were referred to as primitive democracies, the writers are in fact doing the very opposite of what they intended. Far from being just a descriptive term for backward peoples, primitive also means the first, the beginners. Moreover, many of these stateless societies were states in the African Constitution 163 fact, without necessarily conforming to a predetermined Western structural pattern of state. Indeed, what is called a stateless society in Africa would hardly be classified as such in the West, for the Western definition of a state does not include the requirements of one man as its executive head, a state being any collection of people occupying a given territory and living under their own government independently of external control. These facts are set forth at the outset because both the constitutional system and its offspring, African democracy, originated in chiefless societies. And, what is even more significant, democracy reached its highest development here, where the people actually governed themselves without chiefs, where self-government was a way of life, and law and order were taken for granted. The basic structural outline of these states remained the same throughout Africa. There were the usual variations and exceptions. The amazing thing was, and is the uniformity amazing, how the most basic elements of ancient black civilization could have been held on to, continent-wide, by all of these dispersed and isolated groups, in spite of the continuing impact of unimaginable forces of destruction. The lineage ties and responsibilities and the age grade or age set system were the earliest institutions through which the African constitution functioned, and out of which its democracy was born. It was a network of kinsmen and alleged kinsmen, all of whom descended from the same ancestor or related ancestors. All might live in the same community or state, but they were often scattered far and near in separate and independent societies. The ancestor from whom they claimed descent was always great, because of some outstanding deed or extraordinary achievements. These generally grew in magnitude as time and the generations passed, thus causing the true achievements to be overlaid by the false claims growing out of praise songs. Each generation of poets and storytellers gave the imagination full range in romantic glory. Myths were born in this manner, and the later concepts of both royalty and divinity gained support from the same source. In contiguous independent chiefdoms, the lineage was the powerful factor in providing the basis and incentive for the later formation of kingdoms and empires. No people in African history used the concept of kinship ties more effectively than the Lunda in the remarkable expansion of their empire. Even more remarkable, 164, the destruction of black civilization than the territorial expansion of the Lunda Empire was their idea of a nation as one big brotherhood. Accordingly, instead of first attempting to conquer and annex by force, they would approach independent states and seek to demonstrate from oral history that all of them were merely segments of a common lineage, all brothers in fact. It appears that the majority of states believed in the principle of a common ancestry and readily became members of the empire. Some required more facts before they were convinced. Still others were not convinced or preferred to remain separate and independent. These were generally conquered and given a lower status in the nation than those who united voluntarily. But we are considering lineage before the rise of kingdoms, and in particular, the lineage as the governing and organizing force in states without chiefs or kings, where community consensus was the supreme law that anyone could ignore only at his peril. There were interesting aspects to the many situations where a large number of these chiefless states were scattered over a wide territory, each independent of the others, yet all fully aware, and unlike in Lundaland, had to be convinced that they belonged to a common lineage. Kinship found expression in trade and in temporary confederations when attacked by external foes, those not considered to be members of their lineage. There were quarrels and warfare between these member states of the common lineage. The highly humane aspect of African warfare that puzzled many Western visitors doubtlessly developed from the widespread recognition of lineage or kinship ties. For in the much heralded tribal wars, the main objective was to overcome or frighten away the adversary, not to kill at all if it could be avoided. Hence the hideous masks and blood-curdling screams as they charged. Even when the enemy was defeated or completely surrounded, escape routes were provided, the victors pretending not to be aware of them. Indeed, there are reports of rest periods, called when neither side seemed to be winning. At such times, the warriors on both sides might meet at the nearest stream to refresh themselves, kid each other, and laugh at each other's jokes until the drums, gongs, or trumpets sounded for the resumption of the battle. This was traditional Africa. How did it change to a warfare of killing, lineage, or no lineage? How did it happen that even now in our modern and advanced civilization, some of the most murderous and inhuman of wars are fought by blacks against blacks? The African Constitution 165, and this in the face of their increasing awareness that they are in fact one people. It is quite clear that in early Africa, war was not much more than a frightful game when among themselves. Was the radical change brought about by the death-dealing incursions from Asia and Europe? This raises other questions of great urgency. Are we really civilized today? Have we not substituted the trappings of civilization, our triumphs in science, technology, and the computer revolution, for civilization ties? Suffice it to say that the steady weakening of lineage ties and its spirit of unity was also a weakening of the sense of brotherhood and unity among the blacks. Today it finds little expression except in various languages or tribal groups, and these maintain it more and more as a cohesive force to be used against all others. Lineage, then, was the most powerful and effective force for unity and stability in early Africa, and this was so true that a state could be self-governed without the need for any one individual as ruler, chief, or king. Everyone was a lawyer because just about everyone knew the customary laws. The age grade or age set also called class, was the specific organizational structure through which the society functioned. Classification was determined by the period in which one was born. All persons born in the same year or within a general but well-defined period before or after a given year belonged in the same age grade. Each grade covered a block of years. Age grade 1 might include all children up to age 12, grade 2 from 13 to 18, grade 3 19 to 28, grade 4 29 to 40, and grade 5 40 and above. There was seniority within each grade according to age and intelligence. Intelligence and wisdom were supposed to match one's age. Stated another way, the African philosophy that accorded so much deference to elders was based upon the assumption that, call other things being equal, those who were living in the world and experiencing life before others were born should know more than these others. This qualification is important because it was later applied in the election of chiefs and kings. Being heir to the throne was not enough. One had to meet other qualifications or be passed over. Therefore, being older or the oldest in one's group did not command the usual respect if one was lazy, a troublemaker, or a fool. 166. The destruction of black civilization, early education, the interlocking responsibilities of the various grades accounted for the smooth functioning of the chiefless states. Each grade had its own social, economic, and political role. The children's set covered the years of game and play. Around the ages of 6 and 7, however, general training and some little jobs began to be mingled with play. Primary education included storytelling, mental arithmetic, community songs and dances, learning the names of various birds and animals, the identification of poisonous snakes, local plants and trees, and how to run and climb swiftly when pursued by dangerous animals. Child training also included knowing and associating with members of one's age group as brothers and sisters, and to regard them as brothers and sisters until death and beyond. Little chores around the house became routine, such as gathering sticks of wood for fuel, bringing water, tending the cattle, feeding the chickens, or if a girl, looking after baby or younger ones, imitating mother at cooking, and trying to learn how to sew and knit. The nearest thing to the boy's political role in childhood was when he carried his father's or uncle's stool to village council meetings and listened to the interminable debates. The next grade above childhood was teenage through age 18. These periods, of course, varied in different societies. Now, both training and responsibilities were stepped up. Playtime was either over or very much limited. Education and training became more complex and extensive. The youth's entire future depended upon their performance at this age level. He or she was marked for success or failure in this second age set that began at age 13. The boy was now required to learn his extended family history and that of his society, the geography of the region, names of neighboring states, and the nature of the relations with them, the handling of weapons, hunting as a skilled art, rapid calculation, clearing the bush for planting, the nature of soils, and which kinds grew what best, military tactics, care and breeding of cattle, the division of labor between males and females, bartering tactics, rules of good manners at home and abroad, competitive sports. He was required to provide leadership examples for the childhood age group below and responsibilities to the age group above. The apprenticeship system, in which one became a skilled craftsman, was one of the most important of the second-level age-set activities. This is another reason why this age grade was the most crucial of all. At the African Constitution, 167 end, one went through the initiation rites for the exalted level of manhood. The girls' age group differed from those of the boys. Introduction to womanhood roles, for example, was earlier. They had the same intellectual training as the boys: history, geography, rapid calculation, poetry, music, and dance. The training in child care, housekeeping, gardening, cooking, marketing, social relations, with particular stress on good manners. These were some of the essentials in the age grade education and training of young people at this level. Housekeeping, mentioned above, does not reveal the important kind of training that came under that heading, for its most important aim was how to be a successful wife, an everlastingly desirable wife. In many societies, this training by older women away from the community included the art of exciting sexual intercourse, position variations, cleanliness in the relationship, and, in short, the do's and don'ts in intimate relations. These early black societies were in many ways far in advance of the modern. The first two grades may be designated as A and B, the third as C, the fourth as D, and the final and highest as Grade E. Grade C, ages 19 through 28, was the manhood and first line of action group. Its members led in the hunting, community construction, preparing the fields for planting, forming the various industrial craft guilds, secret societies, each of which guarded the processes of its art, protecting the far-ranging grazing cattle, the upkeep of roads and paths between the villages, policing areas when necessary, and forming the bulwark of the fighting force. The young women in Grade C were generally wives. They were responsible for the planting and care of the farms, the heavy work of bush clearing, etc. Having been done by the men, the operations of the markets, hence the stress on mental arithmetic in their training, visiting and care of the sick and the aged, formation of women's societies, the media for women's social, economic and indirect, but very real political influence, and they were responsible for and in supreme control of all matters concerning the home. In those societies that had female fighting forces, the women's armies were formed almost entirely from age grade C. In terms of constitutional rights and duties, the two were inseparable in early Africa. There was not much difference between age group C and age group D. Seniority was the significant difference, since D was from age 29 to 40. If otherwise qualified, members in this class, upon reaching the age of 36, were eligible for election to the most highly. 168. The destruction of black civilization, honored body in the society. The Council of Elders, an honor and privilege specially reserved for those 40 years old and above. Group E. The earliest judicial system in the chiefless states, the function of the elders was wholly advisory. For this reason, they rarely ever met as a council. A council meeting might be called by the senior elder in case of extreme emergency. Matters involving members of the same family or clan could be settled by the family council, each family or clan having its own elder. Conflicts between families or clans could be brought before any mutually acceptable elder for settlement. The elder's judgment was not binding on the parties to the dispute. This was the constitutional theory. If the case was big and serious, and the disputants were dissatisfied with the elder's decision regarding it, they could call in one or more additional elders to hear and pass on the case. Their decision was also advisory and could be disregarded by the parties to the action. Yes, the elders' advisory judgments could be ignored under ancient African constitutional law. Yet under practical operation of that same constitution, the disputants could ignore their elders' judgment only at their peril. For to ignore the elders was considered to be ignoring the community itself. The only exceptions to this were those cases where the elder or elders rendered an obviously bad decision. Even then, it was not left to the contestants to say whether the judgment was good or bad. The community decided, because the community was thought to be represented in the ever-present crowd at such hearings. They, the people present, always indicated their attitude by expressions and nods of approval or disapproval of decisions reached. The constitutional theory and principle here are especially significant because of the important form they took in all African societies in every part of the continent, as they evolved from societies without chiefs to centralized states under chiefs, kings, and emperors. In this continent-wide constitutional development, the chief or king became the mouthpiece of the people and the instrument for carrying out their will. They still had no ruler in the Asian and European sense. On questions in dispute, he was in the same position as litigants in the chiefless states. Like them, under the Constitution, he had absolute power in theory, and in theory, he could ignore the council and do exactly as he pleased. But in practice, like the disputants, He did not dare defy the Council of the African Constitution 169 elders, which also had evolved and become the people, their direct representatives. Africans generally prefer to dwell on the constitutional theories and not the constitutional practices. They proudly speak of the freedom and absolute powers of the chief or king. Some will even tell you that the king owned all the land in the country. They are not trying to deceive. Words of another language often fail to translate the people's concepts or meaning. When they say the king is supreme or has absolute power, they mean that he has absolute power to carry out the will of the people. It was so well understood that supreme power rested in the people that it was never thought necessary to state such a fact. Likewise, they would say and say proudly, the king owns all the land in the country, since everybody but a fool knew that he didn't, that nobody owned the land, again in the Western sense, and that the king's role was that of custodian and overseer, his principal duty being to see that the land was fairly distributed among all families. In the chiefless society, the elders were the overseers of land distribution to families. Finally, nothing contributed more to the efficiency and success of self-government without governors than the system wherein each age grade was responsible for the conduct of its members, and that before any misconduct could reach one's age grade council, it was handled by his family council. This never meant leniency. It meant the very opposite, because each family was jealous of its honor and image in the community, and any member whose behavior reflected unfavorably on the family would be in trouble with their own family first of all. The result of this was that the age grade councils rarely ever had a case, and obviously this self-government, beginning with the basic social unit, the family, radically reduced the number of cases that went before the elders. Stated another way, each family policed itself, each age group policed itself, so that there was little or nothing that the community as a whole had to do. Each group elected its own leaders. These met with other age grade leaders on community matters that cut across age grade lines. It was therefore in the societies without chiefs or kings where African democracy was born, and where the concept that the people are sovereign was as natural as breathing. And this is why, in traditional one, the Mossi were a specific example. 170, the destruction of black civilization, Africa, the rights of the individual never came before the rights of the community. Individual freedom was unlimited until it clashed with the interests or welfare of the community. This is also why the evolution to a highly centralized state still found the king under communal law, not above it, and definitely unable to do as he pleased. These self-governing people did not have a utopian society in any idealistic sense. Theirs was a practical society in every way. The laws were natural laws, and order and justice prevailed because the society could not otherwise survive. Theirs was, in fact, a government of the people. Theirs was, in fact, not a theory, but a government by the people, and it was, in fact, a government for the people. That this kind of government did pass from the earth is another fact we now call modern progress. We shall note later the impact of some of the developments previously mentioned on the traditional constitution, particularly as it operated in the re-established, centralized, migratory states. Meanwhile, it might be well if we single out some of the key provisions of that Constit 5 Tian. For again, the aim is to set forth in specific terms the actual all-African institutions that all Africans lost, and of which their descendants do not have even a memory. One of the world's greatest constitutional systems was one of their tragic losses. Some political theories and principles of ancient African constitution law and the fundamental rights of the African people, drawn from African traditional constitutional and customary laws. Different versions and modifications of the same laws occurred in different societies. 1. The people are the first and final source of all power. Roman 2. The rights of the community of people are, and of right ought to be, superior to those of any individual, including chiefs and kings. A. The will of the people is the supreme law. B. Chiefs and kings are under the law, not above it. The African constitution 171 Roman 3. Kings, chiefs, and elders are leaders, not rulers. They are the elected representatives of the people and the instruments for executing their will. Roman 4. Government and people are one and the same. The family is recognized as the primary social, judicial, economic, and political unity in the society. The family council may function as a court empowered to try all internal, non-serious matters involving only members of the extended family group. The elder of each extended family or clan is its chosen representative on the council. Romans 7. Decisions in council are made by the elders. The chief or king must remain silent. Even when the council's decision is announced, it is through a speaker, linguist. Decrees or laws are issued in the same manner to assure that the voice of the chief or king is the voice of the people. This is an example of a provision that had wide variations. Roman 8. The land belongs to no one. It is God's gift to mankind for use and as a sacred heritage transmitted by our forefathers as a bond between the living and the dead, to be held in trust by each generation for the unborn who will follow, and thus to the last generation. Roman 9. Each family, therefore, has a right to land, free of charge, sufficient in acreage for its economic well-being. For the right to the opportunity and means to make a living is the right to live. A. The land, accordingly, cannot be sold or given away. B. The land may be held for life and passed on to the family's heirs, and so on forever. C. The chief is the custodian of all land, the principal duty being to assure fair distribution and actual use. All monies, gifts, taxes, and other forms of donations to chief or king still belong to the people for relief or aid to individuals in times of need. Roman 11. Every member of the state has the right of appeal from a lower to higher court. In some states, appeals could be taken even from the king's court to the mother of the nation. A. The procedure was from the chief's village court to the district court, to the provincial court, to the king's court. B. Such appeals were allowed in serious or major crimes only, those affecting the whole society. 172. The destruction of black civilization. Roman 12. Fines for offenses against an individual went to the victim, not the court. A part of the money received from the loser was returned to him as an expression of goodwill and desire for renewal of friendship. B. Another part was given as a fee to the trial court as an appreciation of justice. Roman 13. Royalty in African terms means royal worth, the highest in character, wisdom, sense of justice, and courage. A. He who founded the nation by uniting many as one must be the real leader, guide, and servant of his people. B. The people, in honor of the founder of the nation, thereafter will elect chiefs from the founder's family lineage, if the heirs meet the original test that reflected the founder's character, whose spirit was supposed to be inherited. Roman 14. The trouble of one is the trouble of all. No one may go in want while others have anything to give. All are brothers and sisters. Each is his brother's or sister's keeper. Roman 15. Age grades, sets, and classes are social, economic, political, and military systems for 1. Basic and advanced traditional education, formal. 2. Individual and group responsibility roles. 3. Police and military training. 4. Division of labor. 5. Rites of passage and social activities. In chiefless societies, the age grades are the organs of social, economic, and political action. Roman 16. Bride price or bride wealth is the gift that signifies mutual acceptance on the part of both families and is intended as a family security bond which may be returned in part if the wife turns out to be worthless or utterly unsatisfactory. Bride wealth tended to stabilize the institution of marriage. This was not wife buying. Roman 17. The community as a whole is conceived of as one party, opposition being conducted by leaders of various factions. 1. Factions of opposition are usually formed by the different age groups. 2. Debates may go on indefinitely or until a consensus is reached. 3. Once a consensus is reached, and the communities will determine all open opposition to the common will must cease. 4. Those whose opposition is so serious that they are unwilling to accept the new law may splinter off either individually or in groups under a leader to form a new state or the nucleus for it. The African Constitution, 173, Romans 17. In warfare, the object is not to kill the enemy, but to overcome him with fear, if possible, such as screaming war cries, loud noise, hideously masked faces, etc. Where killing is unavoidable, it must be kept at a minimum. In key of defeat, there must be some kind of ruse to enable the enemy to retire in honor. Roman 19. The African religion, not being a creed or articles of faith, but an actual way of thinking and living, is reflected in all institutions, and is, therefore, of the greatest constitutional significance. 1. Politically, the role of the chief as high priest who presents the prayers of the people to his and their ancestors in heaven is the real source of his influence, political or otherwise. 2. Socially, the rites of passage, songs, and the dances to drive away evil, etc., as well as the purification and sacrificial rites for the atonement of sins are important. Roman 20. Since religious and moral law must prevail and the race survive, a man may have more than one wife, for he is forbidden to sleep or cohabit with his wife either during the 9 months of pregnancy or during the suckling period of 1 or 2 years thereafter. 1. The wife may not prepare meals for the husband or family during the menstrual period. 2. The husband is strictly forbidden to have any kind of relationship with one wife during the set period that belongs to another wife. Roman 21. The supreme command of the fighting forces is under the council, not the king. If the king becomes the commander-in-chief, it is through election by the council because of his qualification as a general or field commander. This position ends with the war, and the armed forces return to former status under the council, or more directly, under the respective paramount chiefs. There were no standing armies. 174. The destruction of black civilization, the fundamental rights of the African people. The following is a representative number of human rights, also drawn from customary laws or tradition constitutions. Every member of the community had: 1. The right to equal protection of the law. 2. The right to a home. 3. The right to land sufficient for earning livelihood for oneself and family. 4. The right to aid in times of trouble. 5. The right to petition for redress of grievances. 6. The right to criticize and condemn any acts by the authorities or proposed new laws. Opposition groups, in some areas called the young men, were recognized by law. 7. The right to reject the community's final decision on any matter and to withdraw from the community unmolested. The right of rebellion and withdrawal. 8. The right to a fair trial. There must be no punishment greater than the offense or fines beyond ability to pay. This latter is determined by income and status of the individual and his family. 9. The right to indemnity for injuries or loss caused by others. 10. The right to family or community care in cases of sickness or accidents. 11. The right to special aid from the chief in circumstances beyond a family's ability. 12. The right to a general education covering morals and good manners, family rights and responsibilities, kinship groups and social organization, neighborhoods and boundaries, farming and marketing, rapid mental calculation, and family, clan, tribal, and state histories. 13. The right to apprentice training for a useful vocation. 14. The right to an inheritance as defined by custom. 15. The right to develop one's ability and exercise any developed skills. The African Constitution, 175. 16. The right to protect one's family and kinsmen, even by violent means, if such becomes necessary and can be justified. 17. The right to the protection of moral law in respect to wife and children, a right which not even the king can violate. 18. The right of a man, even a slave, to rise to occupy the highest positions in the state if he has the requisite ability and character. 19. The right to protection and treatment as a guest in enemy territory, once one is within the gates of the enemy's village. town, or city. 20. And the right to an equal share in all benefits from common community undertakings, if one has contributed to the fullest extent of his ability, no matter who or how many were able to contribute more. These constitutional principles and practices were held on to and carried by the migrating blacks to every part of the African continent. This fact is one of the most remarkable parts of the black man's story, most remarkable because even those societies that sank to barbarism held on to the fundamentals age after age, as though they were clutching the last threads of life itself. Even in Egypt, where the Asian and European impact was greatest, African constitutionalism could not be completely blotted out. We have come over a way that with tears have been watered. We have come treading our way through the blood of the slaughtered. Chapter Romans 7, the scattering of the people, routes to death and resurrection. The African migrations have been stressed at various points as one of the major developments from which so much can be learned about the history of the black people. The migrations explain many things. They were people in perpetual movements. The movements were human tragedies spanning too many millenniums. It was noted that the great pressures on the Africans actually began in prehistoric times, and that the pressures that uprooted so many settled communities came from two principal agents of destruction: the slow and relentless incursions of oceans of sand and the slow and relentless incursions of Asian hordes. The Europeans, coming later, accelerated the movements. Migrations, as culture declines, the migrations were of many different kinds, and so much so that the overall description of them is often misleading. There was no general, continuous flight of people, here and there all over the continent. Some of the movements were so slow and limited in space that one might hesitate to call them migrations. These were the groups that moved only a relatively short distance each time, and as a whole, never left their 176. 178. The destruction of black civilization general area. After 100 years, such groups might not be more than 100 miles from their traditional home after several generations. Even in the cases of those who migrated farthest, the movement had been slow because the whole movement was forced. Every breakup, a painful uprooting of communities that had been built on hopes and dreams of a permanent abode. Every move was a search for still another abode where land and water could support life and security, could assure another chance of survival. These slow-moving migrations were mentioned in the discussion of geographical influences. There were also the better-known migrations that erupted and moved south, east, and west like tidal waves. These occurred as the result of the many Asian and European invasions and conquests. They were further accelerated by the new turn in the institution of slavery from the 7th century AD onward. At a much later period, after the 16th century, black marauding groups such as the Jaga and the Ngoni added to the turmoil and disorganization. It is quite clear that the waves of blacks that spread over Africa in these migrations came mainly from the area where black concentration was greatest, and the attacks on that concentration persevered relentlessly. This area of black concentration of population was the ancient Ethiopian Empire, which I have described as the heartland of the race, the motherland, with a civilization that, despite the Asian invasions, still included all Upper Egypt in 3100 B.C. and extended southward over the Sudan across Abyssinia. But everywhere the people from the birthplace of black civilization wandered, they found, almost without exception, people already settled, some having preceded them by decades or centuries, and others who had been there, according to their ancestors' story, since the beginning of time. Such, for example, was the tradition of the Keet and Cwa people in Central Africa. The intertribal wars and the intense tribalism that developed from them are among the fateful outcomes cited in connection with the migrations. I have stated a number of times that, inevitably, there were non-blacks in the migrations as they were, in one way or another, integrated with Africans and participated with them in other developments. This meant that there were always a number of predominantly black groups, with some Asians and mulattoes, who were as loyal to the race as any black. This is the kind of fact that blasts any attempt to indict a whole people or put them into a single category. Human beings simply refuse the scattering of the people 179 to be generalized into neat categories. In ancient times, and even later, there were Caucasians who regarded the blacks as superior people. The question about inherent inequality they would have thought absurd to entertain. The Greeks, who seem to have studied the advanced civilization of the blacks more than any other white people, were first among this group. There were, therefore, always Caucasians who were affectionately drawn to the blacks as by some magic. When recognized as genuine by the blacks, the esteem became mutual, and such Caucasians became an integral part of some black groups. These were not the Caucasians, Asians, or Western, who infiltrated black societies for domination and future conquests. These were the Caucasians, albeit a small minority, who stayed with the blacks and fought shoulder to shoulder with them against their own kind, retreated with them in defeat, and were therefore a part of the migrations. I have also emphasized that not all of the mixed breeds, whether Afro-Arab or Afro-European, deserted the blacks for the whites. For a while, the majority did cleave to the race of their fathers. The devotion of the minority to the race of their mothers seemed to be so spiritual in nature that it more than overshadowed the white-worshipping half-whites. White scholars as authorities, and what has all this to do with the migrations? The answer is almost everything. Much of the history of Africa has been written by anthropologists. They have written it within the theoretical framework of their own ethnology, and historians and others have relied almost entirely on their classification of peoples. The usual claim that the history is a science is made despite the amount of pure guessing that characterizes its conclusions. Racism is so obvious in most of the anthropological findings that one may wonder how, if they hope to maintain the fiction of being scientific, it could escape their notice. It has been suggested that their bias does not in fact go unnoticed, but that they are so certain of the favorable reception by the white audience to which they address themselves that what others outside of that world think is a matter of consequence. These latter do not supply the millions that support their African studies. The main thrust of their findings is to make Africa Caucasian from the beginning of its history, and to give the blacks not just a subordinate role, but no significant role at all in that history. Hence their great emphasis on 1. The Caucasoid identity of this or that African tribe, and 2. Failing that, in a highly advanced all. 180. The destruction of black civilization, black situation, where no such classification could be made, to allege Caucasian influence in one way or another. This record does not require debate. It meets the eyes in most of the books by these Africanist experts. There should be no confusion over Negroid types or Caucasoid types, where there was such a widespread mixing of races, as was the case in Africa as elsewhere from the earliest times. It becomes even more ridiculous when it is established that certain Caucasians have Negroid features without the benefit of having any Negro blood, and conversely, many of the blackest of the blacks have physical characteristics which are supposed to belong to Caucasians only. In line with their presumption in taking over the continent and reordering its racial composition, the anthropologists and their historian followers have declared that the true Negroes, black Africans, are concentrated in West Africa only. With one wave of the magic wand in their all-powerful, scientific hand, they changed the biblical story that the black race descended from Ham through his son, Cush. The plain fact that the land of Cush was ancient Ethiopia itself, and that the Cushites were blacks was simply ignored, and Cushites were reclassified as Caucasians. The whites and half-whites who were allied with black groups and migrated with them are singled out as the determining elements in whatever the groups achieved, even in the planting of crops and irrigation techniques. The Asiatic Caucasians, who are known to have settled along the northern and eastern coasts of Africa even in prehistoric times, are now being presented as the indigenous inhabitants. That archaeologists would find Caucasoid types centuries old in any of these areas should be taken as a simple matter of course. Nor would I think it surprising if excavations discovered Caucasoid skeletons several thousand years old anywhere in Africa. The same unshocked attitude is maintained when Negroid types were discovered on the British Isles. Indeed, Negroid remains have been found in other places in Europe and distant lands where no blacks were known to have lived, not to mention the millions known to have settled outside of Africa. Therefore, instead of postulating a theory of history that, on the basis of a few skeletal remains, a whole people inhabited an area first, it would be more sensible to conclude that members of this or that race certainly had visited or settled in the area in the long ago, some dying there, away from their own native land. But suppose they did come as permanent settlers, such as the Dutch in South Africa and the British in Rhodesia. The whites of South Africa are not waiting for the certain verdict of anthropologists and historians in their favor. They, the scattering of the people 181, already claim to be the original inhabitants, saying, as George Peter Murdoch and his school proclaim, that the Africans came into the land later. 1,000 years hence, there will be no dearth of Caucasoid remains in Africa. I just referred to George Peter Murdoch. All through these discussions, I have been unsparing in my criticism of Caucasoid scholarship at various points. I have, in effect, accused them of the subtle thievery of the achievements of an important division of the human race, deliberate and unconscionable. To understand the basis for this criticism, one need not match my labor by wading through over 100 books by them. One good example of all that I have been saying in this connection will suffice. That example is Murdoch's Africa's People and Their Culture. For here is another one of those works which is replete with all the trappings of profound scholarship, bearing, as all such works invariably do, the mark of scientific objectivity. Yet from beginning to end, Murdoch maintains his central theme. Africans are not in fact Africans. Black civilization was not in fact black civilization. Countless peoples, thought to be Negroes by many, such as the Bushmen, the Maasai, Cushites, Pygmies, even the Bantu, etc., are of Caucasoid origins. And while his own account of migrations often contradicts his main thesis, this, I suppose, he dismisses as simply unavoidable. He was at his racist best in a specious and rather amusing argument that attempted to prove that even the Azanians were not black. Is it not significant that so many white writers spend so much time and energy trying to make this or that person or group non-African? Certain direct consequences of the migrations will not be fully understood unless the many centuries they slowly covered are kept in mind. The development and spread of the numerous languages, dialects, separate and independent small city-states from which varieties of culture patterns inevitably emerged. These outcomes highlight the factors of segmentation in the decline of advanced black institutions. But migrations from the first centers of black culture in the Sudan and Egypt had beneficial results also. The migrants were a new kind of missionaries. They carried whatever they could of their advanced civilization wherever they went, and they carried it far and wide. The backward groups that had been living far away from the centers of progress were the beneficiaries. An economic revolution occurred in areas where the Nile migrants not only brought new grain crops, but also new implements and farming techniques. They also spread the gospel of industrial production through the expansion of crafts and their organization into guilds. The greatest of these was iron. 182, the destruction of black civilization for iron, all by itself, created the greatest industrial revolution in Africa and became at once both the catalyst and foundation of the new state formations and expansions of power. In like manner, basic African institutions, such as the traditional constitutional and social systems, were reinforced by the migrations from Heartland. And while many of these basic institutions were influences and modified by Islam and Christian Europe, they all remained so unyielding at the core that they can be studied today almost as directly as they could have been 5,000 years ago. There is another fact in this connection that is not pointed out often and never stressed. We generally speak glibly enough about Asian and Western influence on BLCK Africa, but seldom about the influence of Africa on Asian and Western institutions. The process of Africanization began at once, whenever and wherever the blacks came in contact with foreign institutions. Both Islam and Christianity had to yield to Africanization. Even autocratic sultans and emirs, all powerful in Asia, clashed head-on with the constitutional role of the council in Africa and had to yield. Religions that spread most rapidly and widely were those which were readily adaptable to African cultural patterns. Islam and the Catholic Church led in this, and the Catholic Church outdistanced every other Christian denomination in growth. A large volume should be written on African influence on both Asian and Western civilization, since the influence began in ancient times, was not limited to Caucasians on our African continent, but was carried to other lands by migrating wits who themselves had been Africanized. African values did not die even among the millions of slaves who were transplanted to distant lands. In the United States, where the system to stamp out every vestige of black culture was most thoroughgoing and relentless, African ions persisted and influenced not only the white slave-owning class, but the course of American civilization itself. The historical significance of the movement of people, no matter under what circumstances, can hardly be emphasized. We have seen how and why the flight of blacks from the Sudan increased as the Arab hordes continued sweep in during the 13th century, and Islamization was more aggressively pushed. To many blacks leaving the homeland, what was happening was far worse than the sight of their cities, towns, and villages going up in flames. For now they saw their very own leaders, kings and other notables, divesting themselves of a tradition of civilization that went back beyond history into Paleolithic times, and for expediency or self-interest, were humbly grasping at the robes of the Arabs, their language, and their religion. Their leaders on the throne were no longer Africans or Ethiopians. They were now of still another race. They were black Arabs. So it did not matter at all that new states were forming under black Arab rule. The Arabs not only tolerated these black Muslim rulers, sultans and emirs they were now called, but found it expedient to use them as fronts in controlling the remaining black population. The real rulers were the various Arab tribes that were now scattered all over the Sudan. There was a great difference between these new black Muslim states and Funj. For while Funj was also a sultanate in name, it had a long line of black rulers who steadfastly refused to be Arabized, even to the extent of accepting Arab names. And even the Arab population knew very well that the Muslim religion of those black sultans was very superficial indeed. The new fringe states of Darfur, Wadi and others under black Muslims offered no place of refuge for those whose very reason for flight was to maintain their own racial identity, dignity, and religion. The Saharan tragedy, we return to the Sahara again, for here is where the first black migrations began before written history. Sahara, or wasteland, indicates what it became, not what it was. It was the largest northern region of Bilad as Sudan, the land of the blacks. Viewing this vast area for at least 5,000 years, it is difficult to believe that it was not forever thus. But the Sahara, far bigger than the United States, was once a land of lakes, rivers, forests, green fields, farms, villages, towns, and cities. Wildlife was abundant. Cattle grazed in meadows, and horse-drawn chariots sped over the highways. It was a great land, yet only a part of an even greater black world. We have already noted that this black African world had been under relentless pressures from the seacoasts by invading whites from the earliest times: Hebrews, Phoenicians, Mongols, Arabs, Berbers, Greeks, Romans, et al. It was also pointed out that it is not without significance that even today most of the invaders occupy the same areas where they first came in the seacoasts. 184. The destruction of black civilization for centuries. These whites must have been received with the traditional African hospitality. They were immigrants, settlers, and traders. Many, like the early blacks themselves, were seafaring men. That the blacks were once among the most adventurous of peoples is evidenced not only by the presence of their descendants in many lands and numerous far-flung lands, but also by archaeological remains found in various parts of Europe. It seems clear, therefore, that the whites were not regarded as invaders with ulterior motives, but as co-partners in the further development of world trade. There was no obvious reason to think otherwise. No particular significance was seen in the fact that the whites always massed along the seacoasts and built their towns and trading post strongholds there. The blacks were also in these same coastal areas. There was a general mixing or amalgamation of the races also from the earliest times. In this area, the offsprings of blacks and white Berbers and Arabs became known as Moors, Tuaregs, Tipu, and the Fulani. Like Afro-Americans, they were of every conceivable complexion, some of the whitest having Negro blood. The scientists on Africa, however, classify even the dark-skinned in these groups as Caucasoid. It does not appear that any black prophets came forth to warn the trusting African people that over 3 million square miles of their fertile land would be made a vast wasteland by the slowly moving sandstorms from the north, or that, even fleeing, their very lives would likewise be made a vast wasteland by the white storms from the seacoast. The sandstorms, at first, began their long and relentless rampage over hundreds of miles, but only as previous deforesting and the disappearance of grassland made this easy. The desiccation began far back in time, probably during a period well after Quaternary times began. No one knows how long that awful process of drying up lakes and rivers lasted. What is crystal clear is that during the ensuing migrations, the blacks made their greatest and most tragic era. It was an era to be fraught with the direst historical consequences for the whole black race. Instead of moving en masse to the seacoasts and maintaining the dominant position there, which they could have done easily, they moved en masse toward the interior, first to the remaining oases in the desert, and then into northern and southern Ethiopia, Egypt, and the Sudan, and to the south, central, and western regions. The Berbers, Arabs, and their Afro-Asian offsprings, Moors, Tuaregs, etc., now firmly held the entire northern, northwestern, and eastern, the scattering of the people 185 seaboard of Africa. This tremendous victory of the white man was not achieved by conquest. It was achieved by default on the part of a race too preoccupied with the immediate present and less with its future. A race whose centuries of blind trust in the white man surpassed all understanding. One might say that in surrendering all of their coastal areas to the Asians and mulattoes, apparently without a fight, except in the case of Lower Egypt, that the blacks not only sealed themselves off from world commerce and general international relations, but they also, at the same time, sealed their own fate to be a surrounded, hemmed-in hunting ground for slaves. The pattern for Egypt and Axum was clear-cut. Their story was already outlined early enough, and so clearly that even the blind could not be unaware of the shape of things to come. That shape emerged in their present. The whites were aggressive, always relentlessly pushing for the command position in every situation, no matter how small their number or how insignificant the project. The blacks, by contrast, were not so aggressive, tending toward the brotherhood approach, and generally striking only in retaliation for prior wrongs done. This overall humane and essentially religious attitude of the blacks led Arnold Toynbee to say that mankind may have to emulate them if civilization is to be saved. This is hardly a compliment in a world where the very meaning of civilization is lost. In the face of the Caucasian will to power and domination, this religion of meekness is a tacit surrender to the permanent overlordship of the aggressive and the strong. This is the testimony of history, and perhaps this is why I have always been puzzled by the declaration of Jesus Christ that the meek would inherit the earth. Did he mean the grave? The pattern referred to above developed from the fact that countless thousands of blacks did not migrate anywhere but remained among the Asians. They gradually became the lowest class in the society, although there was some mobility or escape routes. The Berbers and Arabs constituted the upper class and ruling group. Next came the Afro-Berbers and Afro-Arabs, mulattoes, also classified as white, but in a class below whites. And finally, there were the still lower class of blacks, and strangely enough, all Berbers, Arabs, and mixed breeds who chose to cast their lot with the blacks and share their destiny. I said strangely enough, but there was really nothing strange about it. It was simply a human situation. A part of the explanation was that out of centuries of intermarriages, there had developed a network of family and kinship relationships. But it meant much more than these kinship ties. These whites and half-whites, admittedly a small minority, nevertheless did not have to have themselves classified as blacks, giving up the open. 186. The destruction of black civilization opportunity to direct power, fame, and fortune. Like the majority of whites and half-whites with similar ties to the blacks, they could have easily cut those ties and even denied that any ties ever existed. That was the easy way, the self-serving and expedient way. They refused to take it and chose to share all the hardships of the blacks. I dwell on this because here we catch a fleeting glimpse of the progress of the human spirit as it emerged on a plane above the rewards of materialism and self-interest. I dwell on it because wherever this small group exists in a world gone mad with greed, there will remain some faint hope for a more humane world in the next 1,000 years. Social and economic mobility came from the circumstances that the blacks made up the strongest contingents of the Berber and Arab armies. Some became commanders, others became chief counselors to sultans. Most males were castrated, however, or removed from possible contact with all females. An equally significant group was the labor force of enslaved blacks. These were highly important because they relieved the white Asians from all labor. The blacks, who were skilled craftsmen in various fields, fared better since they were generally spared from the whip. The plight of the blacks in white-dominated areas, including their enslavement, would have been different if the masses had not scattered in small groups over the trackless Sahara, the Nile Valley, Ethiopia, and other regions of the continent. The others referred to were the blacks who remained where they were, as their once vast and fertile homeland slowly turned into a Sahara or wasteland. Geologists, archaeologists, and other specialists have all advanced various theories to explain the great mystery of the transforming Sahara. We need not retell their interesting story here, for every explanation seems to project still another puzzling question, for me, at any rate. For example, just how did the Albion Sea, a vast inland body of water as large as France, disappear in the Sahara? How many cities and towns lie buried under those mountains of sand and rocks? We know that in a given area, all farms, orchards, and even villages could be completely covered over with sand in a matter of weeks. The fierce winds whipped up walls of sand and gravel like mountainous ocean waves. Since this region is over 1,000 miles wide and more than 3,000 miles from east to west, most of the people in the interior must have perished with their villages, farms, lakes, and rivers. The exceptions were those lucky people whose farms and villages escaped inundation by the moving oceans of sand. In these places of refuge, later called the scattering of the people oases, the otherwise indiscriminate forces of death and destruction did indeed discriminate. Sometimes high walls of sand began to pile up just before reaching these sites, leaving them safely in valleys thus formed. These continued to be the centers of life and hope as the years passed on into our own times. And it is not without significance that 2/3 of the Sahara population today is still black. Like their ancestors, they continued to be settled communities of farmers and craftsmen, the kind of communities where civilization itself is born. But also like their ancestors and all other advancing peoples, they were vulnerable to the widely ranging camel-riding Berber and Arab nomads. These tent-dwelling raiders gained absolute control of all the trans-Saharan trade routes. With their kinsmen in control of all the commercial seaports, they had effective control over the economic life of Africa and therefore Africa itself. The matter of making that control more complete by raiding and enslaving the blacks in scattered oasis communities became relatively easy. Direct contacts with Europe and Asia meant the possession of the latest superior weapons, which the blacks were unable to secure firearms. Ethnology and the migrations, the great story of the Sahara, is yet to be told. Archaeology has hardly scratched the surface, beneath which a lost civilization lies buried under several thousand feet of sand and rocks. How far westward did the effective rule of the ancient empire extend? How many kingdoms were there, and by what African names were they known? Were the fringe states, such as ancient Ghana, that were found fighting for survival on the edges of the desert, once a part of a vast imperial system? There is some evidence that this may have been the case, but the actual fact remains unknown, and speculation becomes an idle pastime. What is known is that the migrations from the Sahara, while heavily concentrated in Upper Egypt and the Eastern Sudan, also spread out over Africa in and through the Western Sudan. I may seem to have overemphasized the ethnic composition of some migrating groups by repeating reference to it, but it is so important that white historians have bypassed it in order to establish a new theory of prehistoric Caucasian occupation of Africa. Have they not found supposedly Caucasoid remains and artifacts in different places? According to this theory, the whites, in their conquest of Africa, were simply returning to their own original homeland. But where now is the 187, 188, the destruction of black civilization homeland of the blacks? Our Africanist experts do not know. Some few, apparently seeing how ridiculous was the corner into which they had painted themselves, suggest that perhaps the blacks migrated from India or somewhere in Europe. Others undertake to establish Caucasian priority in Africa by excavating structures which no Negroes could have built. An example is a prehistoric site in Uganda. They found what seems to have been a well-built fortification of earthwork, reservoirs, dams for irrigation, trenches, and pit dwellings. All this indicated the mass organization and skills of a superior people, such as the Sidamo, for example. Nowhere in East Africa, the author concludes, are Negro peoples, either Bantu or Nilotic, known to have built structures even remotely comparable to these. This, like 1,000 similar false statements about Africans, requires no answer. The facts now are well known, but let us not miss the central point in all this. The Sidamo people, cited by this anthropologist as the probable builders of those structures, are themselves black Africans, as black and as African as are the anthropologists' Bantu and Nilotic groups. I have lived among all three groups. Some of the people in each group are of mixed blood, as a simple matter of course, just as American blacks are mixed. But in their pathological drive to prevent any concepts of unity from emerging in Africa, Caucasian scholars have been relentless in dividing the blacks of Africa into numerous ethnic categories. This grand strategy was designed to make each group feel unique, special, and hostile to all other groups. The development of different languages in the scattered and isolated societies was the most favorable situation for the division of the blacks and the furtherance of hostility among them. None of this was evil deliberately designed. The writing of the history, or rather non-history, of non-Caucasians from a Caucasian viewpoint was a development of relatively recent times. It followed logically from the 19th century theories of social evolution. Racism, the natural byproduct, now had a scientific basis, and as such became an integral part of education itself. This is why Western anthropologists have played the dominant role in shaping African history, which, from their viewpoint, was the study of primitive peoples. The migrations, as we have seen, served their purpose well. 1. Murdoch, the scattering of the people. 189. The imperialists with the PEN. The picture becomes clear, however, when we know that the black migrations were not always all black. Some of these were Afro-Asians, some had a few white Asians, Other groups were entirely Afro-Berber or Afro-Arab. These often tended to form an independent ethnic group, keeping to themselves. There were also some groups of Berbers, and later, Arabs who migrated from the Sahara to favorable locations in the interior. So, as stated above, since we are here considering the earliest migrations from the Sahara, to find Caucasoid remains in any part of Africa today is really without any particular significance. Such finds, obviously, do not justify the conclusions reached by many writers. But these experts on Africa are not ignorant of the essential facts and outcomes of migrations. This is certainly true of those who have studied the dispersons and the mixing of peoples over the millenniums. They know, but there is apparently a deeply felt need, an urgent and almost desperate compulsion to justify the power position of the white world over the non-white peoples. That white power is so all-encompassing makes the task of Western scholarship, in particular, easy enough. First of all, they are not only supported by the almost limitless wealth amassed from the exploited peoples of the earth, but they also still control, directly or indirectly, the economic life of every black state today. This is equally true of numerous non-African countries, still poor and begging, while their wealth is being drained off to the already rich countries. Secondly, they control world education and science. Scholarship, supported by billions of dollars, far from being independent and objective, has generally served its masters well, becoming arrogant and overbearing in the process. Their most powerful weapon is a single word: science. Having successfully raised science far above religion in the faith of people generally, they may now present almost any proposition or conclusion as scientific and gain wide acceptance. The age has passed when men listened with reverence when it was declared that "Thus saith the Lord." Now one simply has to say, "according to science," or most scholars are agreed, etc. Finally, the universities spearheaded the final economic triumph of the West over the rest of the world. Science pushed the partnership of big corporate wealth and big government into exciting fields of inventions and discoveries. Weapons of universal destruction actually outdistanced the technology of time and space. Who then could question white supremacy? Who dared to challenge viewpoints held by scholars with this awesome array of power behind? 190. The destruction of black civilization them. Certainly nothing coming from the blacks required any serious consideration. The mind transplant had been most successful as an operation on the blacks. Having lost the honor of full manhood that comes only from the pride of racial worth and identity, the black man's mind generally operates favorably toward his white enemies and negatively toward himself and his kind. No one knows this better than the whites. They have therefore had a free and unchallenged hand in reordering the land of the blacks as they saw fit, classifying and naming people, places and things just as they pleased. The blacks were non-persons or nobodies in their own land. From one end of the continent to the other, black youth saw great monuments and statues of Europeans only, European and Arab names for African roads, hills, lakes, towns, and cities. One youngster, whose ancestors had migrated from the north centuries ago, stood gazing at a statue of Cecil Rhodes. "He's in our school hooks too," he proudly informed his parents. The smile left as he asked, "But why are our great men forgotten? We never hear about them." As none could answer, there was silence. This particular group belonged to a family that was 2,000 miles from the known original home. This refers to the place that oral tradition declares to be the original home. But we know that the place of origin, often given in the oral record, means the place where the group lived for so many generations that previous home sites during these long drawn-out migrations had been forgotten. What they had forgotten, however, was less tragic than their ignorance of some of the well-known facts of their more recent history as a people. The boy had raised important questions they could not answer because they are blacks of Rhodesia. What little history they knew was white Rhodesian history, and this, they could learn from Rhodes to Ian Smith. They did not know that they had been living for generations in the center of what was once one of the greatest black empires in Africa, nor had they ever heard of the great African leader of that empire, Emperor Mudota. As elsewhere, Rhodesian history began with the coming of the whites. All before that is unknown prehistory. To the caves, to the swamps, we have been studying those people who were actually migrating from a highly advanced civilization to less advanced regions or regions not advanced at all, but who continued to rebuild new states until the scattering of the people 191 were destroyed by the European invasions. Since a representative number of these states appear in the following pages, a final word should be said about the vast numbers who found only caves and swamps as places of refuge, and therefore built no states, but sank lower and lower in hopelessness, ever-present fears of capture, and a life that was not life, but an animal-like struggle to survive. I referred to these before, but all too briefly. They are an inseparable part of the history of the race. Their savage state enables us to measure the distance from the heights to the level where so many of the race had fallen. It also may be the bold recognition on our part that serves as a guidelight on the road back to greatness. Call them savages if that pleases you. But these were the blacks in retreat before the slave hunters. These were the blacks who had to choose between enslavement for life and that of all of their descendants and freedom. They did not hesitate. They chose freedom even though it meant the loss of civilization, a civilization which they had, in fact, already lost. To be slaves of Arabs, Europeans, or Americans simply meant becoming the economic foundation of their civilization and the steady destruction of the civilization of the blacks. So all hail to the black savages, those noble ancestors who chose both freedom and death in preference to white enslavement. Freedom and death. Once the paths they made in flight could be followed for days by their bloody footprints in the sand. The windblown sand had easily covered these up. Later travelers and slave hunters could determine the various routes of flight by the skeletons found here and there, fallen statues left by those who could not make it on. They were generally disjointed and scattered. Sometimes it was a bony arm protruding from the windswept sands, a leg over there, or a skull seeming to smile peace at last. The bones of other thousands who died in flight were never seen. They lay buried forever under the tons of sand and rocks that moved over much of the regions. Masses of blacks found security in hills that were made inaccessible to both Arabs and Europeans. Such were blacks who isolated themselves in the strongholds of the Nuba Hills. They were never conquered, throwing back all invading army units that attempted subjugation and enslavement. Westerners point to their primitive state, to their nude and half-nude bodies. To the somewhat twisted Western mind, nakedness in public is indicative of the savage. The twisted mind becomes evident when the same people do not find it necessary to explain the 192, the destruction of black civilization, universality of white nudist colonies or naked bodies, not to mention sexual intercourse on public stages and screens. Reference to the Noba people, of course, is simple to give still another example of a people who had to make the grim choice between freedom and slavery, choosing freedom even when that choice meant isolation and, inevitably, retrogression. Blacks, who were among the very first weavers and clothmakers on Earth, could no longer wear clothes. These flights before the mighty firepower of the invaders became more general after 1400 A.D., even though guns, after 200 years of development, were still not in widespread use in Africa. Only Europeans and Arabs were able to secure a limited supply of these precious and certain to conquer weapons. The blacks had nothing of the kind. Meanwhile, experimentation to improve various types of gunnery and speed up production was frantically pushed. The successful outcome of this great venture in firepower was the prelude to the Industrial Revolution that was to change not only the material world, but what was left of the humane nature of man himself. It is not likely that the people were then generally aware that they were being slowly hemmed in from all directions. It is possible that many did feel it without having any exact knowledge of being encircled, although the danger might be several hundred miles away, where the hostile seas met the friendly land. Other groups of wandering blacks headed for dismal swamps. Still others dug caves in hillsides. There were those who wandered aimlessly out into the scorching desert and died with their babies strapped to their backs and larger children clutched by their hands. This meant that the bleached skeletons of little babies and children greeted the eyes, as though additional testimony were needed to show how many of the young were included among those who could not make it even to barbarism. All of those who survived in these various groups ended up in areas where they could do little more than survive. Even if they had not splintered off into small independent societies, famine and disease would have reduced their numbers anyway. Therefore, as noted elsewhere, there were many firmly united groups that were so large that migrating as a single unit was impossible. Here the very circumstances of the case demanded separation, estrangement, and isolation from the mother society, and the eventual development of several new language groups. The disunity among the blacks that spread over the whole race often developed from crisis situations over which they had no control in the awful struggle to survive. The scattering of the people, 193, the millions who found security only in places of extreme isolation in caves, swamps, around a few precious water holes in deserts, and on inaccessible hills. None of these people were favored with the chance even to begin the building of their lost civilization. Far from being ashamed of them as savages, this chapter is a salute to them, a salute with pride that says to them, all honor and all glory. Unlike the blacks we know most about, they could not build great kingdoms and empires. Many were far removed, even from the fringes of an advancing world. Yet they overrode the unceasing attacks of both death and hell, and survived. What is more, they held fast the last line of freedom on the African continent, and they held it against cannon fire to the very end. Even when colonialism swept over their land, they were never conquered. They had been wise enough to see both Islam and Christianity as just another route to the slavery they had fought and died to avoid. They remained steadfast in their own religion and therefore were called pagans. But all of their children were born free, none in Muslim or Christian slavery, and their girls were never dragged off to become slaves in the harems of Arabs or as breeding girls for white men in the West. Finally, one referred to blacks who, though forced to move, never left their homeland region. The Noba did not move very far from where they had lived from times immemorial. A far greater number of blacks held on in their ancient center after it was overrun, refusing either to leave or be enslaved. They stayed and battled against the invaders, finally being concentrated in the southern provinces of the Sudan, where the earlier history of the race in Egypt is still being repeated, line by line. And this is why it is so easy to understand the history of the blacks and see very clearly how they were not only forced far back behind the advancing races, but also pushed to the lowest levels of degradation. For that history is still being made today, covertly and openly, for all the world to see. The blacks who are under pressure today in Bahr el Ghazal, Upper Nile and Equatoria are still fighting for survival against the all-conquering colored Arabs, just as their forefathers fought 5,000 years ago from the Mediterranean in Lower Egypt to where they are now making a last stand. Romantic history. Who needs it? They have been massacred by the hundreds and villages left in ashes, but they fight on. This all-black region is kept isolated and cut off from the developments and higher levels of life seen in the Arab-dominated Sudan. These southern Sudanese have, 194, the destruction of black civilization remained even in 1973, both primitive and pagan, just as their brothers elsewhere had to remain under similar circumstances. It was still the hunting ground for slaves. The blacks had to remain sharply alert at all times, for the modern slave traffic was covert, subtle, and often highly sophisticated. There were no outright raids. The slave agents may appear as employment officers seeking workers, or representatives of schools offering free training for nurses, teachers, and various trades. I was told when I was working in this area that these tactics were successful for a long time because of the extreme poverty and the desperate need for jobs. The fighting that has been going on constantly for 15 years has caused the same kind of migrations as most of those already described. Thousands have been migrating into any country that allowed them to enter. Even in this modern age, many will never see those left behind again. They will scatter and settle among other people wherever they can. They will become lost in the merger, while their brothers and sisters stay behind and carry on the ancient tradition of fighting on against overwhelming odds as long as they can stand. In this study, you must have noticed that the past and present are joined. We study our past for the express purpose of learning what things made the race great in the past, what explains subsequent failures and weakness, and what, in the light of that history, we can do now if we have the will. This is what the study of history should mean for African people in particular. This chapter on the migrations, for example, tells us much that is even alarmingly crucial. But how many of us care to grapple with its real significance? Who asks why is it that the black world, forever uptight over South Africa and Rhodesia, has remained silent about the 15 years of the slaughter of blacks in the Sudan? I asked 4 leaders of the resistance if the southern provinces had ever appealed to the Organization of African Unity for help. We have been begging them ever since it started, was the unanimous reply. Not for arms, but just to use its influence to stop the burning of our villages and the massacre of our people. But you see, the white and brown Arabs actually control the policies of the OAU. For us, that means that they still control the blacks of Africa. Meanwhile, migrants still wander as of old. For them, freedom and independence are yet to come to Africa. The first, and perhaps the most important fact, is that the general enslavement of Africans, proclaimed to the world as savages, began during the very period and in the very West Africa, in the center of which one of the great universities of the world and other colleges were located. The Black Revival of Learning, p. 247, chapter Roman 8, The Resurrection and the Life, Case Studies by States. They called it Ghana. One black state defied the slow onslaught of the Sahara for over 2,000 years, hanging on to its fringes far into historic times, just as though it was determined to let the world actually see how all of its sister states in that vast wasteland had died. Furthermore, its very antiquity and the similarity of its advanced institutions to those of the Ethiopian Empire in the East has raised the question of whether it was a Western outpost of that empire. There is, of course, no question about the travels of blacks between the eastern and western Sudan. The geographers were among the first foreigners to arrive in the region in the 10th century AD. The Arab and European practice of naming countries and peoples often displayed both ignorance and arrogance. They did not condescend to inquire of the people about the name of their country or the meaning of the titles they held. So they called this country Ghana, meaning the leader, head of the state, or in Western terms, the king. The people who migrated into the country from all directions had every reason to believe they were far enough into the interior to be free. 195. The Resurrection and the Life 197, and secure at last in a kingdom that had never been conquered either by the forces of nature or of men. And its history was long. As citizens, they could help in the further development of the general prosperity and the education which was an integral part of the national program. Ghana's actual history goes far back beyond its known record. That record listed 44 kings before the Christian era, and this alone would extend Ghana's known history beyond the 25th dynasty when the last black pharaohs ruled Egypt, 7th century B.C. Holding on and holding out against a slowly but steadily expanding ocean of sand, the now 3 million square miles of the Sahara Desert had, nevertheless, reached a high level of greatness in the 11th century and was an empire comparable to most European states at that time. It surpassed many others in social organization, military power, economic wealth, and in the promotion of higher education. This African empire had expanded territorially by both conquests and peaceful alliances with neighboring countries, including dependent sides such as Sama, Garantal, Gadairo, Galam, present-day northern Ghana area, Diara, Soso, and Tekra. The desert tribes of Berbers were made tributaries the Zenaga, Lemtuna, Gadala, Mesufa, et. The empire, known as the Land of Gold, became great not only because it controlled the greatest source of gold for both Europe and Asia, but also because of its iron mining and iron manufactures for over 1,000 years. Leadership in the iron industry made her a dominant power over less progressive peoples in the Western Sudan. This status and the mastery of iron also meant the development of a mighty military power, equipped with awesome weapons over which it had a monopoly. These weapons were heralded abroad, striking fear among neighboring states. Some were annexed without resistance, others had to be conquered. Control of caravan trade routes to the north, east, Ethiopia and Egypt was probably the most important factor in the ever-growing wealth of the nation. There were import and export taxes, a system of weights and measures, and control of inflation by limiting the flow of gold. Kumbai, the capital, was a twin city of stone mansions, temples, mosques, and schools, along with the thatched roof huts of the masses. The larger towns and cities were generally located on or near lakes, rivers, and lesser streams such as creeks. The Niger was the most important river for trade, travel, and warboats. 198. The destruction of black civilization. It was a mixed economy of agriculture. Wheat, millet, cotton, corn, yams, and cattle raising, cows, horses, goats, camels, and sheep. The iron industry, mining, and numerous crafts were organized as guilds: blacksmiths, goldsmiths, jewelers, coppersmiths, stonemasons, brickmasons, water diviners, carpenters, weavers, sandal makers, dyers, cabinet makers, furniture makers, and potters. The soil was more favorable for millet than wheat. Much wheat was imported. Other imports from African countries and abroad were salt, textiles, cowrie shells, brass, dates, figs, pearls, fruit, sugar, dried raisins, and honey. The chief exports were gold, ivory, rubber, and slaves. Under the Emperor Tenkamenin, 1060 AD, the imperial army numbered 200,000, 1060 AD, of which 100,000 were mounted and 40,000 were expertly trained bow and arrow brigades. It was not a standing army. Rather, it was somewhat like a national guard, trained and ready to answer the call when needed, but otherwise following their usual occupations. The most famous schools were at Kumbai and Jen. The world-renowned University of Sankore was at Timbuktu, north of Ghana. All this and much more passed away like a dream. What happened? This was a great civilization. What happened to it? The country and its capital was visited by the great Arab geographer El-Bekri sometime after 960 A.D. He described a vast country of fertile fields with rivers and lakes, woods and green plains, of busy villages, towns, and cities of stone. Yet when Bonnet de Mézières visited the site of the capital city in 1914, all he saw at first was a level wasteland of rocks and sand as far as the eye could see. What happened to the city of stone? Where were the green fields, the green trees? Where were the lakes? And above all, what became of the great Wagadu River that flowed near the capital? How could any of these things ever have been true? If there is any such thing as the unbelievable, here it was. Yet oral history insisted that this was the area where Ghana's ancient capital city once stood. Digging unbelievingly, the excavators finally reached and began to unearth the city that had been entombed by the desert sands for centuries. The very idea that it ever existed had almost been forgotten. 1. Also known as Kumbai. Likewise, Jen is a variation of Jen. The resurrection and the life 19s here then, buried under tons of sand, was the answer to one of the greatest riddles of history. To understand it is to understand one of the most powerful forces in the decline of African civilization, and why so many of the continent's famine-crazed people sank into barbarism and the life of savages. The fall of Ghana's empire was merely a prologue to the fate of the still greater empires of Mali and Songhai that later spread over much of the same area and beyond. The culmination of the process of disintegration was being slowly reached in each of these countries, even while they were expanding over vast areas, flushed with all the glories of wealth and power. We might here observe that, nearly 1,000 years later, the illusion that bigness, wealth, and military power are sufficient to guarantee security and permanence still persist. Indeed, power and wealth tend to make rulers both obstinate and blind in the face of obviously undermining forces. The destruction of the capital by the Muslims in 1076 and the Great Migration from the country are part of the story, but only a part, because the Muslims did not stay in force. This invasion was simply another major factor in the process of slow disintegration and expedited it. It certainly stepped up the mass flights of Ghanaians southward into the forests and to the coast. A second factor that affected the stability and growth of the country was the continuous raids by the Semitic nomads of the desert. Bear in mind that some of the attacking nomads were tributary subjects, mostly Berbers and Arabs. The aims were booty and destruction, not conquest and settlement. The desert people hated settled, civilized life, regarding it as feminine. The raiders appeared suddenly in surprise attacks and disappeared as suddenly. Settled communities were deserted and migrations developed en masse. The refugee movements within the country created internal tensions and conflicts, while movements from the country further weakened it. A chain reaction set in, and some of the internal causes of conflict and disintegration may be noted as follows. 1. Dissatisfaction with a central government that tended progressively to undermine the traditional constitutions of both the parent nuclear. 2. A reminder, Berbers and Arabs generally included black Africans, Afro-Berbers and Afro-Arabs, all converted to Islam. The most fanatical Muslims were often the blacks and mulattoes. 200. The destruction of black civilization state and of the formerly independent states, which now made up the empire. 2. The desire for independence on the part of these states, or more security in an alliance with some other seemingly rising power, such as Mali. 3. Hard times. Drought leading to famine was becoming more frequent, almost a permanent condition. Farming, the occupation of the masses, was becoming too difficult to support life, as the soil itself was dying. 4. The decline of trade. Stepped-up Arab-Berber raids on caravan trails, the lifeline of the empire. 5. Failure to capture Wangara gold mines, leaving the state in the now precarious position of a dependent middleman. 6. Civil strife over succession to throne. The ruling class had become Muslim, introducing revolutionary changes in traditional constitutional practices. 7. Weak leaders on both local and national levels. Wisdom, courage, and ability were no longer tests for high office. 8. Religious conflicts. Muslim kings versus non-Muslim masses. This meant war on time-honored religious beliefs and practices. The African masses, of course, were regarded as infidels, but the ruthless program of forced conversions to Islam failed as more and more of the people fled the country. Islam eventually triumphed over this whole area, which is today what was French West Africa. 9. The increasing death of the soil, deforestation, erosion, and the uninhibited southward movement of the Sahara. The gradual drying up of streams and sinking of lakes and rivers were death knells for a civilization that was already decaying for reasons which I have just outlined. 10. Changes in climate. The quick evaporation of rainfall, leaving the soil as dry and thirsty as ever. Maurice de Lafosse, in his Negroes of Africa, declared, "The region where Cumbai was built is now very arid. In truth, it rains here every year, but there are now no rivers, and except at a few points where pools and sheets of not very deep subterranean water exist, the vegetation, although fairly thick in spots, is reduced to thin pasturage, gum trees, and other spiny bushes, Halogen. The region contains no villages and is traversed only by nomadic Moors and hunters of the Nemadi tribe, but very numerous and extended traces of former habitations and burial places which turn up at every the resurrection and the life 201 instant, show that the country was formerly inhabited, in part at least, by sedentary peoples, and lead us to suppose that it was better watered than it is today and more suitable for tillage. Besides, Bekri speaks of vast and prosperous fields which extended to the east of Ghana. The capital city and local traditions are unanimous in attributing the decline of the kingdom and the dispersion of its inhabitants to the drying up of the Wagadu and consequent famine. This early conclusion by de Lafosse with regard to the reasons for the disappearance of one highly civilized African state has not only been confirmed by later investigation, but the same major factors explain the collapse of other African states. Mali was the second of the great three West African empires that became well known in the medieval world. Although its history has been traced back to Paleolithic times through rock paintings, carvings, and other archaeological finds, such as the Ocellar Man in 1927, the empire rose in the 13th century with the decline of Ghana. Kangoba was the small kingdom of the Mandinka people on the southern border of Ghana near the mouth of the Niger River. It was a tributary state and held the strategic trading position of dominance over the gold mines of both Wangara and Bur. Among the contestants for succession to the disintegrating Empire of Ghana were two of its rebelling provinces, Kaniaga and Diara. These were overcome by the nearby kingdom of Tegra under the leadership of Sumenguru, who succeeded in capturing the capital of Ghana, Kumbai Sale, in 1203. He undertook the task of rebuilding the empire, proved to be unequal to it, and was defeated by the Mandinka king, Sundiata, at the historic Battle of Karina in 1240. The battle's outcome was the beginning of the Malian Empire. Under the emperors Sundiata Keita and Mansa Uli, there was systematic reorganization and consolidation of the former empire and expansion beyond it, so that when Mansa Musa came to the throne in 1312, he had a solid foundation upon which to build what was to become one of the greatest empires of the time, and to be recognized as such around the world. But two things should be noted here. The first is that both Ghana and Mali included strong Arab-Berber tribal states under their rule. Most of these were united desert societies. They occupied the surrounding 202, the destruction of black civilization, strategic points of power. They were able to harass and raid the great caravans conducting the vast import and export trade of the black states across the Sahara. The armed escort guards were powerless against them because they could throw a mile-long caravan into disarray and confusion by the tactics of sudden attack and withdrawal, until the heavily laden fleets were at their mercy. These caravan trails, the lifelines of empires, were regularly under attack or threatened. One solution of the problem, it is believed, was for black kings to become Muslims. Embracing Islam became not merely a policy to expedience whoever Arab and Berber Muslims gained a dominant foothold in black Africa, but it became a compelling means to economic survival. The Muslims not only controlled the all-important caravan trails, but all African ports of trade with the world. The fact that many of the desert tribes were nominally a part of the empire or tributaries to it made matters worse. Pretending to be loyal to the emperor when this served their purpose, they could play it both ways. They therefore always had their separate communities in the capital city and all important trading towns. As Muslim brothers, they secured important posts in the government. Protected caravans moved unmolested. What it means is that the loyal Arabs, as advisors to the king, were in a position to collect tribute from him to pay off potential raiders. Here as elsewhere, brotherhood and integration were most beneficial for the whites, even when they were in a politically subordinate status. The second important fact to be noted is that the Arab-Berber position near and within the empire was the base from which the fanatical Almoravides spread the Islamic religion in West Africa with an uncompromising aggressiveness unmatched in the history of religion. Their proselytizing brotherhoods were camps of militant missionaries. They were hostile to the black masses because the masses actively resisted conversion to Islam. Here again may be an example of why so many Africans, and especially Afro-Americans, think of Arabs as colored people, for the well-known Almoravides were indeed predominantly mulatto. Strong black Muslim kings protected their people. Baron Mindana was the first Mansa king of Mali to embrace Islam in 1050 AD. He urged that all succeeding Mansas do the same. Arabic historians, therefore, list him as the first king of Mali. The history of the country began with Islam and the pilgrimages to Mecca, another aspect of the blackout. The emperor kings who came after Baron Mindana did the resurrection, and the life 203 indeed become Muslims, mainly for reasons mentioned above. Some became as fanatic as any of the semi-barbarous Almoravides of the deserts. Such was the great Mari Jalak, known to fame as Mansa Musa. It appears that his driving ambition was to be known worldwide as the greatest black Muslim in all Africa. He succeeded, and it paid off on all fronts, except among the masses of common people. International trade now moved freely in all directions over the caravan trails. Between 1307 and 1332, Mali evolved from an expanding kingdom to an expanding empire. It extended north over the desert, extending its authority over the all-important salt mines of Taghaza. Eastward, it reached the horse estates of Nigeria, and westward, it covered the strong Tegra and the countries of the Fulani, Afro-Berber, and two-color peoples. The remarkable expansion of Mali meant the remarkable expansion of Islam in the Western Sudan and in countries outside of the empire. The spread of Islam replaced African traditional laws. The Quran was now the constitution. All this made for increased internal discord, rebellions by conquered groups, and migrations from the country. Here we have to remind ourselves that we cannot have it both ways. Many of the black kingdoms and empires about which we sing with pride became great by riding roughshod over other black states and people, and thus sowing even more seeds of hate to grow among black generations still unborn. The decline did not begin until after 1400 when, under weaker successors, the Ghana story of internal disunity and strife repeated itself. After 1550, Mali, as an empire, was little more than an inspiring memory. There followed the usual array of numerous small and independent states, each ripe for easy conquest by a stronger power. Islam was that power. It continued to spread as various black rulers followed the example of Mansa Musa and became Muslims. Just as Mali had spread over the former Ghana Empire, Songhay was to spread over Mali. Songhay is almost like retelling the story of Ghana and Mali. The Songhay people were the nuclear group that was to build their name to the greatest African empire of the 15th and 16th centuries. Their small state, with its capital at Kakia, was east of the Niger River bend. 204, the destruction of black civilization between Gao and Agatis. Its history unsur a long line of Dyas, kings, can be traced back to the 7th century. The 16th ruler, Daya Kasoi, was crowned at Gao early in the 11th century, and the capital moved there. The capture of that city-state from the Sorko people in the 7th century was the early beginning of Songhay expansion. The Songhay were one of those unique peoples who, as a whole, can be characterized as highly intelligent, industrious, and aggressively invincible, both as traders and warriors. With the capture of Gao, their success was assured, for this was the important caravan center for international trade. It dominated the commerce of the central regions of the Western Sudan, controlling the flow of gold and vori from the southern forests and the precious salt trade from the Taghaza mines in the northern desert. This was an intolerable situation for the still powerful Mali. Therefore, in 1325, Mansa Musa sent several divisions under his ablest generals to to bring Gao and other Songhae pretended loyalty and wholehearted allegiance to the Mali Empire, while busily rebuilding and reorganizing their armies and political structure. They discontinued the rule of the Dayas in 1335 and started a new leadership with the kingly title of Sunni. The second Sunni of the new line, Su Iman Mar, was able to break away from Mali and declare Gao independence in 1375, just 50 years after being under the empire's rule. There followed a long period of relative calm and inaction. The record indicates that the fortunes of the nation rose or fell according to the character of the leadership. So it was that rapid expansion in all directions was resumed when Sunni Ali, perhaps the greatest of Songhae emperors, came to the throne in 1464. He became a nominal Muslim for the same economic reasons that influenced other black kings. The Muslims not only controlled trade with Asia and Europe, they also dominated trading activities in towns and cities through resident merchants. The wealth of the nation depended very largely on cooperation with them. The African people, on the other hand, were generally anti-Islam. The problem of all African kings was how to be a Muslim without alienating the people. Sunni Ali was powerful and dug to play it both ways. It became clear to the Arabs and Berbers that his real loyalty was to the traditional religion of the Africans. They never forgave him. However, at the close of his 35 years of leadership as a great general and statesman in 1492, the Songhae Empire rivaled that of Mali in wealth and territorial expansion. The two principal seats of Larning, Timbuktu and Jen, the Resurrection and the Life 205, had been included in Songhae's northward and westward sweep. It was at Timbuktu that two of the great African writers of the period wrote their famous histories in Arabic. Tariq al-Fadash by Mahmud Kadi and Tariq al-Sudan by Rahman as-Sadi. The most famous African scholar during this period of Songhae's intellectual flowering was the biographer and lexicographer Ahmed Babo, born in 1526. They all wrote in Arabic, just as black Americans today all write in English, and for the same reasons. The black revival of learning Songhae's greatness was due to something more than the remarkable expansion of its empire over a territory larger than the continent of Europe. Thar was great, but greater by far was the grand scale on which the revival CF learning spread among the blacks of West Africa, the Western Sukan, or Land of the Blacks. Three of the principal centers of learning were at Jen, Gao, and Timbuktu. At the head of the educational system at Timbuktu was the world-famous University of Sankore, DN-wing students from all West Africa and scholars from different foreign countries. It was especially noted for its high standard of scholarship and therefore exacting admission requirements, about which there were some complaints. The university structure consisted of one faculty of law, 2 medicine and surgery, 3 letters, 4 grammar, 5 geography, and 6 art. Here art had to do with such practical training as manufacturing, building, and other allied crafts. After the basic training, the expertise required was through the traditional apprenticeship system in the various craft guilds. There were thousands of students from all parts of West Africa and other regions. We have no record of the exact number. The accounts also mention the large number of scientists, doctors, lawyers, and other scholars at Thai University, without giving the exact number, perhaps not considered necessary in the 15th and 16th centuries. And there is something else that simply had to exist underneath this university stem, for which there is no record, account, or even a 3. Some writers, including E.W. Buil, classify him as Berber or Afro-Berber. 206. The Instruction of Black Civilization, passing reference. This was the West Afghan elementary and secondary school system, without which there could not have been a University of Sankore with such high standards for admission. As we have shown, the Muslim religion and its Arabic language had spread over much of West Africa, and been embraced particularly by black rulers, notables, and merchants, along with the immediate followers of all of these. The masses hid on to the African religion, although thousands of these also found expedient to pass as Muslims in towns and cities. The Arabic language, unlike any other in the world, had a three-way advantage in its spread. Like Latin in Europe at the time, it was the language of religion and learning. But like Latin, Arabic was also the language of trade and commerce. This use made it more widespread among the blacks than it would have bet otherwise. Arabic, therefore, was the language used by black scholars in West Africa, whether they were Muslims or not. But the study of the Islamic Quran, law and literature was at the core of the university's curriculum. And all this made the widespread revival of learning in Africa appear to be an entirely Muslim affair. The fact is their thirst for learning was so compelling that the introduction of any written language after the loss of their own native writing was welcome as a godsend. To be able not only to read and write again, but also advance to higher education was far more important to Africans than the vehicles of religion as media, whether Muslim or Christian, in sensation. For the Muslim and Christian missionaries, religion was the main objective, but for most Africans, education was the main objective. It may not be without significance yet the Renaissance in Africa occurred at the same time it developed in Europe, between the 15th and 16th centuries, and that both in Europe and Africa, Islamic sources were the catalysts. For the Arabs, like the early Greeks, had advanced their civilization by systematically drawing heavily on the cultures of pre-existing civilizations with which they came in contact as they spread out from the deserts of Arabia to distant lands. They enriched and expanded their own language in a well-organized enterprise in copying the most important literature they could find. The most important classical manuscripts had disappeared from Europe entirely during the so-called Dark Ages. The only source extant were those copied and preserved by the Arabs, without which scholars generally agree the great European Renaissance could not occurred. In this region of Africa, as elsewhere wherever Asian and European influence prevailed, the destruction of black civilization was real, not imaginary. But in this widespread destruction, something was generally missing, enough to give posterity a clear idea of the state of things which were. Of the period, only three great black writers escaped the blackout: Muhammad Kadi, Rahman Sadi, and Ahmed Babo. Who were the others? Babo, the last black president of the University of Sankore, tried to tell us in his series of biographies, but these too were destroyed, along with 40 other works of which he was the author. There seems to be no question at all about Babo being the greatest and most prolific African writer and scholar in the 16th century. Perhaps African shall be dropped here, for who else, Asian or European, authored a comprehensive dictionary and 40 other works during this period? His fame as a scholar-educator spread to distant lands. In the Muslim destruction of the Songhai Empire, the main centers of learning with all of their precious libraries and original manuscripts were destroyed first. Then the age-old practice was adopted of seizing all men of learning and skilled craftsmen for enslavement and service to the conquerors. Foremost among those captured and carried off to the Maghreb was Ahmed Babo. There he was treated as an honored guest and instructed to use his great learning in the service of his conquerors, the Moors. Now, again, just who were the Moors? The answer is very easy. The original Moors, like the original Egyptians, were black Africans. As amalgamation became more and more widespread, only the Berbers, Arabs, and Cyclades in the Moroccan territories were called Moors, while the Darcist and black-skinned Africans were called Black Moors. Eventually, black was dropped from Blackamoor. In North Africa, and Morocco in particular, all Muslim Arabs, mixed breeds and Berbers are readily regarded as Moors. The African blacks, having had even this name taken from them, must contend for recognition as Moors. We do not know whether Babo continued to write and publish any more books during the remaining years of his captivity in Morocco, as indeed we are ignorant of even the titles of the 40 books he is known to have written. But suppose just 4 or 5 of his works had escaped destruction and he came down to us, or even just one, and yet we are only considering what the African race has lost from just one man, and not the countless ethers whose very names were erased along with their 208, the destruction of black civilization works. It should be needless to point out in this connection that just as blacks profit from the best works by white scholars, whites can and do profit from the contribution of blacks to the advancement of knowledge. Therefore, the destruction of Babo's works and those of other blacks was the destruction of an essential part of world civilization. In considering the flowering of learning in West Africa and its brutal interruption by the Moors, certain important facts should stand out because they run through the entire field of black history. The first, and perhaps the most important fact, is that the general enslavement of Africans, proclaimed to the world as savages, began during the very period and in the very West Africa, the center of which held one of the great universities of the world and other colleges. The second important fact is that black Muslims were not spared from destruction by non-black Muslims. The third all-important fact was the non-enslavement of mulattoes and their classification as white, Egyptians and Moors. This crucial fact must not be glossed over, as it has been throughout our history. First, because there were many tribes or societies in Africa which were exclusively mulatto, to use the term loosely. Nothing was more characteristic of the mixed-breed clans, tribes, or societies than their unceasing efforts to emphasize their separate identity and their constant fear of being considered Negroes or black Africans. Hence, their over-anxious crusades or jihads against black states and their spearheading most of the slave raids in Africa. They further emphasized their ethnic difference by always retaining thousands of black slaves in their own service while selling the others. The white man, by driving his offsprings as a wedge into the black race, is not only able to keep it weak by keeping it divided, but he is able to maintain effective control over it without the necessity of his own presence. The most murderous of the mulatto slave traders was Tipu Tib, with his slave empire headquarters on Zanzibar. His slave trails extended in every direction from the east coast far into the interior, where white slave traders feared to go. But Tib's agents and slave caravan leaders were generally colored like himself. And since black slave armies were always both the backbone and spearhead in European and Arab adventures, the record should be clear in identifying all of the participants in the slave-hunting crusades in Africa. There were therefore more significant factors in the destruction of this larger-than-Europe Songhai Empire and its advancing educational system than is evident from a summary statement that it was destroyed by the Moors. The Resurrection and the Life 209, the Black Muslim Triumph, and the End Sunni Ali was succeeded by Sunni Baru in 1492. He refused to compromise with Islam at all, defended the African religion, and thereby lost the support of the towns and cities which were the centers of Muslim power. He was deposed after a year, thus paving the way for Sunni Ali's chief minister, greatest general, and most ardent and sincere black Muslim, Muhammad Tur. He became emperor in 1493 with the military title of Askia. He matched Sunni Ali not only by reigning 35 years, but by extending the empire eastward over the horse estates across northern Nigeria, northward over the Sahara beyond the Taghaza salt mines, and westward to the Atlantic Ocean. He had earned the name by which he is best known, Askia the Great. At the age of 80, he was deposed by his eldest son in 1528 and died 10 years later. His successors were generally weak and had short reigns. Weak leaders and short reigns led to internal conflicts and social, political, and economic disorganization. These conditions were signals for revolts by conquered states and attacks by others. In 1582, the Horsa states regained independence, and within a few years, the Mossi states renewed their attacks. The Sultan of Morocco, Moulay Ahmed, now saw his opportunity to capture the salt mines of Taghaza and the gold of Songhai. Armed with guns and cannons, then available to African armies, the Moroccans met the army of Songhai under Askia Isihak at Tondabai in 1594. Spears and arrows had to give way to gunfire. Thereafter the Songhai forces split up into small units to harass enemy garrisons and outposts in surprise attacks. These attempts to dislodge the invaders lasted over 70 years. But the Songhai of glorious memory was no more. The armies of Islam continued their triumphant march in Africa, destroying its basic institutions wherever they could do so. The remarkable Mossi, they never called it an empire. They called it the Mossi States. We let it go at that. But it was, in fact, an empire if the same definition is applied as it is in other areas of the world. It was a union of kingdoms, similar to other core groups whose expansionist proclivities create empires. It differed markedly in the pattern of centralized authority. The traditional African political system of local autonomy was main. 210, the destruction of black civilization tamed in the independence of the individual states that made up the empire. There were 5 core kingdoms: Ouagadougou, Yatinga, Fada Gurma, Mamprasi, and Dagomba. Each had become a kingdom independently of the others, each as powerful as the other. The union of these states was inspired by the bonds of kinship, a common Mossi origin. Although located southward between the great arms of the Niger River and almost surrounded by the expanding empires of Mali and Songhai, neither was able to subdue and bring the Mossi within their empire. Quite the contrary, with the greatest and most dashing cavalry forces in Africa, the Mossi carried the weight of them. The Mossi nation is another case why, because it is also a typical example of migrating blacks who united to form new and larger political entities, conquered the people whose homeland they invaded, and at the same time showed wide cultural variance while holding steadfastly to the fundamentals of African constitutional principles. They were reflected not only in the political organization of African states, but also in the conqueror's respect for the land RGHTS of those whose original homeland it was. In short, the rights of conquest did not include ownership of the land, a fundamental constitutional principle. I have emphasized the difference between 2 main types of migrations: the slow and almost leisurely movements of people over countless centuries because of the no longer tolerable conditions of climate and soil, and the stepped-up migrations amounting to refugee flights because of increasing invasions from beyond Europe. It is these latter causes with which we are now dealing. Hay increased as the Arabs overran the eastern Sudan and became a period of crisis between the 12th and 17th centuries. This was the long period during which migrating blacks undertook to form new stronger states all over the continent, succeeding while other refugee blacks found themselves in areas where just to survive at all required all the energy they could muster from day to day. Progress. What progress? How progress? Blessed then were the migrants who, like those, found territories where progress was possible. Blessed were he Mossi. By 1500, they had become a dominant power and one of the most industrious nations of the period. The Africa-wide concept of THC bases for legitimate rule was held to as a means of social control and rational unification, as well as the basis for all authority, high or low. As Yuha, it all traced back to the founders of the nation, in this case Awalrayago and Aubry. They had the resurrection and the life 211 the Nam, the God-given power to lead men. All of their descendants should inherit his power, and therefore inherit the right to rule. Implicit in this, or certainly in the ideas developed from it, was the right to conquer and rule. The idea of royalty evolved from the same source, further illustrating how a fact and a commendable idea, such as honoring the founders of a nation, may be elaborated through time to a grand old myth. But in LV Tosseland, the Nam seems to have been carried to extremes. Everyone seeking recognition or even a minor office claimed to have the Nara. This bestowed the title of Naba, ruler so-and-so. The extent to which the political structure was based upon the Nam made Mossi society somewhat unique among African states. Since the Nabas of the 5 core states claimed equality and were all fiercely independent in body, spirit, and action, the early contests were over what state should become the leader of them all and provide the Magho Naba, king of kings. Ouagadougou finally won, although it was not senior in the Nam line of descent. It won because it had become the center of economic activity and therefore national prosperity, and because the Ouagadougou people outdid themselves in screaming praise and praise songs for their Naba, who was the ruler of the whole world. His dominions were boundless. He was God's son, and therefore sacred. No one must look upon his face. All must prostrate themselves before him. Supreme justice can be found only in our Magho Naba. All this was too much for the other states to overcome. The Ouagadougou Naba thus became the Magho Naba of the United Mossi Kingdoms, principalities and chiefdoms, each of which was virtually autonomous. The Magho Naba had no real authority outside his own Ouagadougou kingdom. Unity was achieved through negotiations, friendly persuasion, or, all else failing, sometimes by force of arms. More national unity seems to have been achieved, however, because the various states voluntarily followed. The successful example of Ouagadougou in social, economic, and political organization, and the ritualistic splendor of a court that claimed rulership of the world. The political structure did not vary from the traditional African constitutional system. The village chief and council, district chief, Naba and council, province governor, Naba and council, and Magho Naba and council. The Uidi Naba, prime minister, was next in authority under the Magho Naba. Each important minister in the national government was also the Naba, governor, of a province, another variation from traditional practice. 212. The destruction of black civilization. There were other variations, some highly important. One was the minister of Muslims, for unlike so many other African societies, the migrating Mossi had learned something FNM, the history of the blacks, in their relations with Arab and Berber Pioils. No foreigners could settle in Mossi territory, but since the Mossi themselves were great traders, they needed the far-flung outlets, which Muslims everywhere controlled. Muslim traders were therefore admitted into the country under the strict supervision of the Ministry for Muslims. All Muslim activity was restricted to trade. The religion of Islam was rejected, conversion to both teaching and religion forbidden. In short, the Mossi saw Islam and Christianity as the white man's vehicles of conquest. It was the only black nation in time to see this. Indeed, NSSI prophecy held that when the first white man appeared in the land, the nation would die. That time had not yet arrived. The Mossi policy of excluding whites or rigidly limiting the number and controlling their activities in the country further illuminates an African experience that is already so clear that it should require no additional light. All African states that began to develop again after the Great Dispersion, rebuilding and expanding, were prosperous and advancing as black states as long as they barred the relentless, aggressive whites from their countries, and their destruction became certain only when they abandoned this policy and let the Asians and Europeans in. On this, the record is entirely clear. The Mossi held on steadfastly to their own African realm, Ion and African institutions, and survived over 500 years into the 20th century until it was finally overrun by France. A few more of these all-African institutions should be mentioned to further illustrate the external influence. We are dealing with a land and a people where a white face have been a curiosity, and white influence, even under the disguise of religion, was barred by law. Few things could be more remarkable in Thai history of the black people than the rigid adherence to a body of principles that indicates a humane and spiritual level of advancement that pointed the direction to real civilization. One of these was reflected in TLE Mossi conquerors' recognition of the principle that no matter how powerful the conquerors of a territory might be, the land belonged to Thai people whose homeland it was. They were recognized as the rightful owners of the land, and the resurrection and the life 213 therefore, negotiations for settlement of newcomers were carried on with the chiefs or priests of the earth, who represented the indigenous people. Their political system, high democratic, was unsurpassed by any state anywhere in the world. That system was developed by Africans. The family was the smallest socio-economic and political unit. The extended family council, for example, settled all cases involving offenses by members which affected only the family or were not serious enough to be carried to the village court. Bad behavior by one member was a reflection on the rest of the family. The Western creed of fierce individualism had no place in the society. What one did was either a credit to his family or a dishonor. The village council was the next political unit, with an elected head man and a council of elders. The elders were the representatives of the various family sections or wards that made up the village. The village council was the center of authority, subject to the will of the community. The districts were the next and larger divisions, varying in size and having many villages and towns. The district Naba chief was a very important official. Any number of districts made up of provinces and kingdoms which formed the nation. The great nanems, plural for Naba, were elected by their respective councils and subject to their will. This latter fact was generally well disguised by ceremonial phraseology, ritual and autocratic-sounding decrees from the throne. Indeed, it was a general practice for both the council ministers and the people to proclaim that the Magho Naba has all power, is the most powerful king in the world over which he rules. These fictions seem to be one of the delights of the people. For did not these same fantastic claims help to make the Wagajugu the Magho Naba? Indeed, during the periods African societies were most democratic, every effort seems to have been made to make it appear that the supreme power was exercised by the rulers, never by the people. Upon the death or removal of the Magho Naba, for example, there was the constitutional fiction that his successor must be chosen by the Uidi Naba, prime minister. And the Uidi for. Even the author is annoyed by the number of inescapable repetitions which occur in any comparative study of a representative sample of societies or states, where the focus is on the common origin, sameness, and universality of all basic institutions. The description of these, state by state, means repetition after repetition. 214, he destruction of black civilization, Naba made the public proclamation with all the ceremonial pomp and splendid ostentation befitting one urged with such an awesome responsibility as that of naming the Ni emperor. Yet everyone knew very well that the Uidi Naba was mere, announcing an election that had already been made by the council state. In addition to these councils, various local levels, the Mossi developed another way of controlling the behavior of rulers. This was the practice of moving from one satisfactory village or district to a more favorable one. Whole village might move from one district to another. No district chief could afford this direct reflection on his ability to keep the people five, the most impotent of his inauguration oaths. It also tended to undermine the economy of his area. The question of absolutism in tractional Africa is interesting because it so often means the very opposite ohat is understood by the term in Asia and the West. In 7 different societies covered in my field studies in different regions, all declared that their traditional kings had absolute powers as rulers. Follow-P analysis revealed that what was meant was that the chiefs or kings had absolute power to carry out the clearly understood will of the people, which, of course, is a far cry from self-assumed absolutism. There was no absolutism in Western terms. Even Shaka of the great Zulu Empire complained because the council failed to check him in his excesses. He expected some control and guidance. This control was not attempted by a council overawed by his greatness as a leader. As indicated elsewhere, my studies show that factors such as the Zululand Situatin help to explain the decline of ancient African democratic systems. Jews in Europe were not responsible for everything that happened adversely. The Mossi became the outstanding horse-breeding country. The finest, swiftest breeds became their specialty. It was probably from this fact that they had dashing cavalry foes that so often carried them to victory and protected their land from conquest for over 500 years. There was a great outside demand for Mossi horses and donkeys. These became an important factor in one of most economically advanced countries in Africa. We turn next to their economic enterprise and the prosperity that flowed from it as still another illustration of what Black Five, an African leader's oath to keep the people, meant protecting and promoting the welfare of the people. The Resarayan and the Life 215 people can see on their own initiative without the aid of or even having seen a Whitman. It was a bickerly farming society. A superficial or even a non-expert look at the RL brown soil would lead one to think that this would or could note a land for a flourishing agriculture. It gave the lie to my description. What in appearance seemed to be unproductive land in other parts, seethed continent hard brown soil, robbed of its topsoil and moisture. In the Mossi states just about everything grew: cotton, millet, whey corn, peppers, yams, rice, peanuts, cola nuts, onions, tobacco, etc. Air industries included tanning, fine leather works, cloth making, bass, try, straw hats, iron, lead and antimony, and copperware, mats, jars, pans, soap and dried fish. All of the production meant that the 6 caravan routes that crisscrossed the untry were the highways for a thriving export and import trade. They imported salt, coffee, tea, perfumes, carpets, fine robes and other things needed, such as needles, which they themselves did not produce. Cyan and cotton cloth seemed to lead in the Mossi export trade for a long time. Honey was also an important part of the market trade, but I do not know whether it was found wild in abundance or was derived from a cultivated beehive industry. 6. There were taxes levied on all trading transactions, on caravan transports though the country to other lands, and on foreign traders in the local meets throughout the country. The people paid an income tax in the FM of a percentage of farm produce at harvest time or other commodity. The Europeans had been hearing about this prosperous land that barred the bites from entering since the 15th century. Attempts had been made by various European travelers and traders to get inside this interior country for several centuries, all without success. Some sought Persian just to pass through, but again without success. Even the usual white strategy of contacting and forming friendly relations with possible heirs to the throne and dissident factions did not succeed. 6. One receival conflicting answers to this question. 216. The destruction of black civilization BP, even though Arabs and Europeans were increasingly based in all the surrounding countries during the 19th century. It was during the 19th century, however, that the Mossi excision of foreigners became less rigid, and there began a gradual relaxation of restrictions, especially of Muslim traders. Some were allowed to settle, and while it is true that the vanguard were black Muslims, Frana, now wholly Islamized neighboring black states, they paved the way and made it smoother for their white Muslim brothers. Moreover, an increasing number of young, modern Mossi leaders began to consider the age-old policy of excluding whites as unenlightened, if not downright uncivilized. What did a great military power, the greatest in Africa, have to fear from a few white faces in the land? But what about the 3-read prophecy? When the first white man appeared in the land, the Ryashan would die. Nothing in Mosseland was better known and more universally believed than this prophecy. It was backed up because early Africans regarded white as vil in itself. Still, the young moderns cold declare the prophecy to be just another old saying, manifestly true, because some Arabs had admitted into the country long ago and the nation still lived, stronger than ever. So it seemed. Meanwhile, Europeans were closing eye on the continent and had the Mossi states surrounded. The British on the Gold Coast, and in Ashanti to the south, the Germans next door Togoland, while the French were pressing down from the north and the Ivory Coast on the west. All had their agents busily gathering as much data as they could about this powerful and overly proud Black Natin. At first, these agents had to operate from the outside. Dupuy from Ashanti, Cole from Sierra Leone, and Croix from Togoland. There were many others. Croix, a German in Togoland, was supposed to be the first European to slip into the country with a caravan. The great prophecy was now about to be fulfilled, almost precisely. The first white European had entered th country. The next white man came in boldly in 1888, backed by the supreme powers of the French Empire, albeit called a republic. This censary of conquest was Louis Binger. He came to place the country under the protection of France. He met a strong leader, still ready to figgle in the Magho Naba Sanam. He rejected the proffered French protectorate as a ruse for conquest, resented Binger's haughty and disreputable attitude, and ordered him out of the country at once. The Magho Naba knew that, at that very moment, German troops were marching toward his borders. Binger's The Resurrection and the Life 217 real importance in the history of the African people, however, was his reaffirmation of the white man's unchanging attitude toward the blacks. Said he, "I feel that a white man traveling in this country, whoever he may be, should not prostrate himself before a black king, however powerful the latter may be. He was not expected to do this. It is necessary that a white man should inspire respect and consideration wherever he goes. They should come as masters," italics added, "as the superior class of the society, and not have to bow their heads before indigenous chiefs to whom they are definitely superior in all respects." 7. In short, and in even plainer language, the lowest white scum of Europe, the most depraved, are nevertheless the superiors of the greatest black kings. The Caucasian Creed. It is a creed for destruction and death. Millions have already died for it, and because of it. How many millions more? The future holds this secret. Meanwhile, the 1888 German army under von Francois halted at the Mossy border. The great Zingagangos, war drums, had sounded throughout Mosseland and easily reached the ears of the German forces. They were not fools. The death-defying Mossy armies were as well known as were their industries and flourishing trade. The Germans also knew that the Mossy forces were waiting for them, probably impatiently, under the personal command of the Tansoba himself, Minister of War. One may wonder why von Francois did not realize, even before leaving Togoland garrisons, how foolhardy it would be to invade the country of the Mossy. In any event, he turned his forces back and thus avoided certain annihilation. The fact is that neither of the three great powers contending for Mosseland wanted to risk its forces in armed combat with these blacks. Another stratagem was adopted, a war of attrition. Hit these fighting blacks where it would hurt the most, weaken them within by destroying their great international caravan routes, throw the country into an economic panic. The British, French, and Germans all participated in the Great Conspiracy. While the war against Mossy commerce was quietly pushed, the friendly missions to the Magho Naba went forward, one after another. This was easy now, after the death of Sanam, his weaker 7. Quoted in A.P. Skinner, The Mossy of the Upper Volta, 218, the destruction of black civilization and more European-minded brother became Magho Naba. Had it not been for a stronger and not so trusting council, he would have been taken in more easily. The wide use of black agents, usually mulattoes, continued to be the white man's secret weapon is becoming masters of the black world. When the blacks were on top, they could pose as loyal members of the black races, many of them were in fact, or they could, having white blood, ally themselves with the whites and serve their interests. The whites always made this both easy and attractive, not only by emphasizing their superiority by blood, but by giving them better education and economic opportunities than BKCKS, under constant survival pressures, could ever hope to achieve. This system became worldwide in dividing the race and creating hostile color bars within it. For since the mulattoes had a better education, and therefore a higher income than their black half-brothers and sisters. They, aka the whites, regarded this superior social and economic status as the index of inherent superiority itself. Here superiority seemed to be a demonstrated fact of life, not a theory. And that was why the mulatto, or Creole George Ekern Ferguson from Sierra Leone, now playing the role of a loyal black African, was able not only to reach the Magho Naba without any trouble, but even to negotiate a treaty on behalf of the British, something that all the Europeans had been unable to do. The internal situation was changing. The fierce spirit of nationalism that diverted the German Togo threat had somehow declined. Now the shadows lengthened. The whites had also been busily building up and training strong BHCK armies. Blacks trained to hate, kill, and conquer blacks. Blood of Black S was to sprinkle and further darken the pages of their history. The French were the most efficient in this development, the baffling phenomenon of blacks more readily fighting and dying for the white man's cow's degrees than they are for their own. Indeed, Africa was conquered for the whites by the blacks, and thereafter kept under colonial control by black police and black soldiers. Very little white blood was ever spilled. Black-old troops, small staffs of white officers, and a core group of European soldiers. Instructions were strict and brief. Always use the blacks. Keep European forces in reserve or in the rear. And so it was that in July 1896, a French lieutenant named Voulet and his staff led a strong army of black cavalry and infantry across the mossy borders to battle their way, Ouagadougou. The last of the great black states in Africa was now making its last stand under Magho Naba, the resurrection, and the life 219 Wabogo, who seemed to grow in courage as his country collapsed all around him. In 1897, the French, unable to secure the surrender of the Mossi leader, who continued to elude them and stage counterattacks, finally appointed a Magho Naba who would serve them. Mossi guerrillas continued the war from the bush year after year, long after all hope for victory was gone. They were fighting on, just as though they did not know that the first white man had long since come and that, therefore, the nation had died. They fought on because, while their empire passed, the deathless Mossi spirit lived on, in witness whereof their own Magho Naba, the last of the elected line, fought with them side by side from the bush, and never surrendered to France. The great prophecy of the Mossi turned out to be the prophecy for all Africa. When the first white man appears in the land, the nation will die. Chapter Roman 9, Central Africa. Evidence from a small state, the Kingdom of Cuba. We must not lose sight of what we are doing, the important points of what we have been doing. A partial view of the early history of the blacks, from the loss of Egyptian homeland to the coming of the Europeans, has been presented through a summary study of a representative number of states. A continent-wide view of what happened to the whole by looking at typical situatio. NS, we saw a people forever migrating, forever on the move, forever in flight from threats to survival. A new location found, sighs of relief and thanksgiving for a new breathing spell, and new efforts at reunification and state building all over again. But every decade of unsettled life, every decade of wandering over deserts, savannas, and through the forests, every such decade was one of retrogression, of disintegration, decades of decline, and no newly established state was able to reach the levels of achievements of the past before it was engulfed either by the Islamic East or the Christian West. This is what we have witnessed, no matter what black state was studied or in what region of Africa it was located. Jan Vansana has done pioneering and most outstanding oral history studies in this area. I draw heavily on his field studies here, although, and perhaps because of my own field work in the region, I interpret some of his data differently. See bibliographical note 220. Roman 3 222, the destruction of black civilization. One of these wandering groups, unlike the Congolese and Angolans, began to migrate from the Atlantic seaboard before the whites arrived, was free from contacts with them much longer, and therefore founded a new nation that lasted much longer. The core group was made up of blacks who came to be known as Bushungs. They were moving from place to place toward the interior, and finally began the development of the new state during the period when the white storm clouds were slowly rising in all directions. The 200 years between 1475, the most critical in the history of the blacks. It was during this period that the great noose of encirclement was completed and fixed, and the blacks of Africa found themselves hemmed in and threatened from all directions, from the north, from the east, from the west, and finally from the south. The white man's march toward world conquest and world domination was in full swing. This most critical period in the history of the race, I say, was such because this closing in on the blacks from all directions was the beginning of the final death blows to what remained of their own civilization. There were dire consequences in terms of their psychological impact on Africans under perpetual danger. A new fatalism emerged that carried the sentence of ultimate doom to the minds of thousands. Some gave up resistance to anything, including a resistance to slavery and resistance to the barbarism that engulfed those who either went backwards or stood still for mental atrophy. Some tried to save themselves by serving the invaders' cause, even if it meant enslaving and killing their own people. Some believed that because the white man came in big ships with big, earth-shaking guns, cannons, surely they must be the gods of the world. Others saw no sense in trying to maintain unity in the face of such overwhelming odds. Rather, the drive must be to secure these guns and ammunition from the whites, even if it meant ceaseless wars arrests to secure the slaves the whites demanded, secure them by warring on their own kinsmen in neighboring territories. And still others resolved never to yield, to move and keep on moving rather than submit, to rebuild and keep rebuilding, never giving up, and to fight for unity as the only route to survival. Voluntary unity, if possible, unity by force, if all else failed. These last others were the ones who had the spirit that accounts for the survival of the most bruised and battered of the races of mankind. Such a representative group were the Bushungs. This their record will show. As the Portuguese slave raids spread, the Bushungs moved Central Africa 223 inland from the Atlantic, enlisting new followers as they moved or temporarily stopped. They were headed toward the Congo region. Fleeing from the whites was not the only problem for them, as it was not the only problem for the millions who had trampled over Africa before them. When they had settled on the lower Kwango early in the 16th century, their immediate foes were the fierce Jaga warriors, a roaming tribe that seemed to be more interested in raids of destruction than in settling anywhere. They were destroyers, not builders, and they were set on a course to prevent others from settling and building. And while large groups of them did split off from the main body to merge with others and form states, they seemed to be nothing more nor less than bloodthirsty barbarians who engaged in warfare for the sheer thrill of warfare. These eventually opened war against the Bushung state that was forming over a wide area along the Kwango. Under relentless and savage attacks by the Jaga warriors, the Bushungs were forced to retreat along the Kasai and Sanguru rivers, many groups splitting off from the main body and going in different directions. The main body, led by its chief, Woot, entered the plain of Eul in Kasai and began the formation of a little-known state during the third quarter of the 16th century. It is precisely because it was small and generally unheard of that I selected it for a summary study. There was another reason. It was typical of hundreds of other small black states, which, unlike the world-renowned Ghana, Mali, and Songhai, the migrating blacks had built all over Africa, but which seemed to be so insignificant to the conquering Europeans that they were swept away, their people scattered, with no Vansinas to seek out its oral historians to hear how things came to be, what was achieved or failed to be achieved before death came to their society at last. The little kingdom of Cuba, then, having its history recaptured, will be telling their story also, telling it substantially as it was in all fundamental particulars. The Bushung, or Central Organizing Group, was allied in a federation of voluntary kindred groups and other tribes, numbering 18 at the outset. The CWA and the Keet were indigenous, the CWA as previously stated, having lived there since the world began. They offered no opposition to the invaders, seemed to welcome them, and 224, the destruction of black civilization, became members of the Federal Union under Woot as the elected king. Too many of the splintered-off segments from the central groups came in later from different directions to join the Federation. Other members were the Mongo El Pend, Ilbo, Shua, Kel, Kam, Kaelwing, Lulua, Luba, Njind, Malak, Payang, Ngum, Baying, Kufa, and Mbingi and Gongo. From the very beginning, the core group of Bushung set an example for nation building for all Africa, but few African states ever followed it. First of all, the total population at the formation of the Federal Kingdom can be estimated at between 75,000 and 100,000, of which number the Bushungs were 80%. All the other tribes combined, therefore, were only 1/5 of the total population. This means that even under the most liberal democratic system, the Bushungs could have dominated and ruled all the other tribes by the sheer weight and power of overwhelming numbers. They did not choose to do so. Here was what might be considered to be a justifiable occasion to depart from the traditional African constitution with its all-embracing democratic system. Quite to the contrary, they followed it to the letter by simply transforming the village council of elders into a council of state in which each tribe, now constituting a constituent province, was represented as an equal by its own chief or a representative of its choice. The members of the state council were the electors who chose the king. As it was throughout Africa, the council represented the people, and therefore all powers not delegated rested with the council. The significance of this was that the smallest tribe or province, which might be only 2% of the population, was equal in the council to the Bushung group that was 80% of the population, a situation which headcounters might criticize as the very antithesis of democracy. 3. But the numerically dominant Bushungs seem to have been statesmen with a larger view of what democracy meant if it were to operate as a unifying force with divergent and formerly independent groups. What they did, in effect, was to make a frontal attack on tribalism, not by feudal denunciations or exhortations, but by actually detribalizing too. There is a record listing Woot in a much earlier period. 3. The Kam might be the smallest minority in the Kam state, but only a Kam could be the chosen councillor. Central Africa, 225, themselves first of all. They not only treated all of the different language groups as equals, but they promoted a national policy of glorifying those cultural variations in any groups which were so outstanding that they should be adopted nationally. Hence, every tribe that in isolation had developed something noteworthy but peculiar to itself, no matter how strange or different from all others, could see its unique culture pattern become a national institution and be filled with both pride and gratitude. If the Pend had a different kind of dance and excelled with it, theirs would become the national dance of Cuba. If the Luba excelled in the architectural arts, they would be the leading planners and builders, and so on in all human endeavors. Each group could win national distinction in one way or another for excellence in one or more fields, including agriculture and cattle breeding. The kingdom was south of Zambezi in northern Katanga, covering the province of Kasai between the Sankuri and Kasai rivers. There were 5 rulers during the short period of 19 years between 1568 and 1587, one being a woman. It is not known whether the council, sitting as an electoral college, set what seems to indicate 4-year terms. After 1587, longer, but still fixed terms for kings or queens also seem to be indicated. It appears that these limited terms of office by kings continued during the supremacy of the council. For a long time, 10 years in office seemed to be the limit. This brings us to a third reason for selecting Cuba as both a sample and example state. Cuba shows how the blacks themselves do undermine and destroy some of their own best institutions, and replace black democracy with black autocracy without the slightest external influence or aid whatsoever. What is more, and often overlooked, a king may become a despot by the will of the people. This development, incidentally, is a further justification of my rejection of two equally false doctrines. One is the contention of whites that the great institutions in Africa were Caucasian in origin, and whites that the great institutions in Africa were Caucasian in origin, and the other is the contention of blacks that great African institutions were destroyed by Caucasians and other outsiders, and by them alone. What it all means is that the African people act and react just as all other peoples do, with the same motivations, conditions, or similar circumstances, aims, and objectives. The democratic direction of this state was well established in 1587, when Lashiong Mbal assumed the leadership. The economy was still operating along provincial interest lines, and apparently without state. 226. The destruction of black civilization direction or participation. The market system was the only integrating economic activity along broad national lines. The Boshungs were still the leading boatmakers, fishermen, and hunters. Because they were the most numerous, this tended to supply Cuba markets with fish and game. On the other hand, farm production was not only far below demand, but it was also too limited in variety. This meant a very limited diet of millet, bananas, peanuts, fish, and fowl. The cloth-making industries expanded as the ironsmith and other crafts developed. The building trades were the busiest in the new nation building. These included architects, carpenters, brickmakers, and masons. The political organization, the political structure, actually began with the family council or clan council, which is the basic social unit of kinsmen. During the formative period of the state, each clan had its own village. As new immigrants swelled villages into towns and cities, these became divided into clan sections or wards. Each ward sent its elder as a representative to the village, town, or city council of degrees R, which presided the village headman, town subchief, or city chief. These chiefs, in turn, served as representatives of their areas on the provincial council, over which the paramount chief of the whole tribe presided. The paramount chiefs of the central provinces or states, the original 18 founders, represented their provinces in the Central State Council, over which the elected King of Cuba presided. Conquered states and tribes, which came after the Federal Union was formed, were not eligible for representation on the State Council, and their chiefs, therefore, could not participate in the election of kings. There were other special benefit and privileges enjoyed by the 18 elector chiefs, which other chief did not have, or more pointedly, the newcomers had burdens and responsibilities from which the elector chiefs were free. The heaviest of these were the tributary taxes levied on all chiefs except the original 18. This, too, was to cause trouble later. Central Africa 227, the government of Cuba, the Council of State. A. 1 He king presiding. B. 1 He linguist, interpreter and special aid to king. C. I Chief of Chiefs, Prime Minister. The title Chief of Chiefs, actual, is that of the king. Here it means to say to all the chiefs of Cuba, when you see and speak to my chief minister, you see and speak to the Kurg. D. 1 He governors of provinces, paramount chiefs. Each paramount chief, or one of his elected generals, was in supreme command of all military forces in his province. The king, who was also a governor of his particular tribal province, had only the soldiers of his province under his command. 2. Administrators not members of the State Council. A. FRSD Chief of the Treasury. B. Chief of Border Defenses. C. Supervisor General of Tax Collection, Goods and Services. D. Chief of the King's Household and Protector of Ancestral Tombs, Aid Regalia. E. Chief of Roads and Markets. F. Collector General for Tributary States. This office was created in the wake of Mbung, Aling's imperialist expansion in 1650. Then were 26 kings during the 342 years of Cuban history, or from about 1568 to 1910. As in the cases of Ethiopia, Egypt, Makuria, and the other states studied, here only a few of the outstanding leaders will be mentioned. In thus rigidly limiting the scope, necessarily passed over many great leaders and important events, just as we shall be doing in the case of Cuba. Here also, we are not as interested in chronological details as we are in such things as the development of national policies to unite diverse tribes in a patriotic devotion to one nation and other policies that would clearly defeat that objective. The founder or founders of a nation constitute the specially honored group throughout Africa, and it was the source of royalty itself. So Cuba was still following the African constitution when it made the Centraler nuclear group of 18 founders the permanent ruling council to the exclusion of strangers. In Africa, all those who came after the community or nation is established. Yet it is equally clear that as newcomers increased the population, and as the nation expanded by conquering. 228. The destruction of black civilization neighboring societies, the reasons for future conflicts were also being expanded. These reasons, noted here in Cuba, were Africa-wide and account for the internal conflicts in the new African states today, even though all discontent has not come to the surface. And as in the case of Cuba, the trouble stems from the failure to include every segment of the population in a national program of absolute equality, and the opportunity to participate so fully in every phase of the national life that a sense of patriotism and belonging to the nation will gradually outweigh that of belonging to a tribe. In short, what we do deprecatingly call tribalism is, in fact, the necessary cohesive and social mechanism for survival and defense against threats to survival. The tribe is the unit through which the race itself has survived during all of its migrating and scattered circumstances. The enemies that beset it were black as well as white. This the tribes of today know as well as their black brothers outside of the Circle of 18 knew 400 years ago in Cuba. Tribalism will disappear only when the reasons for its existence in the first place disappear. The most noteworthy thing about Cuba in this connection, however, was that despite the great disorganizing factor just mentioned, its original program of uniting many language groups into one nation was so successful that it has not been equaled by any nation in modern Africa. For look what actually happened. Many tribes, including the Bushung group, merged so completely that they lost their individual tribal identity and language, and became one people, speaking one language derived from all the others, the Bacuba or people of Cuba. This e pluribus unum process that went on continuously all over Africa is what makes the work of ethnologists and linguists so baffling, and their dogmatic conclusions often misleading, imprecise, and sometimes simply false. Splitting off from a major into a dozen smaller groups, each developing a different language or dialect, then the re-merger of any 12 splintered groups into another major group, forming once again one people and one language out of many, and so on until the next segmentation of many and the later reformation of the many into a society and language group again. It is, therefore, unlikely, to put it modestly, that any anthropologist or linguist on Africa could take a group of Bacuba today and determine which had ancestors who were Bushung under Queen Ngakati, or Pienpiang when Lashiong Mbal was king, or Ngjind when Mbio Mbush reigned, 1680-1695, etc. Even members of a group as distinctive as the Pygmies, CWA, lost Central Africa 229 their identity through intermarriages with almost all the other groups. Their mingling with other groups was more widespread because, unlike them, they did not occupy a particular province, but were scattered in all of them. The descendants of a CWA Malak marriage in King Mishi Ma Tun's day, 1620, could not be described as having pygmoid features today or Malak either. The reason is simple. There have been too many other crossings and recrossings during the 300 to 400 years that have passed. The religion of Cuba, there was no problem of religious unity in Cuba because there was no problem of religious conflicts in traditional Africa. The blacks, having a common origin and a common center of civilization, had the same fundamental religious beliefs throughout the continent, just as all of their other basic institutions were similar. The inevitable variations were insignificant when compared with the universal similarities. The Cubans believed, as all Africans believed, in one almighty God, the creator of the universe. There were numerous ways of expressing the one God concept. He might be identified with the sun and called the sun god, or, as a variation of this, he might be called the sky god. The numerous other gods, far from being in conflict with the great God, were a necessary part of his divine plan, his own deputies and emissaries who had direct charge of the various departments of life that concerned human needs: the earth, soil, water, illness, health, fertility, planting, harvest, the forests, war, hunting, fishing, rain, etc. There were lesser gods under these. Their rank or importance was determined by their role and the extent of their role. Different tribes might have different tribal gods, or a group of kindred tribes might have the same subgods. Each family or clan might or might not have its own clan god, and each member of the family might or might not have his own personal god. In short, the traditional African religion respecting an almighty God and a hierarchy of lesser deities was later taken over by Christianity in the forms of patron saints and higher deities who rank next to God himself. It is said that religion in Cuba did not include ancestor worship. This ancestor worship thing is another one of those overdone myths about Africans. The Bakuba did not worship their ancestors. But, 230, the destruction of black civilization, neither did other Africans. If Western writers are using the term in the sense that one worships God, and of course, they are using worship in this sense. Just as they pretend not to understand the role of the numerous African deities, but understood the role of these same deities in Western civilization, if we call them patron saints. In that same way, as just about every other aspect of African life and history has been misrepresented and distorted. Yet one can understand why a people for whom the idea of immortality is merely a creed would find it hard to understand the all-encompassing religious philosophy of a people who actually believed in life beyond death. From this central belief, numerous other beliefs developed nater ally. An important one was that relatives who had passed on maintained a continuing interest in the welfare of those left behind. To justify and preserve this continuing oversight of their ancestors, the living did those things that might merit ancestral approbation. There was ancestor reverence, not ancestor worship. This reverence for elders began in early life with the living and increased with the dead. When food was periodically placed at the graves, nobody expected the ancestral spirits to eat it. Only fools outside of Africa alleged that they did. What they were doing was a demonstration that the communal spirit of sharing was being maintained. Furthermore, if the ancestors approved their behavior, they were in a position to intercede on their behalf with the deities in times of crisis. The blacks' conception of God was on a scale too grand to be acceptable to Western minds. They had to reduce it by using a term that is equated with paganism, primitive, backwardness, and barbarism. The word is animism, but the historian and anthropologist are witnesses against themselves, still proving the very opposite of what they intend. In documenting animism as the chief characteristic of the religion of the blacks, from remotest times, they are also documenting the fact that the blacks' belief in the existence, as well as the nature of one universal God, also goes back to times immemorial. And what is animism? As applied to Africans, it is the belief that the spirit of the Creator or the universal God permeates all of his creations, living and dead. Therefore, any object, animate or inanimate, may be sacred. This concept of God and his creations would be regarded as highly civilized if expressed by a Westerner in some such terms as a reverence for life. Indeed, precisely the same African religious belief becomes the doctrine of immanence in Christian civilization. Central Africa 231, the Bakuba, people of Cuba, believes that two contending spirits affected man, the spirit of good and the spirit of evil. Evil was thought to be expressed most clearly in witchcraft, which in turn characterized persons engaged in the practice of trying to do harm to others. In Cuba, as throughout Africa, the penalty for witchcraft was either death or punishment. The much misrepresented witch doctor, far from engaging in the practice himself, had the task of combating the practice by trying to help its victims. Hence the title witch doctor, which came to be applied to all African doctors indiscriminately because of the widespread belief that almost all human ills resulted from the work of evil spirits through evil operators witches. A long chapter could be devoted to the training of the native doctors and their practice of medicine. This is not our purpose at this point, but it should be noted in passing that writers have generally focused their attention on the entirely superficial externals that disguised the African doctor's real practice of the healing arts. They spent years in the forests studying the medicinal properties of various plants and herbs. They went through the same long periods of apprenticeship that the members of all the other skilled crafts had to go through under a master. The people were not fools. The prescribed medicine had to be beneficial. If not, the doctor was held to account far more rigidly than doctors are in our times. The African doctor's entire future in his community depended upon his successful ministrations, and these must overshadow inevitable failures now and then. And while the psychological ritual of hideous masks was used to frighten off evil spirits, the wild dance and mystical speech were all intended to impress the people with the mysteries of healing, carried over to modern medicine in Latin prescriptions. After all of this, the native physician still had to produce satisfactory results or be disgraced. Religion was involved in the practice of medicine, as religion was involved in every aspect of African life. Disease was believed to be the result of some misdeed on the part of the individual himself or the working of an evil spirit. If widespread, the community as a whole may have sinned, either by commission or omission of something that offended either the deities or the ever-watchful ancestors. Songs, dances, and sacrifices were communal activities designed to re-establish the proper relationship between people and the unseen powers. 23.2. The destruction of Black civilization history and philosophy. Each Cuban tribe was responsible for its own history, and the state was responsible for the history of the nation. It was oral history. The oral historian, again as in the case of all other crafts, was a trained historian. His basic training was in a mnemotechnical system. This training in memorization began as an apprentice to a recognized historian other than the principal oral historian. There were special occasions for members of the clan to assemble to listen to the story of the clan, and another occasion for the general community to assemble for the overall history of the nation. The absence of written history made the task of the oral historian very exacting. He was generally held so strictly accountable for any errors made in his account that at times the reaction to mistakes made seems to have been unreasonable. For while he was allowed the widest latitude in commentaries of his own, and even in fantastic embellishments designed to shock his listeners or entertain them, he dared not err in reciting the factual data of history. It seems quite clear that not only the elders, who were also well versed in oral tradition, knew the difference between the mythical and the truly historical account, but the people also understood what was intended as amusement and what was their real history. Aside from tall tales, the historian often used proverbs reflecting the philosophy of great leaders and that of the race, praised songs of great men and great events, songs which we would call the blues, which told of past failures and heartaches, and dances of victor wise won and of thanksgiving. But the assembled elders were always keeping a sharp watch out for any serious errors on the part of the oral historian. He might be removed or even banished. In either case, his career would be ended in disgrace, and his disgrace might wreck his life among his people. On the other hand, if successful, the rewards were great because the oral historian was the community's storehouse of wisdom and one of its most honored personalities. He was the core of the educational system. The lineage was the key to the history of the extended family, the tribe, and the nation. Within the lineage were the social, religious, economic, and political ties that held together the family, tribe, and nation. Central Africa 233, Sham the Great Slayam, I was one of the greatest leaders that the black race ever produced, and considering the conditions and circumstances of his time, I think he was the greatest. He became king of Cuba in 1630, and during the relatively short period of 10 years, he set in motion an economic development that transformed the nation and gave it a new forward direction. He was not only far ahead of his own time in perceiving that economic development was the only way to restore the ancient greenness of the blacks, but he is still ahead of the whole black world Tadar in the revival of economic activities on all possible fronts. The economy had remained on the subsistence level. It could hardly be authorized because the nation was still in its formative stage, still very young. The main activities were still in the fields of agriculture, fishing, wearing, mat-making, basketry, wood carving, carpentry, furniture making, pottery, iron and coppersmithing, sculpture and painting. There was a remarkable advance in all the arts, especially the pictorial arts, since it was from the latter that the blacks developed their writing system in earlier times and lost it through migrations. One may wonder whether there was any rediscovery and revival of writing in Cuba. Oral history does not tell us, or does it? We do not know. What we do know is the kind of stable society and institutions were developing in this nation, from which writing develops as a compelling and almost indispensable need. Slayam's economic revolution stimulated many facets of the national renaissance, about which we now know very little. For the revolution of 163 was a revolution in thinking and a search for new and better ways of doing things. The new king was interested in new styles and a break from the traditional arts forms. His drive was for national consolidation and internal development, rather than the wars of conquests that so much occupied the time and energies of his predecessors. The slowly developing economy now experienced a sense of urgency and national direction. New crops were introduced: sorghum, corn, millet, not entirely new in the area, tobacco, yams, and beans. The external influence here was black external influence, and now hardly external to Cuba, because some of the tribes now constituting the nation came from areas where these crops were grown. Would yams and tobacco grow in Cuba? Let's find out. Shyam seemed to have been saying on all fonts all down the line. 234. The destruction of black civilization, the skilled crafts were expanded, and methods of production improved and speeded up by new techniques. New weaving and embroidery methods were notable. The break with tradition was most clearly seen in the experiments in new art patterns and new styles in wood carving. All this economic activity meant a marked transition from a subsistence to a surplus economy, and this, of course, led to general prosperity through the expansion of markets and foreign trade. Since Cuba was not within the orbit of the caravan routes of international commerce, her foreign trade was with other African areas. Cuban trade missions were sent near and far to promote trade through the establishment of markets at important trading centers in nearby and distant states. This was the most important aspect of Shyam's economic revolution. In the decline of the civilization of the blacks, as they splintered off and scattered here and there over Africa and over the world, they lost this pioneering spirit of business enterprise, the most common urgent need, in recapturing their lost status in the modern world of aggressive competition. The traders were also organized into societies. Every occupation except agriculture had its society or guild. Farmers were not so organized because just about everybody was a farmer in addition to his trade. Any townsman who did not have a farm somewhere would have been considered strange. One's trade or profession then was seen as possible only because of the basic economy, and for that reason, everyone was responsible for a share in agricultural production. The general prosperity engendered by the economic revolution did not bring general internal peace. The inevitable increase in population was further expanded by the annexation of new territories and the influx of the endless streams of migrating people who were attracted to this new land of opportunity. But they were strangers, and this fact, as noted above, was a cause of unrest among them and even greater unrest among the conquered groups. It appears that the national prosperity served to heighten the tensions rather than reduce them. More trouble came from Bieng elements in the country, members of a major tribe that had challenged the Bushung leadership even before the move from Iyul. Rebellions also broke out just before Siam assumed the leadership. The Payong and Keet succeeded in capturing and destroying the capital city, while the unsubdued Bieng continued their attacks from the area still under their control. Central Africa, 235. These internal conflicts were of great historical importance because of the far-reaching consequences. The most important overall outcome was radical changes in the traditional constitution. To begin with, religion was drawn upon as an indirect means of social control by enhancing the divine role of the king. The traditional role of the king as the chief elder, and therefore the chief representative of the people before God, was very easily changed now to the conception of the king as the lieutenant of God on earth. As God's lieutenant on earth, the king could assume powers not recognized by the constitution and go unchallenged. But above and beyond this, the internal turmoil was regarded as such a threat to the nation's existence by the loyal chiefs, and the people that even more powers than the king had dared to assume were bestowed upon him to enable him to crush rebellions by direct action and restore internal peace. Here then is how a democracy may become an absolute monarchy, not by a coup d'etat, but by the consent of the people themselves. They seem to be thinking only about the others, strangers causing trouble, when they allowed the council to give the king the power over life and death. Another fatal blow to the African democratic system was allowing the king to raise and maintain his own national army. The national army, as we know, had always been made up of contingents under the supreme command of the council, operating through the respective paramount chiefs and provincial kings. This single change can be said to have completed the triumph of the King of Cuba as an absolute monarch. He had already acquired extraordinary powers quite naturally as the kingdom expanded over new territory. New administrative offices had to be made. Some of these were so important that the king encountered no open opposition when he also appointed them as members of the hitherto exclusive State Council. This marked the end of the traditional council as it had functioned under the African Constitution. The core council of the 18 elector states was now outnumbered by the appointees of the king. It appears that Siam made no display and very little use of his new powers vis-à-vis the elector chiefs. His chief interest continued to be in the field of internal improvement, building a capital city and upgrading the social amenities that reflect a highly advanced society. These included new forms of court etiquette and procedures, resplendent regalia, etc. One of Siam's stratagems for securing the loyalty and support of important chiefs and other notables was the appointment of their sons. 236. The destruction of black civilization to many important posts. This move was significant because it bypassed the nephews in favor of the sons, thus satisfying the natural but never spoken desire of most fathers in a matrilineal society. The King General Siam left a record of achievements that none of his successors could match. He was a legend even in his own lifetime. The people had never known or heard about such a leader, and had never experienced in their own lives the direct benefits of such leadership. It had to be magic, and therefore Siam had been the great magician. Since magic in Africa was simply another religious means of invoking the aid of a deity to call their chief intercessor with God, a magician meant that he was actually securing benefits for the people, and that he was indeed the lieutenant of God on earth. In short, magic was another form of prayer, song, or dance in the appeals to supernatural powers for help. Mbung Aling, Siam's successor, was not a great magician. He was a warrior king, a great general. He did not have to carry on the economic revolution. It carried on itself from the momentum Siam had given it. Mbung Aling devoted himself to further wars of conquest and the expansion of the royal power, which these wars made easy. The age-grade military system started by Siam was expanded from a militia to a strong-standing army, strong for the period. Prisoners of war, now slaves, formed the king's personal army. They were stationed in separate villages of their own. Now the king was powerful enough to attempt to make the modest changes in the matrilineal system under Siam more thoroughgoing and permanent in the royal family itself. The royal nephews were all placed under permanent house arrest, and sons of kings became heirs to the throne. Meanwhile, they were appointed to important governing posts in different parts of the kingdom. And while it has been suggested that this radical breach of constitutional law was intended to reduce the factional power struggles in the royal family, what it did was to sharpen such struggles along more clearly defined lines. Mbung had divided not only the royal, but all the chiefs and people into the defenders of the traditional constitution on the one hand and the progressive reformers on the other. This meant more unrest and more rebellions. Central Africa 237, the King General dealt with these with an iron hand, was successful, and proceeded with another important assault on the constitution. He outlawed migrations from the country. This had been one of the black man's greatest freedoms, the right of every dissatisfied individual or group to withdraw from the community, migrate elsewhere, and either join some other group or set up a new chiefdom. The universal use of this freedom, let it be remembered at every point, is one of the reasons for so many different little societies and language groups throughout the continent, while at the same time indicating a common origin and background. This relatively small and generally unknown kingdom in the Congo region was a microcosm of Black Africa in other respects, and as in other African states, it presents the concrete evidence and specific validation of much of the history of the Black people. There was still another development of the highest importance for ethnologists, but one which they generally bypass or treat very lightly. This had to do with still another way new tribes, new chiefdoms, and new language groups were formed, ultimately leaving not a trace of what the respective members of such groups had been in former times. A new tribe and chiefdom of this kind was formed by strays and stragglers, individuals and very small groups that had become detached from their main society during the migrations. Speaking different languages and dialects, they were unaffiliated persons who were lost in the corporate society of Cuba. Even to become second-class citizens as newcomers, strangers had to be members of a single group large enough to have the traditional tribal socio-political structure headed by a chief. Because of these conditions and circumstances, many stray individuals and small groups from different tribes united and began the formation of a new tribe, a new language from the merger of many, and a new tradition or oral history. Here too is how and why oral tradition may become confused and misleading during the first 2 or 3 generations. For the first chief and his family, chosen as founders of the new chiefdom, may attempt to overplay their role in the founding and progress of the new society. The central point that is stressed here again, however, is that the historical process in Africa of segmentation, remerging, segmentation, and remerging ad infinitum defies all attempts by Western anthropologists to divide and classify the race by opposing ethnic societies. It cannot be done either by linguistics or by conclusions arrived at on the basis of widely different physical features and or characteristics. 238. The destruction of Black civilization. All these observations can be drawn from the most eventful 50 years in the history of Cuba, 1630–1680. Notwithstanding the unprecedented changes in the Constitution, ironically enough, the periods of Cuba's glory and greatest achievements were under the leadership of her 3 great autocratic kings Siam, the Great, Mbung Aling, and Mbo Mbush, 1650–1680. With the death of Mbo Mbush, an era of relative peace stability and progress came to an end. But that era left us with a perplexing question. Considering the history of the nation before Siam and after Mbush, that question is whether democracy actually served the welfare of the people as well as autocracy. It is an awful question, but here is a specific case where the question rises under its own power. In view of the record, no one has to raise it. It therefore has to be faced. It may be that the tradition-bound councils, which we glorify so much, because they represented the people and served as a check on chiefs and kings, may also have served to check progress under the leadership of dedicated chiefs and kings of far-seeing vision. This in turn introduced the question of the role of leadership in the affairs of men, and particularly in the history of every people that had great leaders who lit the blaze which banished the darkness from their marching paths. Since leadership is indispensable in any group situation, large or small, the ultimate solution in a democracy may be centered around the question not of how much power a leader has, but rather in whose interest and for whose welfare that power is to be used. This presupposes an alert people who know when and where to draw the line between their welfare and the actions of a powerful leader. When Mbung went to the extreme by appointing and deposing chiefs at his pleasure, the people could have checked him. Therefore, the great kings who did so much to build a strong nation also planted the seeds for its destruction from within long before the Europeans completed its destruction from without. From 1680 until the coming of the Europeans, in the 1800 intermittent internal strife darkened the whole period. The struggles centered around the various constitutional violations and changes. These were the main issues, whether the rebellions were led by whole tribes or were civil strife, led by royal sons on the one hand and royal nephews on the other. Through it all, however, foreign and domestic trade somehow continued to flourish. In fact, the Cuban markets were so widespread outside of the country that these enterprising blacks attracted the Central Africa 239 attention of the now world-conquering Europeans. They now had business to explore up and down the Kasai and Sankuru rivers, checking on the operations of the Bakuba. Once again, the most crucial points in the history of the blacks were being epitomized by a single small nation. It was to escape the Europeans that, centuries before, the people who formed the Cuban state had continued their migrations from the Atlantic seaboard and journeyed far into the interior. They had come on and along the same rivers the advanced scouts of the enemy were now exploring. The blacks, as usual, were too busy fighting among themselves to mark the heralds of their doom or see the significance of their coming. Up to this time, they had been wise enough to adhere to the rule followed by most African states by rigidly barring all non-Africans from crossing their borders. The record of over 4,000 years showed that in each and every case where the rule of exclusion was relaxed and Asians or Europeans were admitted under whatever pretext, the ultimate fate of the blacks was sealed. First, a lone Portuguese came seeking trade, who would be silly enough to fear a lone white man. And were not the Cubans, the great traders, always looking for new markets, nor were the few Germans who came later any occasion for concern other than new opportunities for trade. The exploring expeditions up and down the rivers did not cause alarm. Trading relations with the Europeans were indeed established and were becoming more and more profitable. The Europeans were not yet permitted to settle within the county. But no matter, they were, as we have said, long-range schemers. The pattern of worldwide imperialism had been determined long ago, and the techniques of penetration and dominance were fixed and universally applied. So, instead of invading the country by force, something they were never prepared to do initially anyway, they ringed the country with trading posts along its borders. To these outposts, missionaries assembled to form missions for God and the empire, and were later followed by armed detachments, ostensibly to protect the trading routes and new markets from imaginary raiders. To make matters worse, the European crisis began to develop near the end of the longest and most strife-ridden reign in Cuban history. King Mbappe Amabunk Ma Embul was in the 5th decade of his rule, tired and worn out both by age and endless fighting. Far from seeing the gathering Europeans as a threat, he and his immediate successors seem, 240, the destruction of black civilization, to have regarded them as a godsend that would solve 2 critical problems: the Portuguese offer to buy all of the captured rebels and other troublemakers, and the replenishing of a drained treasury by the sale of these war prisoners. The first would tend to end civil strife and restore domestic peace, and the second was a new source of great wealth. To be relieved of the cost and trouble of maintaining prisoner of war camps was still another incentive for selling them. For such reasons, the unforgivable sale of blacks into slavery by blacks began. The fact that African chiefs and kings had a quite different conception of slavery than that of the Caucasians does not excuse them. For in the course of time, they had to know that in the West the captured blacks became slaves in fact, and not, as in Africa, persons who became members of the community, were integrated into families, became members of any of the crafts, had rights to farm land, held offices, and in fact, had all the rights and privileges enjoyed by their original captors. So I am saying that, while at first the African slave sellers may not have known the fate to which they were consigning their brothers, in time they did learn. And for this reason, these blacks will stand condemned forever before the bar of history, King Ma Embul along with the others. The sale of malcontents into slavery did not end the civil strife because, for one thing, all the rebels were neither captured nor defeated. Besides, the permanent center of conflict was in the royal lineage itself. The general upheaval after 1885, the year the European conquest of all Africa began, made it easy for the whites to enter and spread all over the country. The traders and missionaries were the first to take over the country by first allying themselves with opposing chiefdoms and opposing royal factions, urging on each to keep up the fight against the others. Indeed, the missionaries in Cuba were missionaries of damnation, not salvation. They wore the deceptive garb of religion, but their activities were not only almost wholly political, but were concerned with furthering the disintegration and collapse of this little black nation. They obviously did not come to help, spiritually or otherwise. They came to hinder, at least until the country was completely under white rule. Their next step, therefore, was to actually set up chiefdoms themselves, install puppet chiefs, and rule the country through the chiefdoms over which they and the traders had control. When the 20th century dawned, a dying Cuba was gasping for breath, making its last desperate attempts to free itself from the choking Central Africa 241 hands it thought had come to bestow Christian blessings. But it was too late. The temporary restoration of the king was too late. The Congo Free State's gesture of assistance was too late. Death arrived according to a schedule that was determined by the whites. In 1916, the European-controlled Carter P., the last to hold the fictitious title of king to disguise white rule, passed from the scene, and the Kingdom of Cuba, having long since died, now had its death certified by the equally small state of Belgium that now ruled a black African region 10 times its size. Cuba was the African experience in so many important respects that it was taken as a case study typical of that experience. We have therefore seen how many of the migrations ended after the people had been uprooted from one place after another. Those who went to the farthest regions found what they believed to be a place of refuge, and began to build again as a separate, isolated society, slowly developing new forms of speech and variations from the original culture. Others found refuge in swamps, caves and forests or deserts where the natural environment alone was an effective barrier to progress and an unspoken command to retrogress to barbarism. Still others, such as the Bushungs, united with other tribes to form a new nation. Out of this new nation, there emerged not only a new people composed of many diverse groups, but also a new language similarly made up of different languages and dialects. It was also significant that the new state was formed under the guidelines of the traditional African constitution. Kings were to be elected, and the power center was in the Council of State. There appeared to be a studied program of nation building by glorifying the unique cultural offerings of each society and making its contributions as part of the whole nation's heritage. Significant, too, was the fact that religion, like other basic institutions, was essentially the same as it was in the heartland of the race. The sky god was still the sun god, and the sun was simply the obvious way to symbolize the reality of the one God concept, the creator of the universe. 242. The destruction of black civilization, the role of great leaders as benefactors in human affairs, was repeated and made clear again in the life and work of Shyam the Great, and in that of at least two of his successors. Shyam's economic revolution that promoted remarkable progress and prosperity made his new title of Lieutenant of God on Earth readily acceptable. For were not those leaders who looked after the welfare of the people the instruments of the divine will? As we have seen, a political phenomenon develops from this circumstance in which the people's confidence in the leader is so great that he may be allowed to exercise powers unlimited to further advance the public welfare. It is the genesis of absolutism. Therefore, the study of this state was also a study of how an African democracy evolved into an autocracy without any external influence whatsoever. Cuba revealed something else. We also saw that there was a black imperialism in Africa, all African, and without outside influence. Indeed, we saw the microcosm of all the conquests of blacks by blacks, the oppression and enslavement of blacks by blacks, all of which left us the heritage of suspicion, distrust, and hatred that accounts for tribalism, disunity, fear, and unrest today. In spite of it all, the Cuban state was relatively secure as a black power entity until they allowed the whites to come in. At that point, the history of the blacks in Egypt and everywhere else was being repeated, and in exactly the same way. The blacks had learned nothing from their previous experiences with whites. The blacks were therefore doomed to repeat the same big mistakes over and over, meanwhile losing both their civilization and their freedom. As the last days of the kingdom show, the separatist chiefdoms struggling for power actually sought alliances with the whites to overcome this or that black faction. They did this in Egypt and lost. There they continued to form alliances with the whites against blacks, even after black rule had been pushed southward below the First Cataract. The whites were only too anxious to oblige, in thus helping the blacks to speed up the work in which they were so busily engaged. Social disorganization and the internecine strife that led to white control of their lives. One may wonder if Carter P., the last of the figurehead kings under Belgium rule, ever reflected on how and why the blacks so often sealed their own doom. Chapter X. White devils from the West. Before the 16th century, most Africans on the continent had never seen a real white face. Since in many societies, all devils and other evil spirits were white, the ritual to ward these off was always led by chanting dancers whose faces and bodies were hideously painted with white chalk. That there were in fact white humans living white devils was unbelievable. Probably few reports are better known than those of First Contact, where the boldest of the unbelievers would venture to rub the skin of whites to see if the paint would come off. Over 1,000 years had passed since Assyrians, Persians, Greeks, Romans, Arabs, and Turks had taken over Egypt, and Arabs now also ruled the eastern Sudan. Arab-Hebrew rule was steadfast in isolated Abyssinia, while the Arabs along the east coast, operating from their Zanzibar stronghold, had not themselves ventured far into the interior. Their Afro-Arab agents generally spearheaded slave-hunting operations. Ghana and Mali had disappeared, and now Songhai was making its last stand against Arab, colored, and Berber armies from across the desert. Even there, where black armies clashed with invading white armies, the masses never saw white people. This refers not only to the countless thousands who fled upon the approach of enemy troops, but also to those who remained scattered over the country in their villages. 243. The kingdoms of Ndongo and Matamba in the 17th century, O 2550 M. PLNDA F. Uns Mbanza Congo B Ula Kibingu Mbada San Salvador R. 4 F6-196 L0GR Congo R. 150 200 Matamba Marcel FD degrees NDQ Ben 90R Cabasso Ndongo OR1 Mboko ~KI1 Kambam Maxima K% F40 Masongono / Bengla GVL Vista Maria Bengla 1 miles 00 Kokonda Velha Kokondo Novakango * Pungo or Mupungo 3 Queen Nzingas Angolan dominions principal cities * capital cities White Devils from the west 245 Now things were changing rapidly, and the people were becoming sharply aware that they were being hemmed in from all directions. To begin with, the Arabs were spreading out and penetrating formerly forbidden borders of black states. They could therefore enter black territory from which whites were barred. These black Arabs, many were unmixed, confused African leaders everywhere, increased the tensions and tribal wars among them, and helped mightily in destroying the independence of African states. Having discussed this in connection with the fall of the Mossi states and elsewhere, my return to the same subject again is to keep a focus on the race's self-imposed chains as well as on those imposed by the whites. A further reason is that blacks themselves do not like to discuss these internal handicaps at all, not even among themselves. We prefer to pretend that certain things do not exist. This fact in itself is a weakness that strengthens the white power position over the blacks. The Portuguese were the first white European people to arrive in West and Central Africa. They were not long in adopting the Arab strategy in dividing the blacks against themselves, a strategy since adopted by all white people. The Congo-Angola story: the Portuguese arrived at the mouth of the Great Congo River in West Africa in 1488. Their aim was to make their tiny European state into a vast African-Indian empire. They had two men of vision to inspire the all-out efforts to realize the dream: João I and his son, Henry. Africa had been secure from invasions from this quarter because the Western world had believed that the earth was flat. Now the myth had been exploded when in 1434 Gil Eanes dared to sail beyond the area where the Atlantic Ocean was supposed to end, and ships plunge into the void. He sailed around Cape Bajador. Thenceforth, the blacks of West Africa had to confront the white devils from Europe and the Americas. The Portuguese, as ignorant of the African people as they had been about the shape of the earth, were not prepared to find highly advanced states there. The Kingdom of the Congo was their first great surprise, because its political structure and expertly organized administrative machinery equaled that of Portugal or any other European state known to them. That system requires no discussion here because it followed. 246. The destruction of black civilization, the same constitutional pattern as that of the other African states already described. The Congo's economic system of agriculture and handicraft industries organized into guilds was the same. Apprenticeship training for all skilled occupations was the same, and the general pattern of social organization was also the same as other African societies. The Congo Kingdom was prosperous, carrying on external trade by both land and rivers with states farther north, east, and west. The states to the south, later to become Angola, were in an uneasy commotion due to the increasing presence of foreigners on the coast, on nearby islands, and now sailing up the rivers toward the interior. Migrations from the Angola states increased, even though the Portuguese were then bypassing the region in favor of the more highly advanced Kingdom of Congo. Was it the flight of so many potential slaves from the coastal areas that caused the Portuguese to move up the river closer to population centers? It was more likely a strategic move. By establishing a stronghold in the Congo Kingdom, the Angola region would then be caught between Portuguese armed forces on the Angolan northern border and those on the seacoast and offshore islands. In short, Portugal was as getting in a position to take over this whole region of black states. Many historians and apologists for Portuguese imperialism in Africa use the Congo Kingdom as the classic example of the Portuguese policy of racial equality. For did they not themselves declare this to be their policy? And did not the King of Portugal himself address the King of Congo as brother? What happened was that the Portuguese captains had met Congo leaders, not just the king, who were in fact not only their equal, but men so anxious to advance their nation further that they were willing for anything new and better than the white world had to offer. They took the Westerners at their word. They had painted their monarch as the greatest king in a world that had advanced to a pinnacle of civilization under the guidance of a universal religion that was headed by a supreme pontiff who was appointed by the Son of God himself. Moreover, this same successor to the first head of the church, the Apostle Peter, would not only welcome the King of Congo and his people in the great Christian fold, but would send missionaries and teachers to help make his kingdom the greatest in Africa. Portuguese records indicate that far more than religion and Western education was offered. Material benefits, such as great wealth from trade, were persuasive. White devils from the West 247, the Kingdom of Congo, therefore, is a case study of the processes of westernizing the very first group of blacks on the African continent. This, however, was only one of the means to a much greater end. Nothing could have been farther from Portugal's real objective than bringing Christianity and a higher civilization to Africa. Christian civilization served as the charm words in the white man's magic, with the incantations which hypnotized both his victims and himself. They believed they were being introduced to a better life, while the latter convinced himself that even the enslaved people were better off under the white standard for civilization besides which there was no other. He was, therefore, serving God himself in Africa, for did not the churches throughout the Western world so proclaim? And were not the Christian missionaries the most effective servants of empire? The court at Lisbon had planned well. For such a mini-state as Portugal, an ambition for an empire bigger than the continent of Europe, and then daring enough to operate the plan, this must compel a degree of admiration for the kind of Caucasian genius and uninhibited aggressiveness that enabled very small groups of men to go forth and dominate almost all the people on this planet. Portugal's presence in West and Central Africa aimed at nothing less than building an empire across Africa from west to east, from the Atlantic Ocean to the Indian Ocean, a vast swath across the continent that would also serve directly as the imperial highway connection with the projected Indian Empire. The African Indian Empire was Portugal's grand design. The Congo interlude was merely a needed stepping stone and base of operations. But they were smart enough to realize that the foundation for a permanent empire in the land of another people, built with their own sweat and blood, would be more successful if the minds of the people could be captured first. One did not go in with guns blazing. Only fools did this, except in cases where the natives were too damn smart and saw through every scheme, no matter how shining the cross or how white the extended hand. In such cases, it was their own fault, yet for their own salvation, that Christian cannons had to blast away. First of all, however, the really big thing was to change the blacks into the white one. The ancient Ethiopian church, in Makuria and Alwa, had no conscious westernization program beyond the changes in names, and these, like those of Jews, were Bible names. 248. The destruction of black civilization, man's imager process, previously mentioned, which caused blacks to reject and become ashamed of both their culture and themselves, the only people on earth to do so. This is why it is important to have a close QP look at the process of westernization in the Kingdom of Congo, where it began. The missionaries began their work on kings and notables. There was nothing new in this approach. Indeed, the Congolese were so anxious for the new education and its vehicle, Christianity, that the priests found their tasks easy. First of all, to become a Christian, one had to be baptized and given a Christian name. Christian names were Western names, and they all took the form used in the conquering country. The first Congolese king to become a Christian was Nzingakuwu in 1492, taking the Portuguese name of Jooi. Hundreds of other blacks immediately followed his example: princes, chiefs, ministers, and some of the masses. The most notable Congolese kings who became Black Portuguese were Afonsos, Alvares, Dom Pedros, Diogos, etc. Overbearing Jesuit fathers were installed as counselors to the king, one functioning as a prime minister. This move at once destroyed the troublesome traditional council that controlled chiefs and kings. With such councils, no European power could operate. The age of absolutism, with the rise of the nation-state in Europe, was directly reflected in the Congo Kingdom. With this Portuguese wedge between the king and the people, the Congo rulers now found themselves free to make important decisions without reference to black counselors. They therefore tended to become absolute monarchs insofar as their own people were concerned, but generally puppets in the hands of Europeans. The exceptions were Afonso I and Diogo I. The idea of divine kingship was promoted through the anointment and crowning of kings by Portuguese bishops. Kings now ruled as sons of the church, chosen by divine decree to serve it. This meant serving the Portuguese by meeting their demands, always made as friendly sugas tians from brothers who were equal in Christ, even the traditional two. Since the Congolese rulers were migrants into the territory and extended their kingdom over indigenous people, the king's appointment of key officials was one of the same routes to autocracy I have discussed in connection with the rise of new African states following migrations. White devils from the West 249 political system was made to appear as a Portuguese creation. It was already highly and efficiently organized before any Europeans came, organized with each village and town under a chief, called Mani, each district under a Mani, and each of the 6 major provinces that made up the kingdom was under the administration of a governor, also bearing the title of Mani. Now, in addition to the widespread use of Portuguese names, important Portuguese titles appeared, such as dukes and infants, a new class of princes, hitherto never used in Africa because the Western conception of royalty was absent. Here then is another case where the external influence school can have a field day, since nothing is better known and nowhere denied than the fact that the Africans who adopted European or Asian institutions, such as Islam and Christianity, for example, were not only influenced by them, but often transformed into black Arabs, black Portuguese, black Frenchmen, black Englishmen, and so on. In fact, it was this very transforming external influence that played a decisive role in first destroying the best in African civilization, while at the same time giving worldwide publicity to all remaining elements of barbarism that could be found. The new masters of the continent were in the position of all power and could, therefore, make their viewpoints the viewpoints of the world. The system of reducing blacks to non-persons was so thoroughgoing that not only did the various people of the world regard them as such, but tragedy of tragedies, the blacks themselves came to feel inferior and to hate themselves and all of their kind. Magic. Here indeed, a magical thing had happened since these whites, who called themselves Portuguese, had arrived. As the 15th century moved on toward the 19th, the Europeans became less and less white devils and more white masters, backed up by awesome firepower. White was no longer the face of evil in the black world. It had changed places with black. Now black was the badge of evil, all that was bad, even bad luck. To make a white man look evil, you had to dress him in black. Life's final tragedy, death, called for mourning in black. Happy events, such as baptisms and weddings, required the wearing of white. God himself, being white, had cursed the blacks and made them the servants of man, man being white man, for was not he made in the image of God? To worship God, in effect, was to worship the white man. A volume could be written on the scores of these little psychological gimmicks that are now so deeply embedded in cultural thought that they are taken as a Romans 3:250, the destruction of black civilization, simple matter of course, and require no comment. Yet they are the subtle weapons which have been more devastating in conquering the blacks and reducing them to an inferior status than armed might. Caucasian victory was complete and seemingly permanent when the blacks throughout the world joined the whites in glorifying all things white and condemning all things black, or even tinged with black, including themselves. Here we are at the very heart of the race problem. This self-abnegation, self-effacement, the loss of self-identity by cutting their roots with the past, and thereby losing the very links with their history from which a people draw strength and inspiration to move forward to even higher ground, and in fact, the reason for being. In short, in the incongruous attempts to replace his own values with those of the white man, the black man lost his own personality, and therefore, his manhood almost absolutely. Nearly 500 years have passed since the first Europeans landed on the coasts of West Africa, and their phase of transforming blacks from men to half-men began. Yet even with this long background, there are countless millions of frustrated blacks, frustrated by the perpetual annoyance of the blurred vision and the blank wall as they struggle to see life through the blue eyes of Caucasians. The status of African people throughout the world remains too precarious to deal with their history by merely chronicling important events. The situation demands that greater efforts be made to determine the meaning of those events, their effect on the people, the overall change in the direction of history, and what new directions the race must take. The major and immediate Portuguese aim in Africa was not the conquest of blacks. Rather, their first aim was to destroy Arab power in Africa and the Islamic control of just about all of the overland trade routes to the east. For this cause, Columbus had sailed, and other European nations took to the high seas. The Portuguese sought to use religion as the usual spearhead. That Christian states were in Africa from the earliest times had not been completely forgotten. One that had escaped Muslim destruction was located in what had been a southeastern border state of the ancient Ethiopian Empire, identified by the three. There was no reason why the ancient African church should have been forgotten at all. The Vatican records and those at Constantinople were available. White devils from the West 251, Portuguese as a kingdom ruled by a King Prester John. The idea was to unite the Christian forces of Europe with those of Africa in an all-out war against the Arabs. But what was not generally known was that the Kingdom of Axum, expanding to become the Empire of Abyssinia, was ruled alternatively by Christian Arabs and colored Christian Hebrews. All Arabs were not Muslims. All Hebrews were not Jews in religion. It appears that African Hebrew and Christian Arab communities were in southern Arabia and Yemen, just across from the East African country they later conquered. The Portuguese, however, did not reach the African Christian kingdom at the time they sought it for the promotion of their campaign against Islam. They had therefore begun the work of creating a black Christian kingdom in their own image. This was Congo. By 1512, no one needed to guess or speculate about the Portuguese plans. Their king, Manuel, made them clear in documentary form, the Regimento. This is one of the interesting and significant documents in the history of black people, because it was the first detailed blueprint for the conquest of the black man's mind, acculturation via Christianity, his body, slavery, and his country. This historic document, however, was couched in all the endearing words and phraseology of equality and brotherly love, from which fact historians have declared the Portuguese African policy to be one of equality replete with humanitarianism. But the Congolese king, Afonso, his Portuguese name notwithstanding, saw through the elaborate plan to reorganize his country and began to throw up roadblocks, albeit too late. Manuel levied on the king a heavy tribute in slaves, ivory, and copper to pay the cost of his Christian civilization program in the country, his various expeditions there, and for the huge expenses in connection with the education of a few Congolese children in Portugal, including the king's son. Manuel's next most important move was to make certain that his Code de Congo was carried out. He therefore sent Simão de Silva both as his ambassador and, in effect, Governor-General or Viceroy of Congo. While Simão de Silva's real functions were clearly outlined, these were covered by the usual title of courtesy, advisor to the king or the king's counselor. In this capacity, he was the code-administrator of the nation, a supreme judge, and had control over army and finance. He was to have a comprehensive geographical survey of the country to determine the extent of its natural wealth for direct exploitation. Things quickly got out of hand. The Portuguese settler population, based 252, destruction of black civilization mainly on the coast and offshore eons, desired the quicker riches that would flow from the increasing D-land for black slaves. The settlers, therefore, pursued a more aggrieved course of action, ignoring the Lisbon court's attempt to cover up their real operations with the friendly language of diplomacy. Up to the 16th century, the degrees people we are calling slaves were not slaves in the modern sense, but laborers either captured as prisoners of war or persons imprisoned for various offenses. During the first stages of the slave trade, many African and kings actually thought they were supplying workers needed a load, and at a great profit to themselves. They had not had experience with the white man's slave system or its equation with race. Not at FSD, we have said. But as the decades passed, and the Congo state is a god example, many Africans became enmeshed in the horrors of the tree, knew what they were doing, and, in the pursuit of guns and riches, became as brutal as the whites in dealing with their own kind. Guns. Black leaders saw these nor weapons of death as the source of the white man's power and the immediate threat to their own existence. The earth-shaking cannons that being brought into Africa, seemed to herald the death of a whole ice or its total enslavement. The Africans became insistent in their seamans for guns as articles of trade. There was then, as now, a silent embargo on arms to Black Africa, a sort of white gentleman's agreement. The demand for guns by the chiefs was pitted against the demand for slaves by the Europeans and Arabs. The Arab slavers had no trouble curing firearms. The chiefs could seriously hamper the trade if their demands for guns were not met. Besides, many slave traders were nicked to see that the supply of slaves would double and triple if firearms were given to certain strategically located kingdoms and chiefdoms. These would then seek to become big, wealthy powers, expanding territories over weaker black states and capturing millions of PRBners to be enslaved in the process. The more aggressive traders were willing to arm such African states as one of the risks capitalists must take in the pursuit of wealth. The more imperialist-minded saw an outcore even more important, that this would be a built-in motivation for perpetual warfare among the blacks themselves, creating an everlasting hatred between groups, destroying every basis for unity, and above all, firearms would keep them so busily hating and fighting each other that he would forget their real enemies, the white devils from the sea. White Divi from the west 253, the poor. Igi's Christianization of the Congo created something more than house. It was a revolting mess, no matter from what angle it is viewed. TC begin with, priests were not only among the leading slave traders, who they also owned slave ships to carry the black cargoes to distant lands. Priests also had their harems of black girls, some having as many as TWNTY each. They were called house servants by these holy fathers. The great majority of the whites were the scum of the land from which they came. Even the half-educated priests were generally of the very invest character, morally and otherwise. The slave situation became MRE and more desperate and out of hand, as every white man down to the lowly worker became a trader. The builders sent over to erect fortifications and other permanent installations for the Portuguese, stone and brick masons, carpenters, engineers, painters, metal and other craft men were all slave traders. Sailors and unskilled Portuguese laborers had their own quotas of slaves, especially slave girls. For let this truth emerge from the many facts which are buried, and let it stand out clearly. Of the main attractions that drew thousands of white men was their unlimited sexual freedom with all the black girls and women who were enslaved and helpless in the power of their masters. These wholesale raids on black womanhood continued to swell the mulatto populatica, the majority of which, as in the case of Egypt and the Sudan, became the faithful servants and loyal representatives of the conquering races to which their fathers belonged. The Congolese king, Afonso, found himself in the middle of fires from several directions, and hamstrung by the Portuguese advisor, who had acquired veto power even over the king's actions. Yet Afonso was far from being a weakling. He tried too late to gain control of the slave trade, a entrale now most urgent because every black that competing raiders could get their hands on was enslaved, including some members of the Pile household and numerous title holders throughout the country. On the other hand, the King of Portugal declared a royal monopoly over the trade. This not only frustrated Afonso's efforts, but clashed lead-on with the interests of the powerful and independent slave merchants, the real controlling settlers on the seacoasts and islands. These were the representatives of the great chartered companies that controlled the commerce of the world. Since they operated under royal charters, and the court was a principal shareholder in all such enterprise, they could not openly defy the king. But the distance from Lisbon enabled them to bypass de Silva and any other representative of the kin and carry on as they wished. The Mission Fathers, the War, 254, the destruction of black civilization. Dogs of the Lord, Jesuits, were most helpful as spearheads into the interior chiefdoms to form slave-hunting alliances in exchange for discarded guns. For those who require the specific details and examples of just how advancing black states were destroyed throughout the African continent, and want the facts repeated over and over again, here then is still another example in both Angola and the Kingdom of Congo. The strategy for destruction seldom varied, giving added weight to my concept of a grand Caucasian consensus on matters concerning non-white peoples. The aspect now under discussion was the practice of having white groups spread out over the country into the various provinces, heavily laden with gifts of goodwill, and getting themselves attached to the courts of Bikal chiefs as friendly advisors who were going to guarantee the security of the chiefs and their people, and even extend their power over other Oapals, all of which would mean great riches for the chiefs. A few old guns replacing spears seemed to be sufficient evidence that these white were indeed saviors as well as friends. The French name for them, vas agents provocateurs. The American name would have been C.I. or AID. No matter how strong and effective the administrative machinery of the central government at San Salvador had been, it was being undermined and destroyed by the well-planned European activities in the provinces, the identical activities that had been carried on in TLE Egyptian provinces 3000s before in Cuba, and would be epiated all over Africa. The aim was to provoke war between the black, pitting the gun-armed groups against those who only had shields aid spears, and thus skyrocketing the number of captives for slavery from a few thousands into millions. Not only were whole villages destroyed, but entire provinces were depopulated, and their formerly proud and free citizens were marched off in chains, collared and joined together by heavy poles as though the chains that bruised and bound hands and ankles were not enough. Many royal lineages were Ammon, the captives, including chiefs, which is exactly how it should have been if any of the people were to be enslaved. According to African tradition, leader and people were one and the same, sharing a common lot. This sense of oneness, however, applied only to the members of Afon's tribe, and not to Africans outside of it, another tragic fact of black history. This is why the chiefs and kings would secure prisoners of war, lie attacking other states. Only a savage chieftain would sell his own people into slavery. The Europeans learned 255 this very unically and found that it fitted in well with the general plan to keep the three lacks divided, forever suspicious of each other, and to have these Lul hatreds and suspicions historically derived not from anything the Europeans had done, but from the blacks' own record of tribal warfare. As the slave raids spread throughout Angola and Congo, the blacks continue to flee overland and up the rivers toward the central and southern areas of the great savanna regions and the lakes. Some, as we have seen in the case of Cuba, found security long enough to rebuild remarkable states again. Others found security only in the hidden recesses of decay and decline. Meanwhile, the fierce Jaga warriors were still on rampage, fighting with or against any group, including the white slave traders. But since the Jaga generally waged war only against their own kind, Africans, the Portuguese were less hesitant in supplying them guns. The wars to capture slaves had become so widespread among within the various states, and the slave trails to the coasts were so heavy with barefooted traffic that it is difficult to see why any alliance with the Jaga were needed, unless it was thought to be necessary to lake up for the unbelievable death toll among the captives. For degrees, 2 million blacks enslaved, over 1 million died. The record indicate rather clearly that many millions preferred death to slavery. I just say the record indicates. But you will never find a single Portuguese, Dutch, Spanish, English, or American document that explicitly says such things. The archives in Lisbon are rich to overflowing with Africa documents going back 500 years. By wading through a great mass written records, the historian often gets a picture that was not intended for painting, and messages from the same documents which not sent, which is merely another way of saying again that written documents often reveal far more than their authors intended. You therefore search in vain for an account written as the following. It not true that all women and even children were likewise marched in chains. This would have been unnecessary anyway, because we had learned that these black women are so loyal to their men that they would follow them even into hell. Capture their men, and you did not heed to capture them. Yet many of these same women would seek death directly by attacking us and our armed guards. These, of course, were beaten and chained the same as male slaves. Another problem was large number of suicides during the 200-mile trek TC 256. The destruction of black civilization, the slave pens on the coast. The greatest number died from poison, which hundreds of women would conceal on their bodies for the purpose, passing it to friends and kinsmen in the darkness of night, before giving it to their children, and finally taking it themselves. All this slowed us down during the night, when we should have moved faster because it was cooler. Yet the dead and the dying had to have their chains chopped off from the living. Many babies were deliberately smothered to death by their dying mothers. We do not believe that the other deaths were caused by the long march, as some allege. For while it is true that we ourselves are carried in hammocks, the bearers changed every 10 or 15 miles. The biggest and strongest boys are selected to carry us. They are usually between 20 and 30 years old. They also collapse sometimes, but only 5 have died during this year. It must be remembered that these blacks are quite used to walking very long distances with heavy burdens. There are many problems in this business. The captains, taking it easy on the coast, are always complaining about our slow movement and the many weeks it takes on the march. They never take into account how much we are slowed down by tramping and stumbling over the skeletons and rotting dead bodies of slaves that went along these trails before us, sometimes years before us. The stench of those who died recently is unbearable, yet we bear it. We also lose much time trying to find routes free of the dead and dying. Then there are scores and scores of perfectly healthy blacks who drop dead without any apparent cause. Some say they die out of sheer spite, another way of defeating us. We work in fear, for our guns are often useless in the increasing number of ambush attacks along these death-ridden trails. And while the Congolese kings now harass us in their attempts to check the spread of the trade, the real danger is in the Angola region, the region of the Black Terror, in the form of a death-defying Black Queen, Anne Nzinga. Who ever heard of a woman general leading her armies in person? The truth is that she is the greatest military strategist that ever confronted the armed forces of Portugal. Her tactics keep our commanders sweating in confusion and dismay. Her aim is nothing less than the total destruction of the slave trade. To this end, and what alarms us most, she has developed a system of infiltrating our black troops with her own men, causing whole companies to rebel, desert, and join her armies in what she calls a war of liberation. Portuguese casualties are always heavier than reported, for she stages surprise attacks with lightning speed, always aiming first to capture guns and hire devils from the West 257 cannons. And while we now surround ourselves with armed guards on these long marches, we never know how many of our black soldiers are the Queen's own men. This would have been a true account up to 1663, when the 40 years of unremitting warfare that Queen Nzinga waged against the Portuguese to free Angola ended with her passing. Africa had lost her greatest daughter, the slaves their greatest emancipator. Where is this explicitly written? Nowhere. It has been pointed out that Afonso was himself a statesman, and far from being a mere puppet in the hands of the Portuguese. Even though the process got underway with his conversion to Christianity and the replacement of his own African name with a Portuguese one, he was awakened by the code and began to resist and reject those provisions which were designed to make Africans black Portuguese in the name of Christ, while destroying their sovereignty at the same time. The fact that the enemy prevailed in the end does not detract from his stature as a great African. The pressures had increased as Portuguese riches from the slave trade, far from satisfying their greed, led them into excited searches for gold, silver, copper, and lead they believed to be in abundance in the region, but concealed by the blacks. Pressures from the African population increased with the widespread slave hunts and raids. Historians have highlighted the role of African chiefs and kings in the slave trade. Little is said about the general African opposition to the trade or about the kings and chiefs who led the fight against it. Yet by the very nature of the situation, these had to be as well known as the blacks who enriched themselves from the traffic. Queen Nzinga was not the only African abolitionist. It just happened that in her case, she was not only involved in treaty negotiations of record, but operated over so many Angolan areas that she could not easily be excluded from history. The Congolese opposing their kings were fighting both slavery and the Christian church that promoted it. Even the broader education they all so passionately desired turned out to be a farce, another Western bait. The schools, rigidly restricted in number and attendance, were little more than Catholic catechistic classes, under semi-literate priests who were themselves not only slave. 258, the destruction of black civilization dealers, but the personification of all that is meant by corruption and immorality. All of Afonso's efforts to get at least one good school established in Congo were blocked. For one thing, widespread education of the blacks was not really intended. That would have meant sending well-trained teachers instead of the unwanted dregs of Portuguese society. But even if Portugal had had the best intentions, she herself did not have many educated men in the 16th century, and her own illiterate masses were just as ignorant as those in the rest of Europe. The situation had become worse on all fronts when Diogo became King of Congo in 1545, supported by the Lisbon court factions that could still make or break kings and influence their policies. On the other hand, the powerful trader population had their principal strongholds at strategic Luanda and São Tomé, from which points they continued to expand slave operations in, below, around, and beyond Congo, all in defiance of Congolese kings and the King of Portugal himself. They were greatly aided by the King Angola of Ndongo, the strongest state in the Angola region. But Ndongo was nominally under the Congo as a tributary state. In 1556, war between the major conflicting groups, hitherto undercovered, broke out, open and full scale. Royal Portuguese forces allied with those of Congo against Portuguese trader force, allied with Ndongo Portuguese against Portuguese, and Africans against Africans. So it appears on paper in the records. The simple truth is that it was a war of Africans against Africans, with the Portuguese forces safely in the rear. That black troops were to be used in all dangerous situations and white lives safeguarded wherever possible was no silent gentleman's agreement or an aspect of the grand Caucasian consensus. It was, rather, an explicit royal decree from Lisbon. But it was so very unnecessary, this royal order to put blacks in the front lines of battle. This would have been done anyway as a matter of course. The Congolese were defeated, and Ndongo and the slave traders now controlled the whole trade. And although the war waged against them was instigated by Lisbon and directed by Manuel's own representatives in Congo, the victorious traders used Ndongo for negotiations leading to a new alliance with Lisbon and the foundation for taking over all of Angola as for. The name Angola, later taken from the title for the king, was not yet applied to the region that is now the Portuguese colony of Angola. Ed R tilde UCUVOIF0Z C06DR GZUTOUR rho OVO degrees EC tilde VOM 260 The destruction of black civilization, a colony of Portugal. Even the Portuguese counselors to Diogo could now deny any responsibility for the disaster with a straight face. Yet when Diogo died 5 years later, 1561, they were still actively on the job to choose his successor, thus promoting further turmoil in an already disintegrating nation. The murder of one king after another became almost routine. Attacks from enemy neighbors, quick to take advantage of the royal weaklings and internal chaos, marked the declining years of Congo as a great power. Jaga warriors almost gave it a death blow in 1568, but not quite. Things moved rapidly. In 1575, Angola became a colony of Portugal by a royal decree only, and Mother Congo, fighting for her own life, could only weep at the permanent loss of her greatest offspring. But does not the very mention of 1575 as the year Angola became a Portuguese possession does this not seem to be sort of closing the book on the most important events prior to and after 1575, making it appear that the Congo's near collapse led to an almost immediate and easy takeover of Angola as a colony? This is the way historians generally read. Well, it was not that way at all. The disintegration of the Congolese state seemed to be complete, but it was not. There was still another revival under another line of great kings. And although the conquest of Angola was ordered by Lisbon in 1571 and began in 1575, the Portuguese, to their great surprise, had to fight their longest and blood-east war, almost foot by foot, before Angola was finally taken nearly a half-century later. They had not counted on being confronted with a black queen who would turn out to be one of the bravest generals that ever commanded an army. They had not counted on the new queen of Ndongo, Anne Nzinga. Queen Nzinga, the unconquerable greatness, was born out of the savage oppression of the Africans, and out of that oppression it grew like a giant. Just why the Portuguese drew so much blood with the lash from already chained and helpless slaves is beyond all human understanding since, if for no other reason, the victims were articles of commerce and the source of the very riches slavers sought. Besides, over half of the captured blacks died before reaching their destination. Self-interest, then, should have stayed the white devils from the West 261 murderous hands of the slavers. Nothing did, and that fact was one of the reasons that Queen Nzinga said that the real savages in Africa were the whites. They created the conditions that brought her to the fore. The Portuguese were so aggressive in their program of dividing the blacks and keeping them fighting among themselves that they overshot the mark, simply went too far. The system of spreading out over the country into the provinces and allying themselves with the various chiefs has been mentioned more than once. But after 1608, the calm Mandarin-chief of the Portuguese army tightened the noose. This was Bento Cardoso. Under his plan, Angola was to be further depopulated by a massive onslaught for slaves through a closely coordinated system in which every chief in the land would be owned by a Portuguese and directly responsible to him for a stated quota of slaves. This would bypass the Angolan king of Ndongo, to whom the provincial chiefs paid their taxes in slaves. This would also mean increased warfare between the chiefdoms in order to meet the increased quotas demanded by raiding into each other's territories. Chiefs failing to secure the required number of slaves were themselves enslaved. Over 100 chiefs and other notables were sold into slavery in a single year, and another 100 murdered by the Portuguese. 6. We may safely assume that the actual number of chiefs enslaved or murdered was greater than that state above, since the Portuguese, like other nations, generally cut casualty figures for the record. The situation to be considered here, however, is the widespread confusion and terror among a hunted and leaderless people. To make matters even worse, if that was possible, the half-savage Jaga, who would join anybody for their favorite game of looting and raping, became allies of Cardoso. The Angolan king, who had been cooperating with the slave traders, now saw himself being ruined on all fronts, losing his people and his profits. He therefore began to resist the Portuguese. The people, even though they knew that their king himself was a slaver, in sheer desperation flocked to support 5. For quite a different version, see Portuguese sources, such as the works of the Capuchin monk João António Cavazzi, Descrição e História das Três Reinos do Congo, Matemba e Angola, and the soldier António de Oliveira Cadornega, Historia Geral das Guerras Angolamos, reprinted 1965 and 1942, respectively, Lisbon. Zigs. Some accounts give 80 as the number massacred. Roa CW0WCV, tilde MG3ZGC Rho, tilde Rho N Rho 00V, a 0U, 0 Parks I White Devils from the West 263, the War of Resistance. It paid off. Both the Portuguese and their Jaga allies were checked, and the war dragged on year after year. After Cabaça, the capital city, fell to the Portuguese, their losses had become so heavy that the new governor, who had been sent from Lisbon with firm orders to complete the conquest of Angola, once and for all, nevertheless, was forced to sue for peace without victory. The Portuguese had suffered a disastrous defeat by the blacks, but the official version and excuse was that there was general illness in their ranks. Yet the Portuguese insisted on holding Cabaça. The Africans therefore rejected peace proposals as a trick, and the war was resumed in a land of famine where food crops and the slave trade itself had come to a standstill. In this desperate state of affairs, the fighting somehow continued, with both sides obviously weakened and in disarray. It was during this period, in 1619, that a new Portuguese commander managed to murder over 100 chiefs. At this point, the Pope intervened, insisting that the wholesale slaughter be ended and peace be pursued. In 1622, a new governor was sent from Lisbon to make peace. Portugal had been appointing governors of Angola for over 40 years without having control over it. The peace conference was held at Luanda. The black delegation was headed by the country's ablest and most uncompromising diplomat, Anne Nzinga, not yet queen, but sister of the king-the-woman power behind a weak king, and the one responsible for inspiring the people to continue the war of resistance when every hope was gone, unless she herself had become their last hope. But even before the peace conference began, and at the risk of wrecking it, the governor's Caucasian arrogance could not be restrained. He had decided on a studied insult at the outset by providing chairs in the conference room only for himself and his counselors, with the idea of forcing the Black Princess to stand humbly before his noble presence. He remained seated, of course, staring haughtily as she entered the room. She took in the situation at a glance with a contemptuous smile, while her attendants moved with a swiftness that seemed to suggest that they had anticipated this stupid behavior by the Portuguese. They quickly rolled out the beautifully designed royal carpet they had brought before Nzinga, after which one of them went 7. The people were actually rallying behind the king's sister Nzinga, who had opposed him for engaging in the slave trade. 264. The destruction of black civilization down on all fours. and expertly formed himself into a royal throne upon which the princess sat easily without being a strain on her devoted follower. Yet she rose at regular intervals, knowing that other attendants were vying for the honor of thus giving to these whites still another defeat. I gather from the different ways this incident is reported that the Western mind is unable to grasp its real meaning. Some historians saw it as a cruel and inhuman use of slaves, ignoring the fact that Nzinga's chief claim to fame was that she was the greatest abolitionist of slavery, that she herself had no slaves and indeed had not the slightest need for any. One reason might be that she was so much loved and even blindly followed by her people that it was believed that all would die, to the last man and woman following her leadership. Such were the men, not slaves, who gladly formed a human couch before the astonished Portuguese for their leader. She faced the Portuguese governor and spoke as a ruler of the land, and not as a subject of the King of Portugal. She did not recognize the man in the big chair as governor because she did not recognize the existence of a Portuguese colony of Angola. She only saw before her what her people had seen approaching their shores over 100 years before pompous white devils bent on the destruction of the non-white world. The Ndongo terms for peace were presented as uncompromising demands, and it was clear from the beginning that the Portuguese would have fared better with a man. For before any kind of treaty was signed, Portugal had to agree: 1. To evacuate Cabaça and all nearby fortifications. 2. The Portuguese were to wage war against the Jaga, a harsh provision since the Jaga had been Portugal's allies in trying to crush Ndongo. 3. All chiefs who had become vassals of the Portuguese king were to be freed and enabled to return to former tributary status at home. And finally, the important concession Nzinga made was to return the Portuguese prisoners of war she held. The Treaty of 1622 was supposed to end all fighting in the whole west-central region. But the governor, as though to make up for his defeat in the peace negotiations with Nzinga, marched off almost immediately to invade Congo again. The treaty then became dead insofar as its execution was concerned. But Nzinga's brother died the next year, and she became queen of Ndongo. The distressed Portuguese, in order to discredit her, put out the story that she had poisoned him. And while there was not a scintilla of evidence or any basis at all for the concoction, historians have shown their unbiased objectivity by faithfully carrying on the charge for over white devils from the West 265-300 years. Yet, if lying is a legitimate aspect of warfare, the Portuguese may have felt justified in trying to destroy such an implacable foe in any way they could. 8. Their greatest trouble was yet to come. Nzinga became queen in 1623 and went into action at once. Her first major move was to send an ultimatum to the Portuguese authorities demanding the immediate execution of the terms of the treaty, otherwise war would be declared. While the Portuguese were preparing to meet the Queen's armies, the Dutch fleet appeared as a new threat. The Dutch, themselves great slavers, certainly did not come as liberators of the hard-pressed blacks. Their aim was to break the Portuguese monopoly and secure their share of the slave trade and the mineral wealth of West and Central Africa. To further these ends, they used the blacks as other white peoples did and still do. No time was lost in forming an alliance with Pedro XI, King of Congo, in his war with the Portuguese. The Dutch had already captured 7 Portuguese slave ships at sea, sunk other vessels in the harbors at Luanda and Mpinda, and generally raising hell. All this gave Queen Nzinga more time to prepare for the inevitable. She even reversed her demands for a Portuguese war against the Jaga and formed a military alliance with them herself. Knowing how very unreliable the Jaga were, she sought to make the alliance binding by promising to marry the Jaga chief, Kasenji, and adopting certain desirable Jaga customs. Nzinga's greatest act, however, probably the one that makes her one of the greatest women in history, was in 1624 when she declared all territory in Angola over which she had control as free country, all slaves reaching it from whatever quarter were forever free. She went further, since it was clear to her that white power in Africa rested squarely on the use of black troops against black people. She undertook the first and only carefully organized effort to undermine and destroy the effective employment and use of black soldiers by whites, the first and only black leader in history who was ever known to undertake such a task. She had carefully selected groups of her own soldiers to infiltrate the Portuguese black armies, first separating and spreading out individually into Portuguese-held territory and allowing themselves to be induced. 8. I am not unaware that Nzinga hated her brother not only because he was a slave trader, but also because he had murdered her young son, being the king's nephew, was heir to the throne. 266. The destruction of black civilization by Portuguese recruiting agents to join their forces. The quiet and effective work of Nzinga's agents among the black troops of Portugal was one of the most glorious, yet unsung, pages in African history. For whole companies rebelled and deserted to the colors of the Black Queen, taking with them the much-needed guns and ammunition which she had been unable to secure, except by swiftly moving surprise attacks on enemy units. The Queen's armies were further strengthened by the runaway slaves, who streamed into the only certain haven for the free on the whole continent of Africa. To the Portuguese, Queen Nzinga had passed the last word in unheard-of audacity when she was able to influence scores of vassal chiefs to rebel against them and join the cause of their own race. This was too much. This woman had to be destroyed. It had come to that. The Portuguese sent their ultimatum to the Queen from their Luanda stronghold, Portugal's Lisbon in Africa. It demanded the immediate return of all chiefs, soldiers and slaves to Portuguese territory, that is, all who had fled therefrom. Refusal would mean war, the ultimatum concluded. The fact was that a state of war already existed since the Queen's own ultimatum of the previous year. The Portuguese were afraid to move against her then, and they were even more afraid to move against her stronger forces now, although they continued to give the Dutch threat as the reason for delaying the required all-out attack. Meanwhile, the usual strategy of first instigating factional strife among the blacks was by no means forgotten. It was just that there was so much unity and patriotism in this dominant Angola state, so much fanatical devotion to this terrible Black Queen, that internal subversion was almost impossible. They tried to overcome all this by formally declaring that Nzinga was not legally Queen of Ndongo, the throne vacant, and one of their own vassal chiefs, Adi Kiluangi, was declared king. The Portuguese marshaled all of their forces on land and sea, their special river fleets in particular, to crush Nzinga before the Dutch struck again. But the Queen herself opened the offensive, striking first at the Portuguese puppet king and his forces. The Portuguese captured her principal island stronghold in the Cuanza River in July 1626, thus dividing her forces, and by a swift encircling movement designed to capture the Queen, cut off her main supporting regiments and forced her not only to retreat, but to withdraw from her country. Joy reigned at Luanda and Sao Tome. With Nzinga's flight from Angola, it appeared that the Black Menace was over and victory complete. Adi Kiluangi was crowned King Philip I of Ndongo. White devils from the west, the solidarity of the blacks remained unbroken, however, and their loyalty to Nzinga remained steadfast. She was just away a little while and would soon return. Any child in the most distant bush could tell you that their queen was just away on business. So who was this Philip? His name said he was a Portuguese, so he couldn't be king of Ndongo. All Angolan kings and queens were so African that they couldn't be tricked out of their own African names. The queen herself had dropped Anne from her name when she discovered that baptizing a black into Christianity meant surrendering his soul and body not to any Christ, but to the white man. And oral tradition further has it that the people not only rejected Philip I, but made fun of the very idea that he considered himself to be king. Their blind faith in their queen and the certainty of her return, according to the same oral record, was not really so blind. Those who understood the coded drum messages spread the news that all guerrilla attacks which occurred throughout the land were attacks which were personally directed by the Queen, and that, in fact, she was raising a new army of liberation. Her loyal chiefs and people in Ndongo were to stand by, ready. The written record, no matter how slanted, supports the oral. For in November 1627, she crossed the borders back into her country at the head of a strong army, made stronger and stronger as her loyal chiefs and wildly cheering people, including her fanatically devoted freed men, flocked to her standard as she swept forward to recapture the Kwanza stronghold held by Philip I and put him to flight. The Portuguese continued to be amazed at this display of black unity, and, under a woman's leadership at that, black unity was now seen clearly as black power, and that meant an unconquerable people. The Portuguese were resolved to break that unity and the power that developed from it. The revolt against them had become general as Nzinga's victorious forces advanced. The Portuguese retreated to their own strongholds on the coast, giving the Dutch threat as an excuse and not the threat of being annihilated by the Queen's forces. But as there was in fact no imminent Dutch threat, the Portuguese regrouped and strengthened their forces for an all-out war to destroy Nzinga, and this time, not to cease fighting until this was done. They began by giving orders and offering a big reward for her capture, dead or alive. Their slave troops, still the backbone of the Portuguese armed forces, were given the special inducements of land and freedom for her capture. Realizing that such an all-out attempt to capture her meant that 268, the destruction of black civilization, countless thousands of her people would die in her defense. She outwitted the Portuguese again by slipping out of the country, instructing her lieutenants to spread the word everywhere that she had fled the country and, mistakenly entering the territory of an enemy, had been killed. To give point to the story, there was general weeping and mourning throughout Ndongo, real weeping and mourning, because the masses believed the story to be true. So did the Portuguese. The only reason for the war having been removed by Providence, the bishop could celebrate a special mass in celebration of this special blessing, and the colony of Angola could at last be organized after over 50 years of obstruction. All things now seemed to be happy and going well according to the original grand design. Then in 1629, the Portuguese stood aghast when Queen Nzinga burst upon them from the grave, sweeping all opposition before her. She brought in her fierce Jaga allies, apparently willing to do even this to defeat the whites. The Portuguese were completely defeated. She had not only retaken her own country, but had, meanwhile, become Queen of Matamba also, having replaced the weak queen there. Nzinga was now an empress of two countries. She now redoubled her campaign against slavery and the slave trade by making both Ndongo and Matamba havens for all who could escape from the slaver by rebelling or otherwise. Chiefs engaged in the traffic in nearby states now stood in fear of her wrath. The Portuguese saw the handwriting on the wall. In order not to lose every foothold in the area, Lisbon suddenly remembered that it had never carried out the treaty signed with Nzinga in 1622 and declared that Portugal's wars against her had been unjust. High-level embassies were sent to the Queen in 1639 in efforts to effect a settlement. Nzinga received them, listened to their protestations of eternal friendship, and went ahead with determination in reorganizing both of the kingdoms and undermining colonial rule in areas held by the enemy. That every white man in Africa was an enemy of the blacks was a matter about which there was no room for debate in her mind. 9. Queen Nzinga's anti-slavery crusade did not mean that she herself did not hold her own captives in bondage, including the Portuguese. The Portuguese had changed the nature of slavery into a racial pattern, and Nzinga was particularly ruthless with capture black chiefs who were allies of the whites. She did not hesitate to sell such chiefs and their followers into slavery. White devils from the West 269, even the holy robes of the priests in Angola, not only covered their real mission as agents of empire, but also covered their insatiable lust for the black bodies of their helpless slave girls. She had been forced by the actualities of black-white relations to distrust all whites, along with their tricky treaties. By 1641, the Dutch had made great progress in reducing the power of Portugal all along the coast, and Nzinga's adamant position made their situation an impossible one to maintain. A despairing governor and council had no choice but to declare war against her once again, a full-scale war. But the situation was now most favorable for the Angolans. Their northern neighbor, Congo, had become more active in its own war against the Portuguese, and besides, a new and greater king had assumed the leadership. This was Garcia XI, who continued the policy of cooperating with the Dutch where and when Congolese interests were involved. Some black leaders had learned to use the whites as the whites always used them, when it served their own interests. The other happy development for Ndongo was that the Dutch invasion of Portuguese-held areas had actually begun in 1641, before any moves could be made against either of the two black states, Congo and Ndongo. Roman II, Nzinga continued her campaign against the Portuguese, winning victories everywhere a battle was joined. With Dutch aid, the great Portuguese stronghold of Masangano fell in 1648. The Dutch, having previously captured Luanda, now found themselves threatened by the steady reinforcements that continued to pour in from Portuguese Brazil. The Dutch withdrew, leaving the blacks in the area, who had helped them to capture and defend this, the most important Portuguese town. The Queen was further outraged over the success of the Portuguese in capture both of her younger sisters. This gave the enemy a most powerful bargaining weapon. Yet she continued to reject all of their principal demands, with the result that her sisters, to whom she was deeply devoted, remained in captivity for many years. 11. We must continue to skip over much in every region that is briefly covered in this work. This is often painful, as here, for example, I am unable to deal with the quite relevant struggle of the unconquerable Dembo people against the Portuguese and slavery. But this must wait until black history is written in depth, period by period, region by region, and state by state. 270. The destruction of black civilization city in Africa to fend for themselves alone. While the chiefs and their forces did indeed put up a gallant fight, they were massacred in one of the most savage onslaughts on record. The recapture of Luanda by Salvador de Sá, the new governor, and his crushing of black opposition there led him to initiate new peace efforts with the two kingdoms of Congo and Nzinga. The Congolese king refused to answer his letter, but did send a monk to hear the governor's terms. Nzinga also agreed to efforts at negotiations. These gestures by the two African leaders led Salvador de Sá to advise the King of Portugal that all the African states were cowed and their power broken. He knew better, of course, for even the chiefs and their people in his own Portuguese-held territory were still fighting on despite the massacres, and probably because of them. If the Portuguese had been able to conquer either Congo or Ndongo Matamba, no peace offers would have been made. Hadn't they tried it over and failed? To be able to conquer both now was out of the question. Again, the old conquest route was invoked, beguiling smiles and protestations of friendship, finding concrete expression in negotiations for peace. The language of diplomacy reached its most brilliant heights of deception in those velvety clauses of proposed treaties which the Africans, if they signed them, would be signing themselves, and their people into perpetual bondage. This fact was supposed to be assured by the other fact that the relevant clauses were so ambiguous that they could be interpreted in several different ways, in this case, in whatever way the Portuguese chose to interpret them. The very same provisions of the treaties could be read and explained to the blacks in such language that it would appear that the Europeans were not only humbling themselves, but also proclaiming the outcome as a glorious victory for the Africans. Of course, no blacks, not even a Nzinga, was supposed to be intelligent enough, sharply intelligent enough, to see through all this. But stripping away all the glittering verbiage, Nzinga saw at a glance that what it all meant was that she was to be a vassal of the Portuguese king, one paying him a big annual tribute. She would die first, and no one should have known this better than the Portuguese who, at the time of this latest treaty offer, had been at war with her and repeatedly defeated for over 28 years. They had met one of the giants of the human race, whom they had found impossible to recognize as such, because she appeared on the planet not only as a woman, but one with black skin. Nzinga, therefore, white devils from the West 271, kept them anxiously waiting for action on the treaty, toying with it for 6 years, while giving her war-torn land and tired-out people a period for rest and recovery. She was the same queen who had twice fled the country not to save herself, but save her people from a slaughter that her flight would prevent. For the same reason, she did not want the war resumed again after over 40 years of warfare. On the other hand, she would not surrender her country to Portugal and its slave trade. The areas of Angola they still held, including the important islands of Luanda and São Tomé, belonged to the Angolan people, and some of these areas belonged directly to her own kingdoms of Ndongo and Matamba. Finally, then, in 1656, tired and weary from 4 decades of relentless struggles, she signed a treaty that was revised and made acceptable to her. Her greatest concession allowed the Portuguese puppet king, Haiti, to head the territory conceded to them. There were 7 more years of a busy life for Queen Nzinga, pushing reconstruction, the resettlement of ex-slaves, and undertaking the development of an economy of free men and women that would be able to succeed without the slave trade. She could not have been unaware that, with the Portuguese still strongly entrenched in the most strategic areas, unless she was succeeded by equally great leaders, all of her labors in defense of the freedom of the blacks would ultimately be in vain. That was the burning question in 1663, as a dull autumn sun lengthened the shadows over the palace grounds, where thousands stood in tears. Were there any more Garcias anywhere? Would God send them another Nzinga to hold the line against the truly white devils? The sun slowly went down behind the Angolan trees, and darkness spread over the land. Over 300 years later, the blacks of Angola are still fighting the Portuguese and still waiting for the sunrise. In the heart-torn state of national mourning, the Queen's Council permitted 2 priests to come in and perform the last rites of the church. Since the Queen had renounced the Catholic religion many years before her passing, and had banned missions from her country as centers of subversion, this appearance of priests at the royal bedside may be explained either as a once a Catholic always a Catholic theory, or as an attempt by Catholic Portugal to give the appearance of final victory on all taunts. In this case, it would mean that the most unconquerable of foes, recanting and submissive, had been conquered by their religion in the end. And so it is written in the official documents of Portugal, the written record used by almost all historians of Africa, that 272, the destruction of black civilization Nzinga had returned to the church that had baptized her Anne. Yet she was one of the very first blacks to see that the Portuguese conquests, the slave trade, and the church were all inseparably one and the same. The long years of warfare had been equally against all 3, the unholy trinity, and she had never surrendered. In 1963, 300 years after her death, her people, now Catholic themselves, did not believe she had ever returned to the church. 1212. For a more detailed study of Queen Nzinga, see Roy Arthur Glasgow's The Warrior Queen, John Wiley Y. Sons, 1969, and Queen Nzinga and the Mbundu Resistance to the Portuguese Slave Trade, scheduled for publication 1971 by Oxford University Press. Note in particular the great difference in the account of the last days of the Queen and that of mine. Chapter Roman 11, The Last of the Black Empires. On a balmy spring afternoon in 1964, one came out of a large cave where archaeologists had been working and climbed up the highest of the 6 hills in the area. In the valley, and as far as the eyes could see, there was so much of the same breathtaking natural beauty that had been seen everywhere in the country that one might wonder whether the Garden of Eden surpassed it. I was standing in the heart of Monomotapa, then white-ruled Rhodesia, but now independent Zimbabwe, the last of the Black empires in Africa. Abyssinia, or modern Ethiopia, has been under Semitic or Solomonid rule for centuries. The ruling house traces its line to King Solomon. Up to this point, we have been dealing very largely with states created or expanded by migrating groups before the coming of Asians and Europeans into their territories. We have, therefore, been looking at purely African-created institutions. But the picture has been very much skewed by the fact that very little attention was given to the advanced state of early civilization in other parts of the continent prior to the incursions of this or that group of immigrants after the 1200s AD. This kind of treatment has misled many in the belief that a highly advanced civilization existed only in the Nile regions of ancient Ethiopia, Egypt, and the Sudan, and was spread southward from the earliest times. That these early Black brothers from the south probably brought 274, the destruction of Black civilization, more to their Black brothers in Egypt than they borrowed from them, is becoming clearer as our research develops. The stepped-up waves of crisis migrations after the destruction of the Ethiopian Empire should not obscure the central facts. The invading immigrants, then, often found the already existing states as well organized and with institutions as highly advanced as their own had been before the 13th century. But almost without exception, they all had one thing in common, the one thing that made each one so easy to conquer, first by Black invaders and later by white invaders. They were all small. The smaller and weaker the state, the more fiercely independent it was. The African continent presented a vast panorama of mini-states at once, a vast panorama of disunity and weakness. The reorganizing invaders tended to expand territorially over many of these adjacent states, thus forcing a kind of artificial unity. Unlike the Cuba of Shyam and the Angola of Nzinga, few undertook the great task of developing a sense of national community among the many diverse groups that made up the state. The Vakaranga immigrants who developed the empire of Monomotapa followed the general practice of establishing effective political rule while promoting economic development. As forecast above, however, we shall look briefly at the people and their civilization some centuries before the Vakaranga advent in the early 1400. The land and the people to be covered by the empire extended from the north above the Zambezi River, included Rhodesia, westward to the Kalahari, eastward over Mozambique to the Indian Ocean, and southward into the Transvaal in South Africa below the Limpopo River, Vemb. Since the archaeological evidence gathered all over this vast territory makes it clear that iron technology and allied crafts were well advanced here long before the Christian era, the spread of the economic revolution over Africa by the Iron Age may have come from this southern center, as well as from Meroe in the northeast. From the period roughly indicated as early as 300 B.C., the states which were to form the empire of Monomotapa were engaged in a wide range of diversified economic activities that led not only to interstate trade but foreign commerce over the Indian Ocean as well. This economic development was inextricably an index of the development of their civilization. The drive for the attainment of excellence in everything produced was reflected in their artistic